at the end. B, in paragraph 2, by striking 2023 crop years and inserting 2024 crop years. And C, by adding at the end the following. 3, a rate that is equal to 136.55% of the loan rate per pound of raw cane sugar under subsection A6 for each of the 2025 through 2031 crop years. And 3, in subsection I, by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. B, adjustments to Commodity Credit Corporation storage rates. Section 167 of the Federal Agricultural Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7287, is amended 1, by striking subsection A and inserting the following. A, in general, for the 2025 crop year and each subsequent crop year, the Commodity Credit Corporation shall establish rates for the storage of forfeited sugar in an amount that is not less than 1. In the case of refined sugar, 34 cents per hundredweight per month, and 2. In the case of raw cane sugar, 27 cents per hundredweight per month, and 2. In subsection B, A, in the subsection heading by striking subsequent and inserting prior, and B, by striking and subsequent and inserting through 2024. C, modernization beet sugar allotments. 1, sugar estimates. Section 359BA1 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359BBA1 is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2, allocation to the processors. Section 359CG2 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359CCG2 is amended A by striking in the case and inserting the following. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B, in the case, and B, by adding at the end the following. B, exception. If the Secretary makes an upward adjustment of paragraph 1A in adjusting allocations among beet sugar processors, the Secretary shall give priority to beet sugar processors with available sugar. 3, timing of reassignment. Section 359EB2 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359EEB2 is amended A by redesignating subparagraphs A through C as clauses I through III, respectively, and indenting appropriately. B, in the matter preceding clauses I as so redesignated by striking if the Secretary and inserting the following. A, in general, if the Secretary, and C, by adding at the end the following. B, timing. In carrying out subparagraph A, the Secretary shall I make an initial determination based on the World Agricultural Supply and Demand estimates approved by the World Agricultural Outlook Board for January that shall be applicable to the crop year for which allotments are required, and II provide for an initial reassignment under subparagraph AI not later than 30 days after the date on which the World Agricultural Supply and Demand estimates described in Clause I is released. D, reallocations of tariff rate quota shortfall. Section 359K of the Agricultural Adjustment
Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359KK is amended by adding at the end the following. C, reallocation. 1, initial reallocation. Subject to paragraph 3, following the establishment of the tariff rate quotas under subsection A for a quota year, the Secretary shall, A, determine which countries do not intend to fulfill their allocation for the quota year, and B, reallocate any forecasted shortfall in the fulfillment of the tariff rate quotas as soon as practicable. 2, subsequent reallocation. Subject to paragraph 3, not later than March 1 of a quota year, the Secretary shall reallocate any additional forecasted shortfall in the fulfillment of the tariff rate quotas for raw cane sugar established under subsection A1 for that quota year. 3, cessation of effectiveness. Paragraphs 1 and 2 shall cease to be in effect if A, the agreement suspending the countervailing duty investigation on sugar from Mexico signed December 19, 2014 is terminated, and B, no countervailing duty order under Subtitle A of Title VII of the Tariff Act of 1930, 19 U.S.C. 1671 et sequitur, is in effect with respect to sugar from Mexico. D, refined sugar. 1, definition of domestic sugar industry. In this subsection, the term domestic sugar industry means domestic A, sugar beet producers and processors, B, producers and processors of sugarcane, and C, refiners of raw cane sugar. 2, study required. A, in general, not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this subsection, the Secretary shall conduct a study on whether the establishment of additional terms and conditions with respect to refined sugar imports is necessary and appropriate. B, elements. In conducting the study under subparagraph A, the Secretary shall examine the following. I, the need for 1, defining refined sugar as having a minimum polarization of 99.8 degrees or higher. 2, establishing a standard for color or reflectance-based units for refined sugar such as those utilized by the International Commission on Uniform Methods of Sugar Analysis. 3, prescribing specifications for packaging type for refined sugar. 4, prescribing specifications for transportation modes for refined sugar. 5, requiring evidence that sugar imported as refined sugar will not undergo further refining in the United States. 6, prescribing appropriate terms and conditions to avoid unlawful sugar imports. And 7, establishing other definitions, terms, and conditions or other requirements. II, the potential impact of modifications described in each of the subclauses 1 through 7 of Clause I of the domestic sugar industry. III, whether based on the needs described in Clause I and the impact described in Clause II, the establishment of additional terms and conditions is appropriate. C, consultation. In conducting the study under subparagraph A, the Secretary shall consult with representatives of the domestic sugar industry and users of refined sugar. D, report. Not later than 1 year after the date of enactment of this subsection, the Secretary shall submit to the Committee on Agriculture of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry of the Senate a report that describes the findings of the study conducted under subparagraph A. 3, establishment of additional terms and conditions permitted. A, in general, based on the findings in the report submitted under paragraph 2D, and after providing notice to the Committee on Agriculture of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry of the Senate, the Secretary may issue regulations in accordance with subparagraph B to establish additional terms and conditions with respect to refined sugar imports that are necessary and appropriate. B, promulgation of regulations. The Secretary may issue regulations under subparagraph A if the regulations, 1, do not have an adverse impact on the domestic sugar industry, and 2, are consistent with the requirements of this part, Section 156 of the Federal Agriculture Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7272, and obligations under international trade agreements that have been approved by Congress. E, clarification of tariff rate quota adjustments. Section 359KB1 of the Agriculture Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359KKB1 is amended in the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking "if there is N" and inserting "for the sole purpose of responding directly to N." F, period of effectiveness. Section 359LA of the Agriculture Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359 LLA, is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. Section 10313, Dairy Policy Updates. A, Dairy Margin Coverage Production History. 1, definition. Section 14018 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9051-8, is amended by striking "when the participating dairy operation first registers to participate in dairy margin coverage." 2, production history of participating dairy operations. Section 1405 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9055, is amended by striking subsections A and B and inserting the following. A, production history. Except as provided under subsection B, the production history of a dairy operation for dairy margin coverage is equal to the highest annual milk marketings of the participating dairy operation during any one of the 2021, 2022, or 2023 calendar years. B, election by new dairy operations. In the case of a participating dairy operation that has been in operation for less than a year, the participating dairy operations shall elect one of the following methods for the Secretary to determine the production history of the participating dairy operation. 1, the volume of the actual milk marketings for the months the participating dairy operation has been in operation extrapolated to a yearly amount. 2, an estimate of the actual milk marketings of the participating dairy operation based on the herd size of the participating dairy operation relative to the national rolling herd average data published by the Secretary. B, dairy margin coverage payments. Section 1406A1C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9056A1C, is amended by striking $5 million each place it appears and inserting $6 million. C, premiums for dairy margins. 1, Tier 1. Section 1407B of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057B is amended. A, in the subsection heading by striking $5 million and inserting $6 million, and B, in paragraph 1 by striking $5 million and inserting $6 million. 2, Tier 2. Section 1407C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057C, is amended, A, in the subsection heading by striking $5 million and inserting $6 million, and B, in paragraph 1 by striking $5 million and inserting $6 million. 3, premium discounts. Section 1407G of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057G, is amended, A, in paragraph 1 by striking 2019 through 2023 and inserting 2026 through 2031, and 2, by striking January 2019 and inserting January 2026, and B, in paragraph 2 by striking 2023 each place it appears and inserting 2031. D, duration. Section 1409 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9059, is amended by striking 2025 and inserting 2031. Section 10314, implementation. Section 1614C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9097C, is amended by adding at the end the following. 5, further funding. The Secretary shall make available to carry out Subtitle C of Title I of the Act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation Pursuant to Title II of H. Conres 14, 119th Congress, and the amendments made by that subtitle, $50 million to remain available until expended, of which, A, not less than $5 million shall be used to carry out paragraphs 3 and 4 of subsection B. B, $3 million shall be used for activities described in paragraph 3A. C, $3 million shall be used for activities described in paragraph 3B. D, $9 million shall be used, 1, to carry out mandatory surveys of dairy production costs and product yield information to be reported by manufacturers required to report under Section 273 of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946, 7 U.S.C. 1637B, for all products processed in the same facility or facilities, and 2, to publish the results of such surveys biennially, and E, $1 million shall be used to conduct the study under subsection D of Section 359K of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359KK. Subtitle D, Disaster Assistance Programs. Section 10401, Supplemental Agricultural Disaster Assistance. A, Livestock Indemnity Payments. Section 1501B of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081B is amended. 1, by striking paragraph 2 and inserting the following. 2, payment rates. A, losses due to predation. Indemnity payments to an eligible producer on a farm under paragraph 1A shall be made at a rate of 100% of the market value of the affected livestock on the applicable date as determined by the Secretary. B, losses due to adverse weather or disease. Indemnity payments to an eligible producer on a farm under subparagraph B or C of paragraph 1 shall be made at a rate of 75% of the market value of the affected livestock on the applicable date as determined by the Secretary. C, determination of market value. In determining the market value described in subparagraphs A and B, the Secretary may consider the ability of eligible producers to document regional price premiums for affected livestock that exceed the national average market price for those livestock. D, applicable date defined. In this paragraph, the term applicable date means, with respect to livestock, as applicable, 1, the day before the date of death of the livestock, or 2, the day before the date of the event that caused the harm of the livestock to the livestock that resulted in a reduced sale price. And 2, by adding at the end the following. 5, additional payment for unborn livestock. A, in general, in the case of unborn livestock death losses incurred on or after January 1, 2024, the Secretary shall make an additional payment to eligible producers on farms that have incurred such losses in excess of the normal mortality due to a condition specified in paragraph 1. B, payment rate. Additional payments under subparagraph A shall be made at a rate, 1, determined by the Secretary, and 2, less than or equal to 85% of the payment rate established with respect to the lowest weight class of the livestock, as determined by the Secretary, acting through the administrator of the Farm Service Agency. C, payment amount. The amount of a payment to an eligible producer that has incurred unborn livestock death losses shall be equal to the payment rate determined under subparagraph B, multiplied in the case of livestock described in 1, subparagraph A, B, or F of subsection A4 by 1, 2, subparagraph D of each subsection by 2, 3, subparagraph E of each subsection by 12, and 4, subparagraph G of such subsection by the average number of birthed animals for one gestation cycle for the species of such livestock as determined by the Secretary. D, unborn livestock death losses defined. In this paragraph, the term unborn livestock death losses means losses of any livestock described in subparagraph A, B, D, E, F, or G of subsection A4 that was gestating on the date of the death of the livestock. B, Livestock Forage Disaster Program. Section 1501 C3D21 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081 C3D21 is amended, 1, by striking 1 monthly payment and inserting 2 monthly payments, and 2, by striking county for at least 8 consecutive and inserting the following. County for not less than AA, 4 consecutive weeks during the normal grazing period for the county, as determined by the Secretary, shall be eligible to receive assistance under this paragraph in an amount equal to 1 monthly payment using the monthly payment rate determined under subparagraph B or BB, 7 of the previous 8 consecutive. C, emergency assistance for livestock, honeybees, and farm-raised fish. 1, in general, Section 1501D of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081D, is amended by adding at the end the following. 5, assistance for losses due to bird depredation. A, Definition of farm-raised fish. In this paragraph, the term farm-raised fish means fish propagated and reared in a controlled freshwater environment. B, payments. Eligible producers of farm-raised fish, including fish grown as food for human consumption, shall be eligible to receive payments under this subsection to aid in the reduction of losses due to piscivorous birds. C, payment rate. 1. In general, the payment rate for payments under subparagraph B shall be determined by the Secretary, taking into account 1. Costs associated with the deterrence of piscivorous birds. 2. The value of lost fish and revenue due to bird depredation. And 3. Costs associated with disease loss from bird depredation. 2. Minimum rate. The payment rate for payments under subparagraph B shall be not less than $600 per acre of farm-raised fish. D. Payment amount. The amount of a payment under subparagraph B shall be the product obtained by multiplying 1. The applicable payment rate under subparagraph C, and 2. 85% of the total number of acres of farm-raised fish that the eligible producer has in production for the calendar year. 2. Emergency assistance for honeybees. In determining honeybee colony losses eligible for assistance under Section 1501D of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081D, the Secretary shall utilize a normal mortality rate of 15%. D. Tree Assistance Program. Section 1501E of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081E, is amended, 1. In paragraph 2B by striking 15%, adjusted for normal mortality, and inserting normal mortality, and 2. In paragraph 3, A, in subparagraph A1 by striking 15% mortality, adjusted for normal mortality, and inserting normal mortality, and B, in subparagraph B, 1, by striking 50 and inserting 65, and 2, by striking 15% damage or mortality, adjusted for normal tree damage and mortality, and inserting normal tree damage or mortality. Subtitle E, Crop Insurance. Section 10501, Beginning Farmer and Rancher Benefit. A, definitions. 1. In general, Section 502B3 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1502B3, is amended by striking 5 and inserting 10. 2. Conforming amendment. Section 522C7 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1522C7, is amended by striking subparagraph F. B. Increase in assistance. Section 508E of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508E, is amended by adding at the end the following. 9. Additional support. A. In general, in addition to any other provision of this subsection, except paragraph 2A regarding payment of a portion of premiums, a beginning farmer or rancher shall receive additional premium assistance, that is, the number of percentage points specified in subparagraph B greater than the premium assistance that would otherwise be available for the applicable policy, plan of insurance, and coverage level selected by the beginning farmer or rancher. B. Percentage points adjustments. The percentage points referred to in subparagraph A are the following. 1. For each of the first and second reinsurance years that a beginning farmer or rancher participates as a beginning farmer or rancher in the applicable policy or plan of insurance, 5 percentage points. 2. For the third reinsurance year that a beginning farmer or rancher participates as a beginning farmer or rancher in the applicable policy or plan of insurance, 3 percentage points. 3. For the fourth reinsurance year that a beginning farmer or rancher participates as a beginning farmer or rancher in the applicable policy or plan of insurance, 1 percentage point. Section 10502, Area-Based Crop Insurance Coverage and Affordability. A, coverage level. Section 508C4 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508C4, is amended, 1, in subparagraph A by striking Clause 2 and inserting the following. 2, may be purchased at any level not to exceed 1, in the case of the individual yield or revenue coverage, 85%. 2, in the case of individual yield or revenue coverage aggregated across multiple commodities, 90%. And 3, in the case of area yield or revenue coverage as determined by the corporation, 95%. And 2, in subparagraph C, A, in Clause 2 by striking 14 and inserting 10, and B, in Clause 3(1) by striking 86 and inserting 90. B, premium subsidy. Section 508E2H1 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508E2H1, is amended by striking 65 and inserting 80. Section 10503, administrative and operating expense adjustments. Section 508K of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508K, is amended by adding at the end the following. 10, additional expenses. A, in general, beginning with the 2026 reinsurance year and for each reinsurance year thereafter, in addition to the terms and conditions of the standard reinsurance agreement, to cover additional expenses for loss adjustment procedures, the corporation shall pay an additional administrative and operating expense subsidy to approved insurance providers for eligible contracts. B, payment amount. In the case of an eligible contract, the payment to an approved insurance provider required under subparagraph A shall be the amount equal to 6% of the net book premium. C, definitions. In this paragraph, 1, eligible contract. The term eligible contract, 1, means a crop insurance contract entered into by an approved insurance provider in an eligible state, and 2, does not include a contract for AA, catastrophic risk protection under subsection B, BB, an area-based plan of insurance or similar plan of insurance as determined by the corporation, or CC, a policy under which an approved insurance provider does not incur loss adjustment expenses as determined by the corporation. 2, eligible state. The term eligible state means a state in which, with respect to an insurance year, the loss ratio for eligible contracts is greater than 120% of the total net book premium written by all approved insurance providers. 11, specialty crops. A, minimum reimbursement. Beginning with the 2026 reinsurance year and for each reinsurance year thereafter, the rate of reimbursement to approved insurance providers and agents for administrative and operating expenses with respect to crop insurance contracts covering agricultural commodities described in Section 101 of the Specialty Crops Competitiveness Act of 2004, 7 U.S.C. 1621 Note, Public Law 108-465, shall be equal to or greater than the percentage that is the greater of the following. 1, 17% of the premium used to define loss ratio. 2, the percent of the premium used to define loss ratio that is otherwise applicable for the reinsurance year under the terms of the standard reinsurance agreement in effect for the reinsurance year. B, other contracts. In carrying out subparagraph A, the corporation shall not reduce, with respect to any reinsurance year, the amount or the rate of reimbursement to approved insurance providers and agents under the standard reinsurance agreement described in Clause 2 of such subparagraph for administrative and operating expenses with respect to contracts covering agricultural commodities that are not subject to such subparagraph. C, administration. The requirements of this paragraph and the adjustments made pursuant to this paragraph shall not be considered a renegotiation under paragraph 8A. 12, A&O inflation adjustment. In general, subject to subparagraph B, beginning with the 2026 reinsurance year and for each reinsurance year thereafter, the corporation shall increase the total administrative and operating expense reimbursements otherwise required under the standard reinsurance agreement in effect for the reinsurance year in order to account for inflation in a manner consistent with the increases provided with respect to the 2011 through 2015 reinsurance years under the enclosure included in Risk Management Agency Bulletin numbered MGR 10007 and dated June 30, 2010. B, special rule for 2026 reinsurance year. The increase under subparagraph A for the 2026 reinsurance year shall not exceed the percentage change for the preceding reinsurance year included in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Department of Labor. C, administration. An increase under subparagraph A, 1, shall apply with respect to all contracts covering agricultural commodities that were subject to an increase during the period of the 2011 through 2015 reinsurance years under the enclosure referred to in that subparagraph, and 2, shall not be considered a renegotiation under paragraph 8A. Section 10504, premium support. Section 508E2 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508E2 is amended, 1, in subparagraph C1 by striking 64 and inserting 69, 2, in subparagraph D1 by striking 59 and inserting 64, 3, in subparagraph E1 by striking 55 and inserting 60, 4, in subparagraph F1 by striking 48 and inserting 51, and 5, in subparagraph G1 by striking 38 and inserting 41. Section 10505, program compliance and integrity. Section 515L2 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1515L2, is amended by striking than and all that follows through the period at the end and inserting the following. Than, A, $4 million for each of fiscal years 2009 through 2025, and B, $6 million for fiscal year 2026 and each subsequent fiscal year. Section 10506, reviews, compliance, and integrity. Section 516B2C1 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1516B2C1, is amended in the matter preceding subclause 1 by striking for each fiscal year and inserting for each of fiscal years 2014 through 2025 and $10 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter.
Section 10507, Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. Section 523 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1523, is amended by adding at the end the following. J, Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. 1, in general, notwithstanding subsection A2, the corporation shall establish a pilot program under which contract poultry growers, including growers of broilers and laying hens, may elect to receive index-based insurance from extreme weather-related risk resulting in increased utility costs, including costs of natural gas, propane, electricity, water, and other appropriate costs, as determined by the corporation associated with poultry production. 2, stakeholder engagement. The corporation shall engage with poultry industry stakeholders in establishing the pilot program under paragraph 1. 3, location. The pilot program established under paragraph 1 shall be conducted in a sufficient number of counties to provide a comprehensive evaluation of the feasibility, effectiveness, and demand among producers in the top poultry producing states as determined by the corporation. 4, approval of policy or plan, notwithstanding section 5081. The board shall approve a policy or plan of insurance based on the pilot program under paragraph 1. A, in accordance with section 508H, and B, not later than 2 years after the date of enactment of the subsection. Subtitle F, Additional Investments in Rural America, Section 10601, Conservation. A, in general, Section 1241A of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3841A is amended. 1. In paragraph 2 by striking subparagraphs A through F and inserting the following. A. $625 million for fiscal year 2026. B. $650 million for fiscal year 2027. C. $675 million for fiscal year 2028. D. $700 million for fiscal year 2029. E. $700 million for fiscal year 2030. And F. $700 million for fiscal year 2031. And 2. In paragraph 3, A and subparagraph A by striking clauses 1 through 5 and inserting the following. 1. $2,655 million for fiscal year 2026. 2. $2,855 million for fiscal year 2027. 3. $3,255 million for fiscal year 2028. 4. $3,255 million for fiscal year 2029. 5. $3,255 million for fiscal year 2030. And 6. $3,255 million for fiscal year 2031. And B in subparagraph B by striking clauses 1 through 5 and inserting the following. 1. $1,300 million for fiscal year 2026. 2. $1,325 million for fiscal year 2027. 3. $1,350 million for fiscal year 2028. 4. $1,375 million for fiscal year 2029. 5. $1,375 million for fiscal year 2030. And 6. $1,375 million for fiscal year 2031. B, Regional Conservation Partnership Programs, Section 1271D of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3871D is amended by striking subsection A and inserting the following. A, availability of funding. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall use to carry out the program to the maximum extent practicable. 1. $425 million for fiscal year 2026. 2. $450 million for fiscal year 2027. 3. $450 million for fiscal year 2028. 4. $450 million for fiscal year 2029. 5. $450 million for fiscal year 2030. And 6. $450 million for fiscal year 2031. C. Grassroots Source Water Protection Programs, Section 1240 OB of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3839BB. 2. B is amended 1 in paragraph 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2031, and 2 in paragraph 3, A and subparagraph A by striking and at the end. B in subparagraph B by striking the period at the end and inserting and. C by adding at the end of the following. C, $1 million beginning in fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. D, voluntary public access and habitat incentive programs, Section 1240 RF1 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3839BB at 5F1 is amended 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2023, and 2 by inserting and $70 million for the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2031 before the period at the end. E, watershed protection and flood prevention. Section 15 of the Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Act, 16 U.S.C. 1012A is amended by striking $50 million for fiscal year 2019 and each fiscal year thereafter, and inserting $150 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter to remain available until expended. F, Feral Swine Eradication and Control Pilot Program, Section 2408G1 of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, 7 U.S.C. 8351, note, Public Law 115-334 is amended 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2023, and 2 by inserting and $105 million for the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2031 before the period at the end. G, rescission. The unobligated balances of amounts appropriated by Section 21001A of Public Law 117-169, 136 Stat 2015 are rescinded. Section 10602 Supplemental Agricultural Trade Promotion Program. A, in general, the Secretary of Agriculture shall carry out a program to encourage the accessibility, development, maintenance, and expansion of commercial export markets for United States agricultural commodities. B, funding. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary of Agriculture shall make available to carry out this section $205 million for fiscal year 2027 and each fiscal year thereafter. Section 10603, Nutrition, Section 203D-5 of the Emergency Food Assistance Act of 1983, 7 U.S.C. 7507 D5 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Section 10604, Research. A, Urban, Indoor, and Other Emerging Agricultural Programs, Production, Research, Education, and Extension Initiative, Section 1672 ED1B of the Food, Agricultural, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1990, 7 U.S.C. 5925 GD1B, is amended by striking fiscal year 2024 to remain available until expended, and inserting each of fiscal years 2024 through 2031. B, Foundation for Food and Agricultural Research. Section 7601 G1A of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 5939 G1A, is amended by adding at the end of the following. 4, further funding not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this clause of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall transfer to the Foundation to carry out this section $37 million to remain available until expended. C, scholarships for students at 1890 institutions, Section 1446B1 of the National Agricultural Research Extension and Teaching Policy Act of 1977, 7 U.S.C. 3222AB1, is amended by adding at the end the following. C, further funding of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall make available to carry out this section $60 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. D, assistive technology program for farmers with disabilities, Section 1680 of the Food, Agricultural, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1997, U.S.C. 5933 is amended 1 in subsection C2 by inserting and subsection D after paragraph 1 and 2 by adding at the end of the following. D, mandatory funding. Subject to subsection C2 of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall use to carry out this section $8 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. E, Specialty Crop Research Initiative. Section 412K1B of the Agricultural Research Extension and Education Reform Act of 1998, 7 U.S.C. 7632K1B, is amended by striking section $80 million for fiscal year 2014 and inserting the following section. 1, $80 million for each of fiscal years 2014 through 2025, and 2, $175 million for fiscal year 2026. F, Research Facilities Act, Section 6 of the Research Facilities Act, 7 U.S.C. 390D is amended 1 in subsection C by striking subsection A and inserting subsections A and E, and 2 by adding at the end the following. E, mandatory funding subject to subsections B, C, and D of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation. The Secretary shall make available to carry out the competitive grant program under Section 4, $125 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter. Section 10605 Energy, Section 9005 G1F of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 8105 G1F is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Section 10606 Horticulture. A, Plant, Pest, and Disease Management and Disaster Prevention, Section 420F of the Plant Protection Act, 7 U.S.C. 7721F is amended 1 in paragraph 5 by striking and at the end, 2 by redesignating paragraph 6 as paragraph 7, 3 by inserting after paragraph 5 the following. 6, $75 million for each of fiscal years 2018 through 2025, and 4 in paragraph 7 as so redesignated by striking $75 million for fiscal year 2018 and inserting $90 million for fiscal year 2026. B, Specialty Crop Block Grants, Section 10111 of the Specialty Crops Competitiveness Act of 2004, 7 U.S.C. 1621, note, Public Law 108, 465 is amended, 1 in subparagraph D by striking and at the end, 2 by redesignating subparagraph E as subparagraph F, 3 by inserting after subparagraph D the following. E, $85 million for each of fiscal years 2018 through 2025, and 4 in subparagraph F as so redesignated by striking $85 million for fiscal year 2018 and inserting $100 million for fiscal year 2026. C, Organic Production and Market Data Initiative, Section 7407 D1 of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 5925 CD1 is amended 1 in subparagraph B by striking and at the end, 2 in subparagraph C by striking the period at the end and inserting and by 3 by adding at the end the following. D, $10 million for the period of fiscal years 2026 through 2031. D, modernization and improvement of international trade technology systems and data collection, Section 2123C4 of the Organic Foods Production Act of 1997, U.S.C. 6522C4 is amended in the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking and $1 million for fiscal year 2024 and inserting $1 million for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 and $5 million for fiscal year 2026. E, National Organic Certification Cost Share Program, Section 10606D1C of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 6523. D1C is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. F, Multiple Crop and Pesticide Use Survey, Section 10109C of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, Public Law 115-334, 132, Stat 4907 is amended by adding at the end the following. 3, further mandatory funding of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation. The Secretary shall use to carry out the Section $5 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Section 10607, miscellaneous. A, Animal Disease Prevention and Management. Section 10409AD1 of the Animal Health Protection Act, 7 U.S.C. 8308AD1 is amended. 1, in subparagraph B. A, in the heading by striking subsequent fiscal years and inserting fiscal years 2023 through 2025, and B, by striking fiscal year 2023 and each fiscal year thereafter and inserting each of fiscal years 2023 through 2025, and 2, by adding at the end the following. C, fiscal years 2026 through 2030 of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation. The Secretary shall make available to carry out the Section $233 million for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2030, of which 1, not less than $10 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection A. 2, not less than $70 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection B. And 3, not less than $153 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection C. D, subsequent fiscal years. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall make available to carry out the section $75 million for fiscal year 2031, each fiscal year thereafter, of which not less than $45 million shall be made available for each of those fiscal years to carry out subsection B. B, Sheep Production and Marketing Grant Program, Section 209C of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946, 7 U.S.C. 1627 AC is amended. 1, by striking 2019 and inserting 2019, and 2, by inserting and $3 million for fiscal year 2026 after fiscal year 2024. The C, Pima Agricultural Cotton Trust Fund, Section 12314 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 2101, Note, Public Law 113-79 is amended. 1, in subsection B in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2024 and inserting 2031, and 2, in subsection H by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. D, Agricultural Wool Apparel Manufacturers Trust Fund, Section 12315 of the Agricultural Act 2014, 7 U.S.C. 7101, Note, Public Law 113-79 is amended by striking 2024, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. E, Wool Research and Promotion, Section 12316A of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 7101, Note, Public Law 113-79 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. F, Emergency Citrus Disease Research and Development Trust Fund, Section 12605D of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, 7 U.S.C. 7632, Note, Public Law 115-334 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Title II, Committee on Armed Services, Section 20001, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for Improving the Quality of Life for Military Personnel. A, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $230,480,000 for restoration and modernization costs under the Marine Corps Barracks 2030 Initiative. 2, $119 million for base operating support costs under the Marine Corps. 3, $1 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force sustainment, restoration, and modernization of military unaccompanied housing. $2 billion for the Defense Health Program. 5, $2.9 billion to supplement the basic allowance for housing payable to members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force, notwithstanding Section 403 of Title 37 United States Code. 6, $50 million for bonuses, special pays, and incentive pays for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force pursuant to Titles 10 and 37 United States Code. 7, $10 million for the Defense Activity for Non-Traditional Education, supports online academic skills course program for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force. 8, $100 million for tuition assistance for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force pursuant to Title 10 United States Code. 9, $100 million for child care fee assistance for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force under Part 2 of Chapter 88 of Title 10 United States Code. 10, $590 million to increase the temporary lodging expense allowance under Chapter 8 of Title 37 United States Code to 21 days. 11, $100 million for Department of Defense impact aid payments to local educational agencies under Section 2008 of Title 10 United States Code. 12, $10 million for military spouse professional licensure under Section 1784 of Title 10 United States Code. 13, $6 million for Armed Forces Retirement Home Facilities. 14, $100 million for the Defense Community Infrastructure Program. 15, $100 million for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agencies, DARPA, Casualty Care Research, and 16, $62 million for modernization of Department of Defense Child Care Center staffing. B, temporary increase in percentage of value of authorized investment in certain privatized military housing projects, 1, in general, during the period beginning on the date of the enactment of this section and ending on September 30th, 2029, the Secretary concerned shall apply. A, paragraph 1 of subsection C of Section 2875 of Title 10 United States Code by substituting 60% of 33 and a third percent, and B, paragraph 2 of such subsection by substituting 60% for 45%. 2, secretary concerned defined. In this subsection, the term secretary concerned has the meaning given such term in Section 101 of Title 10 United States Code. C, temporary authority for acquisition or construction of privatized military unaccompanied housing. Section 2881A of Title 10 United States Code is amended. 1, by striking the heading and inserting temporary authority for acquisition or construction of privatized military unaccompanied housing. 2, by striking Secretary of the Navy each place it appears and inserting secretary concerned. 3, by striking under the pilot projects each place it appears and inserting pursuant to this section. 4, in subsection A, by striking the heading and inserting in general, and B, by striking carry out not more than 3 pilot projects under the authority of this section or another provision of this subchapter to use the private sector, and inserting use the authority under this subchapter to enter into contracts with appropriate private sector entities. 5, in subsection C, by striking privatized housing and inserting privatized housing units. 6, by redesignating subsection F as subsection E, and 7, in subsection E as so redesignated. A, by striking under the pilot programs and inserting under this section, and B, by striking September 30th, 2009 and inserting September 30th, 2029. Section 20002, enhancement of Department of Defense resource for shipbuilding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $250 million for the expansion of accelerated training and defense manufacturing program. 2, $250 million for United States production of turbine generators for shipbuilding and industrial bases. 3, $450 million for United States additive manufacturing for wire production and machining capacity for shipbuilding and industrial base. 4, $492 million for the next generation shipbuilding techniques. 5, $85 million for United States made steel plate for shipbuilding industrial base. 6, $50 million for machining capacity for naval propellers for shipbuilding industrial base. 7, $110 million for rolled steel and fabrication facility for shipbuilding industrial base. 8, $400 million for expansion of collaborative campus for naval shipbuilding. 9, $450 million for application of autonomy and artificial intelligence to naval shipbuilding. 10, $500 million for the adoption of advanced manufacturing techniques in the shipbuilding industrial base. 11, $500 million for additional dry dock capability. 12, $50 million for the expansion of cold spray repair technologies. 13, $450 million for additional maritime industrial workforce development programs. 14, $750 million for additional supplier development across the naval shipbuilding industrial base. 15, $250 million for additional advanced manufacturing processes across the naval shipbuilding industrial base. 16, $4.6 billion for a second Virginia-class submarine in fiscal year 2026. 17, $5.4 billion for 2 additional guided missile destroyers, DDG ships. 18, $160 million for advanced procurement of landing ship medium. 19, $1,803,941,000 for procurement of landing ship medium. 20, $295 million for development of a second landing craft utility shipyard and production of additional landing craft utility. 21, $100 million for advanced procurement for light replenishment oiler program. 22, $600 million for the lease or purchase of new ships through the National Defense Sea Lift Fund. 23, $2,725 million for the procurement of TAO oilers. 24, $500 million for cost to complete for rescue and salvage ships. 25, $300 million for production of ship-to-shore connectors. 26, $1,470 million for the implementation of a multi-ship amphibious warship contract. 27, $80 million for accelerated development of vertical launch system reloading at sea. 28, $250 million for expansion of Navy corrosion control programs. 29, $159 million for leasing of ships for Marine Corps operations. 30, $1,534 million for expansion of small unmanned surface vessel production. 31, $2,100 million for development, procurement, and integration of purpose-built medium unmanned surface vessels. 32, $1,300 million for expansion of unmanned underwater vehicle production. 33, $188,360,000 for the development of testing of maritime robotic autonomous systems and enabling technologies. 34, $170 million for the development of a test resource management center robotic autonomous systems proving ground. 35, $250 million for the development, production, and integration of wave-powered unmanned underwater vehicles. And 36, $150 million for retention of inactive reserve fleet ships. Section 20003, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for integrated air and missile defense. A, next-generation missile defense technologies, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $250 million for development and testing of directed energy capabilities by the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering. 2, $500 million for national security space launch infrastructure. 3, $2 billion for air-moving target indicator military satellites. 4, $400 million for expansion of multi-service advanced capability hypersonic test bed program. 5, $5,600 million for development of space-based and boost phase intercept capabilities. 6, $7,200 million for the development, procurement, and integration of military space-based sensors. And 7, $2,550 million for the development, procurement, and integration of military missile defense capabilities. B, Laird Homeland Defense. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $2,200 million for acceleration of hypersonic defense systems. 2, $800 million for accelerated development and deployment of next-generation intercontinental ballistic missile defense systems. 3, $408 million for Army space and strategic missile test range infrastructure restoration and modernization in the United States Indo-Pacific Command Area of Operations west of the international date line. 4, $1,975 million for improved ground-based missile defense radars. And 5, $530 million for the design and construction of Missile Defense Agency missile instrumental range safety ship. Section 20004, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for munitions and defense supply chain resiliency. A, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $400 million for the development, production, and integration of Navy and Air Force long-range anti-ship missiles. 2, $380 million for production capacity expansion for Navy and Air Force long-range anti-ship missiles. 3, $490 million for the development, production, and integration of Navy and Air Force long-range air-to-surface missiles. 4, $94 million for the development, production, and integration of alternative Navy and Air Force long-range air-to-surface missiles. 5, $630 million for the development, production, and integration of long-range Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 6, $688 million for the development, production, and integration of long-range multi-service cruise missiles. 7, $250 million for the production, capacity expansion, and supplier base strengthening of long-range multi-service cruise missiles. 8, $70 million for the development, production, and integration of short-range Navy and Marine Corps anti-ship missiles. 9, $100 million for the development of an anti-ship seeker for short-range Army ballistic missiles. 10, $175 million for production, capacity expansion for next-generation Army medium-range ballistic missiles. 11, $50 million for the mitigation of diminishing manufacturing sources for medium-range air-to-air missiles. 12, $250 million for the procurement of medium-range air-to-air missiles. 13, $225 million for the expansion of production capacity for medium-range air-to-air missiles. 14, $50 million for the development of second sources for components of short-range air-to-air missiles. 15, $325 million for production capacity improvements for air-launched anti-radiation missiles. 16, $50 million for the accelerated development of Army next-generation medium-range anti-ship ballistic missiles. 17, $114 million for the production of Army next-generation medium-range ballistic missiles. 18, $300 million for the production of Army medium-range ballistic missiles. 19, $85 million for the accelerated development of Army long-range ballistic missiles. 20, $400 million for the production of heavyweight torpedoes. 21, $200 million for the development, procurement, and integration of mass-producible autonomous underwater munitions. 22, $70 million for the improvement of heavyweight torpedo maintenance activities. 23, $200 million for the production of lightweight torpedoes. 24, $500 million for the development, procurement, and integration of maritime mines. 25, $50 million for the development, procurement, and integration of new underwater explosives. 26, $55 million for the development, procurement, and integration of lightweight multi-mission torpedoes. 27, $80 million for the production of sono buoys. 28, $150 million for the development, procurement, and integration of air-delivered long-range maritime mines. 29, $61 million for the acceleration of Navy expeditionary loitering munitions deployment. 30, $50 million for the acceleration of one-way attack unmanned aerial systems with advanced autonomy. 31, $1 billion for the expansion of the one-way attack unmanned aerial systems industrial base. 32, $200 million for investments in solid rocket motor industrial base through the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10 United States Code. 33, $400 million for investments in the emerging solid rocket motor industrial base through the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10 United States Code. 34, $42 million for investments in second sources for large diameter solid rocket motors for hypersonic missiles. 35, $1 billion for the creation of next-generation automated munitions production factories. 36, $170 million for the development of advanced radar depot for repair, testing, and production of radar and electronic warfare systems. 37, $25 million for the expansion of the Department of Defense industrial base policy analysis workforce. 38, $30,300,000 for the repair of Army missiles. 39, $100 million for the production of small and medium ammunition. 40, $2 billion for additional activities to improve the United States stockpile of critical minerals through the National Defense Stockpile Transaction Fund, authorized by Subchapter 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 5 United States Code. 41, $10 million for the expansion of Department of Defense armaments cooperation workforce. 42, $500 million for the expansion of the Defense Exportability Features Program. 43, $350 million for protection of Navy long-range air and missile defense interceptors. 44, $93 million for replacement of Navy long-range air and missile defense interceptors. 45, $100 million for development of a second solid rocket motor source for Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 46, $65 million for expansion of production capacity of Missile Defense Agency long-range anti-ballistic missiles. 47, $225 million for expansion of production capacity for Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 48, $103,300,000 for expansion of depot-level maintenance facility for Navy long-range air and missile defense interceptors. 49, $18 million for creation of domestic source for guidance section of Navy short-range air defense missiles. 50, $65 million for integration of Army medium-range air and missile defense interceptor with Navy ships. 51, $176,100,000 for production of Army long-range movable missile defense radar. 52, $167 million for accelerated fielding of Army short-range gun-based air and missile defense system. 53, $40 million for development of low-cost alternatives to air and missile defense interceptors. 54, $50 million for acceleration of Army next-generation shoulder-fired air defense system. 55, $91 million for production of Army next-generation shoulder-fired air defense system. 56, $500 million for development, production, and integration of counter-unmanned aerial system programs. 57, $350 million for development, production, and integration of non-kinetic counter-unmanned aerial systems programs. 58, $250 million for development, production, and integration of land-based counter-unmanned aerial systems programs. 59, $200 million for development, production, and integration of ship-based counter-unmanned aerial systems programs. 60, $400 million for acceleration of hypersonic strike programs. 61, $167 million for procurement of additional launchers for Army medium-range air and missile defense interceptors. 62, $500,000 for expansion of defense advanced manufacturing techniques. 63, $1 million for establishment of the Joint Energetics Transition Office. 64, $200 million for acceleration of Army medium-range air and missile defense interceptors. 65, $150 million for additive manufacturing for propellant. 66, $250 million for expansion and acceleration of penetrating munitions production. And 67, $50 million for development, procurement, and integration of precision extended range artillery.
B, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $3.3 billion for grants and purchase commitments made pursuant to the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10 United States Code. C, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. $5 billion for investments in critical mineral supply chains made pursuant to the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10, United States Code. D, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there's appropriated to the Secretary of Defense out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $500 million to the Department of Defense Credit Program account to carry out the Capital Assistance Program, including loans, loan guarantees, and technical assistance established under Section 149E of Title 10, United States Code for critical minerals and related industries and projects, including related covered technology categories, provided that 1, such amounts are available to subsidize gross obligations for the principal amount of direct loans and total loan principal, any part of which is to be guaranteed, not to exceed $100 billion, and 2, such amounts are available to cover all costs and expenditures as provided under Section 149E5B of Title 10, United States Code. Section 20005, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for scaling low-cost weapons into production. A, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, 1, $25 million for the Office of Strategic Capital Global Technology Scout Program, 2, $1.4 billion for the expansion of the Small Unmanned Aerial System Industrial Base, 3, $400 million for the development and deployment of the Joint Fires Network and associated joint battle management capabilities, 4, $400 million for the expansion of advanced command and control tools to combatant commands and military departments, 5, $100 million for the development of shared secured facilities for the Defense Industrial Base, 6, $50 million for the creation of additional Defense Innovation Unit on-ramp hubs, 7, $600 million for the acceleration of strategic capabilities office programs, 8, $650 million for the expansion of mission capabilities office joint prototyping and experimentation activities for military innovation, 9, $500 million for the accelerated development and integration of advanced 5G, 6G technologies for military use, 10, $25 million for testing of simultaneous transmit and receive technology for military spectrum agility, 11, $50 million for the development, procurement, and integration of high-altitude stratospheric balloons for military use, 12, $120 million for the development, procurement, and integration of long-endurance unmanned aerial systems for surveillance, 13, $40 million for the development, procurement, and integration of alternative positioning and navigation technology to enable military operations in contested electromagnetic environments, 14, $750 million for the acceleration of innovative military logistics and energy capability development and deployment, 15, $125 million for the acceleration of development of small, portable, modular nuclear reactors for military use, 16, $1 billion for the expansion of programs to accelerate the procurement and fielding of innovative technologies, 17, $90 million for the development of reusable hypersonic technology for military strikes, 18, $2 billion for the expansion of Defense Innovation Unit ceiling of commercial technology for military use, 19, $500 million to prevent delays in delivery of attributable autonomous military capabilities, 20, $1.5 billion for the development, procurement, and integration of low-cost cruise missiles, 21, $124 million for improvements to Test Resource Management Center artificial intelligence capabilities, 22, $145 million for the development of artificial intelligence to enable one-way attack unmanned aerial systems and naval systems, 23, $250 million for the development of the Test Resource Management Center digital test environment, 24, $250 million for the advancement of the artificial intelligence ecosystem. 25, $250 million for the expansion of cyber command artificial intelligence lines of effort. 26, $250 million for the acceleration of the quantum benchmarking initiative. 27, $1 billion for the expansion and acceleration of qualification activities and technical data management to enhance competition in defense industrial base. 28, $400 million for the expansion of the Defense Manufacturing Technology Program. 29, $1,685 million for military cryptographic modernization activities. 30, $90 million for Apex accelerators, the Mentor Protege program, and cybersecurity support to small non-traditional contractors. 31, $250 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Air Force low-cost counter-air capabilities. 32, $10 million for additional Air Force wargaming activities. And 33, $20 million for the Office of Strategic Capital Workforce. B, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $1 billion to the Department of Defense Credit Program account to carry out the Capital Assistance Program, including loans, loan guarantees, and technical assistance established under Section 149E of Title 10 U.S. Code, provided that 1, such amounts are available to subsidize gross obligations for the principal amount of direct loans and total loan principal, any part of which is to be guaranteed not to exceed $100 billion, and 2, such amounts are available to cover all costs and expenditures as provided under Section 149E5B of Title 10 U.S. Code. Section 20006, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the efficiency and cybersecurity of the Department of Defense. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $150 million for business systems replacement to accelerate the audits of the financial statements of the Department of Defense pursuant to Chapter 9A and Section 2222 of Title 10 U.S. Code. 2, $200 million for the deployment of automation and artificial intelligence to accelerate the audits of the financial statements of the Department of Defense pursuant to Chapter 9A and Section 2222 of Title 10 United States Code. 3, $10 million for the improvement of the budgetary and programmatic infrastructure of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. And 4, $20 million for defense cybersecurity programs of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Section 20007, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for air superiority. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $3,150 million to increase F-15 aircraft production. 2, $361,220,000 to prevent the retirement of F-22 aircraft. 3, $127,460,000 to prevent the retirement of F-15E aircraft. 4, $187 million to accelerate installation of F-16 electronic warfare capability. 5, $116 million for C-17A mobility aircraft connectivity. 6, $84 million for KC-135 mobility aircraft connectivity. 7, $440 million to increase C-130J production. 8, $474 million to increase EA-37B production. 9, $678 million to accelerate the Collaborative Combat Aircraft Program. 10, $400 million to accelerate production of the F-47 aircraft. 11, $750 million to accelerate the F/A-XX aircraft. 12, $100 million for production of advanced aerial sensors. 13, $160 million to accelerate V-22 reliability and safety improvements. 14, $100 million to accelerate production of MQ-25 aircraft. 15, $270 million for development, procurement, and integration of Marine Corps unmanned combat aircraft. 16, $96 million for the procurement and integration of infrared search and track pods. 17, $50 million for the procurement and integration of additional F-15EX fuel tanks. 18, $600 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Air Force long-range strike aircraft. 19, $500 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Navy long-range strike aircraft. Section 20008, Enhancement of Resources for Nuclear Forces. A, DoD appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $2.5 billion for risk reduction activities for the Sentinel Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program. 2, $4.5 billion only for expansion of production capability of B-21 long-range bomber aircraft and the purchase of aircraft only available through the expansion of production capabilities. 3, $500 million for improvements to the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile system. 4, $100 million for capability enhancements to intercontinental ballistic missile reentry vehicles. 5, $148 million for the expansion of D5 missile motor production. 6, $400 million to accelerate the development of Trident D5 LE-2 submarine-launched ballistic missiles. 7, $2 billion to accelerate the development, procurement, and integration of the nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile. 8, $62 million to convert Ohio-class submarine tubes to accept additional missiles not to be obligated before March 1st, 2026. 9, $168 million to accelerate the production of the Survivable Airborne Operations Center program. 10, $65 million to accelerate the modernization of nuclear command, control, and communications. 11, $210,300,000 for the increased production of MH-139 helicopters. And 12, $150 million to accelerate the development, procurement, and integration of military nuclear weapons delivery programs. B, NNSA appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $200 million to perform National Nuclear Security Administration Phase 1 studies pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 2, $540 million to address deferred maintenance and repair needs of the National Nuclear Security Administration pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 3, $1 billion to accelerate the construction of National Nuclear Security Administration facilities pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 4, $400 million to accelerate the development, procurement, and integration of the warhead for the nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 5, $750 million to accelerate primary capability modernization pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 6, $750 million to accelerate secondary capability modernization pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 7, $120 million to accelerate domestic uranium enrichment centrifuge deployment for defense purposes pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 8, $10 million for National Nuclear Security Administration evaluation of spent fuel reprocessing technology, and 9, $115 million for accelerating nuclear national security missions through artificial intelligence. Section 20009, enhancement of Department of Defense resources to improve capabilities of United States Indo-Pacific Command. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $365 million for Army exercises and operations in the Western Pacific Area of Operations. 2, $53 million for Special Operations Command exercises and operations in the Western Pacific Area of Operations. 3, $47 million for Marine Corps exercises and operations in Western Pacific Area of Operations. 4, $90 million for Air Force exercises and operations in Western Pacific Area of Operations. 5, $532,600,000 for the Pacific Air Force biennial large-scale exercise. 6, $19 million for the development of naval small craft capabilities. 7, $35 million for military additive manufacturing capabilities in the United States Indo-Pacific Command Area of Operations west of the international date line. 8, $450 million for the development of airfields within the area of operations of United States Indo-Pacific Command. 9, $1,100 million for development of infrastructure within the area of operations of United States Indo-Pacific Command. 10, $124 million for mission networks for United States Indo-Pacific Command. 11, $100 million for the Air Force regionally based cluster preposition base kits. 12, $115 million for exploration and development of existing Arctic infrastructure. 13, $90 million for the accelerated development of non-kinetic capabilities. 14, $20 million for United States Indo-Pacific Command and military exercises. 15, $143 million for anti-submarine sonar arrays. 16, $30 million for surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities for United States Africa Command. 17, $30 million for surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities for United States Indo-Pacific Command. 18, $500 million for the development, coordination, and deployment of economic competition effects within the Department of Defense. 19, $10 million for the expansion of Department of Defense workforce for economic competition. 20, $1 billion for offensive cyber operations. 21, $500 million for personnel and operations costs associated with forces assigned to United States Indo-Pacific Command. 22, $300 million for the procurement of mesh network communications capabilities for Special Operations Command Pacific. 23, $850 million for the replenishment of military articles. 24, $200 million for the acceleration of Guam Defense System Program. 25, $68 million for the Space Force facilities improvements. 26, $150 million for ground moving target indicator military satellites. 27, $528 million for DARC and Silent Barker military space situational awareness programs. 28, $80 million for Navy Operational Support Division. 29, $1 billion for the X-37B military spacecraft program. 30, $3,650 million for the development, procurement, and integration of United States military satellites and the protection of United States military satellites. 31, $125 million for the deployment, procurement, and integration of military space communications. 32, $350 million for the development, procurement, and integration of military space command and control systems. Section 20010, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the readiness of the Department of Defense. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $1,400 million for a pilot program on OPN-8 maritime spares and repair pool. 2, $700 million for a pilot program on OPN-8 maritime spares and repair pool for amphibious ships. 3, $2,118 million for spares and repairs to keep Air Force aircraft mission capable. 4, $1,500 million for Army depot modernization and capacity enhancement. 5, $2 billion for Navy depot and shipyard modernization and capacity enhancement. 6, $250 million for Air Force depot modernization and capacity enhancement. 7, $1,640 million for Special Operations Command equipment, readiness and operations. 8, $500 million for National Guard unit readiness. 9, $400 million for Marine Corps readiness and capabilities. 10, $20 million for upgrades to Marine Corps utility helicopters. 11, $310 million for next generation vertical lift, assault and infrastructure acro medical evacuation aircraft. 12, $75 million for the procurement of anti-lock braking systems for the Army wheeled transport vehicles. 13, $230 million for the procurement of Army wheeled combat vehicles. 14, $63 million for the development of advanced rotary wing engines. 15, $241 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Marine Corps amphibious vehicles. 16, $250 million for the procurement of Army tracked combat transport vehicles. 17, $98 million for additional advanced Army light rotary wing capabilities. 18, $1,500 million for increased depot maintenance and shipyard maintenance activities. 19, $2,500 million for Air Force facilities sustainment, restoration, and modernization. 20, $92,500,000 for the completion of robotic combat vehicle prototyping. 21, $125 million for Army operations. 22, $10 million for the Air Force Concepts Development and Management Office. And 23, $320 million for Joint Special Operations Command. Section 20011, improving Department of Defense border support and countering drug missions. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $1 billion for the deployment of military personnel in support of border operations, operations and maintenance activities in support of border operations, counter-narcotics and counter-transnational criminal organization mission support, the operation of national defense areas and construction in national defense areas, and the temporary detention of migrants on Department of Defense installations in accordance with Chapter 15 of Title 10, United States Code. Section 20012, Department of Defense Oversight. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Inspector General of the Department of Defense for fiscal year 2025, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $10 million to remain available through September 30th, 2029, to monitor Department of Defense activities for which funding is appropriated in this title, including 1, programs with mutual technological dependencies, 2, programs with related data management and data ownership considerations, and 3, programs particularly vulnerable to supply chain disruptions and long lead time components. Section 20013, military construction projects authorized. A, authorization of appropriations. Funds are hereby authorized to be appropriated for military construction, land acquisition, and military family housing functions of each military department as defined in Section 101A of Title 10, United States Code, as specified in this title. B, spending plan. Not later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this title, the Secretary of each military department shall submit to the Committees on Armed Services of the Senate and House of Representatives a detailed spending plan by project for all funds made available by this title to be expended on military construction projects. Section 20014, multi-year operational plan. A, in general, not later than 60 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary of Defense and the Administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration shall submit to the Committees on Armed Services of the Senate and the House of Representatives a plan detailing how the funds appropriated to the Department of Defense and the National Nuclear Security Administration under the Act will be spent over the 4-year period ending with fiscal year 2029. B, quarterly updates. 1, in general, not later than the last day of each calendar quarter beginning during the applicable period, the Secretary of Defense shall submit to the Committees on Armed Services of the Senate and the House of Representatives a report on the plan established under subsection A, including A, any updates to the plan, B, progress made in implementing the plan, and C, any changes in circumstances or challenges in implementing the plan. 2, applicable period. For purposes of paragraph 1, the applicable period is the period beginning 1 year after the date of the plan required under subsection A is due and ending on September 30th, 2029. C, reduction in appropriation. 1, in general, in the case of any failure to submit a plan required under subsection A or the report required under subsection B by the date specified in paragraph 2, the amounts made available to the Department of Defense under this act shall be reduced by $100,000 for each day after such specified date that the report has not been submitted to Congress. 2, specified date. For purposes of the reduction in appropriations under paragraph 1, the specified date is the date that is 60 days after the date the plan or report is required to be submitted under subsection A or B, as the case may be. Title 3, Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Section 30001, funding cap for the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection. Section 1017A2A3 of the Consumer Financial Protection Act 2010, 12 U.S.C. 5497A2A3 is amended by striking 12 and inserting 6.5. Section 30002, rescission of funds for green and resilient retrofit program for multifamily housing. The unobligated balances of amounts made available under Section 30002A of the Act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of S. Con. Res. 14, approved August 16, 2022, Public Law 117, 169, 136, Statute 2027, are rescinded. Section 30003, Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund. A, in general, Section 4 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, 15 U.S.C. 78D is amended, 1, by striking subsection 1, and 2, by redesignating subsections J and K as subsections I and J, respectively. B, technical and conforming amendment. Section 21FG2 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, 15 U.S.C. 78U G 6.2 is amended to read as follows. A, use of fund. The fund shall be available to the Commission without further appropriation or fiscal year limitation for paying awards to whistleblowers as provided in subsection B. C, transition provision. During the period beginning on the date of enactment of this Act and ending on October 1st, 2025, the Securities and Exchange Commission may expend amounts in the Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund that were obligated before the date of enactment of this Act for any program, project, or activity that is ongoing as of the day before the date of enactment of this Act, in accordance with subsection 1 of subsection 4 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, 15 U.S.C. 78D, as in effect on the day before the date of enactment of this Act. D, transfer of remaining amounts. Effective on October 1st, 2025, the obligated and unobligated balances of amounts in the Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund shall be transferred to the general fund of the Treasury. E, closing of account. For the purposes of Section 1555 of Title 31, United States Code, the Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund shall be considered closed and thereafter shall not be available for obligation or expenditure for any purpose upon execution of the transfer required under subsection D. Section 30004, Appropriations for Defense Production Act. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2025, out of amounts not otherwise appropriated, $1 billion to remain available until September 30th, 2027, to carry out the Defense Production Act, 50 U.S.C. 4501. Title 4, Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation.
Section 40001, Coast Guard Mission Readiness. A, in general, Chapter 11 of Title 14 United States Code is amended by adding at the end the following. Subchapter 5, Coast Guard Mission Readiness. Section 1181, Special Appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Coast Guard for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $24,593,500,000,000 to remain available until September 30th, 2029, notwithstanding paragraphs 1 and 2 of Section 1105A and Sections 1131, 1132, 1133, and 1156 to use expedited processes to procure or acquire new operational assets and systems, to maintain existing assets and systems, to design, construct, plan, engineer, and improve necessary shore infrastructure, and to enhance operational resilience for monitoring, search and rescue, interdiction, hardening of maritime approaches, and navigational safety, of which $1,142,500,000,000 is provided for procurement and acquisition of fixed-wing aircraft, equipment related to such aircraft, and training simulators and program management for such aircraft to provide for security of the maritime border. $2,283,000,000,000 is provided for procurement and acquisition of rotary wing aircraft, equipment related to such aircraft, and training simulators and program management for such aircraft to provide for security of the maritime border. 3, $266 billion is provided for procurement and acquisition of long-range unmanned aircraft and base stations, equipment related to such aircraft and base stations, and program management for such aircraft and base stations to provide for security of the maritime border. 4, $4,300,000,000 is provided for procurement of offshore patrol cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to provide operational presence and security of the maritime border for the interdiction of persons and controlled substances. 5, $1 trillion is provided for procurement of fast response cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to provide operational presence and security of the maritime border for interdiction of persons and controlled substances. 6, $4,300,000,000 is provided for procurement of polar security cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to ensure timely presence of the Coast Guard in the Arctic and Antarctic regions. 7, $3,500,000,000 is provided for procurement of Arctic security cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to ensure timely presence of the Coast Guard in the Arctic and Antarctic regions. 8, $816 billion is provided for procurement of light and medium ice-breaking cutters and equipment related to such cutters from shipyards that have demonstrated success in the cost-effective application of design standards and in delivering on schedule and within budget vessels of size and tonnage that are not less than the size and tonnage of the cutters described in this paragraph, and for program management for such cutters to expend domestic ice-breaking capacity. 9, $126 billion is provided for procurement of waterways, commerce cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to support aids to navigation, waterways, and coastal security, and to search and rescue in inland waterways. 10, $4,379,000,000 is provided for design, planning, engineering, recapitalization, construction, rebuilding, and improvement of, and program management for shore facilities, of which A, $425 billion is provided for design, planning, engineering, construction of, and program management for 1, the enlisted boot camp barracks and multi-use training center, and 2, other related facilities at the enlisted boot camp. B, $500 billion is provided for 1, construction, improvement, and dredging of the Coast Guard yard, and 2, acquisition of a floating dry dock for the Coast Guard yard. C, not more than $2,729,500,000 is provided for home ports and hangars for cutters and aircraft for which funds are appropriated under paragraph 1 through 9, and D, $300 billion is provided for home porting of the existing polar icebreaker commissioned into service in 2025. 11, $2,200 billion is provided for aviation cutter and shore facility depot maintenance and maintenance of command, control, communication, computer, and cyber assets. 12, $170 billion is provided for improving maritime domain awareness on the maritime border at United States ports and land-based facilities and in the cyber domain. And 13, $75 billion is provided for provided to contract the services of acquire or procure autonomous maritime systems. B, technical and conforming amendment. The analysis for Chapter 11 of Title 14 United States Code is amended by adding at the end the following. Subchapter 5, Coast Guard Mission Readiness, 1181, Special Appropriations. Section 4002, Spectrum Auctions. A, definitions. In this section, 1, Assistant Secretary. The term Assistant Secretary means the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information. 2, Commission. The term Commission means the Federal Communications Commission. 3, Covered Band. The term covered band, A, except as provided in subparagraph B, means the band of frequencies between 1.3 gigahertz and 10.5 gigahertz, and B, does not include 1, the band of frequencies between 3.1 gigahertz and 3.45 gigahertz for purpose of auction, reallocation, modification, or withdrawal, or 2, the band of frequencies between 7.4 gigahertz and 8.4 gigahertz for purpose of auction, reallocation, modification, or withdrawal. 4, full power commercial licensed use cases. The term full power commercial licensed use cases means flexible use wireless broadband services with base station power levels sufficient for high power, high density, and wide area communication mobile services consistent with the service rules under Part 27 of Title 47, Code of Federal Regulations, or any successor regulations for wireless broadband deployment through the covered band. B, General Auction Authority. 1, Amendment. Section 309(1)11 of the Communications Act of 1934, 47 U.S. Code 309(1)11 is amended by striking, grant a license or permit under this subsection shall expire March 9, 2023, and all that follows, and inserting the following, complete a system of competitive bidding under this subsection shall expire September 30th, 2034, except that with respect to the electromagnetic spectrum, A, between frequencies of 3.1 gigahertz and 3.45 gigahertz, such authority shall not apply, and B, the frequencies of 7.4 gigahertz and 8.4 gigahertz, such authority shall not apply. 2, spectrum auctions. The Commission shall grant licenses through systems of competitive bidding before the expiration of the general auction authority of the Commission under Section 309(1)11 of the Communications Act of 1934, 47 U.S.C. 309(1)11 as amended by paragraph 1 of this subsection for not less than 300 megahertz, including by completing a system of competitive bidding not later than 2 years after the date of enactment of this act for not less than 100 megahertz in the band between 3.9 gigahertz and 4.2 gigahertz. C, identification for reallocation. In general, the Assistant Secretary, in consultation with the Commission, shall identify 500 megahertz of frequencies in the covered band for reallocation to non-federal use, shared federal and non-federal use, or a combination thereof, for full power commercial licensed use cases that, A, as of the date of enactment of this act, are allocated for federal use, and B, shall be in addition to the 300 megahertz of frequencies for which the Commission grants licenses under subsection B2. 2, schedule. The Assistant Secretary shall identify the frequencies under paragraph 1 according to the following schedule. A, not later than 2 years after the date of enactment of this act, the Assistant Secretary shall identify not less than 200 megahertz of frequencies within the covered band. B, not later than 4 years after the date of enactment of this act, the Assistant Secretary shall identify any remaining bandwidth required to be identified under paragraph 1. 3, required analysis. A, in general, in determining under paragraph 1 which specific frequencies within the covered band to reallocate, the Assistant Secretary shall determine the feasibility of the reallocation of frequencies. B, requirements. In conducting the analysis of subparagraph A, the Assistant Secretary shall assess the net revenue potential, relocation or sharing costs as applicable, and the feasibility of reallocating specific frequencies with the goal of identifying the best approach to maximize net proceeds of system of competitive bidding for the Treasury, consistent with Section 3091 of the Communication Act of 1934, 47 U.S. Code 3091. D, auction. The Commission shall grant licenses for the frequencies identified for a reallocation under subsection C through systems of competitive bidding in accordance with the following schedule. 1, not later than 4 years after the date of enactment of this act, the Commission shall, after notifying the Assistant Secretary, complete one or more systems of competitive bidding for not less than 200 megahertz of the frequencies. 2, not later than 8 years after the date of enactment of this act, the Commission shall, after notifying the Assistant Secretary, complete one or more systems of competitive bidding for any frequencies under subsection C that remain to be auctioned after compliance with paragraph 1 of this subsection. E, limitation. The President shall modify or withdraw any frequencies proposed for reallocation under this section not later than 60 days before the commencement of a system of competitive bidding scheduled by the Commission with respect to that frequency. If the President determines that such modification or withdrawal is necessary to protect the national security of the United States. F, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Commerce for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $50 billion to remain available through September 30th, 2034 to provide additional support for the Assistant Secretary to, 1, conduct a timely spectrum analysis of the bands of frequencies, A, between 2.7 gigahertz and 2.9 gigahertz, B, between 4.4 gigahertz and 4.9 gigahertz, C, between 7.25 gigahertz and 7.4 gigahertz, and 2, publish a biennial report with the last report to be published not later than June 30th, 2034 on the value of all spectrum used by federal entities as defined in Section 113.1 of the National Telecommunication and Information Administration Organization Act 47 U.S.C. 923.1 that assesses the value of bands of frequencies of increments of not more than 100 megahertz. Section 40003, Air Traffic Control Improvements. A, in general, for the purpose of the acquisition, construction, sustainment, and improvement of facilities and equipment necessary to improve or maintain aviation safety, in addition to amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriated to the Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $4,750 billion for telecommunications and infrastructure modernization and system upgrades, $3 trillion for radar system replacement, $500 billion for runway safety technologies, runway lighting systems, airport surface surveillance technologies, and to carry out Section 347 of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024, for $300 billion for enterprise information systems, display systems, $80 billion to acquire and install not less than 50 automated weather observing systems, to acquire and install not less than 60 visual weather observing systems, to acquire and install not less than 64 weather camera sites, and to acquire and install weather stations. 6, $40 billion to carry out Section 44745 of Title 49 United States Code, except for the activities described in paragraph 5. 7, $1,900 billion for necessary actions to construct a new air route traffic control center in the subsection referred to as ARTCC, provided that not more than 2% of such amount is used for planning or administrative purposes, provided further that at least 3 existing ARTCCs are divested and integrated into the newly constructed ARTCC. 8, $100 billion to conduct an ARTCC realignment and consolidation effort under which at least 10 existing ARTCCs are closed or consolidated to facilitate recapitalization of ARTCC facilities owned and operated by the Federal Aviation Administration. 9, $1 trillion to support recapitalization and consolidation of terminal radar approach control facilities. In this subsection, referred to as TRACONs, the analysis of identification of TRACONs for divestment, consolidation, or integration, planning, site selection, facility acquisition, and transition activities and other appropriate activities for carrying out such divestment, consolidation, or integration, and the establishment of brand new TRACONs. 10, $350 billion for unstaffed infrastructure and replacement. 11, $50 billion to carry out Section 961 of FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024. 12, $300 billion to carry out Section 619 of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024. 13, $50 billion to carry out Section 621 of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024 and to deploy remote tower technology in untowered airports. 14, $100 billion for air traffic control advanced training technologies. B, quarterly reporting. Not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this act, and every 90 days thereafter, the Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration shall submit to Congress a report that describes any expenditures under this section. Section 40004, Space Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting User Fees. A, in general, Chapter 509 of Title 51, United States Code, is amended by adding at the end of the following new section. Section 50924, Space Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting User Fees. A, fees. 1, in general, the Secretary of Transportation shall impose a fee which shall be deposited in the account established under subsection B on each launch or reentry carried out under a license or permit issue under Section 50904 during 2026 or a subsequent year, in an amount equal to the lesser of A, the amount specified in paragraph 2 for the year involved per pound of the weight of the payload, or B, the amount specified in paragraph 3 for the year involved. 2, paragraph 2 specified amount. The amount specified in this paragraph is A, for 2026, 25 cents, B, for 2027, 35 cents, C, for 2028, 50 cents, D, for 2029, 60 cents, E, for 2030, 75 cents, F, for 2031, $1, G, for 2032, $1.25, C, for 2033, $1.50, and I for 2034 and each subsequent year, the amount specified in this paragraph for the previous years increased by the percentage increase in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, all items United States city average over the previous year. 3. Paragraph 3, specified amount. The amount specified in this paragraph is A for 2026, $30,000, B for 2027, $40,000, C for 2028, $50,000, D for 2029, $75,000, E for 2030, $100,000, F for 2031, $125,000, G for 2032, $170,000, H for 2033, $200,000, and I for 2034 and each subsequent year. The amount specified in this paragraph for the previous year increased by the percentage increase in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, all items United States city average over the previous year. B, Office of Commercial Space Transportation Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting Fund. There is established in the Treasury of the United States a separate account which shall be known as the Office of Commercial Space Transportation Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting Fund for the purposes of expenses of the Office of Commercial Space Transportation of the Federal Aviation Administration and to carry out Section 603B of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024. 70% of the amounts deposited into the fund shall be available for such purposes and shall be available without further appropriation and without fiscal year limitations. B, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Chapter 509 of Title 51 United States Code is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 50923 the following. 50924, Space Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting User Fees. Section 40005, Mars Missions, Artemis Missions, and Moon to Mars Program. In general, Chapter 203 of Title 51 United States Code is amended by adding at the end of the following. Section 20306, Special Appropriations for Mars Missions, Artemis Missions, and Moon to Mars Program. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the administration for the fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $9,995,000,000 to remain available until September 30th, 2032 to use as follows. $700 billion to be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for the procurement using a competitively bid firm fixed price contract with the United States commercial provider as defined in Section 501017 of a high performance Mars telecommunications orbiter. A, that one is capable of providing robust continuous communication for a Mars sample return mission as described in Section 4323C of the National Aeronautics and Space Transition Authorization Act of 2017, 51 U.S. Code 20302, note Public Law 115-10. And 2, future Mars surface, orbital, and human exploration missions. 2, supports autonomous operations, onboard processing, and extended mission duration capabilities. And 3, is selected from among the commercial proposals that 1, receive funding from the administration in fiscal year 2024 or 2025 for commercial design studies for Mars sample returns, and 2, proposed a separate, independently launched Mars telecommunications orbiter supporting an end-to-end Mars sample return mission, and B, which shall be delivered to the administration not later than December 31st, 2028. Two, $2.6 trillion to meet the requirements of Section 20302A using the program of record known as of the date of the enactment of this section as Gateway and as described in Section 10811B2B4 of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2022, 51 U.S.C. 20302, note Public Law 117-167, of which not less than $750 billion shall be obligated for each of fiscal years 2026, 2027, and 2028. Three, $4.1 trillion for expenses related to meeting the requirements of Section 10812 of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2022, 5 U.S. Code 2031301, Public Law 117-167, for the procurement, transportation, integration, operation, and other necessary expenses of the Space Launch System for Artemis Mission 4 and 5, of which not less than $1.025 billion shall be obligated for each of fiscal years 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029. Four, $20 billion for expenses related to the continued procurement of the multipurpose crew vehicle described in Section 303 of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2020, 42 U.S. Code 18323, known as the Orion, for use with the Space Launch System on the Artemis 4 mission and reuse in subsequent Artemis missions, of which not less than $20 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026. Five, $1.25 billion for expenses related to the operation of the International Space Station and for the purpose of meeting the requirements under Section 503A of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2010, 42 U.S.C. 18353A, of which not less than $250 billion shall be obligated for such expenses for each of fiscal years 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, and 2029. Six, $1 trillion for infrastructure improvements at the manned spaceflight centers of the administration, of which not less than $120 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for the construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the center described in Executive Order 12641, 53 Federal Register 18816, relating to designating certain facilities of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in the state of Mississippi as the John C. Stennis Space Center. B, $250 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the center described in Executive Order 11129, 28 Federal Register 12787, relating to designating certain facilities in the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and of the Department of Defense in the state of Florida at the John F. Kennedy Space Center. C, $300 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the center described in the joint resolution entitled Joint Resolution to Designate the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, Texas as the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center in honor of the late president, approved February 17, 1973, Public Law 93-8, 87, Statute 7. D, $100 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the center described in Executive Order 10870, 25 Federal Register 2197, relating to designating the facilities of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in Huntsville, Alabama as the George C. Marshall Space Flight Center. E, $300 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the Michaud Assembly Facility in New Orleans, Louisiana. And F, $85 billion shall be obligated to carry out subsection B, of which not less than $5 million shall be designated for the transportation of the space vehicle described in that subsection, with the remainder transferred not later than the date, that is 18 months after the date of enactment of this section, and entity designated under the subsection for the purpose of constructing a facility to house the space vehicle referred to in that subsection. 7, $325 billion to fulfill contract number 80JSC024CA002 issued by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration on June 26, 2024, space vehicle transfer in general, not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this section. The administrator shall identify the space described in paragraph 2 to be
B, placed on public exhibition at an entity within the metropolitan statistical area where such center is located. 2, space vehicle described. A space vehicle described in this paragraph is a vessel that A, has flown into space, B, has carried astronauts, and C, is selected with the concurrence of an entity designated by the administrator. 3, transfer. A, in general, not later than 18 months after the date of the enactment of this section, the space vehicle identified under paragraph 1 shall be transferred to an entity designated by the administrator. B, title, not later than 1 year after the date on which a space vehicle is identified under paragraph 1, the federal government shall, as applicable, transfer the title to the space vehicle to the entity designated by the administrator. C, responsibility. The transfer under this paragraph shall be carried out under the administrator or acting administrator. C, obligation of funds. Funds appropriated under subsection A shall be obligated as follows. 1, not less than 50% of the total funds in subsection A shall be obligated not later than September 30th, 2028. 2, 100% of funds shall be obligated not later than September 30th, 2029. 3, all associated outlays shall occur not later than September 30th, 2034. B, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Chapter 203 of Title 51 United States Code is amended by adding at the end the following: 20306, Special Appropriations for Mars Missions, Artemis Missions, and Moons to Mars Program. Section 40006, Corporate Average Fuel Economy Civil Penalties. A, in general, Section 32912 of Title 49 United States Code is amended. 1, in subsection B, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking $5 and inserting $0, and 2, in subsection C1B by striking $10 and inserting $0. B, effect applicability. The amendments made by subsection A shall 1, take effect on the date of the enactment of this section, and 2, apply to all model years of manufacture for which the Secretary of Transportation has not provided a notification pursuant to Section 32903B2B of Title 49 United States Code, specifying the penalty due for the average fuel economy of that manufacturer being less than the applicable standard prescribed under Section 32902 of that title. Section 40007, payments for lease of metropolitan Washington airports. Section 49104B of Title 49 United States Code is amended to read as follows. B, payments. 1, in general, subject to paragraph 2, under the lease, the airport's authority must pay to the general fund of the Treasury annually an amount computed using the GNP price deflator, A, during the period from 1987 to 2026, equal to $3 million in 1987 dollars, and B, for 2027 and subsequent years, equal to $15 million in 2027 dollars. 2, renegotiation. The Secretary and Airports Authority shall renegotiate the level of lease payments at least once every 10 years to ensure that in no year the amount specified in paragraph 1B is less than $15 million in 2027 dollars. Section 40008, rescission of certain amounts for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Any unobligated balances of amounts appropriated or otherwise made available by sections 40001, 40002, 40003, and 40004 of Public Law 117-169, 136-2028 are hereby rescinded. Section 40009, reduction in annual transfer to Travel Promotion Fund. Subsection D2B of the Travel Promotion Act of 2009, 22 U.S.C. 2131 D2B is amended by striking $100 million and inserting $20 million. Section 40010, treatment of unobligated funds for alternative fuel and low emissions aviation technology. Out of the amounts made available in Section 40007A of Title IV of Public Law 117-169, 49 U.S.C. 44504 note, any obligated balances of such amounts are hereby rescinded. Section 40011, rescission of amounts appropriated to Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund. Of the unobligated balances of amounts made available under Section 106A of the CHIPS Act of 2022, Public Law 117-167, 136-1392, $850 million are permanently rescinded. Section 40012, support for artificial intelligence under the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Program. A, in general, Section 60102 of Division F of Public Law 117-58, 47 U.S.C. 1702 is amended. 1, in subsection A2, A, by redesignating subparagraphs B through N as subparagraphs F through R, respectively. B, by redesignating subparagraph A as subparagraph D. C, by inserting before subparagraph D, as so redesignated, the following. A, artificial intelligence. The term artificial intelligence has the meaning given the term in Section 5002 of the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Act of 2020, 15 U.S.C. 9401. B, artificial intelligence model. The term artificial intelligence model means a software component of an information system that implements artificial intelligence technology and uses computational, statistical, or machine learning techniques to produce outputs from a defined set of inputs. C, artificial intelligence system. The term artificial intelligence system means any data system, software, hardware, application, tool, or utility that operates in whole or in part using artificial intelligence. D, by inserting after subparagraph D, as so redesignated, the following. E, automated decision system. The term automated decision system means any computational process derived from machine learning, statistical modeling, data analytics, or artificial intelligence that issues a simplified output, including a score, classification, or recommendation, to materially influence or replace human decision-making. And E, by striking subparagraph O, as so redesignated, and inserting the following. O, project. The term project means an undertaking by a sub-grantee under this section to construct and deploy infrastructure for the provision of 1, broadband services, or 2, artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems. 2, in subsection B, by adding at the end the following. 5, appropriation for fiscal year 2025. A, in general, in addition to any amounts otherwise appropriated to the program, there is appropriated to the Assistant Secretary for fiscal year 2025 out of any funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $500 million to remain available until expended to carry out the program. B, set aside for artificial intelligence infrastructure master services agreements of the amount appropriated under subparagraph A, $25 million shall be used by the Assistant Secretary for the purpose of negotiating master service agreements on behalf of subgrantees of an eligible entity or political subdivision to enable access to quantity purchasing and licensing discounts for the construction, acquisition, and deployment of infrastructure for the provision of artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems funded under this section. 3, in subsection F, A in paragraph 5 by striking and at the end, B, by redesignating paragraph 6 as paragraph 7, and C, by inserting after paragraph 5 the following. 6, the construction and deployment of infrastructure for the provisions of artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems, and 4, in subsection G3, by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following. B, may, in addition to other authority under applicable law, deobligate grant funds awarded to an eligible entity that 1, violates paragraph 2, 2, demonstrates an insufficient level of performance or wasteful or fraudulent spending as defined in advance by the Assistant Secretary, or 3, if obligated, any funds made available under subsection B5A is not in compliance with subsection Q or R, and 5, in subsection J1, A in subparagraph A, 1 in Clause 3 by striking and at the end, 2 by redesignating Clause 4 as Clause 5, and 3 by inserting after Clause 3 the following. 4, certifies that the eligibility entity of obligated any funds made available under subsection B5A is compliance with subsections Q and R, and B in subparagraph B, 1 in Clause 3 by striking and at the end, 2 by redesignating Clause 4 as Clause 5, and 3 by inserting after Clause 3 the following. 4, certifies that the eligibility entity of obligated any funds made available under subsection B5A is in compliance with subsections Q and R, and C in subparagraph C, 1 by redesignating clauses 4 and 5 as clauses 5 and 6 respectively, 2 by inserting after clause 3 the following. 4, certifies that the eligibility entity, if obligated, any funds made available under subsection B5A is in compliance with subsections Q and R, and 6, by adding at the end the following. P, receipt of funds conditioned on temporary pause and efficiencies. On and after the date of the enactment of this subsection, no funds made available under subsection B5A may be obligated to an eligible entity or political subdivision thereof that is not in compliance with subsections Q and R. Q, temporary pause. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, no eligible entity or political subdivision thereof to which funds made available under subsection B5A are obligated on or after the date of enactment of this subsection may enforce during the 10-year period beginning on the date of enactment of this subsection any law or regulation that eligible entity or political subdivision thereof limiting, restricting, or otherwise regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems entered into interstate commerce. 2, rule of construction. Paragraph 1 may not be construed to prohibit the enforcement of any law or regulation. A, the primary purpose and effect of which is to, 1, remove legal impediments to or facilitate the deployment or operation of an artificial intelligence model, artificial intelligence system, or automated decision system. Or 2, streamline licensing, permitting, routing, zoning, procurement, or reporting procedures in a manner that facilitates the adoption of artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems. Or B, that does not impose any substantive design, performance, data holding, documentation, civil liability, taxation fee, or other requirement of artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems, unless that requirement is imposed under 1, federal law, 2, a general applicable law, such as a body of common law, and C, that does not impose a fee or bond unless 1, the fee or bond is reasonable and cost-based, and 2, under the fee or bond, artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, and automated decision systems are treated in the same manner as other models and systems that perform comparable functions. R, master service agreements, an eligible entity or political subdivision thereof to which funds made available under subsection B5A are obligated on or after the date of the enactment of this subsection shall certify to the Assistant Secretary either that 1, each subgrantee of the eligible entity or political subdivision is utilizing applicable master service agreements negotiated using amounts made available under subsection B5B, or 2, each contract, license, purchase order, or service agreement entered into, procured, or made by a subgrantee of the eligible entity or political subdivision for purposes described in subsection B5B is at least as cost-effective as the terms of executable master services agreements as applicable negotiated by the Assistant Secretary using amounts made available under subsection B5B. B, technical conforming amendments. Section 60102A1 of Division F of Public Law 117-58, 47 U.S.C. 1702A1 is amended, 1, in subparagraph B by striking a project and inserting a project described in subsection A2OI, and 2, in subparagraph D by striking a project and inserting a project described in subsection A2OI. Title 5, Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. Subtitle A, Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50101, Onshore Oil and Gas Leasing. A, Repeal of Inflation Reduction Act provisions. 1, onshore oil and gas royalty rates, subsection A of section 50262 of Public Law 117-169-136.2056 is repealed, and provision of law amended or repealed by that subsection is restored or revived as if the subsection had not been enacted into law. 2, non-competitive leasing. Subsection E of Section 50262 of Public Law 117-169-136.2057 is repealed, and any provision of law amended or repealed by that subsection is restored or revived as if the subsection had not been enacted into law. B, requirement to immediately resume onshore oil and gas leases. 1, in general, the Secretary of the Interior shall immediately resume quarterly onshore oil and gas lease sales in compliance with the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 181 et sec. 2, requirement, the Secretary of the Interior shall, A, that any oil and gas lease required under paragraph 1 is conducted immediately on completion of an applicable scoping, public comment, and environmental analysis requirements under the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 181 et sec. And the National Environmental Policy Act of 1965, 42 U.S.C. 4321, and B, that the process described in subparagraph A are conducted in a timely manner to ensure compliance with subsection B1. 3, lease of oil and gas lands, section 17B1A of the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 226B1A as amended by subsection A is amended by inserting, for purposes of the previous sentence, the term eligible land means all lands that are subject to leasing under this act and are not excluded from leasing by statutory prohibition. And the term available with respect to eligible lands means those that have been designated as open for leasing under a land use plan developed under Section 202 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1712, and that have been nominated for leasing through the submission of an expression of interest, are subject to drainage in the absence of leasing, or are otherwise designated as available pursuant to regulations adopted by the Secretary after sales are necessary. C, quarterly lease sales. 1, in general, in accordance with the Mineral Leasing Act, 30 U.S.C. 181, each fiscal year the Secretary of the Interior shall conduct a minimum of 4 oil and gas lease sales of available land in each of the following states: A, Wyoming, B, New Mexico, C, Colorado, D, Utah, E, Montana, F, North Dakota, G, Oklahoma, H, Nevada, I, Alaska. 2, requirement. In conducting a lease sale under paragraph 1 in a state described in that paragraph, the Secretary of the Interior, A, shall offer not less than 50% of available parcels nominated for oil and gas development under the applicable resource management plan in effect for relevant Bureau of Land Management resource management areas within the applicable state, and B, shall not restrict the parcels offered to one Bureau of Land Management field office within the applicable state unless all nominated parcels are located within the same Bureau of Land Management field office. 3, replacement sales. The Secretary of the Interior shall conduct a replacement sale during the same fiscal year if A, a lease sale under paragraph 1 is canceled, delayed, or deferred, including for a lack of eligible parcels, or B, during a lease sale under paragraph 1, the percentage of acreage that does not receive a bid is equal to or greater than 25% of the acreage offered. D, Mineral Leasing Act reforms. Section 17 of the Mineral Leasing Act, 30 U.S.C. 226, as amended by subsection A, is amended. 1, by striking the section designation and all that follows through the end of subsection A and inserting the following. Section 17, leasing of oil and gas parcels. A, leasing authorized. 1, in general, any parcel of land subject to disposition under this act that is known or believed to contain oil or gas deposits shall be made available for leasing subject to paragraph 2 by the Secretary of the Interior not later than 18 months after the date of the receipt of the Secretary of an expression of interest in the leasing applicable parcel of land available for disposition under this section. If the Secretary determines that the parcel of land is open to oil or gas leasing under the approved resource management plan applicable to the planning area in which the parcel of land is located, that is in effect on the date on which the expression of interest was submitted to the Secretary, referred to in this subsection as the approved resource management plan. 2, resource management plans. A, lease and terms and conditions. A lease issued by the Secretary under the section with respect to applicable parcel of land made available for leasing under paragraph 1. 1 shall be subject to the terms and conditions of the approved resource management plan, and 2 may not require any stipulations or mitigation requirements not included in the approved resource management plan. B, effective amendment. The initiation of an amendment to an approved resource management plan shall not prevent or delay the Secretary from making the applicable parcel of land available for leasing in accordance with the approved resource management plan if the other requirements in this section have been met as determined by the Secretary's. 2, in subsection P, by adding at the end the following. 4, term. A permit to drill approved under this section shall be valid for a single, non-renewable 4-year period beginning on the date that the permit to drill is approved. And 3, by striking subsection Q and inserting the following. Q, commingling of production. The Secretary of Interior shall approve applications allowing for the commingling of production from 2 or more sources, including the area of oil and a gas lease, the area included in a drilling spacing unit, a unit participating area, a communitized area, or a non-federal property. Before production reaches the point of royalty measurement, regardless of ownership, the royalty rates and the number of percentage of acres for each source, if the applicant agrees to install measurement devices for each source, utilize an allocation method that achieves volume measurement, uncertainty levels within plus or minus 2% during the production phase, reported on a monthly basis, or utilize an approved periodic well testing methodology. Production from multiple oil and gas leases, drilling space units, communitized areas, or participating areas from a single wellbore shall be considered a single source. Nothing in this subsection shall prevent the Secretary of the Interior from continuing the current practice of exercising discretion to authorize higher percentage volume measurements, uncertainty levels, if appropriate technical and economic justifications have been provided. Section 50102, offshore oil and gas leasing. A, lease sales. 1, Gulf of America region. A, in general. Notwithstanding the 2024 to 2029 National Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program and any successor leasing program that does not satisfy the requirements of this section, in addition to lease sales, which may be held under the program and except within areas subject to existing oil and gas leasing moratoria, the Secretary of the Interior shall conduct a minimum of 30 region-wide oil and gas lease sales in a manner consistent with the schedule described in subparagraph B, in the region identified in the map, depicting the lease terms and economic conditions accompanying the final notice of sale of the Bureau of Oceanic Energy Management entitled Gulf of Mexico Outer Continental Shelf Region-Wide Oil and Gas Lease Sale 254-85 Fed Reg 8010, February 12, 2020. B, timing requirement. Of the not fewer than 30 region-wide lease sales required under this paragraph, the Secretary of Interior shall, 1, hold not fewer than 1 lease sale in the region described in subparagraph A by December 15, 2025, 2, hold not fewer than 2 lease sales in the region in each of the calendar years 2026 to 2039, 1 of which shall be held by March 15th of the applicable calendar year, and 1 of which shall be held after March 15th, but not later than August 15th of the applicable calendar year, and 3, hold not fewer than 1 lease sale in the region in calendar year 2040, which shall be held on March 15th, 2040. Alaska region. A, in general, the Secretary of the Interior shall conduct a minimum of 6 offshore lease sales in a manner consistent with the schedule described in subparagraph B in the Cook Inlet Planning Area as identified in the 2017 to 2022 Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Proposed Final Program published on November 18, 2016 by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, as announced in the Notice of Availability of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management entitled Notice of Availability of the 2017 to 2022 Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program Proposed Final Program, 81 Federal Register 84612, November 23, 2016. B, timing requirements. Of the not fewer than 6 lease sales required under this paragraph, the Secretary of the Interior shall hold not fewer than 1 lease sale in the area described in subparagraph A in each calendar years 2026 to 2028, and in each of the calendar years 2030 to 2032, by March 15th of the applicable calendar year. B, requirements. 1, terms and stipulations for Gulf of America sales. In conducting lease sales under subsection A1, the Secretary of the Interior, A, shall subject to subparagraph C, offer the same lease form, lease terms, economic conditions, and lease stipulations 4 through 9 as contained in the final notice of the sale of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management entitled Gulf of Mexico, Outer Continental Shelf Region, Wide Oil and Gas Sale 254-85 Fed Reg 8010, February 12, 2020. B, may update lease stipulations 1 through 3 and 10 described in the final notice of sale to reflect current conditions for lease sales conducted under subsections A1. C, shall set the royalty rate at not less than 12.5%, but not greater than 16 2/3%. D, shall for a lease in water depths of 800 meters or deeper issue as a result of a sale, set the primary term for 10 years. 2, terms and stipulations for Alaska region sales. A, in general. In conducting lease sales under subsection A2, the Secretary of the Interior shall offer the same lease form, lease terms, economic conditions, stipulations as contained in the final notice of sale of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management entitled Cook Inlet Planning Area, Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Lease Sale 24482 Fed Reg 23291, May 22nd, 2017. B, revenue sharing, notwithstanding Section 8G and Section 9 of the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, 43 U.S.C. 1337G 1338, and beginning in fiscal year 2034 of the bonuses, rents, royalties, and other revenues derived from lease sales conducted under subsection 8.2, 1, 70% shall be paid to the state of the Alaska, and 2, 30% shall be deposited in the Treasury and credited to miscellaneous receipts. 3, area offered for lease. A, Gulf of America region. For each offshore lease sale conducted under subsection A1, the Secretary of the Interior shall, 1, offer not fewer than 80 million acres, or 2, if there are fewer than 80 million acres that are unleased and available, offer all unleased and available acres. B, Alaska region. For each offshore lease sale conducted under subsection A2, the Secretary of the Interior shall, 1, offer not fewer than 1 million acres, or 2, if there are fewer than 1 million acres that are unleased and available, offer all unleased and available acres. C, offshore commingling. The Secretary of the Interior shall approve a request of an operator to commingle oil and gas production from multiple reservoirs within a single wellbore completed on the Outer Continental Shelf in the Gulf of America region unless the Secretary of the Interior determines that conclusive evidence establishes that the commingling would, 1, could not be conducted by the operator in a safe manner, or 2, would result in the ultimate recovery from the applicable reservoirs to be reduced in comparison to the expected recovery of those reservoirs if they had not been commingled. D, offshore oil and gas royalty rate. 1, repeal Section 50261 of Public Law 117-169, 136-2056 is repealed, and any provision of law amended or repealed by that section is restored or revived as if that section had not been enacted into law. 2, royalty rate. Section 8A1 of the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, 43 U.S.C. 1337A1, as amended by paragraph 1, is amended. A, in subparagraph A, by striking not less than 12.5% and inserting not less than 12.5%, but not more than 16 2/3%. B, in subparagraph C, by striking not less than 12.5% and inserting not less than 12.5%, but not more than 16 2/3%. C, in subparagraph F, by striking no less than 12.5% and inserting not less than 12.5%, but not more than 16 2/3%. And D, in subparagraph H, by striking no less than 12.5% and inserting not less than 12.5%, but not more than 16 2/3%. E, limitations on amount of distributed qualified Outer Continental Shelf revenues. Section 105F1 of the Gulf of Mexico Energy Security Act of 2006, 43 U.S.C. 1331, note Public Law 109-432, is amended. 1, in subparagraph B, by striking and at the end. 2, in subparagraph C, by striking 2055 and inserting 2024, and 3, by adding at the end the following. D, $650 million for each of fiscal years 2025 to 2034, and E, $500 million for each of fiscal years 2035 through 2055. Section 50103, royalties on extracted methane. Section 50263 of Public Law 117-169, 30 U.S.C. 1727 is repealed. Section 50104, Alaska oil and gas leasing. A, definitions. In this section, 1, coastal plain. The term coastal plain has the meaning given the term in Section 2001A of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143, note. 2, oil and gas program. The term oil and gas program means the oil and gas programs established under Section 20001B2 of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143, note. 3, secretary. The term secretary means the Secretary of the Interior acting through the Bureau of Land Management. B, lease sales required. 1, in general, subject to paragraph 3, in addition to the lease sales required under Section 20001C1A of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143, note, the Secretary shall conduct not fewer than 4 lease sales area-wide under the oil and gas program by not later than 10 years after the date of the enactment of this act. 2, terms and conditions. In conducting lease sales under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall offer the same terms and conditions as contained in the record of decision described in the notice of availability of the Bureau of Land Management entitled Notice of Availability of the Record of Decision for the Final Environmental Impact Statement for the Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program, Alaska 85, Federal Register 517 54, August 21st, 2020. 3, sale acreage schedule, A, acreages. In conducting the lease sales required under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall offer for lease under the oil and gas program, 1, not fewer than 400,000 acres, area-wide in each lease sale, and 2, those areas that have the highest potential for the discovery of hydrocarbons. B, schedule. The Secretary shall offer 1, the initial lease sale under paragraph 1, not later than 1 year after the date of the enactment of this act. 2, a second lease sale under paragraph 1, not later than 3 years after the date of the enactment of this act. 3, a third lease sale under paragraph 1, not later than 5 years after the date of the enactment of this act. And 4, a fourth lease sale under the paragraph 1, not later than 7 years after the date of the enactment of this act. 4, rights of way, section 20001C2 of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143 note shall apply to leases awarded under this subsection. 5, surface development, section 20001C3 of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143 note shall apply to leases awarded under this subsection. C, receipts, notwithstanding section 35 of the Mineral Leasing Act, 30 U.S.C. 191, and section 20001 B5 of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143 note of the amount adjusted bonus, rental, and royalty receipts derived from the oil and gas program operations on the coastal plain pursuant to this section, 1A for each fiscal years 2025 through 2033, 50% shall be paid to the state of Alaska, and B, for the fiscal year 2034, each fiscal year thereafter, 70% shall be paid to the state of Alaska, and 2, the balance shall be deposited into the Treasury as miscellaneous receipts. Section 50105, National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. A, definitions. In this section, 1, NPRA, Final Environmental Impact Statement. The term NPRA, Final Environmental Impact Statement, means the final environmental impact statement published by the Bureau of Land Management entitled National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, Integrated Activity Plan Final Environmental Impact Statement, and dated June 2020, including the errata sheet dated October 6, 2020, and excluding the errata sheet dated September 20th, 2022.
Two, NPRA, record of decision. The term NPRA, record of decision, means the record of decision published by the Bureau of Land Management entitled National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, and dated December 2020. 3, program. The term program means the competitive oil and gas leasing, exploration, development, and production program established under Section 107 of the Naval Petroleum Reserves Reduction Act of 1976, 42 U.S.C. 6506A. 4, secretary. The term secretary means the Secretary of the Interior. B, restoration of NPRA oil and gas leasing program, effective beginning on the date of enactment of this act. 1, the Secretary shall expeditiously restore and resume oil and gas lease sales under the program for domestic energy production and federal revenue, subject to the requirements of this section. And 2, the final rule of the Bureau of Land Management entitled Management and Protection of the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, 89 Fed Reg 38712, May 7, 2024, shall have no force or effect until January 1, 2035. C, resumption of NPRA lease sales. 1, in general, subject to paragraph 2, the Secretary shall conduct not fewer than 5 lease sales under the program by not later than 10 years after the date of enactment of this act. 2, sales acreages schedule. A, acreages. In conducting the lease sales required under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall offer not fewer than 4 million acres in each sale. B, schedule. The Secretary shall offer I, an initial lease sale under paragraph 1 not later than 1 year after the date of enactment of this act, and II, an additional lease sale under paragraph 1 not later than every 2 years after the date of enactment of this act. D, terms and stipulations for NPRA lease sales. In conducting lease sales under subsection C, the Secretary shall offer the same lease form, lease terms, economic conditions, and stipulations as described in NPRA Final Environmental Impact Statement and the NPRA Record of Decision. C, receipts. Section 107I of the Naval Petroleum Reserves Reduction Act of 1976, 42 U.S.C. 6506A1, is amended. 1, by striking all receipts from and inserting the following. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, all receipts from. 2, by adding at the end the following, 2% share for fiscal year 2034 and thereafter. Beginning in fiscal year 2034, of the receipts from sales, rentals, bonuses, and royalties on leases issued pursuant to the section after the date of enactment of the act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Con. Res. 14, 119th Congress. A, 70% shall be paid to the state of Alaska, and B, 30% shall be paid into Treasury of the United States. Subtitle B, Mining. Section 50201, Coal Leasing. A, Definitions. In this section, 1, coal lease. The term coal lease means a lease entered into by the United States as a lessor through the Bureau of Land Management and an applicant on Bureau of Land Management Form 3400012 or a successor form that contains the terms of coal lease. 2, qualified application. The term qualified application means an application for a coal lease pending as of the date of enactment of this act or submitted within 90 days thereafter under the lease by application program administered by the Bureau of Land Management pursuant to Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 181 et sec, for which any required environmental review is commenced or the Director of the Bureau of Land Management determines can commence within 90 days after receiving the application. B, coal leasing activities. Not later than 90 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of the Interior, 1, shall, A, with respect to each qualified application, 1, if not previously published for public comment, publish any required environmental review. 2, establish the fair market value of the applicable coal tract. 3, hold a lease sale with respect to the applicable coal tract. 4, identify the highest bidder or at above the fair market value and take all other intermediate actions necessary to identify the winning bidder and grant the qualified application. And 2, may, A, with respect to a previously issued coal lease, grant any additional approvals of the Department of the Interior required for mining activities to commence, and B, after completing the actions required by Clause I through 4 of Paragraph 1A, grant the qualified application and issue that applicable lease to the person that submitted the qualified application if that person submitted the winning bid in the lease sale held under Clause 3 of Paragraph 1A. Section 50202, Coal Royalty. A, rate. Section 7A of the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 207A is amended in the fourth sentence by striking 12.5% and inserting 12.5%, except such amounts shall not be more than 7% during the period that begins on the date of enactment of the act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Con. Res. 14, 119th Congress, and ends September 30th, 2034. B, applicability to existing leases. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to a coal lease, 1, issued under Section 2 of the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 201 before, on, or after the date of enactment of this act, and 2, that has not been terminated. C, advanced royalties. With respect to a lease issued under Section 2 of the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 201, for which the leasee has paid advanced royalties under Section 7B of that act, 30 U.S.C. 207B, the Secretary of the Interior shall provide to the leasee a credit for the difference between the amount paid by the leasee and advanced royalties for the lease before the date of the enactment of this act and the amount the leasee would have to be repaid if the amendment made by subsection A had been made before the leasee paid advanced royalties for the lease. Section 50203, leases for known recoverable coal resources. Notwithstanding Section 2A3A of the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 201A3A and Section 202A of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1712A, not later than 90 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of the Interior shall make available for lease known recoverable coal resources of not less than 4 million additional acres on federal land located in the 48 contiguous states in Alaska, subject to the jurisdiction of the Secretary, but which shall not include any federal land within 1, a national monument, 2, a national recreation area, 3, a component of the National Wilderness Preservation System, 4, a component of the National Wild and Scenic River System, 5, a component of the National Trail System, 6, a National Conservation Area, 7, a unit of the National Wildlife Refuge System, 8, a unit of the National Fish Hatchery System, or 9, a unit of the National Park System. Section 50204, authorization to mine federal coal. Authorization in order to provide access to coal reserves in adjacent state or private land that without an authorization could not be mined economically, federal coal reserves located in federal land subject to a mining plan previously approved by the Secretary of the Interior as of the date of enactment of this act and adjacent to coal reserves in adjacent state or private land are authorized to be mined. B, requirement. Not later than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary of the Interior shall, without substantial modification, take such steps as are necessary to authorize the mining of federal land described in subsection A. C, NEPA. Nothing in this section shall prevent a review under the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, 42 U.S.C. 4321 et sec. Subtitle C, lands. Section 50302, timber sales and long-term contracting for the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. A, Forest Service. Definitions in this subsection. A, forest plan. A term forest plan means a land and resource management plan prepared by the Secretary for a unit of the National Forest System pursuant to Section 6 of the Forest and Rangeland Renewable Resources Planning Act of 1974, 16 U.S.C. 1604. B, National Forest System. 1, in general, the term National Forest System means land of the National Forest System as defined in Section 11A of the Forest and Rangeland Renewable Resources Planning Act of 1974, 16 U.S.C. 1609A, administered by the Secretary. 2, exclusions. The term National Forest System does not include any forest reserve not created from the public domain. C, Secretary. The term Secretary means the Secretary of Agriculture acting through the Chief of the Forest Service. 2, timber sales on public domain forest reserves. A, in general, for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2034, the Secretary shall sell timber annually on National Forest System land in total quantity that is not less than 250 million board feet greater than the quantity of board feet sold in the previous fiscal year. B, limitation. The timber sales under subparagraph A shall be subject to the maximum allowable sale quality of timber and projected timber sale quality under the applicable forest plan in effect on the date of enactment of this act. 3, long-term contracting for the Forest Service. A, long-term contracting. For the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2034, the Secretary shall enter into not fewer than 40 long-term timber sale contracts with private persons or other public-private entities under subsection A of Section 14 of the National Forest Management Act of 1976, 16 U.S.C. 472A, for the sale of national forest materials as defined in subsection E1 of that section in the National Forest System. B, contract length. The period of a timber sale contract entered into meet the requirement under subparagraph A shall be not less than 20 years, with options for extensions or renewals as determined by the Secretary. C, receipts. Any monies derived from the timber sale contract entered into meet the requirements under subparagraphs A and B shall be deposited in the general fund of the Treasury. B, Bureau of Land Management. 1, definitions in this subsection. A, public lands. The term public lands has the meaning given term in Section 103 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1702. B, resource management plan. The term resource management plan means a land use plan prepared for public lands under Section 202 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1712. C, Secretary. The term Secretary means the Secretary of the Interior acting through the Director of the Bureau of Land Management. 2, timber sales on public land. A, in general, for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2034, the Secretary shall sell timber annually on public lands in a total quantity that is not less than 20 million board feet greater than the quantity of board feet sold in the previous year. B, limitation. The timber sales under subparagraph A shall be subject to the applicable resource management plan in effect on a date of enactment of this act. 3, long-term contracting for the Bureau of Land Management. A, long-term contracting. For the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2034, the Secretary shall enter into not fewer than 5 long-term contracts with private persons or other public or private entities under Section 1 of the Act of July 31st, 1947, commonly known as the Materials Act of 1947, 61 Stat 681, Chapter 406, 30 U.S.C. 601, for the disposal of vegetative materials described in that section on public lands. B, contract length. The period of a contract entered into to meet the requirement under subparagraph A shall be not less than 20 years, with options for extensions or renewals as determined by the Secretary. C, receipts. Any monies derived from a contract entered into to meet the requirements under subparagraphs A and B shall be deposited in the general fund of the Treasury. Section 50303, renewable energy fees on federal land. A, definitions in this section. 1, annual adjustment factor. The term annual adjustment factor means 3%. 2, encumbrance factor. The term encumbrance factor means A, 100% for a solar energy generation facility, and B, an amount determined by the Secretary but not less than 10% for a wind energy generation facility. 3, National Forest System. A, in general, the term National Forest System means land of the National Forest System as defined in Section 11A of the Forest and Rangeland Renewable Resources Planning Act of 1974, 16 U.S.C. 1609A, administered by the Secretary of Agriculture. B, exclusion. The term National Forest System does not include any forest reserve not created from the public domain. 4, per acre rate. The term per acre rate with respect to a right-of-way means the average of the per acre pasture land rental rates published in the cash rent survey by the National Agricultural Statistics Service for the state in which the right-of-way is located over the 5 calendar year period preceding the issuance or renewal of the right-of-way. 5, project. The term project means a system described in Section 2801.9A4 of Title 43, Code of Federal Regulations, as in effect on the date of enactment of this act. 6, public land. The term public land means A, public lands as defined in Section 103 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1702, and B, National Forest System land. 7, renewable energy project. The term renewable energy project means a project located on public land that uses wind or solar energy to generate energy. 8, right-of-way. The term right-of-way has the meaning given the term Section 103 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1702. 9, secretary. The term secretary means A, Secretary of the Interior, with respect to land controlled or administered by the Secretary of the Interior, and B, the Secretary of Agriculture, with respect to National Forest System land. B, acreage rent for wind and solar rights-of-way. 1, in general, pursuant to Section 504G of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1764G, the Secretary shall, subject to paragraph 3 and not later than January 1 of each calendar year, collect from the holder of a right-of-way for a renewable energy project an acreage rent in an amount determined by the equation described in paragraph 2. 2, calculation of acreage rent rate. A, equation. The amount of acreage rent collected under paragraph 1 shall be determined using the following equation. Acreage rent equals A times B times 1 plus C D squared. B, definitions. For purposes of the equation described in subparagraph A, 1, the letter A means per acre rate. 2, the letter B means the encumbrance factor. 3, the letter C means the annual adjustment factor. 4, the letter D means the year and the term of right-of-way. 3, payment until production. The holder of a right-of-way for renewable energy projects shall pay an acreage rent collected under paragraph 1 until the date of which energy generation begins. C, capacity fees. In general, the Secretary shall, subject to paragraph 3, annually collect a capacity fee from the holder of a right-of-way for a renewable energy project based on the amount described in paragraph 2. 2, calculation of capacity fee. The amount of a capacity fee collected under paragraph 1 shall be equal to the greater of A, an amount equal to the acreage rent described in subsection B, and B, 3.9% of the gross proceeds from the sale of electricity produced by the renewable energy project. 3, multiple use reduction factor. A, application. The holder of a right-of-way for a wind energy generation project may request that the Secretary apply a multiple use reduction factor of 10% to the amount of a capacity fee determined under paragraph 2 by submitting to the Secretary an application at such time in such manner and containing such information as the Secretary may require. B, approval. The Secretary may approve an application submitted under subparagraph A only if not less than 25% of the land within the area of the right-of-way is authorized for use, occupancy, or development with respect to an activity other than the generation of wind energy for the entirety of the year in which the capacity fee is collected. C, late determination. 1, in general, if the Secretary approves an application under subparagraph B for a wind energy generation project after the date on which the holder of the right-of-way for the project begins paying a capacity fee, the Secretary shall apply the multiple use reduction factor described in subparagraph A to the capacity fee for the first year beginning after the date of approval and each year thereafter for the period during which the right-of-way remains in effect. 2, refund. Secretary may not refund the holder of a right-of-way for the difference in the amount of a capacity fee paid in a previous year. D, late payment fee termination. 1, in general, the Secretary may charge the holder of a right-of-way for a renewable energy project a late payment fee if the Secretary does not receive payment for the acreage rent under subsection B or the capacity fee under subsection C by the date that is 15 days after the date on which the payment was due. 2, termination of right-of-way. The Secretary may terminate a right-of-way for a renewable energy project if the Secretary does not receive payment for the acreage rent under subsection B of the capacity fee under subsection C by the date that is 90 days after the date on which payment was due. Section 50304, Renewable Energy Revenue Sharing. A, definitions. In this section, 1, county. The term county includes a parish, township, borough, and other similar independent unit of local government. 2, covered land. The term covered land means that land that is A, public land administered by the Secretary, and B, not excluded from the development of solar or wind energy under 1, a land use plan, or 2, other federal law. 3, national forest system. A, in general, the term national forest system means land of the national forest system as defined in Section 11A of the Forest and Rangeland Renewable Resources Planning Act of 1974, 16 U.S.C. 1609A, administered by the Secretary of Agriculture. B, exclusion. The term national forest system does not include any forest reserve not created from the public domain. 4, public land. The term public land means A, public lands as defined in Section 103 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1702, and B, national forest system land. 5, renewable energy project. The term renewable energy project means a system described in Section 2801.9A4 of Title 43, Code of Federal Regulations, as in effect on the date of enactment of this act, located on covered land that uses wind or solar energy to generate energy. 6, secretary. The term secretary means A, the Secretary of the Interior with respect to land controlled or administered by the Secretary of the Interior, and B, the Secretary of Agriculture with respect to the National Forest System land. B, disposition of revenue. 1, disposition of revenues. Beginning on January 1, 2026, the amounts collected from a renewable energy project as bonus bids, rentals, fees, or other payments under a right-of-way permit, lease, or other authorization shall, A, be deposited in the general fund of the Treasury, and B, without further appropriation for fiscal year limitation, has allocated as follows. 1, 25% shall be paid from amounts in the general fund of the Treasury to the state within the boundaries of which the revenue is derived. 2, 25% shall be paid from amounts in the general fund of the Treasury to each county and a state within the boundaries of which the revenue is derived, to be allocated among each applicable county based on the percentage of county land from which the revenue is derived. 2, payments to states and counties. A, in general, amounts paid to states and counties under paragraph 1 shall be used in accordance with the requirements of Section 35 of the Mineral Leasing Act, 30 U.S.C. 191. B, payments in lieu of taxes. A payment to a county under paragraph 1 shall be in addition to a payment in lieu of taxes received by the county under Chapter 69 of Title 31 United States Code. C, timing. The amounts required to be paid under paragraph 1B for an applicable fiscal year shall be made available for the fiscal year that immediately follows fiscal year for which the amounts were collected. Section 50305, rescission of National Park Service and Bureau of Land Management funds. There are rescinded the unobligated balances of amounts made available by the following sections of Public Law 117-169, commonly known as the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, 136 Statute 1818, 1, Section 50221, 136 Statute 2052, 2, Section 5022, 136 Statute 2052, 3, Section 50223, 136 Statute 2052, Section 50306, celebrating America's 250th anniversary. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of the Interior, acting through the Director of the National Park Service, for fiscal year 2025, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $150 million for events, celebrations, and activities surrounding the observance and commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States to remain available through fiscal year 2028. Subtitle D, Energy. Section 50401, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. A, Energy Policy and Conservation Act definitions. In this section, the terms related facility, storage facility, and Strategic Petroleum Reserve have the meanings given those terms in Section 152 of the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, 42 U.S.C. 6232. B, Appropriations. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Energy for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. $218 million for maintenance of, including repairs to, storage facilities and related facilities of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and to $171 million to acquire by purchase petroleum products for storage in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. C, repeal of Strategic Petroleum Reserve drawdown and sale mandate. Section 200003 of Public Law 115-97, 42 U.S.C. 6241, note, is repealed. Section 50402, repeals, rescissions. A, repeal and rescission. Section 50142 of Public Law 117-169, 163, Statute 2044, commonly known as the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, is repealed, and the unobligated balance of amounts made available under that section as in effect on the day before the date of enactment of this act is rescinded. B, rescissions. 1, in general, the unobligated balances of amounts made available under the sections described in paragraph 2 are rescinded. 2, sections described. The sections referred to in paragraph 1 are the following sections of Public Law 117-179, commonly known as the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. A, Section 50123, 42 U.S.C. 1879B5. B, Section 50141, 136, Statute 2042. C, Section 50144, 136, Statute 2044. D, Section 50145, 136, Stat 2045. E, Section 50151, 42 U.S.C. 18715. 5, F, Section 50152, 42 U.S.C. 18715A. G, Section 50153, 42 U.S.C. 18715B. H, Section 50161, 42 U.S.C. 17113B. Section 50403, Energy Dominance Financing. A, in general, Section 1706 of the Energy Policy Act of 2005, 42 U.S.C. 16517, is amended, 1, in subsection A in paragraph 1 by striking "or" at the end, B, in paragraph 2 by striking "avoid," and all that follows through the period at the end, and insert increased capacity or output, and C, by adding at the end the following: 3, support or enable the provision of known or forecastable electric supply at time intervals necessary to maintain or enhance grid reliability or other system adequacy needs. 2, by striking subsection C. 3, by redesignating subsections D through F as subsections C through E, respectively. 4, in subsection C, as so redesignated. A, in paragraph 1 by adding "and" at the end. B, by striking paragraph 2, and C, by redesignating paragraph 3 as paragraph 2. 5, in subsection E, as so redesignated, by striking 4 in the matter preceding paragraph 1, and all that follows through the period at the end of the paragraph 2, and inserting 4, enabling the identification, leasing, development, production, processing, transportation, transmission, refining, and generation needed for energy and critical minerals, and 6, by adding at the end of the following: F, funding. I, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal years 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1 trillion to remain available through September 30, 2028 to carry out activities under the section. 2, administrative costs. Of the amount made available under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall not use more than 3% for administrative expenses. B, commitment authority. Section 50144B of Public Law 117-169, commonly known as the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. 136 Stat 2045 is amended by striking 2026 and inserting 2028. Section 50404, Transformational Artificial Intelligence Models. A, definitions in this section. 1, American Science Cloud. The term American Science Cloud means a system of United States government, academic, and private sector programs and infrastructures utilizing cloud computing technologies to facilitate and support scientific research, data sharing, and computational analysis across various disciplines while ensuring compliance with applicable legal, regulatory, and privacy standards. 2, artificial intelligence. The term artificial intelligence has the meaning given term in Section 5002 of the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Act of 2020, 15 U.S.C. 9401. B, transformational models. The Secretary of Energy shall: 1, mobilize national laboratories to partner with industry sectors within the United States to curate the scientific data of the Department of Energy across the national laboratory complex so that the data is structured, cleaned, and pre-processed in a way that makes it suitable for use in artificial intelligence and machine learning models. And 2, initiate seed efforts for self-improving artificial intelligence models for science and engineering powered by the data described in paragraph 1. C, uses. Microelectronics. The curated data described in subsection B1 may be used to rapidly develop next-generation microelectronics that have greater capabilities beyond Moore's law while requiring lower energy consumption. 2, new energy technologies. The artificial intelligence models developed under subsection B2 shall be provided to the scientific community through the American Science Cloud to accelerate innovation in discovery, science, and engineering for new energy technologies. D, appropriations. There is appropriated out of any funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $150 million to remain available through September 30th, 2026 to carry out this section. Subtitle E, water. Section 50501, water conveyance and surface water storage enhancement. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of the Interior acting through the Commissioner of Reclamation for fiscal year 2025 on any funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $1 billion to remain available through September 30th, 2034 for construction and associated activities that restore or increase the capacity or use of existing conveyance facilities constructed by the Bureau of Reclamation, or for construction and associated activities that increase the capacity of existing Bureau of Reclamation surface water storage facilities in a manner as determined by the Secretary of the Interior acting through the Commissioner of Reclamation provided that for the purposes of Section 203 of the Reclamation Reform Act of 1982, 43 U.S.C. 390 CC, or Section 3404A of the Reclamation Projects Authorization and Adjustment Act of 1992, Public Law 102-575, 106-4708, a contract or agreement entered into pursuant to this section shall not be treated as a new or amended contract, provided further that none of the funds provided under this section shall be reimbursable or subject to matching or cost-sharing requirements. Title VI, Committee on Environment and Public Works, Section 60001, rescission of funding for clean heavy-duty vehicles. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 132 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7432, are rescinded. Section 60002, repeal of Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Section 134 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7434, is repealed, and the unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out that section as in effect on the day before the date of enactment of this act are rescinded. Section 60003, rescission of funding for diesel emissions reductions. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60104 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2067 are rescinded. Section 60004, rescission of funding to address air pollution. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60105 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2067 are rescinded. Section 60005, rescission of funding to address air pollution at schools. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60106 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2069 are rescinded. Section 60006, rescission of funding for the Low Emissions Electricity Program. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 135 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7435 are rescinded. Section 6007, rescission of funding for Section 2110 of the Clean Air Act. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60108 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2070 are rescinded. Section 60008, rescission of funding for implementation of the American Innovation and Manufacturing Act. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60109 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2071 are rescinded.
Section 60009, rescission of funding for enforcement technology and public information. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60110 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2071 are rescinded. Section 60010, rescission of funding for greenhouse gas corporate reporting. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out 60111 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2072 are rescinded. Section 60011, rescission of funding for environmental product declaration assistance. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60112 of Public Law 117-169, 42 U.S.C. 4321, Note 136.2072 are rescinded. Section 60012, rescission of funding for methane emissions and waste reduction incentive program for petroleum and natural gas systems. A, rescission. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out subsections A and B of Section 136 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7436 are rescinded. B, period. Section 136G of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7436G is amended by striking calendar year 2024 and inserting calendar year 2034. Section 60013, rescission of funding for greenhouse gas air pollution plans and implementation grants. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 137 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7437 are rescinded. Section 60014, rescission of funding for Environmental Protection Agency efficient, accurate, and timely reviews. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60115 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2077 are rescinded. Section 60015, rescission of funding for low embodied carbon labeling for construction materials. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60116 of Public Law 117-169, 42 U.S.C. 432, Note 136.2077 are rescinded. Section 60016, rescission of funding for environmental and climate justice block grants. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 138 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7438, are rescinded. Section 60017, rescission of funding for ESA recovery plans. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60301 of Public Law 117-169, 136 Stat 2079 are rescinded. Section 60018, rescission of funding for environmental and climate data collection. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out 60401 of Public Law 117-169, 136 Stat 2079 are rescinded. Section 60019, rescission of neighborhood access and equity grant program. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 177 of Title 23 United States Code are rescinded. Section 60020, rescission of funding for federal building assistance. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60502 of Public Law 117-169, 136 Stat 2083 are rescinded. Section 60021, rescission of funding for low-carbon materials for federal buildings. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60503 of Public Law 117-169, 136 Stat 2083 are rescinded. Section 60022, rescission of funding for GSA Emerging and Sustainable Technologies. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out 60504 of Public Law 117-169, 136 Stat 2083 are rescinded. Section 60023, rescission of environmental review implementation funds. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 178 of Title 23 United States Code are rescinded. Section 60024, rescission of low-carbon transportation material grants. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 179 of Title 23 United States Code are rescinded. Section 60025, John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. In general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $256,657,000 to remain available until September 30th, 2029 for necessary expenses for capital repair, restoration, maintenance, backlog, and security structures of the building site and site of the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. B, administrative costs. Of the amounts made available under subsection A, not more than 3% may be used for administrative costs necessary to carry out this section. Section 60026, project sponsor, opt-in fees for environmental reviews. Title I of the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, 42 U.S.C. 4331 at sequence is amended by adding the following. Section 112, project sponsor opt-in fees for environmental reviews. A, process. 1, project sponsor. A project sponsor that intends to pay a fee under the section for the preparation or supervision of the preparation of an environmental assessment or environmental impact statement for a project shall submit to the council A, a description of the project, and B, a declaration of whether the project sponsor intends to prepare the environmental assessment or environmental impact statement under Section 10(7)(f). 2, Council of Environmental Quality. Note, not later than 15 days after the date on which the council receives information described in paragraph 1 from a project sponsor, the council shall provide to the project sponsor notice of the amount of the fee to be paid under this section as determined under subsection B. 3, payment of fee. A project sponsor may pay a fee under this section after the receipt of the notice described in paragraph 2. 4, deadline for environmental reviews for which a fee is paid. Notwithstanding Section 107G1A, an environmental assessment for which a fee is paid under the section shall be completed not later than 180 days after the date on which the fee is paid. And B, an environmental impact statement for which a fee is paid under the section shall be completed not later than 1 year after the date of publication of the notice of the intent to prepare the environmental impact statement. B, fee amount. The amount of a fee under the section shall be 1, 125% of the anticipated cost to prepare the environmental assessment or environmental impact statement. And 2, in the case of an environmental assessment or environmental impact statement to be prepared in whole or in part by a project sponsor under Section 107F, 125% of the anticipated cost to supervise preparation of and, as applicable, prepare the environmental assessment or environmental impact statement. Title 7, Finance, Subtitle A, Tax, Section 70001, references to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, etc. A, references. Except as otherwise expressly provided whenever in this title an amendment or repeal is expressed in terms of an amendment to or repeal of a section or other provision, the reference shall be considered to be made to a section or other provision of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. B, certain rules regarding effect of rate changes not applicable. Section 15 of the International Revenue Code of 1986 shall not apply to any change in rate of tax by reason of any provision of or amendment made by this title. Chapter 1, providing permanent tax relief for middle-class families and workers. Section 70101, extension and enhancement of reduced rates. A, in general, Section 1J is amended. 1, in paragraph 1 by striking and before January 1, 2026, and 2, by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, inflation adjustment. Section 1J3BI is amended by inserting solely for the purpose is of determining the dollar amounts at which any rate bracket higher than 12% ends and at which any rate bracket higher than 22% begins before subsection F3. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall be applied to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70102, extension and enhancement of increased standard reduction. A, in general, Section 63C7 is amended 1, by striking and before January 1st, 2026 in the matter preceding subparagraph A, and 2, by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, additional increase in standard deduction. Paragraph 7 of Section 63C is amended 1, by striking $18,000, both places it appears in subparagraphs AI and BII, and inserting $23,625. 2, by striking $12,000, both places it appears in subparagraphs AII and BII, and inserting $15,750. 3, by striking 2018 in subparagraph BII and inserting 2025. And 4, by striking 2017 in subparagraph BII and inserting 2024. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70103, termination of deduction for personal exemptions other than temporary senior deduction. A, in general, Section 151D5 is amended 1, by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. 2, by striking and before January 1st, 2026. And 3, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, deductions for seniors. I, in general, in the case of a taxable year beginning before January 1st, 2029, there shall be allowed a deduction in an amount equal to $6,000 for each qualified individual with respect to the taxpayer. II, qualified individual. For purposes of Clause I, the term qualified individual means I, the taxpayer, if the taxpayer has attained age 65 before the close of the taxable year, and II, in the case of a joint return, the taxpayer's spouse, if such spouse has attained age 65 before the close of the taxable year. III, limitation based on modified adjusted gross income. I, in general, in the case of any taxpayer for any taxable year, the $6,000 amount in Clause I shall be reduced, but not below 0, by 6% of so much of that taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income as exceeds $75,000, $150,000 in the case of a joint return. II, modified adjustment gross income. For the purpose of this clause, the term modified adjusted gross income means the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under sections 911, 931, or 933. 4, Social Security number required. 1, in general clause, I shall not apply with respect to a qualified individual unless the taxpayer includes such qualified individual Social Security number on the return of tax for the taxable year. 2, Social Security number. For the purpose is of subclause 1, the term Social Security number has the meaning given such term in Section 24H7. 5, married individuals. If the taxpayer is a married individual within this meaning of Section 7703, this subparagraph shall apply only if the taxpayer and the taxpayer's spouse file a joint return for the taxable year. B, omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2 is amended by striking and at the end of subparagraph U, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph V and inserting and by inserting after subparagraph V the following new subparagraph W. An omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 151D5C relating to deduction for seniors. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70104, extension and enhancement of increased child tax credit. A, extension and increase of expanded child tax credit. Section 24H is amended 1, in paragraph 1 by striking and before January 1st, 2026. 2, in paragraph 2 by striking $2,000 and inserting $2,200, and 3, by striking 2018 through 2025 and In the heading and inserting beginning after 2017, B, Social Security number required, Section 24H7 is amended to read as follows. 7, Social Security number required. A, in general, no credit shall be allowed under the section to a taxpayer with respect to any qualifying child unless the taxpayer includes on the return of the tax for the taxable year, 1, the taxpayer's Social Security number, or in the case of a joint return, the Social Security number of at least one spouse, and 2, the Social Security number of such qualifying child, B, Social Security number. For the purposes of this paragraph, the term Social Security number means any Social Security number issued to an individual by the Social Security Administration, but only if the Social Security number is issued, 1, to a citizen of the United States or pursuant to subclause I, or that portion of subclause III that relates to subclause I of Section 205C2BI of the Social Security Act, and 2, before the due date for such return. C, inflation adjustments. In general, Section 24I is amended to read as follows. I, inflation adjustments. 1, maximum amount of refundable credit. In the case of a taxable year beginning after 2024, the $1,400 amount in subsection H5 shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting 2017 for 2016 in subparagraph A, II thereof. 2, special rule for adjustment of credit amount in the case of a taxable year beginning after 2025. The $2,200 amount in subsection H2 shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting 2024 for 2016 in subparagraph A, II thereof. 3, rounding. If any increase under the subsection is not a multiple of $100, such increase shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $100. D, conforming amendment. Section 24H5 is amended to read as follows. 5, maximum amount of refundable credit. The amount determined under subsection D1A with respect to any qualifying child shall not exceed $1,400, and such subsection shall appear without regard to paragraph 4 of this subsection. E, omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2I is amended by striking Section 24E and inserting Section 24F, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70105, extension and enhancement of deduction for qualified business income. A, increase in taxable income limitation phase-in amounts. 1, in general. Subparagraph B of Section 199AB3 is amended by striking $50,000, $100,000 in case of a joint return. Each place it appears, and inserting $75,000, $150,000 in the case of a joint return. 2, conforming amendment. Paragraph 3 of Section 199AD is amended by striking $50,000, $100,000 in the case of a joint return. Each place it appears, and inserting $75,000, $150,000 in the case of a joint return. B, minimum deduction for active qualified business income. 1, in general. Subsection I of Section 199A is amended to read as follows. I, minimum deduction for active qualified business income. 1, in general. In the case of an applicable taxpayer for any taxable year, the deduction allowed under subsection A for the taxable year shall be equal to the greater of A, the amount of such deduction determined without regard to the subsection, or B, $400, to an applicable taxpayer. For the purpose of this subsection A, in general, the term applicable taxpayer means with respect to any taxable year, a taxpayer whose aggregate qualified business income with respect to all active qualified trades or businesses of the taxpayer for such taxable year is at least $1,000. B, active qualified trade or business. The active qualified trade or business means with respect to any taxpayer for any taxable year, any qualified trade or business of the taxpayer in which the taxpayer materially participates within the meaning of Section 469H. 3, inflation adjustment. In the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, the $400 amount in paragraph 1B and the $1,000 amount in paragraph 2A shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A, II thereof. If any increase under this paragraph is not a multiple of 5, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $5. 2, conforming amendment. Section 199AA is amended by inserting except as provided in subsection I before it there. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70106, extension and enhancement of increased estate and gift tax exemption amounts. A, in general. Subsection 2010C3 is amended 1 in subparagraph A by striking $5 million and inserting $15 million. 2, in subparagraph B, A, in the matter preceding clause I by striking 2011 and inserting 2026, and B in clause II by striking calendar year 2010 and inserting calendar year 2025, and 3 by striking subparagraph C. B, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to estates of decedents dying and gifts made after December 31st, 2025. Section 70107, extension of increased alternative minimum tax exemption amounts and modification of phase-out thresholds. A, in general, Section 55D4 is amended 1 in subparagraph A by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2 by striking and before 2026 in the heading. B, modification of inflation adjustment. Section 55D4B is amended 1 by striking 2018 and inserting 2018-2026 in the case of $1 million, amount in subparagraph AIII, and 2 by striking determined by substituting calendar year 2017 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph AII thereof, and inserting determined by substituting for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph AII thereof. 1, calendar year 2017 in the case of $109,400 amount in subparagraph AII, and the $70,300 amount in subparagraph AIII, and 2, calendar year 2025 in the case of $1 million amount in subparagraph AIII. C, modification of phase-out amount. Section 55D4AII is amended by striking and at the end of subclause II and by adding at the end of the following new subclause. 4, by substituting 50% for 25%, and D, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70108, extension and modification of limitation on deduction for qualified resident interest. A, in general, Section 163H3F is amended 1 in clause I. A, by striking and before January 1st, 2026. B, by redesignated subclauses 3 and 4 as subclauses 4 and 5 respectively. C, by striking out subclauses 3 and subclause 5 as so redesignated and inserting subclause 4. And D, by inserting after subclause 2 the following new subclause 3, mortgage insurance premiums treated as interest. Clause 4 of subparagraph E shall not apply. 2, by striking clauses 2 and redesignated clauses 3 and 4 as clauses 2 and 3 respectively, and 3 by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, effective date. The amendment made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70109, extension and modification of limitation on casualty loss deduction. In general, Section 165H5 is amended 1 in subparagraph A by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2 by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, extension to state-declared disasters. 1 in general, subparagraph A of Section 165H5 is amended by subsection A is further amended by striking I-5 and inserting I-5 or a state-declared disaster. 2, exception related to personal casualty gains. Clause I of Section 165H5B is amended by striking as so defined and inserting as so defined or a state-declared disaster. 3, state-declared disaster. Paragraph 5 of Section 165H is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, state-declared disaster for the purpose is of this paragraph. 1, in general, the term state-declared disaster means with respect to any state, any natural catastrophe, including any hurricane, tornado, storm, high water, wind-driven water, tidal wave, tsunami, earthquake, volcanic eruption, landslide, mudslide, snowstorm, or drought, or regardless of case, any fire, flood, or explosion in any part of the state, which in the determination of the governor of such state or mayor in the case of the District of Columbia and the secretary causes damage of sufficient severity and magnitude to warrant the application of the rules of this section. 2, state. The term state includes the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Guam, American Samoa, and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. C, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. 70110, termination of miscellaneous itemized deductions other than educator expenses. A, in general, Section 67G is amended by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2 by striking 2018 through 2025, the heading inserting beginning after 2017. B, deduction for educator expenses. 1, in general, Section 67B is amended by striking and at the end of paragraph 11, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 12, and inserting and by adding the following new paragraph. 13, the deductions allowed by Section 162 for educator expenses as defined in subsection G. 2, inclusion of coaches and certain non-athletic instructional equipment. Section 67 is amended by redesignated subsection G as amended by the section as subsection H, and by inserting after subsection F the following new section. G, educator expenses. For the purpose of subsection B13, the term educator expenses means expenses of a type which would be described in section 62A2D if 1, such section were applied, A, without regard to dollar limitation, and B, without regard to other than non-athletic supplies for courses of instruction in health or physical education in Clause 2 thereof, and C, by substituting as part of instructional activity for in the classroom in Clause 2 thereof, and 2, Section 62D1A, where applied to inserting interscholastic sports administrator or coach after counselor. C, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70111, limitation on tax benefit of itemized deductions. A, in general, Section 68 is amended to read as follows. A, in general, in the case of an individual, the amount of the itemized deductions otherwise allowable for the taxable year determined without regard to this section shall be reduced by 2/37 of the lesser of 1. Such amount of itemized deductions, or 2, so much of the taxable income of the taxpayer for the taxable year determined without regard to the section increased by such amount of itemized deductions as exceeds the dollar amount at which the 37% tax bracket under Section 1 begins with respect to the taxpayer. B, coordination with other limitations. The section shall be applied after the application of any other limitation on allowance of any itemized deductions. B, limitation not applicable to determination of deduction for qualified business income. 1, in general, Section 199 AE1 is amended by inserting without regard to Section 68 and after shall be computed. 2, patrons of specified agricultural and horticultural cooperatives. Section 199 AG2B is amended by inserting Section 68 or after without regard to. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70112, extension and modification of qualified transportation fringe benefits. A, in general, Section 132F is amended 1 by striking subparagraph D of paragraph 1, 2 and paragraph 2 by inserting and at the end of subparagraph A by striking and at the end of subparagraph B and inserting a period, and by striking subparagraph C. 3, by striking other than a qualified bicycle commuting reimbursement in paragraph 4, 4 by striking subparagraph F of paragraph 5, and 5 by striking paragraph 8. B, inflation adjustment. Clause 2 of Section 132F6A is amended by striking 1998 in Clause 2 and inserting 1997. C, coordination with disallowance of certain expenses. Subsection 1 of Section 274 is amended. 1, by striking benefits and all that follows through no deduction and inserting benefits, no deduction, and 2 by striking paragraph 2. D, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70113, extension and modification of limitation on deduction and exclusion for moving expenses. A, extension of limitation on deduction. Section 217K is amended 1 by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2 by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, allowance of deduction for members of the intelligence community. Section 217K, as amended by subsection A, is further amended 1 by striking 2017, except in the case, and inserting 2017, 1 in general, except in the case, and 2 by adding at the end of the following new paragraph, 2 members of the intelligence community, and employee or new appointee of the intelligence community as defined in Section 3 of the National Security Act of 1947, 50 U.S.C. 3003, other than a member of the Armed Forces of the United States who moves pursuant to a change in assignment which requires relocation shall be treated for the purposes of this section in the same manner as an individual to whom subsection G applies. C, extension of limitation on exclusion. Section 132G2 is amended 1 by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2 by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. D, allowance of exclusion for members of the intelligence community. 132G2 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by inserting or an employee or new appointee of the intelligence community as defined in Section 3 of the National Security Act of 1947, 50 U.S.C. 3003, other than a member of the Armed Forces of the United States who moves pursuant to a change in assignment that requires relocation after a change of station. E, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70114, extension and modification of limitation on wagering losses. A, in general, Section 165 is amended by striking subsection D and inserting the following. D, wagering losses. 1, in general, for purpose of losses from wagering transactions, the amount allowed as a deduction for any taxable year A shall be equal to 90% of the amount of such losses during such taxable year, and B shall only be allowed to the extent of the gains from such transactions during such taxable year. 2, special rule. For the purpose is paragraph 1, the term losses from wagering transactions includes any deduction otherwise allowable under this chapter incurred in carrying on any wagering transaction. B, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70115, extension and enhancement of increased limitation on contributions to ABLE accounts. A, in general, section 529AB2B is amended. 1, in clause 1 by inserting determined by substituting 1996 for 1997. In paragraph 2B thereof, after section 2503B, and 2, in clauses 2 by striking before January 1st, 2026. B, effective dates. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in the subsection, the amendments made. The section shall apply to the contributions made after December 31st, 2025. 2, modified inflation adjustment. The amendment made by subsection A1 shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70116, extension and enhancement of savers credit allowed for ABLE contributions. A, extension. 1, in general, section 25BD1 is amended to read as follows. 1, in general, the term qualified retirement savings contributions means with respect to any taxable year, the sum of A, the amount of contributions made by the eligible individual during such taxable year to the ABLE account within the meaning of section 529A, of which such an individual is the designated beneficiary, and B, in the case of any taxable year beginning before January 1st, 2027. 1, the amount of the qualified retirement contributions as defined in section 219E made by the eligible individual. 2, the amount of 1, any elective deferrals as defined in section 402G3 of such individual, and 2, any elective deferral of compensation by such individual under an eligible deferred compensation plan as defined in section 457B of an eligible employer described in section 457E1A, and 3, the amount of voluntary employee contributions by such individual to any qualified retirement plan as defined in section 4974C, 2, coordination with Secure 2.0 Act of 2022 Amendment, paragraph 1 of section 103E of the Secure 2.0 Act of 2022 was repealed, and the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 shall be applied and administered as though such paragraph were never enacted. 3, effective date. The amendments and repeal made by the subsection shall apply to taxable years ending after December 31st, 2025. B, increase of credit amount. 1, in general, section 25BA is amended by striking $2,000 and inserting $2,100. 2, effective date. The amendment made by the subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2026. Section 70117, extension of rollovers from qualified tuition programs to ABLE accounts permitted. A, in general, section 529C3C 1.3 is amended by striking before January 1st, 2026. B, effective date. The amendment made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70118, extension of treatment of certain individuals performing services in the Sinai Peninsula and enhancement to include additional areas. Treatment made permanent. Section 11026A of Public Law 115-97 is amended by striking with respect to the applicable period. Kenya, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Chad included as hazardous duty areas. Section 11026B of Public Law 15-97 is amended to read as follows. B, qualified hazardous duty area. For purposes of the section, the term qualified hazardous duty area means each of the following locations, but only
during the period for which any member of the Armed Forces of the United States is entitled to special pay under Section 310 of Title 37, United States Code, relating to special pay, duty subject to hostile fire or imminent danger for services performed in such location. 1, the Sinai Peninsula of Egypt. 2, Kenya. 3, Mali. 4, Burkina Faso. 5, Chad. C, conforming amendment. Section 1126 of Public Law 115-97 is amended by striking subsections C and D. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall take effect on January 1st, 2026. Section 70119, extension and modification of exclusion from gross income of student loans discharged on account of death or disability. A, in general, Section 108F5 is amended to read as follows. 5, discharges on account of death or disability. A, in general, in the case of an individual, gross income does not include any amount which, but for this subsection, would be includable in gross income for such taxable year by reason of the discharge, in whole or in part, of any loan described in subparagraph B, if such a discharge was 1, pursuant to subsection A or D of Section 437 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, or the parallel benefit under Part D of Title IV of such act relating to the repayment of loan liability. 2, pursuant to Section 464C1F of such act, or 3, otherwise discharged on account of death or total and permanent disability of the student. B, loans discharged. A loan is described in this subparagraph if such loan is 1, a student loan as defined in paragraph 2, or 2, a private education loan as defined in Section 140A of the Consumer Credit Protection Act, 15 U.S.C. 1650A. C, Social Security number requirement. 1, in general, subparagraph A shall not apply with respect to any discharge during any taxable year unless the taxpayer includes the taxpayer's Social Security number on the return of tax for such taxable year. 2, Social Security number. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term Social Security number has the meaning given such term in Section 24H7. B, omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2, as amended by this Act, is further amended by striking "and" at the end of subparagraph 5, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph W, and inserting "and by inserting after subparagraph W the following new subparagraph. X, an omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 108F5C relating to discharges on account of death or disability. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to discharges after December 31st, 2025. Section 70120, limitation on individual deductions for certain state and local taxes, etc. A, in general, Section 164B6 is amended, 1, by striking "and before January 1, 2026, and 2, by striking $10,000, $5,000 in the case of a married individual filing a separate return, and inserting the applicable limitation amount, half the applicable limitation amount in the case of a married individual filing a separate return. B, applicable limitation amount. Section 164B is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 7, applicable limitation amount. A, in general, for purposes of paragraph 6, the term applicable limitation amount means 1, in the case of any taxable year beginning in calendar year 2025, $40,000. 2, in the case of any taxable year beginning in calendar year 2026, $40,400. 3, in the case of any taxable year beginning after calendar year 2026 and before 2030, 101% of the dollar amount in effect under this subparagraph for taxable years beginning in the preceding calendar year. And 4, in the case of any taxable year beginning after calendar year 2029, $10,000. B, phase down based on modified adjusted gross income. 1, in general, except as provided in Clause 3, in the case of any taxable year beginning before January 1st, 2030, the applicable limitation amount shall be reduced by 30% of the excess, if any, of the taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income over the threshold amount, half the threshold amount in the case of a married individual filing a separate return. 2, threshold amount. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term threshold amount means 1, in the case of any taxable year beginning in calendar year 2025, $500,000. 2, in the case of any taxable year beginning in calendar year 2026, $505,000. And 3, in the case of any taxable year beginning after calendar year 2026, 101% of the dollar amount in effect under this subparagraph for taxable years beginning in the preceding calendar year. 3, limitation on reduction. The reduction under Clause 1 shall not result in the applicable limitation amount being less than $10,000. 4, modified adjusted gross income. For purposes of this paragraph, the term modified adjusted gross income means adjusted gross income increased by any amount excluded from gross income under Section 911, 931, or 933. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2024. Chapter 2, delivering on presidential priorities to provide new middle-class tax relief. Section 70201, no tax on tips. A, deduction allowed. Part 7 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating Section 224 as Section 225 and by inserting after Section 223 the following new section. Section 224, qualified tips. A, In general, there shall be allowed as a deduction an amount equal to the qualified tips received during the taxable year that are included on statements furnished to the individual pursuant to Section 6041D3, 6041AE3, 6050WF2, or 6051A18, or reported by the taxpayer on Form 4137 or successor. B, limitation. 1. In general, the amount allowed as a deduction under this section for any taxable year shall not exceed $25,000. 2. Limitation based on adjusted gross income. A, in general, the amount allowable as a deduction under subsection A after application of paragraph 1 shall be reduced, but not below zero, by $100 for each $1,000 by which the taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income exceeds $150,000, $300,000 in the case of a joint return. B, modified adjusted gross income. For purposes of this paragraph, the term modified adjusted gross income means the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under Section 911, 931, or 933. C, tips received in course of trade or business. In the case of qualified tips received by an individual during any taxable year in the course of trade or business, other than the trade or business of performing services as an employee of such individual, such qualified tips shall be taken into account under subsection A only to the extent that the gross income for the taxpayer for such trade or business for such taxable year, including such qualified tips, exceeds the sum of the deductions other than the deduction allowed under this section, allocable to the trade or business in which such qualified tips are received by the individual for such taxable year. D, qualified tips. For purposes of this section, 1, in general, the term qualified tips means cash tips received by an individual in an occupation which customarily and regularly received tips on or before December 31, 2024, as provided by the Secretary. 2, exclusions. Such terms shall not include any amount received by an individual unless A, such amount is paid voluntarily without any consequence in the event of non-payment, is not the subject of negotiation, and is determined by the payer. B, the trade or business in the course of which the individual receives such amount is not a specified service, trade, or business as defined in Section 199AD2. And C, such other requirements as may be established by the Secretary and regulations or other guidance are satisfied. For purposes of subparagraph B, in the case of an individual receiving tips in the trade or business of performing services as an employee, such individual shall be treated as receiving tips in the course of a trade or business which is a specified service, trade, or business if the trade or business of the employer is a specified service, trade, or business. 3, cash tips. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term cash tips includes tips received from customers that are paid in cash or charged, and in the case of an employee, tips received under any tip-sharing arrangement. E, Social Security number required. 1, in general, no deduction shall be allowed under this section unless the taxpayer includes on the return of tax for the taxable year such individual's Social Security number. 2, Social Security number defined. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term Social Security number shall have the meaning given such term in Section 24H7. F, married individuals. If the taxpayer is a married individual within the meaning of Section 7703, this section shall apply only if the taxpayer and the taxpayer's spouse file a joint return for the taxable year. G, regulations. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary to prevent reclassification of income as qualified tips, including regulations or other guidance to prevent abuse of the deduction allowed by this section. H, termination. No deduction shall be allowed under this section for any taxable year beginning after December 31, 2028. B, deduction allowed to non-itemizers. Section 63B is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 3, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 4 and inserting "and by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 5, the deduction provided in Section 224. C, omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of subparagraph W, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph X, and inserting and by inserting after subparagraph X the following new subparagraph. Y, an omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 224E relating to deduction for qualified tips. D, exclusion from qualified business income. Section 199AC4 is amended by striking "and" at the end of subparagraph B, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph C, and inserting and by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. D, any amount with respect to which a deduction is allowable to the taxpayer under Section 224A for the taxable year. E, extension of tip credit to beauty service business. 1, in general, Section 45BB2 as amended is amended to read as follows. 2, application only to certain lines of business. In applying paragraph 1, there shall be taken into account only tips received from customers or clients in connection with the following services. A, the providing, delivering, or serving of food or beverages for consumption if the tipping of employees delivering or serving food or beverages by customers is customary. B, the providing of any of the following services to a customer or client if the tipping of employees providing such services is customary. 1, barbering and hair care. 2, nail care. 3, aesthetics. 4, body and spa treatments. 2, credit determined with respect to minimum wage in effect. Section 45BB1B is amended, A, by striking "as in effect on January 1, 2007, and B, by inserting "and in the case of food or beverage establishments, as in effect on January 1, 2007, after, without regard to Section 3M of such act." F, reporting requirements. 1, returns for payments made in the course of a trade or business. A, statement furnished to Secretary. Section 6041A is amended by inserting "including a separate accounting of any such amounts reasonably designated as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips after such gains, profits, and income." B, statement furnished to payee. Section 6041D is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 1, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 2, and inserting and by inserting after paragraph 2 the following new paragraph. 3, in the case of compensation to non-employees, the portion of payments that have been reasonably designated as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips. 2, returns for payments made for services and direct sales. A, statement furnished to Secretary. Section 6041A is amended by inserting "including a separate accounting of any such amounts reasonably designated as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips after amount of such payments." B, statement furnished to payee. Section 6041AE is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 1, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 2 and inserting and by inserting after paragraph 2 the following new paragraph. 3, in the case of subsection A, the portion of payments that have been reasonably designated as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips. 3, returns relating to third-party settlement organizations. A, statement furnished to Secretary. Section 6050WA is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 1, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 2, and inserting and by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 3, in the case of a third-party settlement organization, the portion of reportable payment transactions that have been reasonably designated by payers as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips. B, statement furnished to payee. Section 6050WF2 is amended by inserting "including a separate accounting of any such amounts that have been reasonably designated by payers as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips after reportable payment transactions." 4, returns related to wages. Section 6051A is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 16, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 17, and inserting and by inserting after paragraph 17 the following new paragraph. 18, the total amount of cash tips reported by the employee under Section 6053A and the occupation described in Section 224D1, such person. G, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 7 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating the item relating to Section 224 as relating to Section 225, and by inserting after the item relating to Section 223 the following new item. Section 224, Qualified Tips. H, published list of occupations traditionally receiving tips. Not later than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall publish a list of occupations which customarily and regularly received tips on or before December 31, 2024 for purposes of Section 224D1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as added by subsection A. 1. Withholding. The Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall modify the procedures prescribed under Section 3402A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025, to take into account the deduction allowed under Section 224 of such code as added by this act. J. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2024. K. Transition rule. In the case of any cash tips required to be reported for periods before January 1, 2026, persons required to file returns or statements under Section 6041A, 6041D3, 6041AA, 6041AE3, 6050WA, or 6050WF2 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended by this section, may approximate a separate accounting of amounts designated as cash tips by any reasonable method specified by the Secretary. Section 70202, no tax on overtime. A, deductions allowed. Part 7 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by redesignating Section 225 as Section 226 and by inserting after Section 224 the following new section. Section 225, Qualified Overtime Compensation. A, in general, there shall be allowed as a deduction an amount equal to the qualified overtime compensation received during the taxable year and included on statements furnished to the individual pursuant to Section 6041D4 or 6051A19. B, limitation. 1, in general, the amount allowed as a deduction under this section for any taxable year shall not exceed $12,500, $25,000 in the case of a joint return. 2, limitation based on adjusted gross income. A, in general, the amount allowable as a deduction under subsection A after application of paragraph 1 shall be reduced, but not below zero, by $100 for each $1,000 by which the taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income exceeds $150,000, $300,000 in the case of a joint return. B, modified adjusted gross income. For purposes of this paragraph, the term modified adjusted gross income means the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under Section 911, 931, or 933. C, qualified overtime compensation. 1, in general, for purposes of this section, the term qualified overtime compensation means overtime compensation paid to an individual required under Section 7 of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 that is in excess of the regular rate as used in such section at which such individual is employed. 2, exclusions. Such term shall not include any qualified tip as defined in Section 224D. D, Social Security number required. 1, in general, no deduction shall be allowed under this section unless the taxpayer includes on the return of tax for the taxable year such individual's Social Security number. 2, Social Security number defined. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term Social Security number shall have the meaning given such term in Section 24H7. E, married individuals. If the taxpayer is a married individual within the meaning of Section 7703, this section shall apply only if the taxpayer and the taxpayer's spouse file a joint return for the taxable year. F, regulations. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this section, including regulations or other guidance to prevent abuse of the deduction allowed by this section. G, termination. No deduction shall be allowed under this section for any taxable year beginning after December 31, 2028. B, deduction allowed to non-itemizers. Section 63B, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 4, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 5 and inserting "and by adding at the end a following new paragraph. 6, the deduction provided in Section 225. C, reporting. 1, requirement to include overtime compensation on W-2. Section 6051A, as amended by the preceding provision of this act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 17, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 18, and inserting "and by inserting after paragraph 18 the following new paragraph. 19, the total amount of qualified overtime compensation as defined in Section 225C. 2, payments to persons not treated as employees under tax laws. A, statement furnished to Secretary. Section 6041A, as amended by Section 70201E1A, is amended by inserting "and a separate accounting of any amount of qualified overtime compensation as defined in Section 225C after occupation of the person receiving such tips." B, statement furnished to payee. Section 6041D, as amended by Section 70201E1B, is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 2, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 3, and inserting "and by inserting after paragraph 3 the following new paragraph. 4, the portion of payments that are qualified overtime compensation as defined in Section 225C. Omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2, as amended by the preceding provisions of this act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of subparagraph X, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph Y, and inserting "and by inserting after subparagraph Y the following new subparagraph. Z, an omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 225D relating to deduction for qualified overtime. E, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 7 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1, as amended by the preceding provisions of this act, is amended by redesignating the item relating to Section 225 as an item relating to Section 226, and by inserting after the item relating to Section 224 the following new item. Section 225, qualified overtime compensation. F, withholding. The Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall modify the procedures prescribed under Section 3402A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025, to take into account the deduction allowed under Section 225 of such code as added by this act. G, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2024. H, transition rule. In the case of qualified overtime compensation required to be reported for periods before January 1, 2026, persons required to file returns or statements under Section 6051A19, 6041A, or 6041D4 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended by this section, may approximate a separate accounting of amounts designated as qualified overtime compensation by any reasonable method specified by the Secretary. Section 70203, no tax on car loan interest. A, in general, Section 163H is amended by redesignating paragraph 4 as paragraph 5 and by inserting after paragraph 3 the following new paragraph. 4, special rules for taxable years 2025 through 2028 relating to qualified passenger vehicle loan interest. A, in general, in the case of taxable years beginning after December 31, 2024 and before January 1, 2029, for purposes of this subsection, the term personal interest shall not include qualified passenger vehicle loan interest. B, qualified passenger vehicle loan interest defined. 1, in general, for purposes of this paragraph, the term qualified passenger vehicle loan interest means any interest which is paid or accrued during the taxable year on indebtedness incurred by the taxpayer after December 31, 2024 for the purchase of and that is secured by a first lien on an applicable passenger vehicle for personal use. 2, exceptions. Such term shall not include any amount paid or incurred on any of the following. 1, a loan to finance fleet sales. 2, a loan incurred for the purchase of a commercial vehicle that is not used for personal purposes. 3, any lease financing. 4, a loan to finance the purchase of a vehicle with a salvage title. 5, a loan to finance the purchase of a vehicle intended to be used for scrap or parts. 3, VIN requirement. Interest shall not be treated as qualified passenger vehicle loan interest under this paragraph unless the taxpayer includes the vehicle identification number of the applicable passenger vehicle described in Clause 1 of the return of tax for the taxable year. C, limitations. 1, dollar amount. The amount of interest taken into account by a taxpayer under subparagraph B for any taxable year shall not exceed $10,000. 2, limitation based on modified adjusted gross income. 1, in general, the amount which is otherwise allowable as a deduction under subsection A is qualified passenger vehicle loan interest determined without regard to this clause and after the application of Clause 1 shall be reduced, but not below zero, by $200 for each $1,000 or portion thereof, by which the modified adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year exceeds $100,000, $200,000 in the case of a joint return. 2, modified adjusted gross income. For purposes of this clause, the term modified adjusted gross income means the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under Section 911, 931, or 933. D, applicable passenger vehicle. The term applicable passenger vehicle means any vehicle, 1, the original use of which commences with the taxpayer, 2, which is manufactured primarily for use on public streets, roads, and highways, not including a vehicle operated exclusively on a rail or rails. 3, which has at least 2 wheels. 4, which is a car, minivan, sport utility vehicle, pickup truck, or motorcycle. 5, which is treated as a motorcycle for purposes of Title II of the Clean Air Act. And 6, which has a gross vehicle weight rating of less than 14,000 pounds. Such term shall not include any vehicle, the final assembly of which did not occur within the United States. E, other definitions and special rules. For purposes of this paragraph, 1, final assembly. For purposes of subparagraph D, the term final assembly means the process by which a manufacturer produces a vehicle at or through the use of a plant, factory, or other place from which the vehicle is delivered to a dealer with all component parts necessary for the mechanical operation of the vehicle included with the vehicle, whether or not the component parts are permanently installed in or on the vehicle. 2, treatment of refinancing. Indebtedness described in subparagraph B shall include indebtedness that results from refinancing any indebtedness described in such subparagraph and that is secured by a first lien on the applicable passenger vehicle with respect to which the refinanced indebtedness was incurred, but only to the extent the amount of such resulting indebtedness does not exceed the amount of such refinanced indebtedness. 3, related parties. Indebtedness described in subparagraph B shall not include any indebtedness owned to a person who is related within the meaning of Section 267B or 707B1 to the taxpayer. B, deduction allowed to non-itemizers. Section 63B, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 5, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 6, and inserting and by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 7, so much of the deduction allowed by Section 163A as is attributable to the exception under Section 163H4A. C, reporting. 1, in general, Subpart B of Part 3 of Subchapter A of Chapter 61 is amended by adding at the end the following new section.
Section 6050AA, returns relating to applicable passenger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals. A, in general, any person, 1, who is engaged in a trade or business, and 2, who, in the course of such trade or business, receives from any individual interest aggregating $600 or more for any calendar year on a specified passenger vehicle loan, shall make the return described in subsection B with respect to each individual from whom such interest was received at such time as the Secretary may provide. B, form and manner of returns. A return is described in this subsection if such return 1 is in such form as the Secretary may prescribe, and 2, contains A, the name and address of the individual from whom the interest described in subsection A2 was received, B, the amount of such interest received for the calendar year, C, the amount of outstanding principal on the specified passenger vehicle loan as of the beginning of such calendar year, D, the date of the origination of such loan, E, the year, make, model, and vehicle identification number of the applicable passenger vehicle which secures such loan, or such other description of such vehicle as the Secretary may prescribe, and F, such other information as the Secretary may prescribe. C, statements to be furnished to individuals with respect to whom information is required. Every person required to make a return under subsection A shall furnish to each individual whose name is required to be set forth in such a return a written statement shown. 1, the name, address, and phone number of the information contact of the person required to make such return, and 2, the information described in some paragraphs B, C, D, and E of subsection B2 with respect to such individual, and such information as is described in subsection B2F with respect to such individual as the Secretary may provide for purposes of this subsection. The written statement required under the preceding sentence shall be furnished on or before January 31st of the year following the calendar year for which the return under subsection A was required to be made. D, definitions for purposes of this section 1 in general terms used in this section, which are also used in paragraph 4 of sections 163H, shall have the same meaning as when used in such paragraph. 2, specified passenger vehicle loan. The term specified passenger vehicle loan means the indebtedness described in section 163H4B with respect to any applicable passenger vehicle. E, regulations. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this section, including regulations or other guidance to prevent the duplicate reporting of information under this section. F, applicability. No return shall be required under this section for any period to which section 163H4 does not apply to. Penalties, section 6724D is amended, A, in paragraph 1B by striking or at the end of the clause XXVII, by striking and at the end of clause XXVIII, and inserting or and by adding at the end of the following new clause. 29, section 6050A, relating to returns relating to applicable passenger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals, and B, in paragraph 2 by striking or at the end of subparagraph KK, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph LL, and inserting or and by inserting after subparagraph LL the following new paragraph MM. Section 6050AAC, relating to statements relating to applicable passenger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals. D, conforming amendments. 1, section 56E1B is amended by striking section 163H4 and inserting section 163H5. 2, the table of sections for subpart B of part 3 of chapter A of chapter 61 is amended by adding at the end of the following new item, section 6050AA, returns relating to applicable passenger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals. E, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to indebtedness incurred after December 31st, 2024. Section 70204, Trump Accounts and Contribution Pilot Program. A, Trump Accounts 1 in general, subchapter F of Title 1 is amended by adding at the end the following new part, Part 9, Trump Accounts, Section 530A, Trump Accounts, Section 530A, Trump Accounts, A, General Rule. Except as provided in this section or under regulations or guidance established by the Secretary, a Trump account shall be treated for purposes of this title in the same manner as an individual retirement account under Section 408A. B, Trump account for purposes of this section. 1, in general, the term Trump account means an individual retirement account is defined in Section 408A, which is not designated as a Roth IRA and which meets the following requirements. A, the account, I, is created or organized by the Secretary for the exclusive benefit of an eligible individual or such eligible individual's beneficiaries, or 2, is 1, created or organized in the United States for the exclusive benefit of an individual who has not attained the age of 18 before the end of the calendar year or such individual's beneficiaries, and 2, funded by a qualified rollover contribution. B, the amount is designated in such manner as the Secretary shall prescribe at the time of the establishment of the account as a Trump account. C, the written governing instrument creating the account meets the following requirements. 1, no contribution will be accepted, 1, before the date that is 12 months after the date of the enactment of this section, or 2, in the case of a contribution made in any calendar year before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18, if such contribution would result in aggregate contributions other than exempt contributions for such calendar year in excess of the contribution limit specified in subsection C2A. 2, except as provided in subsection D, no distribution will be allowed before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. 3, no part of the account funds will be invested in any asset other than an eligible investment during any period before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. 2, eligible individual. The term eligible individual means any individual, A, who has not attained the age of 18 before the close of the calendar year in which the election under subparagraph C is made. B, for whom a Social Security number within the meaning of Section 24H7 has been issued before the date on which an election under subsection C is made. And C, for whom, 1, an election is made under the subparagraph by the Secretary if the Secretary determines, based on information available to the Secretary from tax returns or otherwise, that such individual meets the requirements of subparagraphs A and B, and no prior election has been made for such individual under Clause 2, or 2, an election is made under this subparagraph by a person other than the Secretary at such time in such a manner as the Secretary may prescribe for the establishment of the Trump account if no prior election has been made for such individual under Clause 1. 3, eligible investment. A, in general, the term eligible investment means any mutual fund or exchange-traded fund which, 1, tracks the returns of a qualified index, 2, does not use leverage, 3, does not have annual fees and expenses of more than 0.1% of the balance of the investment in the fund, and 4, meets such other criteria as the Secretary determines appropriate for purposes of the Section B qualified index. The term qualified index means 1, the Standard & Poor's 500 stock market index, or 2, any other index. 1, which is comprised of equity investments in United States companies, and 2, for which regulated futures contracts as defined in Section 1256G1 are traded on a qualified board or exchange as defined in Section 1256G7. Such terms shall not include any industry or sector-specific index, but may include an index based on market capitalization. 4, account beneficiary. The term account beneficiary means the individual on whose behalf the Trump account was established. C, treatment of contributions. 1, no deduction allowed. No deduction shall be allowed under Section 219 for any contribution which is made before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. 2, contribution limit. In the case of any contribution made before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. A, in general, the aggregate amount of contributions other than exempt contributions for such calendar year shall not exceed $5,000. B, exempt contribution. For purposes of this paragraph, the term exempt contribution means 1, qualified rollover contribution, 2, any qualified general contribution, or 3, any contribution provided under Section 6434. C, cost of living adjustment. 1, in general, in the case of any calendar year after 2027, the $5,000 amount under subparagraph A shall be increased by an amount equal to 1, such dollar amount multiplied by 2, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year determined by substituting calendar year 2026 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. 2, rounding. If any increase under this subparagraph is not a multiple of 100, such amount shall be rounded to the next lower multiple of 100. 3, timing of contributions. Section 219F3 shall not apply to any contribution made to a Trump account for any taxable year ending before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. D, distributions. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in the subsection, no distribution shall be allowed before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. 2, tax treatment of allowable distributions. For purposes of applying Section 72 to any amount distributed from a Trump account, the investment in the contract shall not include A, any qualified general contribution, B, any contribution provided under Section 6434, and C, the amount of any contribution which is excluded from the gross income under Section 128. 3, qualified rollover contributions. Paragraph 1 shall not apply to any distribution which is a qualified rollover contribution, and the amount of such distribution shall not be included in the gross income of the beneficiary. 4, qualified able rollover contributions. A, in general, paragraph 1 shall not apply to any distribution which is a qualified able rollover contribution, and the amount of such distribution shall not be included in the gross income of the beneficiary. B, qualified able rollover contribution. For purposes of this section, the term qualified able rollover contribution means an amount which is paid during the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 17 in a direct trustee-to-trustee transfer from a Trump account maintained for the benefit of the account beneficiary to an able account as defined in Section 529AE6 for the benefit of such account beneficiary, but only if the amount of such payment is equal to the entire balance of the Trump account from which the payment is made. 5, distributions of excess contributions. In the case of any contribution which is made before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18 and which is in excess of the limitation in effect under subsection C2A for the calendar year. A, paragraph 1 shall not apply to the distribution of such excess. B, the amount of such distribution shall not be included in gross income of the account beneficiary. And C, the tax imposed by this chapter on the distributee for the taxable year in which the distribution is made shall be increased by 100% of the amount of net income attributable to such excess determined without regard to subparagraph B. 6, treatment of death of account beneficiary. If, by reason of the death of the account beneficiary before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18, any person acquires the account beneficiary's interest in the Trump account, A, paragraph 1 shall not apply. B, such account shall cease to be a Trump account as of the date of death. And C, an amount equal to the fair market value of the assets reduced by the investment in the contract in such account on such date shall, 1, if such person is not the estate of such beneficiary, be includable in such person's gross income for the taxable year, which includes such date, or 2, if such person is the estate of such beneficiary, be includable in such beneficiary's gross income for the last taxable year of such beneficiary. E, qualified rollover contribution. For purposes of this section, the term qualified rollover contribution means an amount which is paid in a direct trustee-to-trustee transfer from a Trump account maintained for the benefit of the account beneficiary to a Trump account maintained for such beneficiary. but only if the amount of such payment is equal to the entire balance of the Trump account from which the payment is made. F, qualified general contribution. For purposes of this section, 1, in general, the term qualified general contribution means any contribution which A, is made by the Secretary pursuant to a general funding contribution, B, is made to the Trump account of an account beneficiary in the qualified class of account beneficiary specified in the general funding contribution, and C, is in an amount which is equal to the ratio of 1, the amount of such general funding contribution, to 2, the number of account beneficiaries in such qualified class. 2, general funding contribution. The term general funding contribution means a contribution which A, is made by 1, an entity described in section 170C1 other than a possession of the United States or a political subdivision thereof or an Indian tribal government, or 2, an organization described in section 501C3 and exempt from tax under section 501A, and B, which specifies a qualified class of account beneficiaries to whom such contribution is to be distributed. 3, qualified class. A, in general, the term qualified class means any of the following. 1, all account beneficiaries who have not attained the age of 18 before the close of the calendar year in which the contribution is made. 2, all account beneficiaries who have not attained the age of 18 before the close of the calendar year in which the contribution is made and who reside in one or more states or other qualified geographic areas specified by the terms of the general funding contribution. 3, all account beneficiaries who have not attained the age of 18 before the close of the calendar year in which the contribution is made and who were born in one or more calendar years specified by the terms of the general funding contribution. B, qualified geographic area. The term qualified geographic area means any geographic area in which not less than 5,000 account beneficiaries reside and which is designated by the Secretary as a qualified geographic area under the subparagraph. G, trustee selection. In the case of any Trump account created or organized by the Secretary shall take into account the following criteria to select in selecting the trustee. 1, the history of reliability and regulatory compliance of the trustee. 2, the customer service experience of the trustee. 3, the costs imposed by the trustee on the account or the account beneficiary. H, other special rules in coordination with individual retirement account rules. 1, in general, the rules of subsections K and P of Section 408 shall not apply to a Trump account, and the rules of subsections D and I of Section 408 shall not apply to a Trump account for any taxable year beginning before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains the age 18. 2, custodial accounts. In the case of a Trump account, Section 408H shall be applied by substituting a Trump account described in Section 530AB1 for an individual retirement account described in subsection A. 3, contributions. In the case of any taxable year beginning before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18, contribution to a Trump account shall not be taken into account in applying any contribution limit to any individual retirement plan other than a Trump account. 4, distributions. Section 408D2 shall be applied separately with respect to Trump accounts and other individual retirement plans. 5, excess contributions for purposes of applying Section 4973B to a Trump account for any taxable year beginning before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. The term excess contributions means the sum of A, the amount by which the amount contributed to the account for the calendar year in which taxable year begins exceeds the amount permitted to be contributed to the account under subsection C2, and B, the amount determined under this paragraph for the preceding taxable year. For purposes of this paragraph, the excess contributions for a taxable year are reduced by the distributions to which subsection D5 applies that are made during the taxable year by the date prescribed by law, including extensions of time for filing the account beneficiary's return for the taxable year. 1, reports. 1, in general, the trustee of a Trump account shall make such reports regarding such account to the Secretary and to the beneficiary of the account at such time and in such a manner that as may be required by the Secretary. Such reports shall include information with respect to A, contributions including the amount and source of any contribution in excess of $25 made from a person other than the Secretary, the account beneficiary, or the parent or legal guardian of the account beneficiary. B, distributions including distributions which are qualified rollover contributions. C, the fair market value of the account. D, the investment in the contract with respect to such account. And E, such other matters as the Secretary may require. 2, qualified rollover contributions. Not later than 30 days after the date of any qualified rollover contribution, the trustee of the Trump account to which the contribution was made shall make a report to the Secretary. Such report shall include A, the name, address, and social security number of the account beneficiary. B, the name and address of such trustee. C, the account number. D, the routing number of the trustee. And E, such other information as the Secretary may require. 3, period of reporting. This subsection shall not apply to any period after the calendar year in which the beneficiary attains at age 17. 2, qualified able rollover contributions exempt from able contribution limitation. A, in general, Section 529A(b)(2)(b) is amended by inserting or received in a qualified able rollover contribution described in Section 530A(d)(4)(b) after except as provided in the case of contributions under subsection C1C. B, prohibition on excess contributions. The second sentence of Section 529A(b)(6) is amended by inserting but do not include any contributions received in a qualified able rollover contribution described in Section 530A(d)(4)(b) before the period at the end. C, conforming amendment. Section 4973H1 is amended by inserting or contributions received in a qualified able rollover contribution described in Section 530AD4B after other than contributions under Section 529AC1C. 3, failure to provide reports on Trump accounts. Section 6693A2 is amended by striking and at the end of subparagraph E, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph F and inserting and by inserting after subparagraph F the following new subparagraph G. Section 530A1 relating to Trump accounts. 4, clerical amendment. A, the table of parts for subchapter F of Chapter 1 is amended by adding at the end the following new item. Part 9, Trump accounts. B, employer contributions. 1, in general. Part 3 of subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after Section 127 the following new section. Section 128, employer contributions to Trump accounts. A, in general. Gross income of an employee does not include amounts paid by the employer as a contribution to the Trump account of such employee or of any dependent of such employee if the amounts are paid or incurred pursuant to a program which is described in subsection C. B, limitation. 1, in general, the amount which may be excluded under subsection A with respect to any employee shall not exceed $2,500. 2, inflation adjustment. A, in general, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2027, the $2,500 amount in paragraph 1 shall be increased by an amount equal to 1, such dollar amount multiplied by 2, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for such calendar year by substituting calendar year 2026 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. B, rounding. If any increase determined under subparagraph A is not a multiple of $100, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $100. C, Trump account contribution program. For purposes of this section, a Trump account contribution program is a separate written plan of an employer for the exclusive benefit of his employees to provide contributions to the Trump accounts of such employees or dependents of such employees, which meets requirements similar to the requirements of paragraphs 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8 of Section 129D. 2, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 127 the following new item. Section 128, employer contributions to Trump accounts. C, certain contributions excluded from gross income. 1, in general, Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting before Section 140 the following new item. Section 139J, certain contributions to Trump accounts. A, in general, gross income of an account beneficiary shall not include any qualified general contribution to a Trump account of the account beneficiary. B, definitions. Any term used in this section which is used in Section 530A shall have the meaning given to such term under Section 530A. 2, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B is amended by inserting before the item relating to Section 140 the following new item. Section 139J, certain contributions to Trump accounts. D, Trump accounts contribution pilot program. 1, in general, Subchapter B of Chapter 65 is amended by adding at the end the following new section. Section 6434, Trump accounts contribution pilot program. A, in general, in the case of an individual who makes an election under this section with respect to an eligible child of the individual, such eligible child shall be treated as making a payment against the tax imposed by subtitle A for the taxable year for which the election was made in an amount equal to $1,000. B, refund of payment. The amount treated as a payment under subsection A shall be paid by the Secretary to the Trump account with respect to which such eligible child is the account beneficiary. C, eligible child. For purposes of this section, the term eligible child means qualifying child as defined in Section 152C. 1, who was born after December 31st, 2024, and before January 1st, 2029. 2, with respect to whom no prior election has been made under this section by such individual or any other individual. 3, who is a United States citizen, and 4, at least one parent of whom was a United States citizen at the time of such qualifying child's birth. D, election. An election under this section shall be made at such time and in such manner as the Secretary shall provide. E, Social Security number required. 1, in general, this section shall not apply to any taxpayer unless such individual includes with the election made under this section A, such individual's Social Security number, and B, the Social Security number of the eligible child with respect to whom the election is made. 2, Social Security number defined. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term Social Security number shall have the meaning given such terms in Section 24H7 determined by substituting before the date of the election made under Section 6434 for before the due date of such return in subparagraph B thereof. F, exception from reduction or offset. Any payment made to any individual under this section shall not be 1, subject to reduction or offset pursuant to subsection C, D, E, or F of Section 6402 for any similar authority permitting offset, or 2, reduced or offset by other assessed federal taxes that would otherwise be subject to levy or collection. G, special rule regarding interest. The period determined under Section 6611. A, with respect to any payment under this section shall not begin before January 1st, 2028. H, mirror code possessions. In the case of any possession of the United States with a mirror code tax system as defined in Section 24K. This section shall not be treated as part of the income tax laws of the United States for purposes of determining the income tax law of such possession unless such possession elects to have this section be so treated. 1. Definitions. For purposes of this section, the term Trump account and account beneficiary have the meaning given such terms in Section 530AB. 2. Penalty for negligent claim or fraudulent claim. Part 1 of Subchapter A of Chapter 68 is amended by adding at the following new section. Section 6659, improper claim for Trump account, contribution pilot program credit, A in general. In the case of any individual who makes an election under Section 6434 with respect to an individual who is not an eligible child of the taxpayer, 1, if such election was made due to negligence or disregard of the rules or regulations, there shall be imposed a penalty of $500, or 2, if such election was made to fraud, there shall be imposed a penalty of $1,000. B, definitions. 1, eligible child. The term eligible child has the meaning given such term under Section 6434. 2, negligence, disregard. The term negligence and disregard have the same meaning as when such terms are used in Section 6662. 3, omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by striking and at the end of subparagraph Y, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph Z, and inserting and by inserting after subparagraph Z, the following new paragraph, AA, an omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 6434E1 relating to the Trump Accounts Contribution Pilot Program for confirming amendments. A, the table of sections for subchapter B of Chapter 65 is amended by adding at the end of the following new item, Section 6434, Trump Accounts Contribution Pilot Program. B, the table of sections for Part 1 of subchapter A of Chapter 68 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 6658 the following new item, Section 6659, improper claim for Trump Account Contribution Pilot Program credit. E, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. F, funding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Treasury out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $410 million to remain available until September 30th, 2034 to carry out the amendments made by this section. Chapter 3, establishing certainty and competitiveness for American job creators. Subchapter A, permanent U.S. business tax reform and boosting domestic investment. Section 70301, full expensing for certain business property. A, made permanent. 1, in general. Section 168K2A is amended by adding and at the end of Clause 1 and striking and at the end of Clause 2 and inserting a period and by striking Clause 3. 2, property with longer production periods. Section 168K2B is amended A in Clause 1 by striking subclauses 2 and 3 and redesignating subclauses 4, 5, and 6 as subclauses 2, 3, and 4, respectively, and B, by striking Clause 2 and redesignating clauses 3 and 4 as clauses 2 and 3, respectively. 3, self-constructed property. Section 168K2E is amended by striking Clause 1 and redesignating clauses 2 and 3 as clauses 1 and 2, respectively. For certain plants, Section 168K5A is amended by striking planted before January 1st, 2027, or is grafted before such date to a plant that has already been planted in the matter preceding Clause 1 and inserting planted or grafted. 5, conforming amendments. A, Section 168K2A2 is amended by striking Clause 2 of subparagraph E and inserting Clause 1 of subparagraph E. B, Section 168K2C1 is amended by striking and subclauses 2 and 3 of subparagraph B1. C, Section 168K2C2 is amended by striking subparagraph B3 and inserting subparagraph B2. D, Section 460C6B is amended by striking which and all that follows through the period and inserting which has a recovery period of 7 years or less. B, 100% expensing. 1, in general, Section 168K is amended A in paragraph 1A by striking the applicable percentage and inserting 100%, and B, by striking paragraph 6 and 8 to certain plants. Section 168K5A1 is amended by striking the applicable percentage and inserting 100%. 3, transitional election of reduced percentage. Section 168K10 is amended by striking subparagraph A and by redesignating subparagraph B as subparagraph C and by inserting before subparagraph C as so redesignated the following new subparagraphs. A, in general, in the case of qualified property placed in service by the taxpayer during the first taxable year ending after January 19, 2025, the taxpayer elects to have this paragraph apply for such taxable year. Paragraph 1A shall be applied. 1, in the case of property which is not described in Clause 2 by substituting 40% for 100%, or 2, in the case of property which is described in subparagraph B or C of paragraph 2 by substituting 60% for 100%. B, specified plants. In the case of any specified plant planted or grafted by the taxpayer during the first taxable year ending after January 19, 2025, that the taxpayer elects to have this paragraph apply for such taxable year. Paragraph 5A1 shall be applied by substituting 40% for 100%. C, effective date. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in this subsection, the amendments made by this section shall apply to property acquired after January 19, 2025. 2, specified plants, except as provided in paragraph 3, and in the case of any specified plant as defined in Section 168K 5B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended by this section. The amendments made by this section shall apply to such plants which are planted or grafted after January 19, 2025. 3, transitional election of reduced percentage. The amount made by subsection B3 shall apply to taxable years ending after January 19, 2025. 4, acquisition date determination. For purposes of paragraph 1, property shall not be treated as acquired after the date on which a written binding contract is entered into for such acquisition. Section 70302, full expensing of domestic research and experimental expenditures, A in general. Part 6 of subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after Section 174 the following new section. Section 174A, domestic research or experimental expenditures. A, treatment as expenses. Notwithstanding Section 263, there shall be allowed as a deduction any domestic research or experimental expenditures which are paid or incurred by the taxpayer during the taxable year. B, domestic research or experimental expenditures. For purposes of this section, the term domestic research or experimental expenditures means research or experimental expenditures paid or incurred by the taxpayer in connection with the taxpayer's trade or business other than such expenditures which are attributable to foreign research within the meaning of Section 41D4F. C, amortization of certain domestic research or experimental expenditures in general at the election of the taxpayer made in accordance with regulations or guidance provided by the Secretary in the case of domestic research or experimental expenditures which would, but for subsection A, be chargeable to capital account but not chargeable to property of the character which is subject to the allowance under Section 167 relating to allowance for depreciation, etc., or Section 611 relating to allowance for depletion. Subsection A shall not apply, and the taxpayer shall A, charge such expenditures to capital account, and B, be allowed an amortization deduction of such expenditures ratably over such period of not less than 60 months as may be selected by the taxpayer, beginning with the month in which the taxpayer first realizes benefits from such expenditures. 2, time for and scope of election. The election provided by paragraph 1 may be made for any taxable year, but only if made not later than the time prescribed by law for filing the return for such taxable year, including extensions thereof. The method so elected and the period selected by the taxpayer shall be adhered to in computing taxable income for the taxable year for which the election is made, and for all subsequent taxable years, unless with the approval of the Secretary a change to a different method or to a different period is authorized with respect to part or all of such expenditures. The election shall not apply to any expenditure paid or incurred during any taxable year before the taxable year for which the taxpayer makes the election. D, special rules. 1, land and other property. This section shall not apply to any expenditure for the acquisition or improvement of land or for the acquisition or improvement of property to be used in connection with the research or experimentation and of a character which is subject to the allowance under Section 167 relating to allowance for depreciation, etc., or Section 611 relating to allowance for depletion, but for the purposes of this section, allowances under Section 167 and allowances under Section 611 shall be considered as expenditures. 2, expiration expenditures. This section shall not apply to any expenditure paid or incurred for the purpose of ascertaining the existence, location, extent, or quality of any deposit of ore or other mineral, including oil and gas. 3, software development. For purposes of this section, any amount paid or incurred in connection with the development of any software shall be treated as a research or experimental expenditure. B, coordination with certain other provisions. 1, foreign research expenses. Section 174 is amended. A in subsection A, 1, by striking a taxpayer's specified research or experimental expenditures and inserting a taxpayer's foreign research or experimental expenditures, and 2, by striking over the 5-year period, 15-year period in the case of any specified research or experimental expenditures which are attributable to foreign research within the meaning of Section 41D4F, then paragraph 2B, and inserting over the 15-year period. B in subsection B, 1, by striking specified research and inserting foreign research, 2, by inserting and which are attributable to foreign research within the meaning of Section 41D4F before the period at the end, and 3, by striking specified in the heading thereof, inserting foreign, and C in subsection D, 1, by striking specified research or experimental expenditures and inserting foreign research or experimental expenditures, and 2, by inserting or reduction to amount realized after no deduction.
Two, research credit. A, Section 41D 1A is amended to read as follows. A, with respect to which expenditures are treated as domestic research or experimental expenditures under Section 174A. B, Section 280 CE1 is amended to read as follows. 1, in general, the domestic research or experimental expenditures otherwise taken into account under Sections 174A shall be reduced by the amount of the credit allowed under Section 41A. 3, AMT adjustment. Section 56B2 is amended. A, in subparagraph A, 1, by striking or 174A in the matter preceding Clause 1 and inserting 174A or 174AA, and 2, by striking research and experimental expenditures described in Section 174A in Clause 2 thereof and inserting foreign research or experimental expenditures described in Section 174A and domestic research or experimental expenditures in Section 174AA, and B, in paragraph C, by inserting or 174A after 174AA. 4, optional 10-year write-off. Section 59E2B is amended by striking Section 174A relating to research and experimental expenditures and inserting Section 174AA relating to domestic research or experimental expenditures. 5, qualified small issue bonds. Section 144A4C4 is amended by striking 174A and inserting 174AA. 6, startup expenditures. Section 195C1 is amended by striking or 174 in the last sentence and inserting 174 or 174A. 7, capital expenditures. A, Section 263A1B is amended by inserting or 174A after 174. B, Section 263A C2 is amended by inserting or 174A after 174. 8, active business computer software royalties. Section 543D4A1 is amended by inserting 174A after 174. 9, source rules. Section 864G2 is amended, A, by striking research and experimental expenditures within the meaning of Section 174 in the first sentence and inserting foreign research or experimental expenditures within the meaning of Section 174, or domestic research or experimental expenditures within the meaning of Section 174, and B, in the last sentence, 1, by striking treated as deferred expenses under subsection B of Section 174 and inserting allowed as an amortization deduction under Section 174A or Section 174AC, and 2, by striking such subsection and inserting such section as the case may be. 10, basis adjustment. Section 1016A14 is amended by striking deductions as deferred expenses under Section 174B1 relating to research and experimental expenditures, and inserting deductions under Section 174 or 174AC. 11, small business stock. Section 1202E2B is amended by striking which may be treated as research and experimental expenditures under Section 174 and inserting which are treated as foreign research or experimental expenditures under Section 174 or domestic research or experimental expenditures under Section 174A. E, change in method or accounting. 1, in general, the amendments made by subsection A shall be treated as a change in method of accounting for purposes of Section 481 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1996, and A, such change shall be treated as initiated by the taxpayer. B, such change shall be treated as made with the consent of the Secretary, and C, such change shall be applied only on a cutoff basis for any domestic research or experimental expenditures as defined in Section 174AB of such code as added by this section, and determined by applying the rules of Section 174AD of such code, paid or incurred in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024, and no adjustments under Section 41A shall be made. 2, special rules. In the case of a taxable year which begins after December 31st, 2024, and ends before the date of the enactment of this Act, A, paragraph 1C shall not apply, and B, the change in method of accounting under paragraph 1 shall be applied on a modified cutoff basis, taking into account for purposes of Section 481A of such code only the domestic research or experimental expenditures as defined in Section 174AB of such code as added by the section, and determined by applying the rules of Section 174AD of such code, paid or incurred in such taxable year, but not allowed as a deduction in such taxable year. D, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 6 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 174 the following new item. Section 174A, domestic research or experimental expenditures. C, effective date. 1. In general, except as otherwise provided in the subsection or subsection F1, the amendments made by this section shall apply to amounts paid or incurred in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. 2. Treatment of foreign research or experimental expenditures upon disposition. A. In general, the amendment by subsection B1, C2 shall apply to property disposed, retired, or abandoned after May 12th, 2025. B. No inference. The amendment made by subsection B1, C2 shall not be construed to create any inference with respect to the proper application of section 174D of the Internal Revenue Code of 1996 with respect to taxable years beginning before May 13th, 2025. 3. Coordination with research credit. The amendment made by subsection B2B shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. 4. No inference with respect to coordination with research credit for prior periods. The amendment made by subsection B2B shall not be construed to create any inference with respect to the proper application of section 280CE of the Internal Revenue Code of 1996 with respect to taxable years beginning before January 1st, 2025. F. Transition rules. 1. Election for retroactive application by certain small businesses. A. In general, at the election of an eligible taxpayer, paragraphs 1 and 3 of subsection E shall each be applied by substituting December 31st, 2021 for December 31st, 2024. An election made under this subparagraph shall be made in such manner as the Secretary may provide and not later than the date that is 1 year after the date of the enactment of this act. The taxpayer shall file an amended return for each taxable year affected by such election. B. Eligible taxpayer. For purposes of this paragraph, the term eligible taxpayer means any taxpayer other than the tax shelter prohibited from using the cash receipts and disbursements methods of accounting under section 448A3, which meets the gross receipts test of section 448E for the first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2024. C. Election treated as change in method of accounting. In the case of any taxpayer which elects the application of subparagraph A, 1. Such election may be treated as a change in method of accounting for purposes of section 41 of such code for the taxpayer's first taxable year affected by such election. 2. Such change shall be treated as initiated by the taxpayer for such taxable year. 3. Such change shall be treated as made with the consent of the Secretary. And 4. Subsection C shall not apply to such taxpayer. D. Election regarding coordination with research credit. An election under section 280C E2 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 or revocation of such election for any taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2021 by an eligible taxpayer making an election under subparagraph A shall not fail to be treated as timely made or as made on the return if made during the 1 year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act on an amended return for such taxable year. 2. Election to deduct certain unamortized amounts paid or incurred in taxable years beginning before January 1st, 2025. A. In general, in the case of any domestic research or experimental expenditures as defined in section 174A as added by subsection A, which are paid or incurred in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2021 and before January 1st, 2025, and which was charged to capital account, a taxpayer may elect 1. To deduct any remaining unamortized amount with respect to such expenditures in the first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2024, or 2. To deduct such remaining unamortized amount with respect to such expenditures ratably over the 2 taxable year period beginning with the first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2024. B. Change the method of accounting. In the case of a taxpayer who makes an election under this paragraph, 1. Such taxpayer shall be treated as initiating a change in method of accounting for purposes of section 41 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1996 with respect to the expenditures to which the election applies. 2. Such change shall be treated as made with the consent of the Secretary. And 3. Such change shall be applied only on a cutoff basis for such expenditures. No adjustments under section 41A shall be made. C. Regulations. The Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall publish such guidance or regulations as may be necessary to carry out the purposes of this paragraph, including regulations or guidance allowing for the deduction allowed under subparagraph A in the case of taxpayers with taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024, and ending before the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70303, Modification of Limitation on Business Interest. A. In general, Section 163J 8AV is amended by striking in the case of taxable years beginning before January 1st, 2025. B, floor plan financing applicable to certain trailers and campers. Section 163J9C is amended by adding at the end of the following new flush sentence, such terms shall also include any trailer or camper which is designed to provide temporary living quarters for recreational camping or seasonal use and is designed to be towed by or fixed to a motor vehicle. C, effective date and special rule. In general, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. 2, special rule for short taxable years. Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate may prescribe such rules as are necessary or appropriate to provide for the application of the amendments made by this section in the case of any taxable year of less than 12 months that begins after December 31st, 2024, and ends before the date of the enactment of this Act. Section 70304, extension and enhancement of paid family and medical leave credit. A, in general, Section 45S is amended in subsection A, by striking paragraph 1 and inserting the following. 1, in general, for purposes of Section 38, in the case of an eligible employer, the paid family and medical leave credit is an amount equal to either of the following as elected by such employer. A, the applicable percentage of the amount of wages paid to qualifying employees with respect to any period in which such employees are on family and medical leave. B, if such employer has an insurance policy with regards to the provision of paid family and medical leave, which is in force during the taxable year, and the applicable percentage of the total amount of premiums paid or incurred by such employer during such taxable year with respect to such insurance policy. And B, by adding at the end of the following. 3, rate of payment determined without regard to whether leave is taken. For purposes of determining the applicable percentage with respect to paragraph 1B, the rate of payment under the insurance policy shall be determined without regard to whether any qualifying employees were on family and medical leave during the taxable year. 2, in subsection B1, by striking credit allowed and inserting wages taken into account. 3, in subsection C, by striking paragraphs 3 and 4 and inserting the following. 3, aggregation rule. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B, all persons which are treated as a single employer under subsections B and C of section 414 shall be treated as a single employer. B, exception 1, in general, subparagraph A shall not apply to any person who establishes to the satisfaction of the Secretary that such person has a substantial and legitimate business reason for failing to provide a written policy described in paragraph 1 or 2. 2, substantial and legitimate business reason. For purposes of Clause 1, the term substantial and legitimate business reason shall not include the operation of a separate line of business, the rate of wages or category of jobs for employees, or any similar basis, or the application of state or local laws relating to family and medical leave, but may include the grouping of employees of a common law employer. 4, treatment of benefits mandated or paid for by state or local governments. For purposes of this section, any leave which is paid by a state or local government is required by state or local law. A, except as provided in subparagraph B, shall be taken into account in determining the amount of paid family and medical leave provided to the employer, and B, shall not be taken into account in determining the amount of the paid family and medical leave credit under subsection A. 4, in subsection D, A in paragraph 1 by inserting, or at the election of the employer, for not less than 6 months after 1 year or more. B in paragraph 2 by inserting, as determined on an annualized basis, pro rata for part-time employees after compensation, and by striking the period at the end and inserting and by adding at the end of the following. 3, is customarily employed for not less than 20 hours per week. And 5, by striking subsection 1. B, no double benefit. Section 280CA is amended. 1, by striking 45SA and inserting 45SA1A, and 2, by inserting after the first sentence of the following. No deduction shall be allowed for that portion of the premiums paid or incurred for the taxable year which is equal to that portion of the paid family and medical leave credit which is determined for the taxable year under Section 45SA1B. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70305, exceptions from limitations on deduction for business meals. A, exception to denial of deduction for business meals. Section 274, O as added by Section 13304 of Public Law 11597 as amended by striking no deduction and inserting except in the case of an expense described in subsection ES or N2C, no deduction. B, meals provided on certain fishing boats and at certain fish processing facilities not subject to 50% limitation. Section 274N2C of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by striking or at the end of Clause 3 and by adding at the end of the following new clause. V, provided 1 on a fishing vessel, fish processing vessel, or fish tender vessel, as such terms are defined in Section 2101 of Title 46 U.S. Code, or 2, at a facility for the processing of fish for commercial use or consumption which AA is located in the United States north of 50 degrees north latitude, and BB is not located in a metropolitan statistical area within the meaning of Section 143K2B, or C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to amounts paid or incurred after December 31st, 2025. Section 70306, increased dollar limitations for expensing of certain depreciable business assets. A, in general, Section 179B is amended, 1 in paragraphs 1 by striking $1 million and inserting $2,500,000, and 2 in paragraph 2 by striking $2,500,000 and inserting $4 million. B, conforming amendments, Section 179B6A is amended, 1 by inserting 2025 in the case of the dollar amounts in paragraphs 1 and 2, after, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2018, and 2 in Clause 2 by striking determined by substituting calendar year 2017 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof, and inserting determined by substituting in paragraph A2 thereof. 1 in the case of amounts in paragraphs 1 and 2, calendar year 2024 for calendar year 2016, and 2 in the case of the amount of paragraph 5A, calendar year 2017 for calendar year 2016. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to property placed in service in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70307, special depreciation allowance for qualified production property. A, in general, Section 168 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection. N, special allowance for qualified production property. 1, in general, in the case of any qualified production property of a taxpayer making an election under this subsection, A, the depreciation deduction provided by Section 167A for the taxable year in which such property is placed in service shall include an allowance equal to 100% of the adjusted basis of the qualified production property, and B, the adjusted basis of the qualified production property shall be reduced by the amount of such deduction before computing the amount otherwise allowable as a depreciation deduction under this chapter for such taxable year and any subsequent taxable year. 2, qualified production property. For purposes of this subsection, A, in general, the term qualified production property means that the portion of any non-residential real property, 1, to which this section applies, and 2, which is used by the taxpayer as an integral part of a qualified production activity, 3, which is placed in the service of the United States or any possession of the United States, 4, the original use of which commences with the taxpayer, 5, the construction of which begins after January 19th, 2025, and before January 1st, 2029, 6, which is designated by the taxpayer in the election made under this subsection, and 7, which is placed in service before January 1st, 2031. For purposes of Clause 2, in the case of a property with respect to which the taxpayer is a lessor, property used by a lessee shall not be considered to be used by the taxpayer as part of a qualified production activity. B, special rule for certain property not previously used in qualified production activities. 1, in general, in the case of property acquired by the taxpayer during the period described in subparagraph AV, the requirements of clauses 4 and 5 of subparagraph A shall be treated as satisfied if 1, such property was not used in a qualified production activity, determined without regard by the second sentence of subparagraph D, by any person at any time during the period beginning on January 1st, 2021, and ending on May 12th, 2025. 2, such property was not used by the taxpayer at any time prior to such acquisition. And 3, the acquisition of such property meets the requirements of paragraphs 2A, 2B, 2C, and 3 of Section 179D. 2. Written binding contracts. For purposes of determining under Clause 1 whether such property is acquired before the period described in subparagraph AV, such property shall be treated as acquired not later than the date on which the taxpayer enters into a written binding contract for such acquisition. And H, whether such property is acquired under such period, such property shall be treated as acquired not earlier than such date. C, exclusion of office space, etc. The term qualified production property shall not include that portion of any non-residential real property which is used for offices, administrative services, lodging, parking, sales activities, research activities, software development or engineering activities, or other functions unrelated to the manufacturing, production, or refining of tangible personal property. D, qualified production activity. The term qualified production activity means the manufacturing, production, or refining of a qualified product. The activities of any taxpayer do not constitute manufacturing, production, or refining of the qualified product unless the activities of such taxpayer result in a substantial transformation of the property comprising the product. E, production. The term production shall not include activities other than agricultural production and chemical production. F, qualified product. The term qualified product means any tangible personal property if such property is not a food or beverage prepared in the same building as a retail establishment in which such property is sold. G, syndication. For purposes of subparagraph A4, rules similar to the rules of subsection K2E3 shall apply. H, extension of placed in service date under certain circumstances. The Secretary may extend the date under subparagraph A7 with respect to any property that meets the requirements of clauses 1 through 6 of subparagraph A if the Secretary determines that an act of God, as defined in section 101(1) of the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act of 1980, prevents the taxpayer from placing such property in service before such date. 3, deduction allowed in computing minimum tax. For purposes of determining alternative minimum taxable income under Section 55, the deduction under Section 167 for qualified production property shall be determined under the section without regard to any adjustment under Section 56. 4, coordination with certain other provisions. A, other special depreciation allowances. For purposes of subsections K7, 1(3)D, and M2(B)(3), 1, qualified production property shall be treated as a separate class of property, and 2, the taxpayer shall be treated as having made an election under such subsections with respect to such class. B, alternative depreciation property. The term qualified production property shall not include any property to which the alternative depreciation system under subsection G applies. For purposes of subsection G7A, qualified production property to which the subsection applies shall be treated as separate non-residential real property. 5, recapture. If at any time during the 10-year period, beginning on the date that any qualified production property is placed in service by the taxpayer, such property ceases to be used as described in paragraph 2A2 and is used by the taxpayer in a productive use not described in paragraph 2A2, section 1245 shall be applied. 1, by treating such property as having been disposed of by the taxpayer as of the first time such property is so used in a productive use not described in paragraph 2A2, and 2, by treating the amount described in subparagraph B of section 1245A1 with respect to such disposition as being not less than the amount described in subparagraph A of such section, and B, the basis of the taxpayer in such property and the taxpayer's allowance for depreciation with respect to such property shall be appropriately adjusted to take into account amounts recognized by reason of subparagraph A. 6, election. A, in general, an election under the subsection for any taxable year shall 1, specify the non-residential real property subject to the election and the portion of such property designated under paragraph 2A6, and 2, except as otherwise provided by the Secretary, be made on the taxpayer's return of the tax imposed by this chapter for the taxable year. Such elections shall be made in such a manner as the Secretary may prescribe by regulations or other guidance. B, election. Any election made under this subsection and any specification contained in any such election may not be revoked except with the consent of the Secretary, and the Secretary shall provide such consent only in extraordinary circumstances. 7, regulations. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this subsection, including regulations or other guidance. A, providing rules regarding what constitutes substantial transformations of property which are consistent with guidance provided under Section 954D, and B, providing for the application of paragraph 5 with respect to a change in use described in such paragraph by transferee following a fully or partially tax-free transfer of qualified production property. B, treatment of qualified production property as Section 1245 property. Section 1245A3 is amended by striking or at the end of subparagraph E, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph F and inserting or, and by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. G, any qualified production property as defined in Section 168N2. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to property placed in service after the date of the enactment of this Act. Section 70308, enhancement of advanced manufacturing investment credit. A, in general, Section 48DA is amended by striking 25% and inserting 35%. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to property placed in service after December 31st, 2025. Section 70309, spaceports are treated like airports under exempt facility bond rules. A, in general, Section 142A1 is amended to read as follows. 1, airports and spaceports. B, treatment of ground leases. Section 142B1 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. C, special rule for spaceport ground leases. For purposes of subparagraph A, spaceport property located on land leased by a governmental unit from the United States shall not fail to be treated as owned by a governmental unit if the requirements of this paragraph are met by the lease and any subleases of the property. C, definition of spaceport. Section 142 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection. P, spaceport. In general, for purposes of subsection A1, the term spaceport means any facility located or in use in close proximity to a launch site or re-entry site used for A, manufacturing, assembling, or repairing spacecraft, space cargo, or other facilities as described in this paragraph, or any component of the foregoing. B, flight control operations. C, providing launch services and re-entry services, or D, transferring crew, space flight participants, or space cargo to or from spacecraft. 2, additional terms. For purposes of paragraph 1, A, space cargo. The term space cargo includes satellites, scientific experiments, other property transported into space, and any other type of payload, whether or not such property returns from space. B, spacecraft. The term spacecraft means a launch vehicle or a re-entry vehicle. C, other terms. The terms launch site, crew, space flight participant, launch services, launch vehicle, payload, re-entry services, re-entry site. A re-entry vehicle shall have the respective meanings given to such terms by Section 50902 of Title 51 United States Code as in effect on the date of enactment of this subsection. 3, public use requirement. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, a facility shall not be required to be available for use by the general public to be treated as a spaceport for purposes of this section. 4, manufacturing facilities and industrial parks allowed. With respect to spaceports, subsection C2E shall not apply to spaceport property described in paragraph 1A. D, exception from federally guaranteed bond prohibition. Section 149B3 is amended by adding at the end of the following the new paragraph, F, subsection exception for spaceports. A bond shall not be treated as federally guaranteed merely because of the payments of rent, user fees, or other charges by the United States, or any agency or instrumentality thereof, in exchange for the use of the spaceport by the United States, or any agency or instrumentality thereof. E, conforming amendment. The heading for Section 142E is amended by inserting spaceports after airports.
F, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to obligations issued after the date of enactment of this act. Subchapter B, permanent America First International Trade Reforms, Part 1, Foreign Tax Credit, Section 70311, Modifications related to foreign tax credit limitations. A, rules for allocation of certain deductions to foreign source net CFC tested income for purposes of foreign tax credit limitation. Section 904B is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 5. Deductions treated as allocable to foreign source net CFC tested income solely for purposes of the application of subsection A with respect to amounts described in subsection D1A. The taxpayer's taxable income from sources without the United States shall be determined by allocating and apportioning A, any deduction allowed under section 250A1B, and any deduction allowed under section 164A3 for taxes imposed on amounts described in section 250A1B to such income. No amount of interest, expense, or research and experimental expenditures to such income, and C, any other deduction to such income only if such deduction is directly allocable to such income. Any amount or deduction which would, but for subparagraphs B and C, have been allocated or apportioned to such income shall only be allocated or apportioned to income which is from sources within the United States. B, other modifications. Section 904D2H1 is amended by striking paragraph 1B and inserting paragraph 1D. 2, Section 904D4C2 is amended by striking paragraph 1A and inserting paragraph 1C. 3, Section 951A F1A is amended by striking 904H1 and inserting 904H. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70312, modification to determination of deemed paid credit for taxes properly attributable to tested income. A, increase in deemed paid credit. 1, in general, Section 960D1 is amended by striking 80% and inserting 90%. 2, gross up for deemed paid foreign tax credit. Section 78 is amended A by striking subsections A, B, and D and inserting subsections A and D, and B by striking 80% and inserting 90%. B, disallowance of foreign tax credit with respect to distributions of previously taxed net CFC tested income. Section 960D is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 4, disallowance of foreign tax credit with respect to distributions of previously taxed net CFC tested income. No credit shall be allowed under Section 901 for 10% of any foreign income tax paid or accrued or deemed paid under subsection B1 with respect to any amount excluded from gross income under Section 959A by reason of an inclusion in gross income under Section 951AA. C, effective dates. In general, the amendments made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Disallowance. The amendment made by subsection B shall apply to amounts distributed after June 28, 2025. Section 70313, sourcing certain income from the sale of inventory produced in the United States. A, in general, Section 904B, as amended by Section 70311, is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 6, source rules for certain inventory produced in the United States and sold through foreign branches. For purposes of this section, if a United States person maintains an office or other fixed place of business in a foreign country, determined under rules similar to the rules of Section 864C5, the portion of income which A, is from the sale or exchange outside the United States of inventory property within the meaning of Section 86511, 1, which is produced in the United States, 2, which is for use outside the United States, 3, which is the third sentence of Section 863B applies, and B is attributable to determined under rules similar to the rules of Section 864C5 to such office, or other fixed place of business shall be treated as from sources without the United States, except that the amount so treated shall not exceed 50% of the income from the sale or exchange of such inventory property. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Part 2, foreign-derived deduction, eligible income, and net CFC tested income. Section 70321, modification of deduction for foreign-derived deduction, eligible income, and net CFC tested income. A, in general, Section 250A is amended, 1, by striking 37.5% in paragraph 1A and inserting 33.34%. 2, by striking 50% in paragraph 1B and inserting 40%, and by striking paragraph 3. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70322, determination of deduction eligibility income. A, sales or other disposition of certain property. 1, in general, Section 250B3A1 is amended by striking and at the end of the subclause 5 and by striking over at the end of subclause 6 and inserting and C by adding at the end of the following new subclause 7, except as otherwise provided by the Secretary, any income and gain from the sale or other disposition, including pursuant to a transaction subject to Section 367D of AA, intangible property as defined in Section 367D4, and BB, any property of a type that is subject to depreciation, amortization, or depletion by the seller over. 2, conforming amendment, Section 250B5E, as amended by inserting other than paragraph 3A17 for purposes of this subsection. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to the sale or other dispositions, including pursuant to a transaction subject to Section 367D of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, occurring after June 16, 2025. B, expense apportion limited to properly allocable expenses. 1, in general, Section 250B3A2 is amended to read as follows. 2, expenses and deductions, including taxes other than interest expenses and research or experimental expenditures properly allocable to such gross income. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70323, rules related to deemed intangible income. A, taxation of net CFC tested income. 1, in general, Section 951AA is amended by striking global intangible low taxed income and inserting net CFC tested income. 2, repeal of tax-free deemed return on foreign investment, Section 951A, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, as amended by striking subsections B and D and redesignating subsections C, E, and F as subsections A, B, and D, respectively. 3, conforming amendments. A1, Section 250 is amended by striking global intangible low taxed income. Each place it appears in subsection A1, B1, A2, and B3, A1, 2, and inserting net CFC tested income. 2, the heading for Section 250 of such code is amended by striking global intangible low taxed income and inserting net CFC tested income. 3, the item relating to Section 250 in the table of section for Part 7 of Subchapter B, Chapter 1 of such code is amended by striking global intangible low taxed income and inserting net CFC tested income. B, Section 951A, C1, as redesignated by paragraph 2, is amended by striking subsection B, C1A, and C1B, and inserting subsection B1A and B1B. C, Section 951A-D, as redesignated by paragraph 2, is amended, 1, by striking global intangible low income each place it appears and inserting net CFC tested income, and 2, by striking subsection C1A in paragraph 2B2 and inserting subsection B1A. D, section 960D2 is amended, 1, by striking global intangible low tax income and subparagraph A and inserting net CFC tested income, and 2, by striking section 951A C1A and subparagraph B and inserting section 951A B1A. E1, the heading for section 951A is amended by striking global intangible low tax income and inserting net CFC tested income. 2, the item relating to section 951A in the table of sections for subpart F of Part 3 and subchapter N of Chapter 2, or 1, is amended by striking global intangible low tax income and inserting net CFC tested income. Deductions for foreign-derived deduction eligible income. 1, in general, Section 250A1A is amended by striking foreign-derived intangible income and inserting foreign-derived deduction eligible income. 2, conforming amendment. Section 250A2 is amended by striking foreign-derived intangible income each place it appears and inserting foreign-derived deduction eligible income. B, Section 250B as amended by subsection A is amended. 1, by striking paragraphs 1 and 2. 2, by redesignating paragraphs 4 and 5 as paragraphs 1 and 2 respectively, and by moving such paragraphs before paragraph 3. 3, in paragraph 2B2, as so redesignated by striking paragraph 4B and inserting paragraph 1B, and 4, by striking intangible in the heading thereof and inserting deduction eligible. C1, the heading for section 250 is amended by striking intangible in the heading thereof and inserting deduction eligible. 2, the heading for section 172D9 is amended by striking intangible and inserting deduction eligible. 3, the item relating to section 250 in the table of section for part 8 of subchapter B, chapter 1 is amended by striking intangible and inserting deduction eligible. C, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Part 3, base erosion minimum tax, section 70331. Extension and modification of base erosion minimum tax. A, in general, section 59AB is amended, 1, by striking 10% in paragraphs 1 and inserting 10.5%, and 2, by striking paragraph 2 and redesignating paragraphs 3 and 4 as paragraphs 2 and 3 respectively. B, conforming amendments. 1, section 59AB1 is amended by striking except as provided in paragraphs 2 and 3 and inserting except as provided in paragraphs 2. 2, section 59AB2 as redesignated by subsection A2 is amended by striking the percentage otherwise in effect under paragraph 1A and 2A shall each be increased, and inserting the percentages otherwise in effect under paragraph 1A shall be increased. 3, sections 59E1C is amended by striking in the case of the taxpayer described in subsection B3B and inserting in the case of the taxpayer described in subsection B2B. C, other modifications. In section 59A B2B2, as redesignated by subsection A2, is amended by striking registered securities dealer and inserting securities dealer registered. 2, section 59H2B is amended by striking section 603BB2 and inserting section 603A8AB2. 3, section 59A12 is amended, A, by striking subsection G and inserting subsection H, and B, by striking subsection G3 and inserting subsection H3. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Part 4, business interest limitation. Section 70341, coordination of business interest limitation with interest capitalization provisions. A, in general, section 163J is amended by redesignating paragraphs 10 and 11 as paragraphs 11 and 12, and by inserting after paragraph 9 the following. 10, coordination with interest capitalization provisions. A, in general, in applying this subsection. 1, the limitation under paragraph 1 shall apply to business interest without regard to whether the taxpayer would otherwise deduct such business interest or capitalize such business interest under an interest capitalization provision. And 2, any reference in this subsection to a deduction for a business interest shall be treated as including a reference to the capitalization of business interest. B, amount allowed applied first to be capitalized interest. The amount allowed after taking into account the limitation described in paragraph 1 shall be applied first to the aggregate amount of business interest which would otherwise be capitalized, and 2, the remainder of any shall be applied to the aggregate amount of business interest which would be deducted. C, treatment of disallowed interest carried forward. No portion of any business interest carried forward under paragraph 2 from any taxable year to any succeeding taxable year for purposes of this title, including any interest capitalization provisions which previously applied to such portion, to be treated as interest to which an interest capitalization provision applies. D, interest capitalization provision. For purposes of this section, the term interest capitalization provision means any provision of this subtitle under which interest, 1, is required to be charged to capital account, or 2, may be deducted or charged to capital account. B, certain capitalized interest not treated as business interest. Section 163J5 is amended by adding at the end the following new sentence. Such terms shall not be included in any interest which is capitalized under Section 263G or 263AF. C, regulatory authority, Section 163J, as amended by subsection A, is amended by redesignating paragraphs 11 and 12 as paragraphs 12 and 13, and by inserting after paragraph 10 the following. 1. Regulatory authority. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this subsection, including regulations or guidance to determine which business interest is taken into account under this subsection and Section 59AC3. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70342. Definition of adjusted taxable income for business interest limitations. A, in general, subparagraph A of Section 163J8 is amended. 1, by striking and at the end of the clause 4, and 2, by adding at the end the following new clause. 6, the amounts included in gross income under Sections 951A, 951AA, and 78, and the portion of the deductions allowed under Sections 245AA by reason of Section 964E4 and 250A1B by reason of such inclusion, and B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall be applied to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Part 5, Other International Tax Reforms, Section 70351. Permanent extension of look-through rule for related controlled foreign corporations. A, in general, Section 954C6C is amended by striking and before January 1st, 2026. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years of foreign corporations beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70352, repeal of election for 1 month deferral in determination of taxable year of specified foreign corporations. A, in general, Section 898C is amended by striking paragraph 2 and redesignating paragraph 3 as paragraph 2. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years of specific foreign corporations beginning after November 30th, 2025. C, transition rule. 1, in general, in the case of the corporation that is a specific foreign corporation as of November 30th, 2025, such corporation's first taxable year beginning after such date shall end in the same time as the first required year within the meaning of Section 898C1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. ending after such date if any specified foreign corporation is required by the amendments made by this section to change its taxable year for its first taxable year beginning after November 30th, 2025, A, such change shall be treated as initiated by such corporation. B, such change shall be treated as having been made with the consent of the Secretary. And C, the Secretary shall issue regulations or other guidance for allocating foreign taxes that are paid or accrued in such first taxable year and the succeeding taxable year among such taxable years in the manner the Secretary determines appropriate to carry out the purposes of this section. 2, Secretary. For the purposes of this subsection, the term Secretary means the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate. Section 70353, restoration of limitations on downward attribution of stock ownership and applying constructive ownership rules. A, in general, Section 958B as amended, 1, by inserting after paragraph 3 the following. 4, subparagraphs A, B, and C of Section 318A shall not be applied so as to consider a United States person as owning stock which is owned by a person who is not a United States person, and 2, by striking paragraph 1 in the last sentence and inserting paragraphs 1 and 4. B, foreign-controlled United States shareholders, subpart F of Part 3, subchapter N of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after Section 951A the following new section, Section 951B. Amounts included in gross income of foreign-controlled United States shareholders. A, in general, in the case of any foreign-controlled United States shareholder of a foreign-controlled foreign corporation, 1, this subpart other than Section 951A, 951B, and 957 shall be applied with respect to each shareholder, to such shareholder, separately from and in addition to the application of this subpart without regard to this section. A, by substituting foreign-controlled United States shareholder for United States shareholder, each place it appears therein, and B, by substituting foreign-controlled foreign corporation for controlled foreign corporation, each place it appears therein, and 2, Section 951A and such other provisions of this subpart as provided by the Secretary shall be applied with respect to such shareholder. A, by treating each reference to United States shareholder in such section as including a reference to such shareholder, and B, by treating each reference to controlled foreign corporation in such section as including a reference to such foreign-controlled foreign corporations. B, foreign-controlled United States shareholder. For purposes of this section, the term foreign-controlled United States shareholder means with respect to any foreign corporation, any United States person which would be a United States shareholder with respect to such foreign corporation. If 1, Section 951B were applied to substituting more than 50% for 10% or more, and 2, Section 958B were applied without regard to paragraph 4 thereof. C, foreign-controlled foreign corporation. For purposes of this section, the term foreign-controlled foreign corporation means a foreign corporation other than a controlled foreign corporation, which would be a controlled foreign corporation if Section 957A were applied. 1, by substituting foreign-controlled United States shareholder for United States shareholders, and 2, by substituting Section 958B other than paragraph 4 thereof for Section 958B. D, regulations. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purpose of this section, including regulations or other guidance. 1, to treat a foreign-controlled United States shareholder or a foreign-controlled foreign corporation as a United States shareholder or as a controlled foreign corporation, respectively, for purposes of provisions of this title other than this subpart, including any reporting requirements, and 2, with respect to the treatment of foreign-controlled foreign corporations that are passive foreign investment companies as defined in Section 921-97. C, clerical amendment. The table of sections for subpart F of Part 3 of subchapter N of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 951 the following new item. C951B, amounts included in the gross income of foreign-controlled United States shareholders. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years of foreign corporations beginning December 31st, 2025. E, special rule. 1, in general, except to the extent provided by the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate, the effective date of any amendment to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 shall be applied by treating references to United States shareholders as references to foreign-controlled United States shareholders, and by treating references to controlled foreign corporations as references to foreign-controlled foreign corporations. 2, definitions. Any term used in this paragraph 1 which is used in subpart F of Part 3 of subchapter N of Chapter 1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended by this section shall have the meaning given such term in such subpart. F, no inference. The amendments made by this section shall not be construed to create any inference with respect to the proper application of any provision of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 with respect to taxable years beginning before the taxable years to which such amendments apply. Section 70354, modification to pro rata share rules. In general, subsection A of Section 951 is amended to read as follows. A, amounts included. 1, in general, if a foreign corporation is a controlled foreign corporation at any time during a taxable year of a foreign corporation in this subsection referred to as the CFC year, A, each United States shareholder which owns within the meaning of Section 958A stock in such corporation or on any day during the CFC year shall include in gross income such shareholders' pro rata share determined under paragraph 2 of the corporation subpart F income for the CFC year, and B, each United States shareholder which owns within the meaning of Section 958A stock in such corporation on the last day in the CFC year on which such corporation is controlled foreign corporation shall include in gross income the amount determined under Section 956 with respect to such shareholder for the CFC year, but only to the extent not excluded from gross income under Section 959A2. 2, pro rata share of subpart F in income. A United States shareholder's pro rata share of a controlled foreign corporation subpart F income for a CFC year shall be the portion of such income which is attributable to A, the stock of such corporation owned within the meaning of Section 958A by such shareholder, and B, any period of the CFC year during which 1, such shareholder owned within the meaning of Section 958A such stock, 2, such shareholder was a United States shareholder of such corporation, and 3, such corporation was a controlled foreign corporation. 3, taxable year of inclusion. Any amount required to be included in gross income by a United States shareholder under paragraph 1 with respect to a CFC year shall be included in gross income for the shareholder's taxable year, which includes the last day on which the shareholder owns within the meaning of Section 958A stock in the controlled foreign corporation during such CFC year. 4, regulatory authority. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this subsection, including regulations or other guidance allowing taxpayers to elect or requiring taxpayers to close the taxable year of a controlled foreign corporation upon a direct or indirect disposition of stock of such corporation. B, coordination with Section 951A, Section 951AC, as redesignated by Section 70323A2, is amended. 1, in paragraph 1 by striking in which or which the taxable year of the controlled foreign corporation ends, and inserting determined under Section 951A3, and 2, in paragraph 2 by striking the last day in the taxable year of such foreign corporation on which such foreign corporation is controlled foreign corporation, and inserting any day in such taxable year. C, effective dates.
1, in general, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years of foreign corporations beginning after December 31st, 2025. 2, transition rule for dividends. A dividend paid or deemed paid by a controlled foreign corporation shall not be treated as a dividend for purposes of applying Section 951, A2B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as in effect before the amendments made by this section if A, such dividend, 1, was paid or deemed paid on or before June 28, 2025, during the taxable year of such controlled foreign corporation, which included such date and the United States shareholder described in Section 951A1 of such code as so in effect did not own, within the meaning of Section 958A of such code, the stock of such controlled foreign corporation during the portion of such taxable year on or before June 28, 2025, or 2, was paid or deemed paid after June 28, 2025, and before such controlled foreign corporation's first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2025. B, such dividends does not increase the taxable income of a United States person, including by reason of dividends received deduction and inclusion from gross income or an exclusion from Subpart F income. Chapter 4, investing in American families, communities, and small businesses. Subchapter A, permanent investments in families and children, Section 70401, enhancement of employer-provided child care credit. A, increase of amount of qualified child care expenditures taken into account. Section 45FA1 is amended by striking 25% and inserting 40%, 50% in the case of an eligible small business. B, increase of maximum credit amount. Subsection B of Section 45F is amended to read as follows. B, dollar limitation. 1, in general, the credit allowable under subsection A for any taxable year shall not exceed $500,000, $600,000 in the case of an eligible small business. 2, inflation adjustment. In the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, the $500,000 and $600,000 amounts in paragraph 1 shall each be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016, and subparagraph A2 thereof. C, eligible small business. Section 45FC is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4, eligible small business. The term eligible small business means a business that meets the gross receipts test of Section 448C, determined A, by substituting 5 taxable year for 3 taxable year in paragraph 1 thereof, and B, substituting 5 year for 3 year in paragraph 3A thereof. D, credit allowed for third-party intermediaries. Section 45FC1A3 is amended by inserting or under contract with an intermediate entity that contracts with one or more qualified child care facilities to provide such child care services before the period at the end. E, treatment of jointly owned or operated child care facility. Section 45FC2 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, treatment of jointly owned or operated child care facility. A facility shall not fail to be treated as qualified child care facility of the taxpayer merely because such facility is jointly owned or operated by the taxpayer and other persons. F, regulation and guidance. Section 45F is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. G, regulations and guidance. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary to carry out the purposes of this section, including guidance to carry out the purposes of paragraphs 1A, 3, and 2C of subsection C. G, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to amounts paid or incurred after December 31st, 2025. Section 70402, enhancement of adoption credit. A, in general. Section 23A is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4, portion of credit refundable. So much of the credit allowed under paragraph 1 as does not exceed $5,000 shall be treated as a credit allowed under subpart C and not as a credit allowed under this subpart. B, adjustments for inflation. Section 23H is amended to read as follows. H, adjustments for inflation. 1, in general, in the case of taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2002, each of the dollar amounts in paragraphs 3 and 4 of subsection A and paragraphs 1 and 2A1 of subsection B shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2001 for calendar year 2016, and subparagraph A2 thereof. 2, rounding. If any amount as increased under paragraph 1 is not a multiple of 10, such amount shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of 10. 3, special rule for refundable portion. In the case of the dollar amount in subsection A4, paragraph 1 shall be applied A by substituting 2025 for 2002 in the matter preceding subparagraph A, and B by substituting calendar year 2024 for calendar year 2001 and subparagraph B thereof. C, Exclusion of refundable portion of credit from carry forward. Section 23C1 is amended by striking credit allowable under subsection A and inserting portion of the credit allowable under subsection A, which is allowed under this subpart. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70403, recognizing Indian tribal governments for purposes of determining whether a child has a special needs for purposes of the adoption credit. A, in general, Section 23D3 is amended. 1, in subparagraph A by inserting or Indian tribal government after a state. 2, in subparagraph B by inserting or Indian tribal government after such state. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70404, enhancement of the dependent care assistance program. A, in general, Section 129A2A is amended by striking $5,000, $2,500, and inserting $7,500, $3,750. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70405, enhancement of child and independent care tax credit. A, in general, paragraph 2 of section 21A is amended to read as follows. 2, applicable percentage defined. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term applicable percentage means 50%. A, reduced but not below 35%. By 1 percentage point for each $2,000 or fraction thereof by which the taxpayer's adjusted gross income for the taxable year exceeds $15,000, and B, further reduced but not below 20% by 1 percentage point for each $2,000, $4,000 in the case of a joint return, or fraction thereof by which the taxpayer's adjusted gross income for the taxable year exceeds $75,000, $150,000 in the case of a joint return. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Subchapter B, permanent investments in student reforms and to tax-exempt institutions. Section 70411, tax credit for contributions of individuals to scholarship-granting organizations. A, allowance of credit for contributions of individuals to scholarship-granting organizations. 1, in general, subpart A of part 4 of subchapter A of chapter 1 is amended by inserting after section 25E the following new section. Section 25F, qualified elementary and secondary education scholarships. A, allowance of credit. In the case of an individual who is a citizen or resident of the United States within the meaning of section 7701A9, there shall be allowed as a credit against the tax imposed by this chapter for the taxable year an amount equal to the aggregate amount of qualified contributions made by the taxpayer during the taxable year. B, limitations. 1, in general, the credit allowed under subsection A to any taxpayer for any taxable year shall not exceed an amount equal to or greater of A, 10% of the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year, or B, $5,000. 2, allocation of volume cap. The credit allowed under subsection A to any taxpayer for any taxable year shall not exceed the amount of the volume cap allocated by the Secretary to such taxpayer under subsection H, with respect to qualified contributions made by the taxpayer during taxable year. 3, reduction based on state credit. The amount allowed as a credit under subsection A for taxable year shall be reduced by the amount allowed as a credit on any state tax return of the taxpayer for qualified contributions made by the taxpayer during the taxable year. C, definitions. For purpose of this section, 1, eligible student. The term eligible student means an individual who, A, is a member of a household with an income which, for the calendar year prior to the date of the application for a scholarship, is not greater than 300% of the area median gross income, as such term is used in section 42, and B, is eligible to enroll in a public elementary or secondary school. 2, qualified contribution. The term qualified contribution means a charitable contribution as defined by section 170C to a scholarship granting organization in the form of cash or publicly traded securities as defined in section 6050LA2B. 3, qualified elementary or secondary education expense. The term qualified elementary or secondary education expense means the following expenses in connection with enrollment or attendance at or for students enrolled at or attending an elementary or secondary public, private, or religious school. A, tuition. B, curriculum and curricular materials. C, books or other instructional materials. D, online educational materials. E, tuition for tutoring or educational classes outside of the home, including a tutoring facility, but only if the tutor or instructor does not bear a relationship to the student, which is described in section 152D. 2, and 1, is licensed as a teacher in any state. 2, has taught at 1, a public or private elementary or secondary school, or 2, an institution of higher education as defined in section 101A of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1001A, or 3, is a subject matter expert in the relevant subject. F, fees for a nationally standardized norm-referenced achievement test, an advanced placement examination, or any examination related to college or university admission. G, fees for dual enrollment in an institution of higher education. H, educational therapies for students with disabilities provided by a licensed or accredited practitioner or provider, including occupational, behavioral, physical, and speech-language therapies, but only if the practitioner or provider does not bear a relationship to the student, which is described in Section 152D2. 4, scholarship granting organization. The term scholarship granting organization means any organization, A, which 1 is described in Section 501c3 and exempt from tax under 501a, and 2 is not a private foundation. B, substantially all of the activities of which are providing scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. C, which prevents the commingling of qualified contributions with other amounts by maintaining one or more separate accounts exclusively for qualified contributions. D is approved to operate in the state in which such organization grants scholarships, and E, which satisfies the requirements of subsection D. D, requirements for scholarship granting organization. 1, in general, an organization meets the requirements of this subsection if A, such organization provides scholarships to 10 or more students who do not all attend the same school. B, such organization spends not less than 90% of revenues on scholarships for eligible students. C, such organization does not provide scholarships for any expenses other than qualified elementary or secondary education expenses. D, such organization provides a scholarship to eligible students with a priority for 1, students awarded a scholarship the previous school year, and 2, after application of Clause 1, any eligible students who have a sibling who is awarded a scholarship from such organization. E, such organization does not earmark or set aside contributions for scholarships on behalf of any particular student. F, such organization, 1, verifies the annual household income and family size of eligible students who apply for scholarships in a manner which complies with the requirement described in paragraph 2, and 2, limits the awarding of scholarships to eligible students who are a member of a household for which the income does not exceed the amount established under subsection C1A. G, such organization, 1, obtains from an independent certified public accountant annual financial compliance audits, and 2, certifies to the Secretary at such time and in such form and manner as the Secretary may prescribe that the audit described in Clause 1 has been completed, and H, no officer or board member of such organization has been convicted of a felony. 2, income verification. The requirement described in this paragraph is that the organization review all of the following documents which are applicable with respect to members of the household of the applicant for the calendar year prior to application for a scholarship. A, federal and state income tax returns, or tax returns transcripts with applicable schedules. B, income reporting statements for tax purposes or wage and income transcripts from the Internal Revenue Service. C, notarized income verification letter from employees. D, unemployment or workers' compensation statements. E, benefit verification letters regarding public assistance payments and supplemental nutrition assistance program payments, including a list of household members. 3, independent certified public accountant. For purposes of paragraph 1F, the term independent certified public accountant means, with respect to an organization, a certified public accountant who is not a person described in section 465B3A with respect to such organization or any employee of such organization. 4, prohibition of self-dealing. A, in general, a scholarship granting organization may not award a scholarship to 1, any disqualified person, or 2, an eligible student if during the taxable year or the period of the 3 taxable years preceding such taxable year, such scholarship granting organization has received a qualified contribution for an individual who bears a relationship to such student, which is described in section 152D2. B, disqualified person. For purposes of this paragraph, a disqualified person shall be determined pursuant to rules similar to the rules of section 4946. E, denial of double benefit. Any qualified contribution for which a credit is allowed under this section shall not be taken into account as a charitable contribution for purposes of section 170. F, carry forward of unused credit. 1, in general, if the credit allowable under subsection A for any taxable year exceeds the limitations imposed by section 26A for such taxable year reduced by the sum of the credits allowable under this subpart, other than this section, section 23 and section 25D, such excess shall be carried to the succeeding taxable year and added to the credit allowable under subsection A for such taxable year. 2, limitation. No credit may be carried forward under the subsection to any taxable year following the 5th taxable year after the taxable year in which the credit arose. For purposes of the preceding sentence, credit shall be treated as used on a first in, first out basis. G, rule of construction. Nothing in this section shall be construed to permit, allow, encourage, or authorize any federal control over any aspect of any private or religious school. H, volume cap. 1, in general, the volume cap applicable under this section shall be $4 billion for calendar year 2027 and each calendar year thereafter. Such amount shall be allocated by the Secretary as provided in paragraph 2 to taxpayers with respect to qualified contributions made by such taxpayers, except that 10% of such amount shall be divided evenly among the states and shall be available with respect to individuals residing in such states. 2, first come, first served. For purposes of applying the volume cap under this section, such volume cap for any calendar year shall be allocated by the Secretary on a first come, first served basis, as determined based on the time during such calendar year at which the taxpayer made the qualified contribution with respect to which the allocation is made. The Secretary shall not make any allocation of the volume cap for any calendar year after December 31st of such calendar year. 3, real-time information. For purposes of this section, the Secretary shall develop a system to track the amount of qualified contributions made during the calendar year for which a credit may be claimed under this section, with such information to be updated in real time. 4, state. For purposes of this subsection, the term state means only the states and the District of Columbia. 1, regulation and guidance. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as the Secretary determines necessary to carry out the purposes of this section, including regulations or other guidance. 1, providing for enforcement of the requirements under subsection D4, and 2, with respect to record keeping or information reporting for purposes of administrating the requirements of this section. 2, conforming amendments. A, section 25E1C is amended by striking N25D and inserting 25D and 25F. B, the table of sections for subpart A of part 4, subchapter A of chapter 1 is amended by inserting after the item relating to section 25E the following new item. Section 25F, qualified elementary and secondary education scholarships. B, exclusion from gross income for scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. 1, in general, Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting before Section 140 the following new section. Section 139K, scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. A, in general, in the case of an individual, gross income shall not include any amounts provided to such individual or any dependent of such individual pursuant to a scholarship for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of an eligible student which is provided by a scholarship granting organization. B, definitions. In this section, the term qualified elementary or secondary education expense, eligible student, and scholarship granting organization have the same meaning given in such terms under Section 25FC. Conforming amendment. The table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B, Chapter 1 is amended by inserting before the item relating to Section 140 the following new item. Section 139K, scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. C, failure of scholarship granting organizations to make distributions. 1, in general, Chapter 42 is amended by adding at the end the following new subchapter. Subchapter 1, scholarship granting organizations. Section 4969, failure to distribute receipts. Section 4969, failure to distribute receipts. A, in general, in the case of any scholarship granting organization as defined in Section 25F, which has been determined by the Secretary to have failed to satisfy the requirements under subsection B for any taxable year, any contribution made to such organization during the first taxable year beginning after the date of such determination shall not be treated as a qualified contribution, as defined in Section 25F C2 for purposes of Section 25F. B, requirement. The requirement described in this subsection is that the amount of receipts of the scholarship granting organization for the taxable year, which are distributed before the distribution deadline with respect to such receipts, shall not be less than the required distribution amount with respect to such taxable year. C, definitions. For purposes of this section, 1, required distribution amount. A, in general, the required distribution amount with respect to a taxable year is the amount equal to 100% of the total receipts of the scholarship granting organization for such taxable year. 1, reduced by the sum of such receipts that are retained for reasonable administrative expenses for the taxable year or are carried to the succeeding taxable year under subparagraph C, and 2, increased by the amount of the carryover under subparagraph C from the preceding taxable year. B, safe harbor for reasonable administrative expenses. For purposes of subparagraph A1, if the percentage of total receipts of a scholarship granting organization for taxable year which are used for administrative expenses is equal to or less than 10%, such expenses shall be deemed to be reasonable for purpose of such subparagraph. C, carryover. With respect to the amount of the total receipts of a scholarship granting organization with respect to any taxable year, an amount not greater than 15% of such amount may, at the election of such organization, be carried to the succeeding taxable year. 2, distributions. The term distribution includes amounts which are formally committed but not distributed. A formal commitment described in the preceding sentence may include contributions set aside for eligible students for more than 1 year. 3, distribution deadline. The distribution deadline with respect to receipts for a taxable year is the first day of the third taxable year following the taxable year in which such receipts are received by the scholarship granting organization. D, regulation and guidance. The Secretary shall issue such regulation or other guidance as the Secretary determines necessary to carry out the purposes of this section, including regulations or other guidance which provides for requirements for record keeping or information reporting for purposes of administrating the requirements of this section. 2, clerical amendment. The table of subchapters for Chapter 42 is amended by adding at the end the following new item. Subchapter 1, scholarship granting organizations. D, effective date. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in this subsection, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years ending after December 31st, 2026. 2, exclusion from gross income. The amendments made by subsection B shall apply to amounts received after December 31st, 2026, in taxable years ending after such date. Section 70412, exclusion for employer payments of student loans. A, in general, Section 127C1B is amended by striking in the case of payments made before January 1st, 2026. B, inflation adjustment. Section 127 is amended, 1, by redesignating subsection D as subsection E, and 2, by inserting after subsection C the following new subsection, D, inflation adjustment. 1, in general, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, both of the $5,250 amounts in subsection A2 shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. 2, rounding. If any increase under paragraph 1 is not a multiple of $50, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $50. C, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to payments made after December 31st, 2025. Section 70413, additional expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. A, in general. 1, in general, Section 529C7 is amended to read as follows. 7, treatment of elementary and secondary tuition. Any reference in this section to term qualified higher education expenses shall include a reference to the following expenses in connection with enrollment or attendance at or for students enrolled or at attending elementary or secondary public, private, or religious school. A, tuition. B, curriculum and curricular materials. C, books or other instructional materials. D, online educational materials. E, tuition for tutoring or educational classes outside of the home, including at a tutoring facility, but only if the tutor or instructor is not related to the student, and 1, is licensed as a teacher in any state. 2, has taught an eligible educational institution, or 3, is a subject matter expert in the relevant subject. F, fees for a nationally standardized norm reference achievement test, an advanced placement examination, or any examinations related to college or university admission. G, fees for dual enrollment in an institution of higher education. H, educational therapies for students with disabilities provided by a licensed or accredited practitioner or provider, included occupational, behavioral, physical, and speech-language therapies. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall be distributions made after the date of the enactment of this act. B, increase of limitation. 1, in general, the last sentence of section 529E3 is amended by striking $10,000 and inserting $20,000. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70414, certain post-secondary credentialing expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. A, in general, Section 529E3 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, certain post-secondary credentialing expenses. The term qualified higher education expenses includes qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses as defined in subsection F. B, qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses. Section 529 is amended by redesignating subsection F as subsection G and by inserting after subsection E the following new subsection. F, qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses. For purposes of this section, 1, in general, the term qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses means A, tuition, fees, books, supplies, equipment required for the enrollment or attendance of a designated beneficiary in recognized post-secondary credential program, or any other expense incurred in connection with an enrollment in or attendance at a recognized post-secondary credential program if such expense would, if incurred in connection with the enrollment or attendance at an eligible educational institution, be covered under subsection E3A. B, fees for testing if such testing is required to obtain or maintain a recognized post-secondary credential. And C, fees for continuing education if such education is required to maintain a recognized post-secondary credential. 2, recognized post-secondary credential program. The term recognized post-secondary credential program means any program to obtain a recognized post-secondary credential if A, such program is included on a state list prepared under Section 122D of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, 29 U.S.C. 3152D. B, such program is listed in the public directory of the Web-Enabled Approval Management Systems or the Veterans Benefits Administration's or successor directory such program. C, an examination developed or administered by an organization widely recognized as providing reputable credentials in the occupation is required to obtain or maintain such credential, and such organization recognizes such program as providing training or education which prepares individuals to take such examination. Or D, such program is identified by the Secretary after consultation with the Secretary of Labor as being a reputable program for obtaining a recognized post-secondary credential for purposes of this subparagraph. 3, recognized post-secondary credential. The term recognized post-secondary credential means A, a post-secondary employment credential that is industry recognized and is 1, any post-secondary employment credential issued by a program that is accredited by the Institute for Credentialing Excellence, the National Commission on Certifying Agencies, or the American National Standards Institute. 2, any post-secondary employment credential that is included in the Credentialing Opportunities Online Directory of Credentialing Programs or Successor Directory maintained by the Department of Defense or by any branch of the Armed Forces. Or 3, any post-secondary employment credential identified for purposes of this clause by the Secretary after consultation with the Secretary of Labor as being industry recognized. B, any certificate of completion of an apprenticeship that is registered and certified with the Secretary of Labor under the Act of August 16, 1937, commonly known as National Apprenticeship Act 50 Stat 664, Chapter 663, 29 U.S.C. 50. C, any occupational or professional license issued or recognized by a state or the federal government, and any certification that satisfies a condition for obtaining such a license. And D, any recognized post-secondary credential as defined in Section 352 of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, 29 U.S.C. 310252, provided through a program described in paragraph 2A. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to the distributions made after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70415, modification of excise tax on investment income of certain private colleges and universities. A, in general, Section 4968 is amended to read as follows. Section 4968, excise tax based on investment income of private colleges and universities. A, tax imposed. There is hereby imposed on each applicable educational institution for the taxable year a tax equal to the applicable percentage of the net investment income of such institution for the taxable year.
B, applicable percentage. For purposes of this section, the term applicable percentage means 1, 1.4% in the case of an institution with a student-adjusted endowment of at least $500,000 and not in excess of $750,000. 2, 4% in the case of an institution with a student-adjusted endowment in excess of $750,000 and not in excess of $2 million. And 3, 8% in the case of an institution with a student-adjusted endowment in excess of $2 million. C, applicable education institution. For purposes of this subchapter, the term applicable educational institution means an eligible educational institution as defined in Section 25AF2, 1, which had at least 3,000 tuition-paying students during the preceding taxable year, 2, more than 50% of the tuition-paying students of which are located in the United States, 3, the student-adjusted endowment of which is at least $500,000, and 4, which is not described in the first sentence of Section 51A2B related to state colleges and universities. D, student-adjusted endowment. For purposes of this section, the term student-adjusted endowment means, with respect to any institution for any taxable year, 1, the aggregate fair market value of the assets of such institution determined as the end of the preceding taxable year, other than those assets which are used directly in carrying out the institution's exempt purpose, divided by 2, the number of students of such institution. Determination of number of students. For purposes of subsection C and D, the number of students of an institution, including for purposes of determining the number of students at a particular location, shall be based on the daily average number of full-time students attending such institution, with part-time students taken into account on a full-time student equivalent basis. F, net investment income. For purposes of this section, 1, in general, net investment income shall be determined under rules similar to the rules of Section 4940C. 2, override of certain regulatory exceptions. A, student loan interest. Net investment income shall be determined by taking into account any interest income from a student loan made by the applicable educational institution or any related organization as gross investment income. B, federally subsidized royalty income. 1, in general, net investment income shall be determined by taking into account any federally subsidized royalty income as gross investment income. 2, federally subsidized royalty income. For purposes of this subparagraph, I, in general, the student federally subsidized royalty income means any otherwise regulatory exempt royalty income if any federal funds were used in the research, development, or creation of the patent, copyright, or other intellectual or intangible property from which such royalty income is derived. 2, otherwise regulatory exempt royalty income. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term otherwise regulatory exempt royalty income means royalty income which, but for this subparagraph, would not be taken into account as gross investment income by reason of being derived from patents, copyrights, or other intellectual or intangible property which resulted from the work of students or faculty members in their capacities as such with the applicable educational institution. 3, federal funds. The term federal funds includes any grant made by and any payment made under any contract with any federal agency to the applicable educational institution, any related organization, or any student or faculty member referred to in subclause 2. G, assets and net investment income of related organizations. 1, in general, for purposes of subsections D and F, assets and net investment income of any related organization with respect to an educational institution shall be treated as assets and net investment income, respectively, of the educational institution, except that A, no such amount shall be taken into account with respect to more than one educational institution, and B, unless such organization is controlled by such institution or is described in Section 509A3 with respect to such institution for the taxable year, assets and net investment income which are not intended or available for the use of benefit of the educational institution should not be taken into account. 2, related organization. For purposes of this subsection, the term related organization means with respect to any educational institution, any organization which A, controls or is controlled by such institution, B, is controlled by one or more persons which also control any institution, or C, is a supported organization as defined in Section 509F3, or an organization described in Section 509A3 during the taxable year with respect to such institution. H, regulations. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary to prevent avoidance of the tax under the section, including regulations or other guidance to prevent avoidance of such tax through restructuring of endowment funds or other arrangements designed to reduce or eliminate the value of net investment income or assets subject to the tax imposed by this section. B, requirement to report certain information with respect to application of excise tax based on investment income of private colleges and universities. Section 6033 is amended by redesignating subsection O as subsection P and inserting after subsection N the following new subsection. O, requirement to report certain information with respect to excise tax based on investment income of private colleges and universities. Each applicable educational institution described in section 4968C, which is subject to the requirements of subsection A, shall include on the return required under subsection A, 1, the number of tuition-paying students taken into account under subsection 4968C, and 2, the number of students of such institution determined under the rules of section 4968E. See effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70416, expanding application of tax on excise compensation within tax-exempt organizations, A, in general. Section 4960C2 is amended to read as follows. 2, covered employee. For purposes of this section, the term covered employee means any employee of an applicable tax-exempt organization or any predecessor of such an organization, and any former employee of such an organization or predecessor who was such an employee during any taxable year beginning after December 31, 2016. B, effective date. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Subchapter C, permanent investments in community development. Section 70421, permanent renewal and enhancement of opportunity zones. A, decennial designations. 1, determination period. Section 1400Z-1C2B is amended by striking beginning of the date of the enactment of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and inserting beginning of the decennial determination date. 2, decennial determination date. Section 1400Z-1C2 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, decennial determination date. The term decennial determination date means 1, July 1, 2026, and 2, each July 1 of the year that is 10 years after the preceding decennial determination date under this subparagraph. 3, repeal of special rule for Puerto Rico. Section 1400Z-1B is amended by striking paragraph 3. 4, limitation on number of designations. Section 1400Z-1D1 is amended, A, in paragraph 1 by striking and subsection B3, and 2, by inserting during any period after the number of population census tracts in a state that may be designated as qualified opportunity zones under this section, and B, in paragraph 2, by inserting during any period before the period at the end. 5, effective dates. A, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, the amendments made by this subsection shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act. B, Puerto Rico. The amendment made by paragraph 3 shall take effect on December 31, 2026. B, qualifications for designations. 1, determination of low-income communities. Section 1400Z-1C is amended by striking all that precedes paragraph 2 and inserting the following. C, other definitions. For purposes of this section, 1, low-income communities. The term low-income community means any population census tract if A, such population census tract has a median family income that 1, in the case of a population census tract not located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 70% of the statewide median family income, or 2, in the case of a population census tract located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 70% of the metropolitan area median family income, or B, such population census tract has a 1, has a poverty rate of at least 20%, and 2, has a median family income that 1, in the case of a population census tract not located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 125% of the statewide median family income, or 2, in the case of a population census tract located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 125% of the metropolitan area median family income. 2, repeal of the rule for contiguous census tracts. Section 1400Z-1 is amended by striking subsection E and redesignating subsection F as subsection E. 3, period for which designation is in effect, Section 1400Z-1E, as redesignated by paragraph 2, is amended to read as follows. E, period for which designation is in effect. 1, in general, a designation as a qualified opportunity zone shall remain in effect for the period beginning on the applicable start date and ending on the day before the date that is 10 years after the applicable start date. 2, applicable start date. For purposes of this section, the term applicable start date means, with respect to any qualified opportunity zone designated under this section, the January 1 following the date on which such qualified opportunity zone was certified and designated by the Secretary under subsection B1B. 4, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to areas designated under Section 1400Z-1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 after the date of the enactment of this act. C, application of special rules for capital gains. 1, repeal of sunset on election. Section 1400Z-2A2 is amended to read as follows. 2, election. No election may be made under paragraph 1 with respect to a sale or exchange of an election previously made with respect to such sale or exchange is in effect. 2, modification of rules for deferral of gain. Section 1400Z-2B is amended to read as follows. B, deferral of gain invested in opportunity zone property. 1, year of inclusion. Gain of which subsection A1B applies shall be included in gross income in the taxable year which includes the earlier of A, the date on which such investment is sold or exchanged, or B, the date which is 5 years after the date of investment in the qualified opportunity fund was made. 2, amount includable. A, in general, the amount of gain included in gross income under subsection A1B shall be the excess of 1, the lesser of the amount of gain excluded under subsection A1A, or the fair market value of the investment as determined as of the date described in paragraph 1 over 2, the taxpayer's base in the investment. B, determination of basis. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in the subparagraph or subsection C, the taxpayer's base in the investment shall be 0. 2, increase for gain recognized under subsection A1B. The basis in the investment shall be increased by the amount of gain recognized by reason of subsection A1B with respect to such investment. 3, investments held for 5 years. 1, in general, in the case of any investment held for at least 5 years, the basis of such investment shall be increased by an equal amount to 10%, 30% in the case of any investment in a qualified rural opportunity fund, of the amount of gain deferred by reason of subsection A1A. 2, application of increase. For purposes of this subsection, any increase in basis under this clause shall be treated as occurring before the date described in paragraph 1B. C, qualified rural opportunity fund. For purposes of subparagraph B3, 1, qualified rural opportunity fund. The term qualified rural opportunity fund means a qualified opportunity fund that holds at least 90% of its assets in qualified opportunity zone property, which 1, is qualified opportunity zone business property, substantially all of the use of which during substantially all of the fund's holding period for such property was in a qualified opportunity zone comprised entirely of a rural area, or 2, is qualified opportunity zone stock or qualified opportunity zone partnership interest in a qualified opportunity zone business in which substantially all of the tangible property owned or leased is qualified opportunity zone business property described in subsection D3A1, and substantially all of the use of which is in a qualified opportunity zone comprised entirely of a rural area. For purposes of the preceding sentence, property held in the fund shall be measured under rules similar to the rules of subsection D1. 2, rural area. The term rural area means any area other than 1, a city or town that has a population of greater than 50,000 inhabitants, and 2, any urbanized area contiguous and adjacent to a city or town described in subclause 1. 3, special rule for investments held at least 10 years. Section 1400Z-2A-2C is amended by striking makes an election under this clause and all that follows, and inserting makes an election under this subsection. The basis of such investment shall be equal to A. In the case of an investment sold before the date that is 30 years after the date of the investment, the fair market value of such investment on the date such investment is sold or exchanged, or B. In any other case, the fair market value of such investment on the date that is 30 years after the date of the investment. 4, termination of qualified opportunity zone property. A, qualified opportunity zone business property, section 1400Z-2D2D11 is amended by striking December 31, 2017, and inserting the applicable start date as defined in section 1400Z-1E2 with respect to the qualified opportunity zone described in subclause 3. B, qualified opportunity zone stock and partnership interest, section 1400Z-2D2 is amended, 1, by striking December 31, 2017, each place it appears in subparagraphs B11 and C1 and inserting the applicable date, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph E, applicable date. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term applicable date means with respect to any corporation or partnership which is a qualified opportunity zone business, the earliest date described in subparagraph D11 with respect to the qualified opportunity zone business property held by such qualified opportunity zone business. C, special rule for improvement of existing structure in rural areas. Section 1400Z-2D2D2 is amended by inserting 50% of such adjusted basis in the case of property in a qualified opportunity zone comprised entirely of a rural area as defined in subsection B2C2 after the adjusted basis of such property. 5, effective dates. A, in general, except as otherwise provided in this paragraph, the amendments made in this subsection shall apply to amounts invested in qualified opportunity funds after December 31, 2026. B, acquisition of qualified opportunity zone property. The amendments made by subparagraphs A and B of paragraph 4 shall apply to property acquired after December 31, 2026. C, substantial improvement. The amendment made by paragraph 4C shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act. D, information reported on qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. 1, filing requirements for funds and investors. Subpart A of Part 3 of Subchapter A of Chapter 61 is amended by inserting after Section 6039J the following new sections. Section 6039K returns with respect to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. A, in general, every qualified opportunity fund shall file an annual return at such time and in such manner as the Secretary may prescribe, containing the information described in subsection B. B, information from qualified opportunity funds. The information described in this subsection is 1, the name, address, and taxpayer identification number of the qualified opportunity fund. 2, whether the qualified opportunity fund is organized as a corporation or a partnership. 3, the value of the total assets held by the qualified opportunity fund as of each date described in section 1400Z-2D1. 4, the value of all qualified opportunity zone property held by the qualified opportunity fund on such date with respect to each investment held by the qualified opportunity fund and qualified opportunity zone stock or a qualified opportunity zone partnership interest. A, the name, address, and taxpayer identification number of the corporation in which such stock is held or the partnership in which such interest is held, as the case may be. B, each North American Industry Classification System, NAICS code that applies to the trades or businesses conducted by such corporation or partnership. C, the population census tract or population census tract in which the qualified opportunity zone business property of such corporation or partnership is located. D, the amount of the investment in such stock or partnership interest as of each date described in section 1400Z-2D1. E, the value of tangible property such as such corporation or partnership on each such date is owned by such corporation or partnership. F, the value of tangible property held by such corporation or partnership on each such date which is leased by such corporation or partnership. G, the approximate number of residential units for any real property held by such corporation or partnership. And H, the approximate average monthly number of full-time equivalent employees of such corporation or partnership for the year within numerical ranges identified by the Secretary or such other indication of the employment impact of such corporation or partnership as determined appropriate by the Secretary. 6, with respect to the items of qualified opportunity zone business property held by the qualified opportunity zone. A, the North American Industry Classification System, NAICS code that applies to the trade or businesses in which such property is held. B, the population census tract in which the property is located. C, whether the property is owned or leased. D, the aggregate value of the items of qualified opportunity zone property held by the Qualified Opportunity Fund as of each date described in Section 1400Z-2D1, and E, in the case of real property, the number of residential units, if any. 7, the approximate average monthly number of full-time equivalent employees for the year of the trades or businesses of the Qualified Opportunity Fund in which Qualified Opportunity Zone business property is held, with the numerical ranges identified by the Secretary or such other indication of the employment impact of such trades or businesses as determined appropriate by the Secretary. 8, with respect to each person who disposed of an investment in the Qualified Opportunity Fund during the year, A, the name, address, and taxpayer identification number of such person, B, the date or dates on which the investment disposed was acquired, and C, the date or dates on which any such investment was disposed and the amount of the investment disposed, and 9, such other information as the Secretary may require. C, statement required to be furnished to investors. Every person required to make a return under subsection A shall furnish to each person whose name is required to be set forth in any such return by reason of subsection B8 at such time and in such manner as the Secretary may prescribe, a written statement showing 1, the name, address, and phone number of the information contact of the person required to make such a return, and 2, the information required to be shown on such return by reason of subsection B8 with respect to the person whose name is required to be so set forth. D, definitions. For purposes of this section, 1, in general, any person used in this section, which is also used in subchapter Z of Chapter 1, shall have the meaning given such term under such subchapter. 2, full-time equivalent employees. The term full-time equivalent employees means with respect to any month, the sum of the subs of A, the number of full-time employees as defined in Section 4980HC4 for the month, plus B, the number of employees determined under rules similar to the rules of Section 4980HC2E by dividing the aggregate number of hours of service of employees who are not full-time employees for the month by 120. E, application to qualified rural opportunity funds. Every qualified rural opportunity fund as defined in Section 1400Z-2B2C shall file the annual return required under subsection A and the statements required under subsection C applied. 1, by substituting qualified rural opportunity for qualified opportunity each place it appears. 2, by substituting Section 1400Z-2B2C for Section 1400Z-2D1 of each place it appears, and 3, by treating any reference after the application of paragraph 1 to qualified rural opportunity zone stock, a qualified rural opportunity zone partnership interest, a qualified rural opportunity zone business, or qualified opportunity zone business property as stock, an interest, a business, or property respectively described in subclause 1 or 2, as the case may be, of Section 1400Z 2B2C1, Section 603L, information required from qualified opportunity zone businesses and qualified rural opportunity zone businesses. A, in general, every applicable qualified opportunity zone business shall furnish to the Qualified Opportunity Fund described in subsection B a written statement at such time, in such manner, and setting forth such information as the Secretary may by regulations prescribed for purposes of enabling such qualified opportunity fund to meet the requirements of Section 6039KB5. B, applicable qualified opportunity zone business. For purposes of subsection A, the term applicable qualified opportunity zone business means any qualified opportunity zone business, 1, which is a trade or business of a qualified opportunity fund, 2, in which a qualified opportunity fund holds qualified opportunity zone stock, or 3, in which a qualified opportunity fund holds a qualified opportunity zone partnership interest. C, other terms. Any term used in this section, which is also used in subchapter Z of Chapter 1, shall have the meaning given such term under such subchapter. D, application to qualified rural opportunity businesses. Every applicable qualified rural opportunity zone business as defined in subsection B, determined after application of the substitutions described in this sentence, shall furnish the written statement required under subsection A applied. 1, by substituting qualified rural opportunity for qualified opportunity each place it appears, and 2, by treating any reference after the application of paragraph 1 to qualified rural opportunity zone stock, a qualified rural opportunity zone partnership interest, or a qualified rural opportunity zone business as stock, an interest or business respectively described in subclause 1 or 2 as the case may be of section 1400Z-2B2C1. 2 penalties. A, in general. Part 2 of subchapter B of Chapter 68 is amended by inserting after Section 6725 the following new section. Section 6726, failure to comply with information reporting requirements relating to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. A, in general, if any person required to file a return under Section 6039K fails to file a complete and correct return under such section in the time and in the manner prescribed therefore, each person shall pay a penalty of $500 for each day during which such failure continues. B, limitation. 1, in general, the maximum penalty under this section on failures with respect to any one return shall not exceed $10,000. 2, large qualified opportunity funds. In the case of any failure described in subsection A with respect to a fund, the gross assets of which determined on this last day of the applicable year are in excess of $10 million, paragraph 1 shall be applied by substituting $50,000 for $10,000. C, penalty in cases of intentional disregard. If a failure described in subsection A is due to intentional disregard, then 1, subsection A shall be applied by substituting $2,500 for $500. 2, subsection B1 shall be applied by substituting $50,000 for $10,000. And 3, subsection B2 shall be applied by substituting $250,000 for $50,000. D, inflation adjustment. 1, in general, if in the case of any failure relating to a return acquired to be filed by a calendar year beginning after 2025, each of the dollar amounts in subsections A, B, and C shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year determined by substituting calendar year 2024 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. 2, rounding. A, in general, if the $500 amount in subsection A and C1 or the $2,500 amount in subsection C1 after being increased under paragraph 1 is not a multiple of $10, such dollar amount shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. B, asset threshold. If the $10 million amount in subsection B2 after being increased under paragraph 1 is not a multiple of $10,000, such paragraph amount shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10,000. C, other dollar amounts. If any dollar amount in subsection B or C, other than any amount to which paragraph A or B applies, after being increased under paragraph 1, is not a multiple of $1,000, such dollar amount shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $1,000. B, information required to be sent to other taxpayers. Section 6724D2, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended 1, by striking or at the end of the subparagraph LL, 2, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph MM and inserting a comma, and 3, by inserting after subparagraph MM the following new subparagraphs. NN, section 6039KC related to disposition of qualified opportunity fund investments, or
section 6093L relating to information required from certain qualified opportunity zone businesses and qualified rural opportunity zone businesses. 3, electronic filing. Section 6011E is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 8, qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. Notwithstanding paragraphs 1 and 2, any return filed by a qualified opportunity fund or qualified rural opportunity funds under section 6039K shall be filed on magnetic media or other machine-readable form. 4, clerical amendments. A, the table of sections for subpart A of part 3 of subchapter A of chapter 61 is amended by inserting after the item relating to section 6039J the following new items. Sec 6039K, returns with respect to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. Sec 6039L, information required from qualified opportunity zone businesses and qualified rural opportunity zone businesses. B, the table of sections for part 2 of subchapter B of chapter 6A is amended by inserting after the item relating to section 6725 the following new item. Sec 6726, failure to comply with information reporting requirements relating to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. 5, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. E, Secretary reporting of data on Opportunity Zone and Rural Opportunity Zone tax incentive. 1, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $15 million to remain available until September 30th, 2028 for necessary expenses of the Internal Revenue Service to make the reports described in paragraph 2. 2, reports, as soon as practical, after the date of the enactment of this act and annually thereafter, the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate, referred to in this section as the Secretary, shall make publicly available a report on qualified opportunity funds. 3, information included. The report required under paragraph 2 shall include, to the extent available, the following information. A, the number of qualified opportunity funds. B, the aggregate dollar amount of assets held in qualified opportunity funds. C, the aggregate dollar amount of investments made by qualified opportunity funds in qualified opportunity fund property, stated separately for each North American Industry Classification System, NAICS code. D, the percentage of population census tracts designated as qualified opportunity zones that have received qualified opportunity fund investments. E, for each population census tract designated as a qualified opportunity zone, the approximate average monthly number of full-time equivalent employees of the qualified opportunity zone businesses in such qualified opportunity zone for the preceding 12-month period within numerical ranges identified by the Secretary or such other indication of the employment impact of such qualified opportunity fund businesses as determined appropriate by the Secretary. F, the percentage of the total amount of investments made by qualified opportunity funds in I, qualified opportunity zone property, which is real property, and 2, other qualified opportunity zone property. G, for each population census tract, the aggregate approximate number of residential units resulting from investments made by qualified opportunity funds in real property. H, the aggregate dollar amount of investments made by qualified opportunity funds in each population census tract. 4, information. A, in general, beginning with the report submitted under paragraph 2 of the 6th year after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary shall include in such report the impacts and outcomes of a designation of a population census tract as a qualified opportunity zone as measured by economic indicators, such as job creation, poverty reduction, new business starts, and other metrics as determined by the Secretary. B, semi-decennial information. 1, in general, in the case of any report submitted under paragraph 2, in the 6th year of the 11th year after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary shall include the following information. I, 1, for population census tracts designated as a qualified opportunity zone, a comparison based on aggregate information of the factors listed in Clause 3 between the 5-year period ending on the date of the enactment of Public Law 11597 and the most recent 5-year period for which data is available. 2, for population census tracts designated as a qualified opportunity zone, a comparison based on aggregate information of the factors listed in Clause 3 for the most recent 5-year period for which data is available between such population census tracts and similar population census tracts that were not designated as a qualified opportunity zone. 2, control groups. For purposes of Clause 1, the Secretary may combine population census tracts into such groups as the Secretary determines appropriate for purposes of making comparisons. 3, factors listed. The factors listed in this clause are the following. 1, the unemployment rate. 2, the number of persons working in the population census tract, including the percentage of such persons who were not residents in the population census tract in the preceding year. 3, rates. 3, individual family and household poverty rates. 4, median family income of residents of the population census tract. 5, demographic information on residents of the population census tract, including age, income, education, race, and employment. 6, the average percentage of income of residents of the population census tract spent on rent annually. 7, the number of residences in the population census tract. 8, the rate of home ownership in the population census tract. 9, the average value of residential property in the population census tract. 10, the number of affordable housing units in the population census tract. 11, the number of new businesses started in the population census tract. 12, the distribution of employees in the population census tract by North American Industry Classification System, NAICS code. 5, protection of identifiable return information. In making reports required under this subsection, the Secretary A shall establish appropriate procedures to ensure that any amounts reported do not disclose taxpayer return information that can be associated with any particular taxpayer or competitive or proprietary information. And B, if necessary to protect taxpayer return information, may combine information required with respect to individual population census tracts into larger geographic areas. 6, definitions. Any term used in this subsection, which is also used in subchapter Z of Chapter 1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, shall have the meaning given such term under such subchapter. 7, reports of qualified rural opportunity funds. The Secretary shall make publicly available with respect to qualified rural opportunity funds separate reports as required under this subsection applied. A, by substituting qualified rural opportunity for qualified opportunity each place it appears. B, by substituting a reference to this act for Public Law 11597, and C, by treating any reference after the application of subparagraph A to qualified rural opportunity zone stock, qualified rural opportunity zone partnership interest, qualified rural opportunity zone business, or qualified opportunity zone business property as stock interest, business or property respectively, described in subclause 1 or 2, as the case may be, of section 1400Z 2B 2CI of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. Sec 70422. Permanent enhancement of low-income housing tax credit. A, permanent state housing credit ceiling increase for low-income housing credit. 1, in general, section 42H3I is amended, A, by striking 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 and inserting beginning after December 31, 2025. B, by striking 1.125 and inserting 1.12, and C, by striking 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 in the heading and inserting calendar years after 2025. 2, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to calendar years beginning after December 31, 2025. B, tax-exempt bond financing requirement. 1, in general. Section 42H4 is amended by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following. B, special rule where a minimum percent of buildings is financed with tax-exempt bonds subject to volume cap. For purposes of subparagraph A, paragraph 1 shall not apply to any portion of the credit allowable under subsection A with respect to a building if I, 1, 50% of more of the aggregate basis of such building and the land on which the building is located is financed by one or more obligations described in subparagraph A, or I, 25% or more of the aggregate basis of such building and the land on which the building is located is financed by one or more obligations described in subparagraph A, and 2, one or more of the such obligations AA are part of an issue, the issue date of which is after December 31st, 2025, and BB provide the financing for not less than 5% of the aggregate basis of such building and the land on which the building is located. 2, effective date. A, in general. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to buildings placed in service in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. B, rehabilitation expenditures treated as separate new building. In the case of any building with respect to which any expenditures are treated as a separate new building under Section 42E of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for purposes of subparagraph A, both the existing building and the separate new building shall be treated as having been placed in service on the date such expenditures are treated as placed in service under Section 42E4 of such code. Sec 70423, permanent extension of new markets tax credit. A, in general. Section 45D F1H is amended by striking 4 for each of calendar years 2020 through 2025 and inserting 4 each calendar year after 2019. B, carryover of unused limitation. Section 45D F3 is amended. 1, by striking if the and inserting the following. A, in general, if the and. 2, B, 2, by striking the second sentence and inserting the following. B, limitation. No amount may be carried under subparagraph A to any calendar year after the 5th calendar year, after the calendar year in which the excess described in such subparagraph occurred. For purposes of this subparagraph, any excess described in subparagraph A with respect to any calendar year before 2026 shall be treated as occurring in calendar year 2025. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to calendar years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Sec 70424, permanent and expanded reinstatement of partial deduction for charitable contributions of individuals who do not elect to itemize. A, in general. Section 170P is amended. 1, by striking $300, $600, and inserting $1,000, $2,000, and 2, by striking beginning in 2021. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Sec 70425, 0.5% floor on deduction of contributions made by individuals. A in general. 1 in general. Paragraph 1 of Section 170B is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. 1. 0.5% floor. Any charitable contribution otherwise allowable without regard to this subparagraph as a deduction under this section shall be allowed only to the extent that the aggregate of such contributions exceeds 0.5% of the taxpayer's contribution base for the taxable year. The preceding sentence shall be applied. 1. First, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph D applies to the extent thereof. 2. Second, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph C applies to the extent thereof. 3. Third, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph B applies to the extent thereof. 4. Fourth, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph E applies to the extent thereof. V. Fifth, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph A applies to the extent thereof. And sixth, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph G applies to the extent thereof. 2. Application of carry forward. Paragraph 1 of Section 170D is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C. Contributions disallowed by 0.5% floor carried forward only from years in which limitation is exceeded. 1. In general, in the case of any taxable year from which an excess is carried forward, determined without regard to this subparagraph under any carryover rule, the applicable carryover rule shall be applied by increasing the excess determined under such applicable carryover rule for the contribution year before the application of subparagraph B by the amount attributable to the charitable contributions to which such rule applies, which is not allowed as a deduction for the contribution year by reason of subsection B1I. 2. Carryover rule. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term carryover rule means 1. Subparagraph A of this paragraph, 2. Subparagraphs C, 2, D, 2, E, 2, and G2 of subsection B1 and 3. The second sentence of subsection B1B. 3. Applicable carryover rule. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term applicable carryover rule means any carryover rule applicable to charitable contributions which were, in whole or in part, not allowed as a deduction for the contribution year by reason of subsection B1I. 3. Coordination with deduction for non-itemizers. Section 170P, as amended by this act, is further amended by inserting B1I after subsections B1G2. B. Modification of limitation for cash contributions. 1. In general. Clause 1 of Section 170B1G is amended to read as follows. 1. In general. For taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2017, any contribution of cash to an organization described in subparagraph A shall be allowed as a deduction under subsection A, to the extent that the aggregate of such contributions does not exceed the excess of I. 1. 60% of the taxpayer's contributions base for the taxable year over. 2. The aggregate amount of contributions taken into account under subparagraph A for such taxable year. 2. Coordination with the other limitations. A. In general. Clause 3 of Section 170B1G is amended 1. By striking subparagraphs A and B in the heading and inserting subparagraph A and 2. In subclause 2 by striking and subparagraph B and all that follows through this subparagraph. B. Other contributions. Subparagraph B of Section 170B1 is amended 1. By striking to which subparagraph A, both places it appears, and inserting to which subparagraph A and G, and 2. In clause 2 by striking over the amount and all that follows through subparagraph C and inserting over 1. The amount of charitable contributions allowable under subparagraph A determined without regard to subparagraph C and subparagraph G reduced by 2. So much of the contributions taken into account under subparagraph G as does not exceed 10% of the taxpayer's contribution base. C. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Sec. 70426. 1% floor on deduction of charitable contributions made by corporations. A. In general. Section 170B2A is amended to read as follows. A. In general. Any charitable contribution otherwise allowable without regard to this subparagraph as a deduction under this section for any taxable year other than any contribution to which subparagraph B or C applies shall be allowed only to the extent that the aggregate of such contributions 1. Exceeds 1% of the taxpayer's taxable income for the taxable year, and 2. Does not exceed 10% of the taxpayer's taxable income for the taxable year. B, application of carry forward. Section 170D2 is amended to read as follows. To corporations. A, in general, any charitable contribution taken into account under subsection B2A for any taxable year which is not allowed as a deduction by reason of clause 2 thereof shall be taken into account as a charitable contribution for the succeeding taxable year, except that for purposes of determining under this subparagraph whether such contribution is allowed in such succeeding taxable year, contributions in such succeeding taxable year determined without regard to this paragraph shall be taken into account under subsection B2A before any contribution taken into account by reason of this paragraph. B, 5-year carry forward. No charitable contribution may be carried forward under subparagraph A to any taxable year following the 5th taxable year after the taxable year in which the charitable contribution was first taken into account. For purposes of the preceding sentence, contributions shall be treated as allowed on a first-in, first-out basis. C, contributions disallowed by 1% floor carried forward only from years in which 10% limitation is exceeded. In the case of a taxable year from which a charitable contribution is carried forward under subparagraph A, determined without regard this subparagraph. Subparagraph A shall be applied by substituting clause 1 or 2 for clause 2. D, special rule for net operating loss carryovers. The amount of charitable contributions carried forward under subparagraph A shall be reduced to the extent that such carry forward would, but for this subparagraph, reduce taxable income as computed for purposes of the second sentence of section 172B2, and increase a net operating loss carryover under section 172 to a succeeding taxable year. C, conforming amendments. Subparagraphs B2 and C2 of section 170B2 are each amended by inserting other than subparagraph C thereof after subsection D2. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Sec 70427, permanent increase in limitation on cover over of tax on distilled spirits. A, in general. Paragraph 1 of section 7652F is amended to read as follows. 1, $13.25, or B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to distilled spirits brought into the United States after December 31st, 2025. Sec 70428, nonprofit community development activities in remote native villages. A, in general. For purposes of subchapter F of chapter 1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, any activity substantially related to participation or investment in fisheries in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, statistically in reporting areas as described in Figure 1 of Section 679 of Title 50, Code of Federal Regulations carried on by an entity identified in Section 305I-1D of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, 16 Us 1855, I-1D, as in effect on the date of enactment of this section, shall be considered substantially related to the exercise or performance of the power constituting the basis of such entity's exemption under Section 501A of such code, if the conduct of such activity is in furtherance of one or more of the purposes specified in Section 305(1)(1)A of such act, as so in effect, for purposes of this paragraph, activities substantially related to participation of investment in fisheries, including the harvesting, processing, transportation, sales, and marketing of fish and fish products in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, statistically and reporting areas. B, application to certain wholly owned subsidiaries. If the assets of a trade or business relating to an activity described in subsection A of any subsidiary wholly owned by an entity identified in Section 305(1)(1)D of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, 16 U.S.C. 1855 I-1D, as in effect on the date of enactment of this section, are transferred to such entity, including in liquidation of such subsidiary not later than 18 months after the date of the enactment of this act. 1, no gain or income resulting from such transfer shall be recognized to either such subsidiary or such entity under such code, and 2, all income derived from such subsidiary from such transferred trade or business shall be exempt from taxation under such code. C, effective date. This section shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act and shall remain effective during the existence of the Western Alaska Community Development Quota Program, established by Section 305(1)(1) of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, 16 U.S.C. 1855(1)(1), as amended. Sec. 70429, adjustment of charitable deduction for certain expenses incurred in support of Native Alaskan subsistence whaling. In general, Section 170N1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by striking $10,000 and inserting $50,000. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Sec 70430, exception to percentage of completion method of accounting for certain residential construction contracts. A, in general. Section 460E is amended. 1, in paragraph 1. A, by striking home construction contract, both places it appears, and inserting residential construction contract, and B, by inserting determined by substituting 3-year for 2-year in subparagraph B1 for any residential construction contract, which is not a home construction contract after the requirements of clauses 1 and 2 of subparagraph B. 2, by striking paragraph 4 and redesignating paragraph 5 as paragraph 4 and 3 in subparagraph A of paragraph 4 as so redesignated by striking paragraph 4 and inserting paragraph 3. B, application of exception for purposes of alternative minimum tax. Section 568A3 is amended by striking any home construction contract as defined in section 460E6 and inserting any residential construction contract as defined in section 460E4. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to contracts entered into after the date of the enactment of this act. Subchapter D, permanent investments in small business in rural America. Sec 70431, expansion of qualified small business stock gain exclusion. A, phased increase in exclusion for gain from qualified small business stock. 1, in general. Section 1202A 1 is amended to read as follows. 1, in general. In the case of a taxpayer other than a corporation, gross income shall not include A, except as provided in paragraphs 3 and 4, 50% of any gain from the sale or exchange of qualified small business stock acquired on or before the applicable date and held for more than 5 years, and B, the applicable percentage of any gain from the sale or exchange of qualified small business stock acquired after the applicable date and held for at least 3 years. 2, applicable percentages. Section 1202A is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 5, applicable percentage. The applicable percentage under paragraph 1 shall be determined under the following table. Years stock held, applicable percentage. 3 years, 50%. 4 years, 75%. 5 years or more, 100%. 3, applicable data, acquisition date. Section 1202A, as amended by paragraph 2, is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 6, applicable date, acquisition date for purposes of this section. A, applicable date. The term applicable date means the date of the enactment of this paragraph. B, acquisition date. In the case of any stock which would, but for this paragraph, be treated as having been acquired before, on, or after the applicable date, whichever is applicable, the acquisition date for purposes of this section shall be the first day on which such stock was held by the taxpayer determined after the application of section 1223. 4, continued treatment as not item of tax preferences. A, in general. Section 57A7 is amended by striking an amount and inserting in the case of stock acquired on or before the date of the enactment of the Creating Small Business Jobs Act of 2010 an amount. B, conforming amendment. Section 1202A4 is amended I by striking and at the end of subparagraph B and inserting a period and. 2, by striking subparagraph C. 5, other conforming amendments. A, paragraphs 3A and 4A of section 1202A are each amended by striking paragraph 1 and inserting paragraph 1A. B, paragraph 4A of section 1202A is amended by inserting and on or before the applicable date after 2010. C, sections 1202B2, 1202G2A, and 1202J1A are each amended by striking more than 5 years and inserting at least 3 years, more than 5 years in the case of stock acquired on or before the applicable date. 6, effective dates. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B, the amendments made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. B, continued treatment as not item of tax preference. The amendments made by paragraph 4 shall take effect as if included in the enactment of section 2011 of the Creating Small Business Jobs Act of 2010. B, increase in per issuer limitation. 1, in general. Subparagraph A of section 1202B1 is amended to read as follows. A, the applicable dollar limit for the taxable year, or 2, applicable dollar limit, section 1202B is amended by adding at the end the following. 4, applicable dollar limit. For purposes of paragraph 1A, the applicable dollar limit for any taxable year with respect to eligible gain from one or more dispositions by a taxpayer of qualified business stock of a corporation in A, if such stock was acquired by the taxpayer on or before the applicable date, $10 million reduced by the aggregate amount of eligible gain taken into account by the taxpayer under subsection A for prior taxable years and attributable to dispositions of stock issued by such corporation and acquired by the taxpayer before, on, or after the applicable date, and B, if such stock was acquired by the taxpayer after the applicable date, $15 million reduced by the sum of 1, the aggregate amount of eligible gain taken into account by the taxpayer under subsection A for prior taxable years and attributable to dispositions of stock issued by such corporation and acquired by the taxpayer before, on, or after the applicable date, plus 2, the aggregate amount of eligible gain taken into account by the taxpayer under subsection A for the taxable year and attributable to dispositions of stock issued by such corporation and acquired by the taxpayer on or before the applicable date. 5, inflation adjustment. A, in general, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, the $15 million amount in paragraph 4B shall be increased by an amount equal to 1, such dollar amount multiplied by 2, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. If any increase under this subsection is not a multiple of $10,000, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $10,000. B, no increase once limit reached, if for any taxable year, the eligible gain attributable to dispositions of stock issued by a corporation and acquired by the taxpayer after the applicable date exceeds the applicable dollar limit, then notwithstanding any increase under subparagraph A for any subsequent taxable year, the applicable dollar limit for such subsequent taxable year shall be 0. 3, separate return. Subparagraph A of section 1202B3 is amended to read as follows. A, separate returns. In the case of a separate return by a married individual for any taxable year, 1, paragraph 4A shall be applied by substituting $5 million for $10 million, and 2, paragraph 4B shall be applied by substituting 1/2 of the dollar amount in effect under such paragraph for the taxable year for the amount so in effect. 4, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. C, increase in limit in aggregate gross assets. 1, in general. Subparagraphs A and B of section 1202 D1 are each amended by striking $50 million and inserting $75 million. 2, inflation adjustment. Section 1202B is amended by adding at the end the following. 4, inflation adjustment. In the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, the $75 million amounts in paragraph 1A and 1B shall each be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. If any increase under this paragraph is not a multiple of $10,000, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $10,000. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to stock issued after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 704.32, repeal of revision to de minimis rules for third-party network transactions. A, reinstatement of exception for de minimis payments as in effect prior to enactment of American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. 1, in general. Section 6050WE is amended to read as follows. E, exception for de minimis payments by third-party settlement organizations. A third-party settlement organization shall be required to report any information under subsection A with respect to third-party network transactions of any participating payee only if, 1, the amount which would otherwise be reported under subsection A2 with respect to such transactions exceeds $20,000, and 2, the aggregate number of such transactions exceeds 200. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall take effect as if included in section 9674 of the American Rescue Plan Act. B, application of de minimis rule for third-party network transactions to back up withholding. 1, in general. Section 3406B is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 8, other reportable payments, including payments in settlement of third-party network transactions, only where aggregate transactions exceed reporting threshold for the calendar year. A, in general, any payment in settlement for a third-party network transaction required to be shown on a return required under Section 6050W, which is made during any calendar year, shall be treated as a reportable payment only if, 1, the aggregate number of transactions with respect to the participating payee during such calendar year exceeds the number of transactions specified in Section 6050WE2, and 2, the aggregate amount of transactions with respect to the participating payee under such calendar year exceeds the dollar amount specified in section 6050 WE1 at the end of each such payment.
B, exception if third-party network transactions made in prior year were reportable. Subparagraph A shall not apply with respect to payments to any participating payee during any calendar year if one or more payments is in settlement of third-party network transactions made by the payer to the participating payee during the preceding calendar year were reportable payments. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to calendar years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70433, increase in threshold for requiring information reporting with respect to certain payees. In general, Section 6041A is amended by striking $600 and inserting $2,000. B, inflation adjustment. Section 6041 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection. H, inflation adjustment. In the case of any calendar year after 2026, the dollar amount in subsection A shall be increased by an amount equal to 1 such dollar amount multiplied by 2 the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for such calendar year determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016, subparagraph A2 thereof. And any increase under the preceding sentence is not a multiple of $100. Such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $100. C, application to reporting on remuneration for services. Section 6041AA2 is amended by striking is $600 or more and inserting equals or exceeds the dollar amount in effective for such calendar year under Section 6041A. D, application to backup withholding. Section 3406B6 is amended. 1, by striking $600 in subparagraph A and inserting the dollar amount in effect for such calendar year under Section 6041A, and 2, by striking only where aggregate for calendar year is $600 or more in the heading and inserting only where in excess of threshold. E, conforming amendments. 1, the heading of Section 6041A is amended by striking of $600 or more and inserting exceeding threshold. 2, Section 6041A is amending by striking taxable year and inserting calendar year. F, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply with respect to payments made after December 31st, 2025. Section 70434, treatment of certain qualified sound recording productions. A, election to treat costs as expenses. Section 181A1 is amended by striking qualified film or television production and any qualified live theatrical production and inserting qualified film or television production, any qualified live theatrical production, and any qualified sound recording production. B, dollar limitation. Section 181A2 is amended by adding to the end of the following new subparagraph. C, qualified sound recording production. Paragraph 1 shall not apply to so much of the aggregate cost of any qualified sound recording production or to so much of the aggregate cumulative costs of all such qualified sound recording productions in the taxable year as exceeds $150,000. C, no other deduction or amortization deduction allowable. Section 181B is amended by striking qualified film or television production or any qualified live theatrical production and inserting qualified film or television production, any qualified live theatrical production, or any qualified sound recording production. D, election. Section 181C1 is amended by striking qualified film or television production or any qualified live theatrical production and inserting qualified film or television production, any qualified live theatrical production, or any qualified sound recording production. E, qualified sound recording production defined. Section 181 is amended by redesignated subsections F and G as subsections G and H, respectively, and by inserting after subsection E the following new subsection. F, qualified sound recording production. For purposes of this section, the term qualified sound recording production means a sound recording as defined in Section 101 of Title 17 United States Code produced and recorded in the United States. F, application of termination. Section 181H as redesignated by Section E is amended by striking qualified film and television productions or qualified live theatrical productions and inserting qualified film and television productions, qualified live theatrical productions, or qualified sound recording productions. G, bonus depreciation. 1, qualified sound recording productions is qualified property. Section 168K2A1 is amended. A, by striking or at the end of the subsection Clause 4, by inserting or at the end of Clause 5, and by inserting after subclause 5 the following. 6, which is qualified sound recording production as defined in subsection F of Section 181, for which a deduction would have been allowable under Section 181 without regard to subsections A2 and H of such section or this subsection, and B and subclauses 4 and 5 is so amended by striking without regard to subsections A2 and G, both places it appears in inserting without regard to subsections A2 and H. 2. Production placed in service. Section 168K2H is amended by striking and at the end of Clause 1, by striking the period at the end of Clause 2 and inserting and by adding after Clause 2 the following. 3. A qualified sound recording production shall be considered to be placed in service at the time of initial release or broadcast. H. Conforming amendments. 1. The heading of Section 181 is amended to read as follows. Treatment of certain qualified productions. The table. 2. The table of sections for Part 6 of subsection B of Chapter 1 is amended by striking the item relating to Section 181 and inserting the following new item. Section 181, treatment of certain qualified productions. 1. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to productions commencing in taxable years ending after the date of the enactment of this Act. Section 70435, exclusion of interest on loans secured by rural or agricultural real property. A. In general, Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by inserting after Section 139K the following new section. Section 139L, interest on loans secured by rural or agricultural real property. A. In general, gross income shall not include 25% of the interest received by a qualified lender on any qualified real estate loan. B. Qualified lender. For purposes of this section, the term qualified lender means 1. Any bank or savings association, the deposits of which are insured under the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, 12 U.S.C. 1811 et sec. 2. Any state or federally regulated insurance company. 3. Any entity wholly owned directly or indirectly by a company that is treated as a bank holding company for purposes of Section 8 of the International Banking Act of 1978, 12 U.S.C. 3106, if A, such entity is organized, incorporated, or established under the laws of the United States or any state, and B, the principal place of business of such entity is in the United States, including any territory of the United States. 4. Any entity wholly owned, directly or indirectly, by a company that is considered an insurance holding company under the laws of any state, if such entity satisfies the requirements described in subparagraphs A and B of paragraph 3. And 5. With respect to interest received on a qualified real estate loan secured by real estate described in subsection C3A, any federally chartered instrumentality of the United States established under Section 8.1A of the Farm Credit Act of 1971, 12 U.S.C. 2279AA-1A. C. Qualified real estate loan. For purposes of the section, 1. In general, the term qualified real estate loan means any loan, A, secured by 1. Rural or agricultural real estate, or 2. A leasehold mortgage with a status as a lien or on rural or agricultural real estate, B, made to any person other than a specified foreign entity as defined in Section 7701A51, and C, made after the date of the enactment of this section. For purposes of the preceding sentence, the determination of whether property securing such loan is rural or agricultural real estate shall be made as of the time the interest income on such loan is accrued. 2. Refinancing. For purposes of subparagraphs A and C of paragraph 1, a loan shall not be treated as made after the date of the enactment of the section to the extent that the proceeds of such loan are used to refinance a loan which was made on or before the date of the enactment of the section, or in the case of any series of refinancings, the original loan was made on or before such date. 3. Rural or agricultural real estate. The term rural or agricultural real estate means A, any real property which is substantially used for the production of one or more agricultural products, B, any real property which is substantially used in the trade of business or fishing or seafood processing, and C, any aquaculture facility. Such terms shall not include any property which is not located in a state or possession of the United States. 4. Aquacultural facility. The term aquaculture facility means any land, structure, or other appurtenance that is used for aquaculture, including any hatchery, rearing pond, raceway, pen, or incubator. D, in coordination with Section 265. 25% of any qualified real estate loan shall be treated as an obligation described in Section 265A2, the interest on which is wholly exempt from the taxes imposed by the subtitle. B, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by the preceding provisions of this Act is amended by inserting the following relating to Sections 139K, the following new item. Section 139L, interest on loans secured by rural or agricultural real property. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years ending after the date of the enactment of this Act. Section 70436, reduction of transfer and manufacturing taxes for certain devices. A, transfer tax. Section 5811A is amended to read as follows. A, rate. There shall be levied, collected, and paid on firearms transferred at tax at the rate of 1/200 for each firearm transferred in the case of a machine gun or destructive device, and 2, $0 for any firearm transferred which is not described in paragraph 1. B, making tax. Section 5821A is amended to read as follows. A, rate. There shall be levied, collected, and paid upon the making of a firearm a tax at the rate of 1, $200 for each firearm made in the case of a machine gun or destructive device, and 2, $0 for any firearm made which is not described in paragraph 1. C, conforming amendment. Section 4182A is amended by adding at the end of the following. For purposes of preceding sentence, any firearm described in Section 5811A2 shall be deemed to be a firearm on which the tax provided by Section 5811 has been paid. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to calendar quarters beginning more than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70437, treatment of capital gains from the sale of certain farmland property. A, in general, Part 4 of Subchapter 0 of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating Section 1062 as Section 1063 and by inserting after Section 1061 the following new section. Section 1062, gain from the sale or exchange of qualified farmland property to qualified farmers. A, election to pay tax in installments. In the case of gain from the sale or exchange of qualified farmland property to a qualified farmer, at the election of the taxpayer, the portion of the net income tax of such taxpayer for the taxable year or the sale or exchange which is equal to the applicable net tax liability shall be paid in 4 equal installments. B, rules relating to installment payments. 1, date for payment of installments. If an election is made under subsection A, the first installment shall be paid on the due date determined by without regard to any extension of time for filing the return for the return of tax for the taxable year in which the sale or exchange occurs, and each succeeding installment shall be paid on the due date, as so determined for the return of tax for the taxable year following the taxable year with respect to which the preceding installment was made. 2, acceleration of payment. A, in general, if there is an addition to tax for failure to timely pay any installment required under this section, then the unpaid portion of all remaining installments shall be due on the date of such failure. B, individuals. In the case of an individual, if the individual dies, then the unpaid portion of all remaining installments shall be paid on the due date for the return of the tax for the taxable year in which the taxpayer dies. C, corporations. In the case of a taxpayer which is a C corporation, trust, or estate, if there is a liquidation or sale of substantially all the assets of the taxpayer, including a Title 11 or similar case, a cessation of businesses by the taxpayer in the case of C corporation or any similar circumstance, then the unpaid portion of all remaining installments shall be due on the date of such event, or in the case of a Title 11 or similar case, the day before the petition is filed. The preceding sentence shall not apply to the sale of substantially all the assets of a taxpayer to a buyer, and such buyer enters into an agreement with the Secretary under which such buyer is liable for the remaining installments due under this subsection in the same manner as such if such buyer were the taxpayer. 3, proration of deficiency to installments. If an election is made under subsection A to pay the applicable net tax liability installments and a deficiency has been assessed with respect to such applicable net tax liability, the deficiency shall be prorated to the installments payable under subsection A. The part of the deficiency so prorated to any installment, the date for payment of which has not arrived, shall be collected at the same time as and as part of such installment. The part of the deficiency so prorated to any installment, the date for payment of which has arrived, shall be paid upon the notice and demand from the Secretary. This section shall not apply if the deficiency is due to negligence, to intentional disregard of rules and regulations, or to fraud with intent to evade tax. C, election. 1, in general, any election under subsection A shall be made not later than the due date for the return of the tax for the taxable year described in subsection A. 2, partnerships and S corporations. In the case of a sale or exchange described in subsection A by a partnership or S corporation, the election under subsection A shall be made at the partner or shareholder level. The Secretary may prescribe such regulations or other guidance as necessary to carry out the purposes of this paragraph. D, definitions. For purposes of this section, 1, applicable net tax liability. A, in general, the applicable net tax liability with respect to the sale or exchange of any property described in subsection A is the excess of, if any, of 1, such taxpayer's net income tax for the taxable year, or 2, such taxpayer's net income tax for such taxable year determined without regard to any gain recognized from the sale or exchange of such property. B, net income tax. The term net income tax means the regular tax liability reduced by the credits allowed under subparts A, B, and D of Part 4 of Subchapter A. 2, qualified farmland property. A, in general, the term qualified farmland property means real property located in the United States, which has been used by the taxpayer as a farm or for farming purposes, or 2, leased by the taxpayer to a qualified farm for farming purposes during substantially all of the 10-year period ending on the date of the qualified sale or exchange, and 2, which is subject to a covenant or other legally enforceable restriction which prohibits the use of such property other than as a farm for farming purposes for any period before the date that is 10 years after the date of the sale or exchange described in subsection A. For purposes of Clause 1, property which is used or leased by a partnership or S corporation in a manner described in such clause shall be treated as used or leased in such manner by each person who holds a direct or indirect interest in such partnership or S corporation. B, farming purposes. The term farm and farming purposes have their respective meanings given such terms under Section 2032AE. 3, qualified farmer. The term qualified farmer means any individual who is actively engaging in farming within the meaning of subsections B and C of Section 1001 of the Food Security Act of 1986, 7 U.S.C. 1308-1B and C. E, return requirement. A taxpayer making an election under subsection A shall include the return for the taxable year of the sale or exchange described in subsection A, a copy of the covenant or other legally enforceable restriction described in subsection D2A2. B, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 4 of Subchapter O of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating the item relating to Section 1062 as relating to Section 1063, and by inserting after the item relating to Section 1061 the following new item, Section 1062, came from the sale or exchange of qualified farmland property to qualified farmers. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to sales or exchanges in taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this Act, Section 70438. Extension of rules for treatment of certain disaster-related personal casualty losses. For purposes applying Section 304B of the Taxpayer Certainty and Disaster Tax Relief Act of 2022, Division EE of Public Law 116-260, Section 301 of such Act shall be applied by substituting the date of the enactment of this section for the date of the enactment of this Act. Each place it appears. Chapter 5, Ending Green New Deal Spending, Promoting America First Energy and Other Reforms. Subchapter A, Termination of Green New Deal Subsidies. Section 70501, Termination of Previously Owned Clean Vehicle Credit. Section 25EG is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting September 30th, 2025. Section 70502, Termination of Clean Vehicle Credit. A, in general, Section 30DH is amended by striking placed in service after December 31st, 2032, and inserting acquired after December 30th, 2025. B, conforming amendment, Section 30DE is amended 1 in paragraph 1BA in clause 3 by inserting and after the comma at the end. B in clause 4 by striking and inserting a period, and C by striking clause 5, and in 2 in paragraph 2BA in clause 2 by inserting and after the comma at the end. B in clause 3 by striking the comma at the end and inserting period, and C by striking clauses 4 through 6. Section 70503, Termination of Qualified Commercial Clean Vehicle Credit. Section 45WG is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting September 30th, 2025. Section 70504, Termination of Alternative Fuel Vehicle Refueling Property Credit. Section 30CI is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting June 30th, 2026. Section 70505, Termination of Energy Efficient Home Improvement Credit. A, in general, Section 25CH is amended by striking place in service and all that follows through December 31st, 2032 and inserting place in service after December 31st, 2025. B, conforming amendment, Section 25CD2C is amended to read as follows. C, any oil furnace or hot water boiler which, 1, meets or exceeds 2021 Energy Star efficiency criteria, and 2, is rated by the manufacturer for use with fuel blends, at least 20% of the volume of which consists of an eligible fuel. Section 70506, Termination of Residential Clean Energy Credit. A, in general, Section 25DH is amended by striking to property placed in service after December 31st, 2034, and inserting with respect to any expenditures made after December 31st, 2025. B, conforming amendment, Section 25DG is amended. 1, in paragraph 2 by inserting and after the comma at the end. 2, in paragraph 3 by striking and before January 1st, 2033, 30%, and inserting 30%. And 3, by striking paragraphs 4 and 5. Section 70507, Termination of Energy Efficient Commercial Building Deduction. Section 179D is amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection. 1, termination. The section shall not apply with respect to property, the construction of which begins after June 30th, 2026. Section 70508, Termination of New Energy Efficient Home Credit. Section 45LH is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting June 30th, 2026. Section 70509, Termination of Cost Recovery for Energy Property and Qualified Clean Energy Facilities Property and Technology. A, Energy Property, Section 168E3B6, as amended by Section 13703 of Public Law 117-169, is amended 1 by striking subclause 1 and 2, by redesignating subclauses 2 and 3 as subclauses 1 and 2, respectively. B, Qualified Clean Energy Facilities Property and Technology, Section 168 E3B is amended by Section 13703 of Public Law 117-169 and by subsection A is amended 1 in Clause 6-2 by adding and at the end, 2 in Clause 7 by striking and inserting a period, and 3 by striking Clause 8. See effective dates. 1, energy property. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to the property of construction which begins after December 30th, 2024. 2, qualifying clean energy facilities, property, and technology. The amendments made by subsection B shall apply to property placed in service after the date of enactment of this act. Section 70501, modifications of zero-emission nuclear power production credit. 2, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 45 UC is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph 3, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph if the taxpayer is a specified foreign entity as defined in section 7701A51B. B, other prohibited foreign entities. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date, which is 2 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph, if the taxpayer is a foreign influence entity as defined in section 7701A51D without regard to clause 1, 2 thereof. B, prohibition with respect to nuclear power facilities using nuclear fuel produced in covered nations or by covered entities. Section 45U is amended by subsection A of this section is amended 1 and subsection B1A by redesignating subparagraphs B and C as subparagraphs C and D respectively, and B by inserting after subparagraph A the following new subparagraph B, which satisfies the requirement determined in subsection C4 and 2 in subsection C by adding at the end of the following new paragraph 4 restrictions relating to use of certain imported nuclear fuel. A, in general, for any taxable year, the requirements described in this paragraph with respect to any nuclear facility are that 1, with respect to any nuclear fuel used by such facility during such taxable year, such fuel was not 1, produced in a covered nation or by a covered entity, 2, exchanged with, traded for, or substituted for nuclear fuel described in subsection clause 1, or 3, otherwise obtained in lieu of nuclear fuel described in subclause 1, in a manner which is designed to circumvent the purposes of this paragraph. And 2, the taxpayer shall certify to the Secretary at such time, in such form or manner as the Secretary may prescribe, that any fuel used by such facility during such taxable year complies with the requirements described in Clause 1. B, exception, the requirements described in subparagraph A shall not apply with respect to any nuclear fuel which was acquired by the taxpayer pursuant to a binding written contract in effect before January 1st, 2023, and which was not modified in any material respect or on or after such date. See other definitions in this paragraph. 1, covered entity. The term covered entity means any entity organized under the laws of or otherwise subject to the jurisdiction of the government of the covered nation. 2, covered nation. The term covered nation has the same meaning given such term in section 4872F of Title 10 United States Code. See effective dates. 1, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this Act. 2, restrictions relating to use of certain imported nuclear fuel. The amendments made by subsection B shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2027. Section 70511, termination of clean hydrogen production credit. Section 45 VC3C is amended by striking January 1st, 2033 and inserting January 1st, 2028. Section 70512, termination and restrictions of clean electricity production credit. A, termination for wind and solar facility. Section 45YD is amended 1 in paragraph 1 by striking the amount of and inserting subject to paragraph 4 the amount of, and 2 by striking paragraph 3 and inserting the following new paragraphs. 3, applicable year. For purposes of the subsection, the term applicable year means calendar year 2032 for termination for and wind and solar facilities. A, in general, the section shall not apply with respect to any applicable facility placed in service after December 31st, 2037. B, applicable facility. For purposes of this paragraph, the term applicable facility means a qualified facility which, 1, uses wind to produce electricity, which means within the meaning of such terms as used in section 45D1 is determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins, or 2, uses solar energy to produce electricity within the meaning of such terms is used in section 45D4 as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins. B, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 45Y is amended once in subsection B1 by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. E, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The term qualified facility shall not include any facility for which construction begins after December 31st, 2025, or in the case of applicable facility as defined in subsection D4B after June 16, 2025, if the construction of such facility includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity as defined in section 7701A52. And 2, in subsection G, by adding at the end of the following new paragraphs, 13 restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. In general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year if the taxpayer is, 1, a specified foreign entity, as defined in Section 7701A51B, or 2, a foreign influence entity, as defined in Section 7701A51D, without regard to Clause 1, 2 thereof, be effective control in the case of a taxpayer for which Section 7701A51D 1, 2 is determined to apply for any taxable year. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for such taxable year if such determination relates to a qualified facility described in Section B1. To see definitions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 7701A is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraphs. 51. Prohibited foreign entity. A. In general. 1. Definition. The term prohibited foreign entity means specified foreign entity or a foreign influence entity. 2. Determination. 1. In general. Subject to subclause 2. For any taxable year, the determination as to whether any entity is a specified foreign entity or a foreign influence entity shall be made as of the last day of such taxable year. 2. Initial taxable year. For purposes of the first taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph, the determination as to whether an entity is a specified foreign entity described in clauses 1 through 4, subparagraph B, shall be made at the first day of such taxable year. B. Specified foreign entity. For purposes of this paragraph, the term specified foreign entity means 1. A foreign entity of concern described in subparagraph A, B, D, or E of Section 99018 of the William M. Mack Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021, Public Law 116-283, 15 U.S.C. 4651. 2. An entity identified as a Chinese military company operating in the United States in accordance with Section 1260H of the William M. Mack Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021, Public Law 116-283, 10 U.S.C. 113, note. 3. An entity included on a list required by Clause 1, 2, 4, or 5 of Section 2D, 2B of Public Law 117-78, 135 Stat 1527. Foreign entity specified under Section 154B of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024, Public Law 118-31, 10 U.S.C. No Prec 4651. Or 5. A foreign controlled entity. C. Foreign controlled entity. For purposes of subparagraph B, the term foreign controlled entity means 1. The government, including any level of government below the national level of a covered nation. 2. An agency or instrumentality of a government described in Clause 1. 3. A person who is a citizen or national of a covered nation, provided that such person is not an individual who is a citizen, national, or lawful permanent resident of the United States. 4. An entity or qualified business unit as defined in Section 989A, incorporated or organized under the laws of or having its principal place of business in a covered nation. Or 5. An entity including subsidiary entities controlled is determined under subparagraph G by an entity described in Clause 1, 2, 3, or 4. D. Foreign influence entity. 1. In general, for purposes of subparagraph A, the term foreign influence entity means an entity 1, with respect to which, during the taxable year, a specified foreign entity that has direct authority to appoint a covered officer of such entity, BB, a single specified foreign entity owns at least 25% of such entity, CC, one or more specified foreign entities own in the aggregate at least 40% of such entity, or DD, at least 15% of the debt of such entity has been issued in the aggregate to one or more specified foreign entities. Or 2, which, during the previous taxable year, made a payment to a specified foreign entity pursuant to a contract agreement or other arrangement, which entity, such specified foreign entity or an entity related to such specified foreign entity, to exercise effective control over A, any qualified facility or energy store, its technology of the taxpayer, any person related to the taxpayer, or B, with respect to any eligible component produced by the taxpayer, or any person related to the taxpayer. A, the extraction, processing, or recycling of any applicable critical mineral, or BB, the production of any eligible component which is not an applicable critical mineral. 2, effective control. 1, in general. AA, general rule, subject to subclause 2, for purposes of clause 1, 2. The term effective control means one or more agreements or arrangements similar to those described in subclauses 2 and 3, which provide one or more contractual counterparties of a taxpayer with specified authority over key aspects of the production of eligible components, energy generation, in a qualified facility or any storage which are not included in the measure of control through authority, ownership, or debt, held which are described in clause 1.1. BB, guidance. The Secretary shall issue such guidance as is necessary to carry out the purposes of this clause, including the establishment of rules to prevent entities from evading, circumventing, or abusing the applicable application of restrictions described in subparagraph C and subclauses 2 and 3 of this subclause, through a contract, agreement, or other arrangement, to application of rules prior to issuance of guidance during any period prior to the date of the guidance described in subparagraph clause 1B. B is issued by the Secretary for purposes of clause 1.2. The term effective control means the unrestricted contractual right of a contractual counterparty to AA determine the quantity or timing of production of an eligible component produced by the taxpayer. BB, determine the amount of timing of activities related to the production of electricity undertaken of a qualified facility of the taxpayer, the storage of electrical energy, and the energy storage technology of the taxpayer. CC, determine the entity may purchase or use the output of a production unit of the taxpayer that produces eligible components. DD, determine which entity shall produce or use the output of a qualified facility of the taxpayer.
EE, restrict access to data critical to production or storage of energy undertaken at a qualified facility of the taxpayer or to the site of the production or any part of a qualified facility or energy storage technology of the taxpayer to the personnel or agents of such contractual counterparty, or FF, on an exclusive basis, maintain, repair, or operate any plant or equipment which is necessary to the production by the taxpayer of eligible components or electricity. 3, licensing and other agreements. AA, in general, in addition to subclause 2, for purposes of clause 1, 2, the term effective control means with respect to a licensing agreement for the provision of intellectual property or any other contract agreement or any other arrangement entered into with a contractual counterparty which is related to such licensing agreement and to a qualified facility, energy storage technology, or the production of an eligible component, any of the following. AA, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to specify or otherwise direct one or more sources of components, subcomponents, or applicable critical minerals utilized in a qualified facility, energy storage technology, or the production of an eligible component. BB, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to correct the operation of any qualified facility, any energy storage technology, or any production unit that produces an eligible component. CC, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to limit the taxpayer's utilization of intellectual property related to the operation of a qualified facility or energy storage technology or in the production of an eligible component. DD, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to receive royalties under the licensing agreement or any similar agreement or payments under any related agreement beyond the 10th year of the agreement, including modifications or extensions thereof. EE, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to direct or otherwise require the taxpayer to enter into an agreement for the provision of services for a duration longer than 2 years, including any modifications or extensions thereof. FF, such contract, agreement, or any other arrangement does not provide the licensee with all the technical data, information, and know-how necessary to enable the licensee to produce the eligible component or components subject to the contract, agreement, or other arrangement without further involvement from a contractual counterparty or a specified foreign entity. GG, such contract, agreement, or other arrangement was entered into or modified on or after June 16, 2025. BB, exception. AA, in general. Item AA shall not apply in case of a bona fide purchase or sale of intellectual property. BB, bona fide purchase or sale. For purposes of an item AA, any purchase or sale of intellectual property where the agreement provides that ownership of an intellectual property reverts to the contractual counterparty after a period of time shall not be considered a bona fide purchase or sale. 4, persons related to the taxpayer. For purposes of subclauses 1, 2, and 3, the term taxpayer shall include any person related to the taxpayer. 5, contractual counterparty. For purposes of this clause, the term contractual counterparty means an entity with the taxpayer has entered into a contract, agreement, or other arrangement. 3, guidance. No later than December 31st, 2026, the Secretary shall issue such guidance as is necessary to carry out the purposes of the subparagraph, including establishment of rules to prevent entities from evading, circumventing, or abusing the application of the restrictions against impermissible technology licensing with specified foreign entities, such as through temporary transfers of intellectual property, retention by a specified foreign entity of a reversionary interest in transferred intellectual property or otherwise. E, publicly traded entities. 1, in general. 1, non-application of certain foreign-controlled entity rules. Subparagraph C5 shall not apply in the case of any entity or securities of which are regularly traded on AA, a national securities exchange which is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, BB, the national market
system established pursuant to Section 11A of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, or CC, any other exchange or other market which the Secretary has determined in a guidance issued under Section 1296E1A2 has rules adequate to carry out the purposes of Part 6 of Subchapter P of Chapter 1 of Subtitle A. 2. Non-application of certain foreign influence entity rules. Subparagraph D11 shall not apply in the case of any entity, AA, the securities of which are regularly traded in a manner described in subclause 1, or BB, for which not less than 80% of the entity's securities of such entity are owned directly or indirectly by an entity which is described in an item AA. 3. Exclusion of exchanges on or markets covered in nations. Subclause 1 CC shall not apply with respect to any exchange or market which AA is incorporated or organized under the laws of a covered nation, or BB has its principal place of business in a covered nation. 2. Additional foreign controlled entity requirements for publicly traded companies. In the case of an entity described in Clause 1.1, such entity shall be deemed to be a foreign controlled entity under subparagraph C5 if such entity is controlled as determined under subparagraph G by 1. One or more specified foreign entities is determined without regard to subparagraph B5 that are each required to report their beneficial ownership pursuant to a rule described in Clause 3.1BB, or 2. One or more foreign controlled entities as determined without regard to subparagraph C5 that are each required to report their beneficial ownership pursuant to a rule described in such clause. 3. Additional foreign influence entity requirements for publicly traded companies. In the case of an entity described in Clause 1.2, such entity shall be deemed to be a foreign influence entity under subparagraph D1.1 if 1. During the taxable year, AA, a specific foreign entity, has the authority to appoint a covered officer of such entity, BB, a single specified foreign entity required to report its beneficial ownership under Rule 13D3 of the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934, or in the case of an exchange or market described in Clause 1.1CC, an equivalent rule owns not less than 25% of such entity, or CC, one or more specified foreign entities that are each required to report their beneficial ownership under Rule 13D3 of the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934 own in the aggregate not less than 40% of such entity, or 2. Such entity has issued debt as a part of an original issuance in excess of 15% of its publicly traded debt to one or more specified foreign entities. F. Covered officer. For the purposes of this paragraph, the term covered officer means with respect to an entity, 1, a member of the board of directors, board of supervisors, or equivalent governing body, 2, an executive level officer, including the president, chief executive officer, chief operating officer, chief financial officer, general counsel, or senior vice president, or 3, an individual having powers or responsibilities similar to those of officers or members described in Clause 1 or 2. G, determination of control. For purposes of subparagraph C5, the term control means 1, in the case of a corporation, ownership by vote or value of more than 50% of the stock in such corporation. 2, in the case of a partnership, ownership of more than 50% of the profits, interest, or capital interest in such partnership. Or 3, in any other case, ownership or more than 50% of the beneficial interest in the entity. H, determination of ownership. For purposes of this section, Section 318A2 shall not apply for purposes of determining ownership of stock in a corporation. Similar principles shall apply for purposes of determining ownership of interest of any other entity. 1, for any other definitions, for purposes of the paragraph, 1, applicable control mineral. The term applicable control mineral has the same meaning given such term under Section 45X C6. 2, covered nation. The term covered nation has the same meaning given such term under Section 4872F2 of Title 10 United States Code. 3, eligible component. The term eligible component has the same meaning given such term under Section 45XC1. 4, energy storage technology. The term energy storage technology has the same meaning given such term under Section 48EC2. 5, qualified facility. The term qualified facility means 1, qualified facility as defined in Section 45YB1, and 2, a qualified facility as defined in Section 48EB3. 6, related. The term related shall have the same meaning given in such term under Sections 267B and 707B. J, Beginning of construction. For purposes of applying any provision under this paragraph, the beginning of construction with respect to any property shall be determined pursuant to rules similar to the rules under Internal Revenue Service Notice 2013-29 and Internal Revenue Service Notice 2018-59, as well as any subsequently issued guidance clarifying, modifying, or updating such notice, as in effect on January 1st, 2025. K, regulations and guidance. The Secretary may prescribe such regulations and guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the provisions of this paragraph, including rules to prevent the circumvention of any rules or restrictions with respect to prohibited foreign entities. 52, material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity. A, in general, the term material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity means, 1, with respect to any qualified facility or energy storage technology, a material assistance cost ratio which is less than the threshold percentage applicable under subparagraph B, or 2, with respect to any facility which produces eligible components, a material assistance cost ratio which is less than the threshold percentage applicable under subparagraph C. B, threshold percentage for qualified facilities and energy storage technology. For purposes of subparagraph A1, the threshold percentage shall be 1 in the case of a qualified facility, the construction of which begins 1 after June 16, 2025, and before January 1st, 2026, 37.5%. 2, during calendar year 2026, 40%. 3, during calendar year 2027, 45%. 4, under calendar year 2028, 50%, 5, during calendar year 2029, 55%, and 6, after December 31st, 2029, 60%, and 2, in the case of energy storage technology, the construction of which begins 1, during calendar year 2026, 55%. 2, during calendar year 2027, 60%. 3, during calendar year 2028, 65%. 4, during calendar year 2029, 70%, and 5, after December 31st, 2029, 75%. C, threshold percentage for eligible components. One, in general, for purposes of subparagraph A2, the threshold percentage shall be 1 in the case of any solar energy component such term is defined in section 45XC3A, which is sold. AA, during calendar year 2026, 50%. BB, during calendar year 2027, 60%. CC, during calendar year 2028, 70%. DD, during calendar year 2029, 80%. And EE, after December 31st, 2029, 85%. 2, in the case of any wind energy component as such term is defined in section 45X C4A, which is sold. AA, during calendar year 2026, 85%, and BB, during calendar year 2027, 90%. In the case of any inverter described in subparagraphs B through G of section 45XC2, which is sold, AA, during calendar year 2026, 50%, BB, during calendar year 2027, 55%, CC, during calendar year 2028, 60%, DD, during calendar year 2029, 65%, and EE, after December 31st, 2029, 70%. 4, in the case of any qualified battery component, such as term is defined in section 45XC5A, which is sold, AA, during calendar year 2026, 60%, BB, during calendar year 2027, 65%, CC, during calendar year 2028, 70%. DD, during calendar year 2029, 80%, and EE, after December 31st, 2029, 85%, and 5, subject to clause 2 in the case of any applicable critical mineral, such as such term is defined in section 45XC6, which is sold, AA, after December 31st, 2025, and before January 1st, 2030, 0%. BB, during calendar year 2030, 25%. CC, during calendar year 2031, 30%. DD, during calendar year 2032, 40%. And EE, after December 31st, 2032, 50%. 2, adjusted threshold percentage for applicable critical minerals. Not later than December 31st, 2027, the Secretary shall issue threshold percentages for each of the applicable critical minerals described in section 45XC6, which shall, 1, apply in lieu of the threshold percentage determined under clause 1.4 of each calendar year 1/5 of each calendar year, and 2, equal or exceed the threshold percentage which would otherwise apply with respect to such applicable critical minerals under such clause for such calendar year, taking into account AA, domestic geographic ability, BB, supply chain constraints, CC, domestic processing capacity needs, and DD, national security concerns. D, materials assistance cost ratio. 1, qualified facilities and energy storage technology. For purposes of subparagraph A1, the term material assistance cost ratio means the amount expired expresses a percentage equal to the quotient of 1, an amount equal to AA, the total direct cost to the taxpayer attributable to all manufactured products, including components which are incorporated into the qualified facility or energy storage technology upon completion of construction, minus BB, the total direct cost to the taxpayer attributable to all manufactured products, including components which are AA, incorporated into the qualified facility or energy storage technology upon completion of construction, and BB, mined, produced, or manufactured by a foreign prohibited foreign entity divided by 537. 2, the amount described in subclause 1AA. 2, eligible components. For the purposes of subparagraph A2, the term material assistance cost ratio means the amount expresses a percentage equal to the quotient of 1, an amount equal to AA with respect to an eligible component, the direct material costs that are paid or incurred within the meaning of Section 461 and any regulations issued under Section 263A by the taxpayer for production of such eligible component, minus BB with respect to an eligible component, the total direct material costs that are paid or incurred within the meaning of Section 461 and any regulations issued under Section 263A by the taxpayer for production of such eligible component that are attributable to a prohibited foreign entity divided by 2, the amount described in subclause 1AA. 3, safe harbor tables. 1, in general, not later than December 31st, 2026, the Secretary shall issue safe harbor tables and such other guidance as deemed necessary. 2, AA, identify the percentage of total direct costs of any manufactured product which is attributable to a prohibited foreign entity. BB, identify the percentage of total direct material costs of any eligible component which is attributable to a prohibited foreign entity. And CC, provide all rules necessary to determine the amount of a taxpayer's material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity within the meaning of this paragraph. 2, safe harbor prior to issuance. For the purposes of this paragraph, prior to the date on which the Secretary issues the safe harbor tables described in subclause 1, and for the construction of qualified facility or energy storage technology which begins on or before the date, which is 60 days after the date of issuance of such tables, a taxpayer may, A, use the tables included in Internal Revenue Service Notice 2025-8 to establish the percentage of the total direct cost of any listed eligible component and any manufactured product, and BB, rely on a certification by the supplier of the manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component. AA, of the total direct cost of the total direct material costs as applicable of such product or component that was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, or BB, that such product or component was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity. 3, exception, notwithstanding subclauses 1 and 2, AA, if the sub-taxpayer knows or has reason to know that a manufactured product or eligible component was produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, the taxpayer shall treat all direct costs with respect to such manufactured product or indirect material costs with respect to eligible components and attributable to a prohibited foreign entity, and BB, if the taxpayer knows or has reason to know that the certification referred to in Clause 2BB pertaining to a manufactured product or an eligible component is inaccurate, the taxpayer may not rely on such certification. 4, certification requirement. In a manner consistent with Treasury Regulation Section 1.45X 4C41 as in effect on the date of the enactment of this paragraph, the certification referred to in subclause 2BB shall AA, include AA, the supplier's employee identification number, or BB, any such similar identification number issued by a foreign government. BB, be signed under penalties of perjury. CC, be retained by the supplier and the taxpayer for a period of not less than 6 years, and shall be provided to the Secretary upon request. And DD be from the supplier from which the taxpayer purchased any manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent elements, materials, or subcomponents of an eligible component, stating either AA, that such property was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, and that the supplier is not aware that any prior supplier in the chain of production of that property is a prohibited foreign entity. BB, for the purposes of Section 45X, the total direct material cost for such component, constituent element, material, or subcomponent that were not produced or manufactured by a prohibited entity, or CC, for purposes of Section 45Y or Section 48E, the total direct costs attributable to all manufactured products that were not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity. 4, existing contract. Upon the election of the taxpayer in such form and manner as the Secretary shall designate, in the case of any manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component, which is 1, acquired by the taxpayer or manufactured or assembled by or for the taxpayer pursuant to a binding written contract which was entered prior to June 16, 2025, and 2A, placed in service before January 1st, 2030, or in the case of an applicable facility as defined in Section 45Y D4B before January 1st, 2028, or BB, in the case of constituent element, material, or subcomponent used in a product sold before January 1st, 2030. The cost to the taxpayer with respect to such product, component, element, material, or subcomponent shall not be included for purposes of determining the material assistance cost ratio under the subparagraph. 5, anti-circumvention rules. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations and guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to prevent circumvention of the rules under this paragraph, including prevention of 1, any abuse of the exception provided under Clause 4 under the stockpiling of any manufactured product, eligible component or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component during any period prior to the application of the requirements under the paragraph, or 2, any evasion with respect to the requirements of the subparagraph where the facts and circumstances demonstrate the beginning of construction of a qualified facility or energy storage technology that has not, in fact, occurred. E, other definitions. For purposes of this paragraph, 1, eligible component. The term eligible component means 1, any property described in Section 45XC1, or 2, any component which is identified by the Secretary pursuant to regulations or guidance issued under subparagraph G. 2, energy storage technology. The term energy storage technology has the same meaning given term under Section 48EC2. 3, manufactured product. The term manufactured product means 1, a manufactured product which is a component of a qualified facility as described in Section 45Y G11B, and any guidance issued thereunder, or 2, any product which is identified by the Secretary pursuant to regulations or guidance issued under subparagraph G. 4, qualified facility. The term qualified facility means 1, a qualified facility is defined in Section 45YB1. 2, a qualified facility is defined in Section 48EB3. And 3, any qualified interconnection property is defined in Section 48EB4, which is part of the qualified investment with respect to a qualified facility as described in Section 48EB1. F, beginning of construction. Rules similar to the rules under paragraph 51J shall apply for purposes of this paragraph. G, regulations and guidance. The Secretary may prescribe such regulations and guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the provisions of this paragraph, including 1, identification of components or products for purposes of clauses, and 2, and for clauses 1 and 3 of subparagraph E, and 2, for purposes of subparagraph A2, rules to address facilities which produce more than one eligible component. D, denial of credit for certain wind and solar leasing agreements. Section 45Y is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. H, denial of credit for wind and solar leasing agreements. No credit shall be determined under this section with respect to any production of electricity during the taxable year with respect to property described in paragraph 1 or 4 of Section 45D as applied by substituting lessee for taxpayer if the taxpayer rents or leases such property for a third party during such taxable year. E, emissions rates table. Section 45YB2C is amended by adding at the following new clause. 3, existing studies for purposes of Clause 1 in determining greenhouse gas emission rates for types or categories of facilities for the purposes of determining whether a facility satisfies the requirements under paragraph 1. The Secretary shall consider studies published on or before the date of enactment of this clause, which demonstrate a net life cycle greenhouse gas emissions rate, which is not greater than 0, using widely accepted life cycle assessment concepts, such as concepts described in standards developed by the International Organization for Standards. F, nuclear energy communities. 1, in general, Section 45B11 is amended. A, in subparagraph B, 1, in clause 2.2 by striking or at the end. 2, in clause 3.2 by striking the period at the end, inserting comma or comma, and 3, by adding at the end of the following new clause. 4, for purposes of any qualified facility which is an advanced nuclear facility, a metropolitan statistical area, which has, or at any time during the period beginning after December 31st, 2009, had 0.17% or greater direct employment related to the advancement of nuclear power, including employment related to 1, an advanced nuclear facility. 2, advanced nuclear power research and development. 3, nuclear fuel cell cycle research, development, or production, including mining, enrichment, manufacture, storage, disposal, or recycling of nuclear fuel. And 4, the manufacturing or assembly of components used in an advanced nuclear facility. And B, by adding at the end following new subparagraph. C, advanced nuclear facilities. 1, in general, subject to clause 2 for purposes of subparagraph B4. The term advanced nuclear facility means any nuclear facility, the reactor design for which is approved in the manner described in section 45J D2. Special rule. For purposes of Clause 1, a facility shall be deemed to have a reactor design which is approved in the manner described in Section 45J(d)(2) if the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has authorized construction and issued a site-specific construction permit or combined license with respect to such facility. 2. Non-application for clean electricity investment credits, Section 48E3A1, is amended by inserting, as applied without regard to, Clause 4 thereof after Section 45B11B, G, conforming amendments. 1. Paragraph 1 of Section 48DC is amended to read as follows. 1 is not a specified foreign entity as defined in Section 7701A51B, and 2, Section 45YB1 as is amended, A, by redesignating subparagraph D as subparagraph E, and B, inserting after subparagraph C the following new subparagraph. D, determination of capacity. For purposes of subparagraph C, additions of capacity of a facility shall be determined in any reasonable manner, including based on 1, determinations by or reports to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, including interconnection agreements, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or any similar entity reflecting additions of capacity. 2, determinations or reports reflected in additions or capacity made by an independent professional engineer. 3, reports to or issued by regional transmission organizations or independent system operators reflecting additions of capacity, or 4, any other method or manner provided by the Secretary. H, prohibition on transfer of credits to specified foreign entities. Section 6418G is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 5, prohibition on transfer of credits to specified foreign entities. With respect to any eligible credit described in Clause 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, or 11 of subsection F1A, an eligible taxpayer may not elect to transfer any portion of such credit to a taxpayer that is a specified foreign entity as defined in Section 7701A51B. 1, extension of period of limitations for errors relating to determining of material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity. Section 6501 is amended, 1, by redesignating subsection O as subsection P, and 2, by inserting after subsection N the following new subsection. O, material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity. In the case of a deficiency attributable to an error with respect to the determination under Section 7701A52 for any taxable year, such deficiency may be assessed at any time within 6 years after the return of such year was filed. J, imposition of accuracy-related penalties. 1, in general, Section 6662 is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. M, substantial understatement of income tax due to disallowance of applicable energy credits. 1, In general, in the case of a taxpayer which there is a disallowance of an applicable energy credit for any taxable year for purposes of determining whether there is a substantial understatement of income tax for such taxable year, subsection D1 shall be applied. A, in subparagraphs A and B by substituting 1% for 10% each place it appears, and B, without regard to subparagraph C, 2, disallowance of an applicable energy credit. For purposes of this subsection, the term disallowance of an applicable energy credit means a disallowance of a credit under Section 45X, 45Y, or 48E by reason of overstating the material assistance cost ratio as determined under Section 7701A52 with respect to any qualified facility, energy storage technology, or facility which produces eligible components. 2, conforming amendment. Section 6417D6 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. D, disallowance of an applicable energy credit. In the case of an applicable entity which made an election under subsection A with respect to an applicable credit for which there is a disallowance described in section 6662M2 subparagraph A, shall apply with respect to any excessive payment resulting from such disallowance. K, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by the supplier. 1, in general, Part 1 of Subchapter B of Chapter 68 is amended by inserting after Section 6695A the following new subsection. Section 6695B, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by supplier. A, imposition of penalty if 1, a person A provides a certification described in Clause 3 to BB of Section 7701A52D,
With respect to any manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component, and knows or reasonably should have known that the certification would be used in connection with a determination under such section. Such certification is inaccurate or false with respect to A, whether such property was produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, or B, the total direct costs or total direct material costs of such property that was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity that were provided on such certification, and 3, the inaccuracy or falsity described in paragraph 2 resulted in the disallowance of an applicable energy credit as defined in section 6662M2 and an understatement of income tax within the meaning of section 6662D2 for the taxable year in an amount which exceeds the lesser of A, 5% of the tax required to be shown on the return for the taxable year, or B, $100,000. Then such person shall pay a penalty in the amount determined under subsection B. B, amount of penalty. The amount of the penalty imposed under subsection A on any person with respect to a certification shall be equal to the greater of 1, 10% of the amount of the underpayment as defined in section 6664A, solely attributable to the inaccuracy or falsity described in subsection A2, or 2, $5,000. C, exception. No penalties shall be imposed under subsection A if the person establishes to the satisfaction of the Secretary that any inaccuracy or falsity described in subsection A2 is due to a reasonable cause and not willful neglect. D, definitions. Any term used in this section, which is also used in section 7701A52, shall have the meaning given in such term in such section. 2, clerical amendments. A, section 6696 is amended, 1, in the heading by striking and 6695A and inserting 6695A and 6695B. 2, in subsections A, B, and C by striking and 6695A, each place it appears, and inserting 6695A and 6695B. 3, in subsection C, by striking or 6695A and inserting 6695A or 6695B. And 4, in subsection D, 1, in paragraph 1, by inserting or in the case of any penalty under section 6695B, 6 years, after assessed within 3 years. And 2, in paragraph 2, by inserting or in the case of any claim for refund of an overpayment of any penalty assessed under section 6695B, 6 years, after filed within 3 years. B, the table of sections for Part 1 of Subchapter B of Chapter 68 is amended by inserting, after item related to Section 6695A, the following new item, Section 6695B, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by supplier. 1, excise tax on facilities that receive material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. 1, in general, Subtitle D is amended by adding at the end of the following new chapter, Chapter 50B, Material Assistance from Prohibited Foreign Entities, Section 5000E-1, Imposition of Tax, Section 5000E-1, Imposition of Tax. A, in general, in the case of an applicable facility for which there is a material assistance cost ratio violation, a tax is hereby imposed for the taxable year in which such facility is placed in service in the amount determined under subsection D with respect to such facility. B, applicable facility. For purposes of this section, the term applicable facility means a facility owned by the taxpayer, one which, A, uses wind to produce electricity, within the meaning of such term as used in Section 45D1, as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins, or B, uses solar energy to produce electricity, within the meaning of such term as used in Section 45D4, as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins, and 2, either A, the construction of which begins after the date of the enactment of this section and before January 1st, 2028, and which is placed in service after December 31st, 2027, or B, the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2027, and before January 1st, 2036. C, material assistance cost ratio violation. For purposes of this section, the term material assistance cost ratio violation means, with respect to an applicable facility, that the construction of such facility includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in Section 7701A52. D, amount of tax. 1, in general, the amount determined under this subsection with respect to any applicable facility shall be equal to the applicable percentage of the amount equal to the product of A, the amount expressed in percentage points by which the threshold percentage, as determined under Section 7701A 52B1, exceeds the material assistance cost ratio, as determined under Section 7701A 52D1, multiplied by B, the total direct cost to the taxpayer attributable to all manufactured products, including components, which are incorporated into the applicable facility upon completion of construction, as determined under Section 7701A 52D1I. 2, applicable percentage. For purposes of paragraph 1, the applicable percentage shall be A, in the case of a facility described in subparagraph A of subsection B1, 30%, or B, in the case of a facility described in subparagraph B of such subsection, 50%. E, rule of application. For purposes of this section, with respect to the application of Section 7701A52 or any provision thereof, such section shall be applied by substituting applicable facility for qualified facility each place it appears. 2, clerical amendment. The table of chapters for Subtitle D is amended by inserting after the item related to Chapter 50A the following new item. Chapter 50B, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. M, effective dates. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraphs 2, 3, 4, and 5, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this act. 2, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The amendments made by subsection B1 shall apply to facilities for which construction begins after June 16, 2025. 3, excise tax on facilities that receive material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The amendments made by subsection 1 shall apply to facilities for which construction begins after June 16, 2025. 4, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by supplier. The amendments made by subsection K shall apply to certifications provided after December 31st, 2025. B, termination for wind and solar facilities. The amendments made by subsection A shall shall apply to facilities the construction of which begins after the date of enactment of this act. Section 7513, termination and restrictions on clean electricity investment credit. A, termination for wind and solar facilities. Section 48E is amended 1 in paragraph 1 by striking the amount of and inserting subject to paragraph 4, the amount of, and 2 by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 4, termination for wind and solar facilities. A, in general, this section shall not apply to any qualified property placed in service by the taxpayer after December 31st, 2027, which is part of an applicable facility. B, applicable facility. For purposes of this paragraph, the term applicable facility means a qualified facility which, 1, uses wind to produce electricity within the meaning of such term as used in section 45D1, as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of the property begins. Or 2, uses solar energy to produce electricity within the meaning of such term as used in section 45D4, as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins. C, exception. This paragraph shall not apply with respect to any energy storage technology which is placed in service at any applicable facility. B, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. 1, in general, section 48E is amended A in subsection B, 1, by redesignating paragraph 6 as paragraph 7, and 2, by inserting after paragraph 5 the following new paragraph. 6, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, subject to subparagraph B, the terms qualified facility and qualified interconnection property shall not include any facility or property, the construction, reconstruction, or erection of which begins after December 31st, 2025, if the construction, reconstruction, or erection of such facility or property includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in section 7701A52. B, applicable facilities. The term qualified facility shall not include any applicable facility, as defined in subsection E4B, for which construction begins after June 16th, 2025, if the construction of such facility includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in section 7701A52. And B, in subsection C, by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 3, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The term energy storage technology shall not include any property, the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2025, if the construction of such property includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in section 7701A52. 2, additional restrictions. Section 48ED is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 6, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year if the taxpayer is 1, a specified foreign entity as defined in section 77A51B, or 2, a foreign influenced entity as defined in section 7701A51D without regard to clause 1, 2 thereof. B, effective control. In the case of a taxpayer for which section 7701A51D12 is determined to apply for any taxable year, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for such taxable year if such determination relates to a qualified facility described in subsection B3 or energy storage technology described in subsection C2. Recapture. A, in general, section 50A is amended. 1, by redesignating paragraphs 4 through 6 as paragraphs 5 through 7, respectively. 2, by inserting after paragraph 3 the following new paragraph. 4, payments to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, if there is an applicable payment made by a specified taxpayer before the close of the 10-year period beginning on the date such taxpayer placed in service investment credit property, which is eligible for the clean electricity investment credit under section 48EA, then the tax under this chapter for the taxable year in which such applicable payment occurs shall be increased by 100% of the aggregate decrease in the credits allowed under section 38 for all prior taxable years, which would have resulted solely from reducing to zero any credit determined under section 46, which is attributable to the clean electricity investment credit under section 48EA with respect to such property. B, applicable payment. For purposes of this paragraph, the term applicable payment means, with respect to any taxable year, a payment or payments described in section 7701A51D12. C, specified taxpayer. For purposes of this paragraph, the term specified taxpayer means any taxpayer who has been allowed a credit under section 48EA for any taxable year beginning after the date, which is 2 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph. 3, in paragraph 5, as redesignated by clause 1, by striking or any applicable transaction to which paragraph 3A applies, and inserting any applicable transaction to which paragraph 3A applies, or any applicable payment to which paragraph 4A applies. And 4, in paragraph 7, as redesignated by clause 1, by striking or 3 and inserting 3 or 4. B, conforming amendments. 1, Section 1371D1 is amended by striking Section 50A5 and inserting Section 50A6. 2, Section 6418G3 is amended by striking subsection A5, each place it appears, and inserting subsection A7. C, denial of credit for expenditures for certain wind and solar leasing agreements. 1, in general, Section 48E is amended A by redesignating subsection 1 as subsection J, and B by inserting after subsection H the following new subsection. 1, denial of credit for expenditures for wind and solar leasing agreements. No credit shall be determined under this section for any qualified investment during the taxable year with respect to property described in paragraph 1 or 4 of section 25DD as applied by substituting lessee for taxpayer if the taxpayer rents or leases such property to a third party during such taxable year. 2, conforming rules. Section 50 is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. E, rules for geothermal heat pumps. For purposes of this section and section 168, the ownership of energy property described in section 48A3A7 shall be determined without regard to whether such property is readily usable by a person other than the lessee or service recipient. D, domestic content rules. Subparagraph B of section 48E(a)(3) is amended to read as follows. B, domestic content. Rules similar to the rules of section 48A12 shall apply, except that, for purposes of subparagraph B of such section and the application of rules similar to the rules of section 45B9B, the adjusted percentage as determined under section 45B9C shall be determined as follows. 1, in the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility, the construction of which begins before June 16th, 2025, 40%, or in the case of a qualified facility which is an offshore wind facility, 20%. 2, in the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility, the construction of which begins on or after June 16th, 2025, and before January 1st, 2026, 45%, or in the case of a qualified facility which is an offshore wind facility, 27.5%. 3, in the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility, the construction of which begins during calendar year 2026, 50%, or in the case of a qualified facility, which is an offshore wind facility, 35%. 4, in the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility, the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2026, 55%. E, elimination of energy credit for certain energy property. Section 48A2 is amended, 1, in subparagraph A2 by striking 2% and inserting 0%, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. C, non-application of increases to energy percentage. For purposes of energy property described in subparagraph A2, the energy percentage applicable to such property pursuant to such subparagraph shall not be increased or otherwise adjusted by any provision of this section. F, application of clean electricity investment credit to qualified fuel cell property. Section 48E, as amended by subsection C, is amended, 1, by redesignating subsection J as subsection K, and 2, by inserting after subsection I the following new subsection. J, application to qualified fuel cell property. For purposes of this section, in the case of any qualified fuel cell property, as defined in section 48C1, as applied without regard to subparagraph E thereof, 1, subsection B3A shall be applied without regard to clause 3 thereof. 2, for purposes of subsection A1, the applicable percentage shall be 30%, and such percentage shall not be increased or otherwise adjusted by any other provision of this section. And 3, subsection G shall not apply. G, effective dates. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraphs 2, 3, 4, and 5, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this act. 2, domestic content rules. The amendment made by subsection D shall apply on or after June 16th, 2025. 3, elimination of energy credit for certain energy property. The amendments made by subsection E shall apply to property the construction of which begins on or after June 16th, 2025. 4, application of clean electricity investment credit to qualified fuel cell property. The amendments made by subsection F shall apply to property the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2025. 5, termination for wind and solar facilities. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to facilities the construction of which begins after the date of enactment of this act. Section 7514, phase out and restrictions on advanced manufacturing production credit. A, modification of provision relating to sales of integrated components. Paragraph 4 of section 45XD is amended to read as follows. 4, sale of integrated components. A, in general, for purposes of this section, a person shall be treated as having sold an eligible component to an unrelated person if, 1, such component, referred to in this paragraph as the primary component, is integrated, incorporated, or assembled into another eligible component, referred to in this paragraph as the secondary component, produced within the same manufacturing facility as the primary component, and 2, the secondary component is sold to an unrelated person. B, additional requirements. Subparagraph A shall only apply with respect to a secondary component for which not less than 65% of the total direct material costs which are paid or incurred within the meaning of Section 46(1) and any regulations issued under Section 263A by the taxpayer to produce such secondary component are attributable to primary components which are mined, produced, or manufactured in the United States. B, phase out and termination. Section 45XB3 is amended. 1, in the heading by inserting and termination after phase out. 2, in subparagraph A, in the matter of preceding clause I, by striking subparagraph C and inserting subparagraph C and D, and 3, by striking subparagraph C and inserting the following. C, phase out for applicable critical minerals other than metallurgical coal. 1, in general, the case of any applicable critical mineral other than metallurgical coal produced after December 31st, 2030, the amount determined under this subsection with respect to such mineral shall be equal to the product of I, the amount determined under paragraph 1 with respect to such mineral as determined without regard to this subparagraph, multiplied by 2, the phase-out percentage under clause 2. 2, phase-out percentage for applicable critical minerals other than metallurgical coal. The phase-out percentage under this clause is equal to 1, in the case of any applicable critical mineral produced during calendar year 2031, 75%. 2, in the case of any applicable critical mineral produced during calendar year 2032, 50%. 3, in the case of any applicable critical mineral produced during calendar year 2033, 25%. And 4, in the case of any applicable critical mineral produced after December 31st, 2033, 0%. D, termination for wind energy components. This section shall not apply to any wind energy component produced and sold after December 31st, 2027. E, termination for metallurgical coal. This section shall not apply to any metallurgical coal produced after December 31st, 2029. C, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 45X is amended. 1, in subsection C1 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. In the case of taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the term eligible component shall not include any property, which includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in Section 7701A52, as applied by substituting used in a product sold before January 1st, 2027 for used in a product sold before January 1st, 2030 in subparagraph D3VBB thereof. And 2, in subsection D, as amended by subsection A of this section, by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year if the taxpayer is 1, a specified foreign entity, as defined in section 7701A51B, or 2, a foreign influenced entity, as defined in section 7701A51D, without regard to clause 2 thereof. B, effective control. In the case of a taxpayer for which Section 7701A51D12 is determined to apply for the taxable year, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for such taxable year if such determination relates to an eligible component described in subsection C1. D, modification of definition of battery module. Section 45XC5B3 is amended. 1, in subclass IBB by striking and at the end. 2, in subclause 2 by striking the period at the end and inserting and 3, by adding at the end the following new subclause. 3, which is comprised of all other essential equipment needed for battery functionality, such as current collector assemblies and voltage sense harnesses, thermal collection assemblies, or other essential energy collection equipment. E, inclusion of metallurgical coal as an applicable critical mineral for purposes of the Advanced Manufacturing Production Credit. 1, in general, Section 45XC6 is amended. A, by redesignating subparagraphs R through Z as subparagraphs S through AA, respectively, and B, by inserting after subparagraph Q the following new subparagraph R, metallurgical coal. Metallurgical coal, which is suitable for the use in the production of steel within the meaning of the notice published by the Department of Energy entitled Critical Mineral List, addition of metallurgical coal used for steel making, 90 Federal Regulation 22711, May 29th, 2025. Regardless of whether such production incurs inside or outside of the United States. 2, credit amount. Section 45XB1M is amended by inserting 2.5% in the case of metallurgical coal after 10%. F, effective dates. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. 2, modification of provision relating to sale of integrated components. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to components sold during taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2026. Section 7515, restriction on the extension of advanced energy product credit program. A, in general, Section 48C E3C is amended by striking shall be increased and inserting shall not be increased. B, effective date. The amendment is made by this section shall take effect on the date of enactment of this act. Subchapter B, enhancement of America First energy policy. Section 7521, extension and modification of clean fuel production credit. A, prohibition on foreign feedstocks. 1, in general, Section 45ZF1A is amended. A, in clause 1, 2BB by striking and at the end. B, in clause 2 by striking the period at the end and inserting and C, by adding at the end the following new clause. 3, such fuel is exclusively derived from a feedstock by which was produced or grown in the United States, Mexico, or Canada. 2, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. B, prohibition on negative emission rates. 1, in general, Section 45ZB1 is amended. A, by striking subparagraph C and inserting the following. C, rounding of emissions rate. The Secretary may round the emissions rate under subparagraph B to the nearest multiple of 5 kilograms of CO2e per MMBTU, and B, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. E, prohibition on negative emission rates. For purposes of this section, the emissions rate for a transportation fuel may not be less than 0. 2, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to emissions rates published for transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. C, determination of emissions rate. 1, in general, Section 45ZB1B is amended by adding at the end the following new clauses. 4, exclusion of indirect land use changes. Notwithstanding clauses 1, 2, and 3, the emissions rate shall be adjusted as necessary to exclude any emissions attributed to indirect land use change. Any such adjustment shall be based on regulations or methodologies determined by the Secretary. 5, animal manures. With respect to any transportation fuel which is derived from animal manure, the Secretary, 1, shall provide a distinct emissions rate with respect to such fuel based on the specific animal manure feedstock, which may include dairy manure, swine manure, poultry manure, or any other sources as are determined appropriate by the Secretary, and 2, notwithstanding subparagraph E, may provide an emissions rate that is less than 0. 2, conforming amendment. Section 45ZB1B1 is amended by striking clauses 2 and 3 and inserting clauses 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to emissions rates published for transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. D, extension of clean fuel production credit. Section 45ZG is amended by striking December 31st, 2027 and inserting December 31st, 2029. E, preventing double credit. Section 45ZD5 is amended 1 in subparagraph A, in clause 2 by striking and at the end, B, in clause 3 by striking the period at the end and inserting and C, by adding at the end the following new clause. 4, is not produced from a fuel for which a credit under this section is allowable, and 2, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, regulations and guidance. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as the Secretary determines necessary to carry out the purposes of subparagraph A4. F, sales to unrelated persons. Section 45ZF3 is amended by adding at the end the following. The Secretary may prescribe additional related person rules similar to the rule described in the preceding sentence for entities which are not described in such sentence, including rules for related persons with respect to which the taxpayer has reason to believe will sell fuel to an unrelated person in a manner described in subsection A4. G, treatment of sustainable aviation fuel. 1, coordination of credits. A, in general, Section 45ZA3 is amended. 1, in the heading by striking special and inserting adjusted, and 2, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, coordination of credits. In the case of a transportation fuel, which is sustainable aviation fuel, which is sold before October 1st, 2025, the amount of the credit determined under paragraph 1 with respect to any gallon of such fuel shall be reduced by an amount equal to the amount of the sustainable aviation fuel credit allowable under Section 6426K1. B, effective date. The amendments made by this paragraph shall apply to fuel sold after December 31st, 2025. 2, elimination of special rate. A, in general, section 45ZA3, as amended by paragraph 1, is amended by 1, striking subparagraph A, and 2, by redesignating subparagraph C as subparagraph A. B, conforming amendment. Section 45ZC1 is amended by striking the $1 amount in subject A to B, the 35-cent amount in subsection A3A1, and the $1.75 amount in subsection A3A2, and inserting and the $1 amount in subsection A2B. C, effective date. The amendments made by this paragraph shall apply to fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. H, sustainable aviation fuel credit. Section 6426K is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4, termination. This subsection shall not apply to any sale or use for any period after September 30th, 2025. 1, regulation or registration of producers of fuel eligible for clean fuel production credit. 1, in general, section 13704B5 of Public Law 117169 is amended by striking after section 6426K3 and inserting after section 40B. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2024. J, extension and modification of small agrobiodiesel producer credit. 1, in general, section 48 is amended A in subsection B4, 1, in subparagraph A by striking 10 cents and inserting 20 cents. 2, in subparagraph B by inserting in a manner which complies with the requirements under section 45Z-F1A3 after produced by an eligible small agrobiodiesel producer. And 3, by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. D, coordination with clean fuel production credit. The credit determined under this paragraph with respect to any gallon of fuel shall be in addition to any credit determined under section 45Z with respect to such gallon of fuel. And B, in subsection G, by inserting or, in the case of the small agrobiodiesel producer credit, any sale or use after December 31st, 2026, after December 31st, 2024. 2, transfer of credit. Section 6418F1A is amended by adding at the end the following new clause. XII, so much of the biodiesel fuels credit determined under Section 40A, which consists of the small agrobiodiesel producer credit determined under subsection B4 of such section. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to fuel sold or used after June 30th, 2025. K, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. 1, in general, Section 45ZF is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 8, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph if the taxpayer is a specified foreign entity as defined in section 7701A51B. B, other prohibited foreign entities. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date, which is 2 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph, if the taxpayer is a foreign influenced entity, as defined in section 7701A51D, without regard to clause 1-2 thereof. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this act. Section 7522, restrictions on carbon oxide sequestration credit. 1, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 45QF is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 10, restrictions relating to the prohibited foreign entities. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph. The taxpayer is A, a specified foreign entity as defined in section 7701A51B, or B, a foreign influenced entity as defined in section 7701A51D, determined without regard to clause 1-2 thereof. B, parity for different uses and utilizations of qualified carbon oxide. Section 45Q is amended. 1, in subsection A,
A, in paragraph 2B2 by adding and at the end. B, in paragraph 3 by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following. B1, disposed of by the taxpayer in secure geological storage and not used by the taxpayer as described in clause 2 or 3. 2, used by the taxpayer as a tertiary injectant in a qualified enhanced oil or natural gas recovery project and disposed of by the taxpayer in secure geological storage. Or 3, utilized by the taxpayer in a manner described in subsection F5 and C, by striking paragraph 4.2 in subsection B, A in paragraph 1, 1 by striking subparagraph A and inserting the following: A in general, except as provided in subparagraph B or C, the applicable dollar amount shall be an amount equal to 1, for any taxable year beginning in a calendar year after 2024 and before 2027, $17, and 2, for any taxable year beginning in a calendar year after 2026, an amount equal to the product of $17 and the inflation adjustment factor for such calendar year determined under Section 43B3B for such calendar year, determined by substituting 2025 for 1990, and 2 in subparagraph B by striking shall be applied and all that follows through the period, and inserting shall be applied by substituting $36 for $17 each place it appears. B in paragraph 2B by striking paragraphs 3A and 4A and inserting paragraph 3A, and C in paragraph 3 by striking the dollar amounts applicable under paragraph 3 or 4 and inserting the dollar amount applicable under paragraph 3. 3 in subsection F, A in paragraph 5B1 by striking 4B2 and inserting 3B3, and B in paragraph 9 by striking paragraphs 3 and 4 of subsection A and inserting subsection A3 and 4 in subsection H3A2 by striking paragraph 3A or 4A of subsection A and inserting subsection A3A. C, conforming amendment section 6417D3C 12BB is amended by striking paragraph 3A or 4A of section 45QA and inserting section 45QA3A. D, effective dates. 1, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this Act. 2, parity for different uses and utilizations of qualified carbon oxide. The amendments made subsections B and C shall apply to facilities or equipment placed in service after the date of enactment of this Act. Section 70523, intangible drilling and development costs taken into account for purposes of computing adjusted financial statement income. A, in general, Section 56A C13 is amended. 1, by striking paragraph A and inserting the following. A, reduced by 1, depreciation deductions allowed under Section 167 with respect to property to which Section 168 applies to the extent of the amount allowed as deductions in computing taxable income of the year, and 2, any deduction allowed for expenses under Section 263C, including any deduction for such expenses under Section 59E or 291B2 with respect to property described therein, to the extent of the amount allowed as deductions in computing taxable income for the year, and 2, by striking subparagraph B1 and inserting the following. 1, to disregard any amount of 1, depreciation expense that is taken into account on the taxpayer's applicable financial statement with respect to such property, and 2, depletion expense that is taken into account on the taxpayer's applicable financial statement with respect to the intangible drilling and development costs of such property, and B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70524, income from hydrogen storage, carbon capture, advanced nuclear, hydropower, and geothermal energy added to qualifying income of certain publicly traded partnerships. A, in general, Section 7704D1E is amended. 1, by striking income and gains derived from the exploration and inserting the following: income and gains derived from 1, the exploration, 2, by inserting or before industrial source, and 3, by inserting or the transportation or storage and all that follows and inserting the following: 2, the transportation of storage or storage of 1, any fuel described in subsection B, C, D, E, or K of Section 6426 or any alcohol fuel defined in Section 6426B4A or any biodiesel fuel as defined in Section 40AD1 or sustainable aviation fuel as defined in Section 40BD1 or 2, liquefied hydrogen or compressed hydrogen. 3, in the case of qualified facility as defined in Section 45QD, without regard to any date by which construction of the facility or equipment is required to begin, not less than 50% of the total carbon oxide production of which is qualified carbon oxide as defined in Section 45QE. 1, the generation, availability for such generation or storage of electric power at such facility, or 2, the capture of carbon dioxide by such facility. 4, the production of electricity from any advanced nuclear facility as defined in Section 45JD2. 5, the production of electricity or thermal energy exclusively using a qualified energy resource described in subparagraph D or H of Section 45C1 or 4 or 6, the operation of energy property described in Clause 3 or 7 of Section 48A3A determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70525, allow for payments to certain individuals who die fuel. A, in general, subchapter B of Chapter 65, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by adding at the end the following new section. Section 6435, died fuel. A, in general, if a person establishes to the satisfaction of the Secretary that such person meets the requirements by subsection B with respect to diesel fuel or kerosene, then the Secretary shall pay to such person an amount without interest equal to the tax described in subsection B2A with respect to such diesel fuel or kerosene. B, requirements. 1, in general, a person meets the requirements of this subsection with respect to diesel fuel or kerosene if such person removes from a terminal eligible indelibly dyed diesel fuel or kerosene. 2, eligible indelibly dyed diesel fuel or kerosene defined. The term eligible indelibly dyed diesel fuel or kerosene means diesel fuel or kerosene A, with respect to which a tax under Section 4081 was previously paid and not credited or refunded, and B, which is exempt from taxation under Section 4082A. C, cross-reference. For civil penalty for excessive claims under this section, see Section 6675. B, conforming amendments. 1, Section 6206 is amended. A, by striking or 6427, each place it appears, and inserting 6427 or 6435, and B, by striking 6420 and 6421, and inserting 6420, 6421, and 6435. 2, Section 6430 is amended. A, by striking or at the end of paragraph 2, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 3, and inserting or, and by adding at the end of the following new paragraph 4, which are removed as eligible indelibly dyed diesel fuel or kerosene under Section 6435. 3, Section 6675 is amended. A, in subsection A, by striking or 6427 relating to fuels not used by taxable purposes and inserting 6427 relating to fuels not used for taxable purposes, or 6435 relating to eligible indelibly dyed fuel, and B, in subsection B1 by striking 6421 or 6427 and inserting 6421, 6427, or 6435. 4, the table of sections for subchapter B of Chapter 65, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by adding at the end the following new item. C, 6435, dyed fuel. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to eligible indelibly dyed diesel fuel or kerosene removed on or after the date that is 180 days after the date of the enactment of this section. Subchapter C, other reforms. Section 70531, modifications to de minimis entry privilege for commercial shipments. Civil penalty. 1. Additional penalty imposed. Section 321 of the Tariff Act of 1930. 19 U.S.C. 1321 is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. C. Any person who enters, introduces, facilitates, or attempts to introduce an article into the United States using the privilege of this section, the importation of which violates any other provision of United States customs law, shall be assessed, in addition to any other penalty permitted by law, a civil penalty of up to $5,000 for the first violation and up to $10,000 for each subsequent violation. 2. Effective date. The amendment made by paragraph 1 shall take effect 30 days after the date of the enactment of this act. B. Repeal of commercial shipment exemption. 1. Repeal Section 321A2 of such act, 19 U.S.C. 1321A2, is amended by striking of this act or and all that follows through subdivision 2 and inserting of this act and 2. Conforming repeal. Subsection C of such section 321 as added by subsection A of this section is repealed. 3. Effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall take effect on July 1, 2027. Chapter 6, Enhancing Deduction and Income Tax Credit, Guardrails, and Other Reforms. Section 70601, Modification and Extension of Limitation on Excess Business Losses of Non-Corporate Taxpayer. A. Rule made permanent. Section 461 L1 is amended by striking, and before January 1, 2029, each place it appears. B. Adjustment of amounts for calculation of excess business loans. Section 46113C is amended. 1. In the matter preceding clause 1 by striking December 31, 2028 and inserting December 31, 2025, and 2 in clause 2 by striking 2017 and inserting 2024. C. Effective dates. 1. Rule made permanent. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2026. 2. Adjustment of amounts for calculation of excess business loan. The amendments made by subsection B shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70602, Treatment of Payments for Partnerships to Partners for Property or Services. A. In general. Section 707A2 is amended by striking under regulations prescribed and inserting except as provided. B. Effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to services performed and property transferred after the date of the enactment of this act. C. Rule of construction. Nothing in this section or the amendments made by this section shall be construed to create any inference with respect to the proper treatment under Section 707A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 with respect to payments from a partnership to a partner for services performed or property transferred on or before the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70603, Excessive Employee Remuneration from Control Group Members and Allocation of Deduction. A. Application of Aggregation Rules. Section 162M is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 7. Remuneration from Control Group Members. A. In general, in the case of any publicly held corporation which is a member of a control group, 1. Paragraph 1 shall be applied by substituting specified covered employee for covered employee, and 2. If any person which is a member of such control group other than such publicly held corporation provides applicable employee remuneration to an individual who is a specified covered employee of such control group, and the aggregate amount described in subparagraph B2 with respect to such specified covered employee exceeds $1 million, 1. Paragraph 1 shall apply to such person with respect to such remuneration, and 2. Paragraph 1 shall apply to such publicly held corporation and to each such related person by substituting the allocable limitation amount for $1 million. B. Allocable limitation amount for purposes of this paragraph, the term allocable limitation amount means with respect to any member of the control group referred to in subparagraph A with respect to any specified covered employee of such control group, the amount which bears the same ratio to $1 million as 1, the amount of applicable employee remuneration provided by such member with respect to such specified covered employee bears to 2, the aggregate amount of applicable employee remuneration provided by all such members with respect to such specified covered employee. C, specified covered employee. For purposes of this paragraph, the term specified covered employee means with respect to any controlled group, 1, any employee described in subparagraph A, B, or D of paragraph 3 with respect to the publicly held corporation which is a member of such control group, and 2, any employee who would be described in subparagraph C of paragraph 3 if such subparagraph were applied by taking into account the employees of all members of the controlled group. D, controlled group. For purposes of this paragraph, the term controlled group means any group treated as a single employer under subsections B, C, M, or O of section 414. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70604, third-party litigation funding reform. A, in general, subtitle D as amended by the preceding provisions of this act is amended by adding at the end the following new chapter, Chapter 50C, litigation financing, Section 500F1, tax imposed, Section 5000F2, definition, Section 5000F3, special rules, Section 5000F1, tax imposed. In general, a tax is hereby imposed for each taxable year in an amount equal to 31.8% of any qualified litigation proceeds received by a covered party. B, application of tax for pass-through entities. In the case of a covered party that is a partnership, S corporation, or other pass-through entity, the tax imposed under subsection A shall be applied at the entity level. Section 5000F2, definitions. In this chapter, 1, civil action. A, in general, the term civil action means any civil action, administrative proceeding, claim, or cause of action. B, multiple actions. The term civil action may, unless otherwise indicated, include more than one civil action. 2, covered party. A, in general, the term covered party means with respect to any civil action, any third party, including an individual, corporation, partnership, or sovereign wealth fund to such action which 1, receives funds pursuant to a litigation financing agreement, and 2, is not an attorney representing a party to such civil action. B, inclusion of domestic and foreign entities. Subparagraph A shall apply to any third party without regard to whether such party is created or organized in the United States or under the law of the United States or any state. 3, litigation financing agreement. A, in general, the term litigation financing agreement means with respect to any civil action a written agreement, 1, whereby a third party agrees to provide funds to one of the named parties or any law firm affiliated with such civil action, and 2, which creates a direct or collateralized interest in the proceeds of such action by settlement, verdict, judgment, or otherwise, which 1, is based in whole or in part on a funding-based obligation to A, such civil action, B, the appearing counsel, C, any contractual co-counsel, or D, the law firm of such counsel or co-counsel, and 2, is executed with 606. A, any attorney representing a party to such civil action, B, any co-counsel in such civil action with a contingent fee interest in the representation of such party, C, any third party that has a collateral-based interest in the contingency fees of the counsel or co-counsel firm which is related in whole or in part to the fees derived from representing such party, or D, any named party in such civil action. B, substantially similar agreements. The term litigation financing agreement shall include any contract, including any option, forward contract, futures contract, short position, swap, or similar contract, or other agreement which, as defined by the Secretary, is substantially similar to an agreement described in subparagraph A. C, exceptions. The term litigation financing agreement shall not include any agreement, 1, under which the total amount of funds described in subparagraph A1 with respect to an individual civil action is less than $10,000, or 2, in which the third party described in subparagraph A, 1, has a right to receive proceeds which are derived from or pursuant to such agreement that are limited to A, repayment of the principal of a loan, B, repayment of the principal of a loan plus any interest on such loan, provided that the rate of interest does not exceed the greater amount of A, 7%, or B, a rate equal to twice the average annual yield on 30-year United States Treasury securities, 608, as determined for the year preceding the date on which such agreement was executed, or C, reimbursement of attorney's fees, or 2, bears a relationship described in section 267B to the named party receiving the payment described in subparagraph A1. 4, qualified litigation proceeds. A, in general, the term qualified litigation proceeds means, with respect to any taxable year, an amount equal to the realized gains, net income, or other profit received by a covered party during such taxable year, which is derived from or pursuant to any litigation financing agreement. B, anti-netting. Any gains, income, or profit described in subparagraph A shall not be reduced or offset by any ordinary or capital loss in the taxable year. C, prohibition on exclusion of certain amounts. In determining the amounts of realized gain under subparagraph A, amounts described in section 104A2 and 892A1 shall not be excluded. Section 5000F3, Special Rules. A, withholding of tax on litigation proceeds. Any applicable person having the control, receipt, or custody of any proceeds from a civil action by settlement, judgment, or otherwise, with respect to which such person had entered into a litigation financing agreement, shall deduct and withhold from such proceeds a tax equal to 15.9% of the qualified litigation proceeds, which are required to be paid to a third party pursuant to such agreement. B, applicable person. For purposes of this section, the term applicable person means any person which, 1, is a named party in a civil action or law firm affiliated with such civil action, and 2, has entered into a litigation financing agreement with respect to such civil action. C, application of withholding provisions. 1, liability for withheld tax. Every person required to deduct and withhold any tax under this chapter is hereby made liable for such tax and is hereby indemnified against the claims and demands of any person for the amount of any payments made in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. 2, withheld tax as credit to recipient of qualified litigation proceeds. Qualified litigation proceeds on which any tax is required to be withheld at the source under this chapter shall be included in the return of the recipient of such proceeds. By any amount of tax so withheld shall be credited against the amount of tax as computed in such return. 3, tax paid by recipient of qualified litigation proceeds if A, any person in violation of the provisions of this chapter fails to deduct and withhold any tax under this chapter, and B, thereafter the tax against which such tax may be credited is paid. The tax is also required to be deducted and withheld shall not be collected from such person, but this paragraph shall in no case relieve such person from liability for interest or any penalties or additions to the tax otherwise applicable in respect of such failure to deduct and withhold. 4, refunds and credits with respect to withheld tax. Where there has been any overpayment of tax under this chapter, any refund or credit made under Chapter 6.5 shall be made to the withholding agent unless the amount of such tax was actually withheld by the withholding agent. B, exclusion from definition of capital assets. Section 1221A is amended. 1, in paragraph 7 by striking or at the end. 2, in paragraph 8 by striking the period at the end and inserting or. And 3, by striking at the end the following new paragraph. 9, any financial arrangement created by or any proceeds derived from a litigation financing agreement as defined under Section 5000F2. C, removal from gross income, Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by inserting after Section 139L the following new section. Section 139M, qualified litigation proceeds. Gross income shall not include any qualified litigation proceeds as defined in Section 5000F2. D, clerical amendments. 1, Section 7701A16 is amended by inserting 5000F-3C1 before 1441. Two, the table of chapters for Subtitle D as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act is amended by inserting after the item relating to Chapter 50B the following new item, Chapter 50C, Litigation Financing. 3, the table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 139L the following new item, Section 139M, Qualified Litigation Proceeds. E, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70605, Excise Tax on Certain Remittance Transfers. A, in general, Chapter 36 is amended by inserting after Subchapter B the following new subchapter. Subchapter C, Remittance Transfers. Section 4475, Imposition of Tax. Section 4475, Imposition of Tax. A, in general, there is hereby imposed on any remittance transfer a tax equal to 1% of the amount of such transfer. B, payment of tax.
One, in general, the tax imposed by this section with respect to any remittance transfer shall be paid by the sender with respect to such transfer. 2, collection of tax. The remittance transfer provider with respect to any remittance transfer shall collect the amount of the tax imposed under subsection A with respect to such transfer from the sender and remit such tax quarterly to the Secretary at such time and in such manner as provided by the Secretary. 3, secondary liability. Where any tax imposed by subsection A is not paid at the time the transfer is made, then to the text that such tax is not collected, such tax shall be paid by the remittance transfer provider. C, tax limited to cash and similar instruments. The tax imposed under subsection A shall apply only to any remittance transfer to which the sender provides cash, a money order, a cashier's check, or any other similar physical instrument as determined by the Secretary to the remittance transfer provider. D, non-application to certain non-cash remittance transfers. Subsection A shall not apply to any remittance transfer for which the funds being transferred are withdrawn from an account held in or by a financial institution, A, which is described in subparagraphs A through H of Section 5312A2 of Title 31 United States Code, and B, that is subject to the requirements under Subchapter 2 of Chapter 53 of such title, or 2, funded with a debit card or a credit card which is issued in the United States. E, definitions. For purpose of this section, 1, in general, the terms remittance transfer provider, and sender shall each have their respective meanings given such terms by Section 919G of the Electronic Fund Transfer Act, 15 U.S.C. 16930(1)G. 2, credit card. The term credit card has the same meaning given each such term under Section 920C3 of the Electronic Fund Transfer Act, 15 U.S.C. 16930(2)C3. 3, debit card. The term debit card has the same meaning given under such term such Section 920C2 of the Electronic Fund Transfer Act, 15 U.S.C. 16930(2)C2, without regard to subparagraph B of such section. F, application of anti-conduit rules for purposes of Section 7701L with respect to any multiple party arrangements involving the sender, a remittance transfer shall be treated as a financing transaction. B, conforming amendment. The table of subchapters for Chapter 36 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Subchapter B the following new item, Subchapter C, remittance transfers. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to transfers made after December 31, 2025. Section 70606, enforcement provisions with respect to COVID-related employee retention credits. A, assessable penalty for failure to comply with due diligence requirements. 1, in general, any COVID ERTC promoters which provides aid, assistance, or advice with respect to any COVID ERTC document and which fails to comply with due diligence requirements imposed by the Secretary with respect to determining eligibility for or the amount of any credit or advance payment of a credit under Section 3134 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 shall pay a penalty of $1,000 for each such failure. Due diligence requirements. The due diligence requirements referred to in paragraph 1 shall be similar to the due diligence requirements imposed under Section 6695G of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. 3. Restriction to documents used in connection with returns or claims for refund. Paragraph 1 shall not apply with respect to any COVID ERTC document unless such document constitutes or relates to a return for claim for refund. 4. Treatment as assessable penalty, etc. For purposes of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, the penalty imposed under paragraph 1 shall be treated as a penalty which is imposed under Section 6695G of such code and assessed under Section 6201 of such code. 5. Secretary. For purposes of this subsection, the term secretary means the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate. B. COVID ERTC promoter. For purposes of this section, 1. In general, the term COVID ERTC promoter means with respect to any COVID ERTC document, any person which provides aid, assistance, or advice with respect to such document if A. Such person charges or receives a fee for such aid, assistance, or advice, which is based on the amount of the refund or credit with respect to such document and with respect to such person's taxable year in which such person provided such assistance or the preceding taxable year, the aggregate of the gross receipts of such person for aid, assistance, and advice with respect to all COVID ERTC documents exceeds 20% of the gross receipts of such person for such taxable year, or B, with respect to such person's taxable year in which such person provided such assistance or the preceding taxable year. 1. The aggregate of the gross receipts of such person for aid, assistance, and advice with respect to all COVID ERTC documents exceeds 50% of the gross receipts of such person for such taxable year, or both. 2. Both. Such aggregate gross receipts exceed 20% of the gross receipts of such person for such taxable year, and 2. The aggregate of the gross receipts of such person for aid, assistance, and advice with respect to all COVID ERTC documents determined after application of paragraph 3 exceeds $500,000. 2. Exception for certified professional employer organizations. The term COVID ERTC promoter shall not include a certified professional employer organization as defined in Section 7705 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. 3. Aggregation rule. For purposes of paragraph 1, all persons treated as a single employer under subsection A or B of Section 52 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 or subsection M or O of Section 414 of such code shall be treated as one person. 4. Short taxable years. In the case of any taxable year of less than 12 months, a person shall be treated as a COVID ERTC promoter if such person is described in paragraph 1, either with respect to such taxable year or by treating any reference to such taxable year as a reference to the calendar year in which such taxable year begins. C. COVID ERTC document. For purposes of this section, the term COVID ERTC document means any return, affidavit, claim, or other document related to any credit or advance payment of a credit under Section 3134 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, including any document related to eligibility for or the calculation or determination of any amount directly related to any such credit or advance payment. D. Limitation on credits and refunds. Notwithstanding Section 6511 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, no credit under Section 3134 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 shall be allowed, and no refund with respect to any such credit shall be made after the date of the enactment of this Act unless a claim for such credit or refund was filed by the taxpayer on or before January 31, 2024. E. Extension of limitation on assessment. Section 3134L is amended to read as follows. 1. Extension of limitation on assessment. 1. In general, notwithstanding Section 6501, the limitation on the time period for the assessment of any amount attributable to a credit claimed under this section shall not expire before the date, that is 6 years after the latest of A, the date on which the original return, which includes the calendar quarter with respect to such credit, is determined as filed, B, the date on which such return is treated as filed under Section 6501B2, or C, the date on which the claim for credit or refund with respect to such credit is made. Deduction 2, deduction for wages taken into account in determining improperly claimed credit. A, in general, notwithstanding Section 6511 in the case of an assessment attributable to a credit claimed under this section, the limitation on the time period for credit or refund of any amount attributable to a deduction for improperly claimed ERTC wages shall not expire before the time period for such assessment expires under paragraph 1. B, improperly claimed ERTC wages. For purposes of this paragraph, the term improperly claimed ERTC wages means with respect to an assessment attributable to a credit claimed under this section, the wages with respect to which a deduction would not have been allowed if the portion of the credit to which such assessment relates had been properly claimed. F, amendment to penalty for erroneous claim for refund or credit. Section 6676A is amended by striking income tax and inserting income or employment tax. G, effective dates. 1, in general, the provisions of this section shall apply to aid, assistance, and advice provided after the date of the enactment of this act. 2, limitation on credits and refunds. Subsection D shall apply to credits and refunds allowed or made after the date of the enactment of this act. 3, extension of limitation on assessment. The amendment made by subsection E shall apply to assessments made after the date of the enactment of this act. 4, amendment to penalty for erroneous claim for a refund or credit. The amendment made by subsection F shall apply to claims for credit or refund after the date of the enactment of this act. H, regulations. The Secretary, as defined in subsection A5, shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this section and the amendments made by this section. Section 70607, Social Security number requirement for American Opportunity and Lifetime Learning Credits. A, Social Security number of taxpayer required. Section 25AG1 is amended to read as follows. 1, identification requirement. A, Social Security number requirement. No credit shall be allowed under subsection A to an individual unless the individual includes on the return of tax for the taxable year 1, such individual's Social Security number, and 2, in the case of a credit with respect to the qualified tuition and related expenses of an individual other than the taxpayer or the taxpayer's spouse, the name and Social Security number of such individual. B, institution. No American Opportunity tax credit shall be allowed under this section unless the taxpayer includes the employer identification number of any institution to which the taxpayer paid qualified tuition and related expenses taken into account under this section on the return of tax for the taxable year. C, Social Security number defined. For purposes of this amendment, the term Social Security number shall have the meaning given such term in section 24H7. B, omission treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2J is amended by striking TIN and inserting Social Security number or employer identification number. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70608, Task Force on the Replacement of Direct File. Out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, there is hereby appropriated for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, $15 million to remain available until September 2026 for necessary expenses of the Department of the Treasury to deliver to Congress within 90 days following the date of enactment of this act a report on 1, the cost of enhancing and establishing public-private partnerships which provide for free tax filing for up to 70% of all taxpayers calculated by adjusted gross income and to replace any direct e-file programs run by the Internal Revenue Service. 2, taxpayer opinions and preferences regarding a taxpayer-funded government-run service or a free service provided by the private sector. 3, assessment of the feasibility of a new approach, how to make the options consistent and simple for taxpayers across all participating providers, and how to provide features to address taxpayer needs. And 4, the cost, including options for differential coverage based on taxpayer-adjusted gross income and return complexity of developing and running a free direct e-file tax return system, including costs and build and administer such release. Subtitle B, Health, Chapter 1, Medicaid. Subchapter A, Reducing Fraud and Improving Enrollment Processes. Section 71101, Moratorium on Implementation of Rule Relating to Eligibility and Enrollment in Medicare Savings Programs. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall not, during the period beginning on the date of enactment of this section and ending September 30, 2034, implement, administer, or enforce the provisions of the final rule published by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in September 21, 2023, entitled Streamlining Medicaid, Medicare Savings Program Eligibility Determination Enrollment, 88 Fed Reg 65230, and shall not implement, administer, or enforce the amendments made to the following sections of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations. 1, Section 406.21C, 2, Section 435.4, 3, Section 435.601, 4, Section 435.909, 5, Section 435.911, 6, Section 435.952, Section 71102, moratorium on eligibility, on implementation of rule relating to eligibility and enrollment for Medicaid CHIP and the Basic Health Program. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall not, during the period beginning on the date of enactment of this section and ending September 30, 2024, implement, administer, or enforce the provisions of the final rule published by the Centers for Medicaid and Medicaid Services on April 2, 2024, entitled Medicaid Program, streamlining the Medicaid Children's Health Insurance Program and Basic Health Program application, eligibility determination, enrollment, and renewal processes, 89 Fed Reg 22780, and shall not implement, administer, or enforce the amendments made by the following sections of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations. 1, Part 431A, Section 431.10, C1, 1A2, B, Section 431.10, C11A3, C, Section 431.213D. 2, Part 435, A, Section 435.222, B, Section 435.223, C, Section 435.407, D, Section 435.601, E, Section 435.608, F, Section 435.831G, G, Section 435.907, H, Section 435.911C, 1, I, Section 435.912, J, Section 435.916, K, Section 435.919, L, Section 435.940, M, Section 435.952, N, Section 435.1200, 3, Part 436, A, Section 436.601, B, Section 436.831G, 4, Part 447, Section 447.56A15, 5, Part 457, A, Section 457.65D, B, Section 457.340D, C, Section 457.340F, D, Section 457.344, E, Section 457.348, F, Section 457.350, G, Section 457.480, H, Section 457.570, I, Section 457.805, B, J, Section 457.810A, K, Section 457.960, L, Section 457.1140, D4, M, Section 457.1170, N, Section 457.1180, Section 71103, reducing duplicate enrollment under the Medicaid and CHIP programs. A, Medicaid, 1, in general, Section 1902 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A, is amended A in subsection A, 1, in paragraph 86 by striking and at the end, 2, in paragraph 87 by striking the period and inserting and 3, by inserting after paragraph 87 the following new paragraph. 88, provide, A, beginning not later than January 1, 2027, in the case of one of the 50 states and the District of Columbia, for a process to regularly obtain address information for individuals enrolled under such plan or a waiver of such plan, and in accordance with subsection, and B, beginning not later than October 1, 2029, 1, for the state to submit to the system established by the Secretary under subsection U with respect to individual enrolled or seeking to enroll under such plan not less frequently than once each month or during such determination or redetermination of the eligibility of such individual for medical assistance under such plan or waiver of such plan. 1, the Social Security number of such individual, if such individual has a Social Security number and is required to provide such number to enroll under such plan or waiver, and 2, such other information with respect to such individual as determined necessary by the Secretary for purposes of preventing individuals from simultaneously being enrolled under state plans or waivers of such plans of multiple states. 2, for the use of such system to prevent such simultaneous enrollment. And 3, in the case that such system indicates that an individual enrolled or seeking to enroll under such plan or waiver of such plan is enrolled under a state plan or waiver of such a plan of another state, for the taking of appropriate action as determined by the Secretary to identify whether such an individual resides in the state and disenroll an individual from the state plan of such state if such individual does not reside in such state unless such individual meets such an exception as the Secretary may specify, and B, by adding at the end the following new subsections. UU, prevention of enrollment under multiple state plans. 1, in general, not later than October 1, 2029, the Secretary shall establish a system to be utilized by the Secretary and states to prevent an individual from being simultaneously enrolled under the state plans of multiple states, such system shall A, provide for the receipt of information submitted by a state under subsection A88B1, and B, not less than once each month, transmit information to a state or allow the Secretary to transmit information to a state regarding whether an individual enrolled or seeking to enroll under the state plan of such state or waiver of such plan is enrolled under the state plan or waiver of such plan of another state. 2, standards. The Secretary shall establish such standards as determined necessary by the Secretary to limit and protect information submitted under such system and ensure the privacy of such information consistent with subsection A7. 3, implementation funding. There are appropriated to the Secretary out of the amounts of the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, in addition to amounts otherwise available for fiscal year 2026, $10 million for purposes of establishing the system and standards required under this subsection to remain available until expended, and B, for fiscal year 2029, $20 million for purposes of maintaining such system to remain available until expended. BV, process to obtain enrollee address information. 1, in general, for purposes of subsection A88A, a process to regularly obtain address information for individuals enrolled under a state plan or a waiver of such plan shall obtain address information from reliable data sources described in paragraph 2 and take such actions as the Secretary shall specify with respect to any changes to such address based on such information. 2, reliable data sources described for purposes of paragraph 1. The reliable data sources described in this paragraph are the following. A, mail returned to the state by the United States Postal Service with a forwarding address. B, the National Change of Address database maintained by the United States Postal Service. C, a managed care entity as defined in Section 1932A1B or prepaid inpatient health care or prepaid ambulatory health plan, as such terms are defined in Section 1903M9D that has a contract under the state plan if the address information is provided to such entity or plan directly from or verified by such entity or plan directly with such individual. D, other data sources as identified by the state and approved by the Secretary. 2, conforming amendments. A, Paris, Section 1903R3 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396BR3 is amended. 1, by striking in order and inserting A in order. 2, by striking through the public and inserting through 1 the public. 3, by striking the period at the end and inserting semicolon, and 2, beginning October 1, 2029, the system established by the Secretary under Section 1902 UU, and 4, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. B, beginning October 1, 2029, the Secretary may determine that a state is not required to have in operation an eligibility determination system which provides for data matching for purposes of address verification under Section 1902 VV through the system described in subparagraph A1 to meet the requirements of this paragraph. Managed care, Section 1932 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396U-2, is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. J, transmission of address information. Beginning January 1, 2027, each contract under a state plan with a managed care entity is defined in Section 1932A1B or with a prepaid inpatient health care or prepaid ambulatory health plan, as such terms are defined in Section 1903M9D, shall provide that such entity or plan shall promptly transmit to the state any address information for an individual enrolled in such entity or plan that is provided to such entity or plan directly from or verified by such entity or plan directly with such individual. B, CHIP. 1, in general, Section 2107E1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1397GGE1 is amended, A, by redesignating subparagraphs H through U as subparagraphs I through V, 1 through 5, respectively, and B, by inserting after subparagraph G the following new subparagraph. H, Section 1902A88 relating to address information for enrollees and prevention of simultaneous enrollments. 2, managed care. Section 2103F3 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1397CCF3, is amended by striking and E and inserting E and J. Section 71104, ensuring deceased individuals do not remain enrolled. Section 1902 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396, as amended by Section 71103, is further amended. 1 in subsection A, in paragraph 87 by striking and inserting a semicolon. B, in paragraph 88 by striking the period at the end and inserting and C, by inserting after paragraph 88 the following new paragraph. 89, provide that the state shall comply with the eligibility verification requirements under subsection WW, except that this paragraph shall apply only in the case of the 50 states and the District of Columbia, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new subsection, WW, verification of certain eligibility criteria. 1, in general, for purposes of subsection A89, the eligibility verification requirements beginning January 1, 2028 are as follows. A, quarterly screening to verify enrollee status. The state shall, not less frequently than quarterly, review the death master file, as such term is defined in Section 203D of the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2013, or a successor system that provides such information needed to determine whether any individuals enrolled for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan are deceased. B, disenrollment under state plan. If the state determines, based on information obtained from the death master file, that an individual enrolled for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan is deceased, the state shall, 1, treat such information as factual information confirming the death of a beneficiary, 2, disenroll such individual from the state plan or waiver of such plan in accordance with subsection A3, and 3, discontinue any payments for medical assistance under this title made on behalf of such individual, other than payments for any items or services furnished to such individual prior to the death of such individual. C, reinstatement of coverage in the event of error. If a state determines that an individual was misidentified as deceased based on information obtained from the death master file and was erroneously disenrolled for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, based on such misidentification, the state shall immediately re-enroll such individual under the state plan or waiver of such plan, retroactive to the date of such disenrollment. 2, rule of construction. Nothing under this subsection shall be construed to preclude the ability of a state to use other electronic data sources to timely identify potentially deceased beneficiaries, so long as the state is also in compliance with the requirements of this subsection and all other requirements under this title relating to Medicaid eligibility determination and redetermination. Section 71105, ensuring deceased providers do not remain enrolled. Section 1902 KK1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A KK1 is amended, 1, by striking the state and inserting A in general the state, and 2, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. B, provider screening against death master file. Beginning January 1, 2028, as part of the enrollment or re-enrollment or revalidation of enrollment of a provider or supplier under this title, and not less frequently than quarterly during that period that such provider or supplier is so enrolled, the state conducts a check of the death master file, as such term is defined in Section 203D of the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2013, to determine whether such provider or supplier is deceased. Section 71106, payment reduction related to certain erroneous excess payments under Medicaid. In general, Section 1903U1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396BU1 is amended, 1, in subparagraph A by inserting for any audits conducted by the Secretary or at the option of the Secretary, audits conducted by the state after exceeds 0.03, 2, in subparagraph B, A, by striking the Secretary and inserting 1, subject to Clause 2, the Secretary, and B, by adding at the end the following new clause. 2, the amount waived under Clause 1 for a fiscal year may not exceed an amount equal to the erroneous excess payments for medical assistance described in subparagraph D1, 2, made for such fiscal year. 3, in subparagraph 2, by striking he and each place it appears and inserting the Secretary in such place. And 4, in subparagraph D1, A, in subclause 1, by striking and at the end. B, in subclause 2, by striking the period at the end of, and inserting or payments where insufficient information is available to confirm eligibility, and C, by adding at the end the following new subclause. 3, payments other than payments described in subclause 1 for items and services furnished to an individual who is not eligible for medical assistance under the state plan or a waiver of such plan with respect to such items and services or payments where insufficient information is available to confirm eligibility. B, effective date. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply beginning with respect to fiscal year 2030. Section 71107, eligibility redeterminations, A in general. Section 1902E14 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A E14, is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. L, frequency of eligibility redeterminations for certain individuals. 1, in general, subject to Clause 2 with respect to redeterminations of eligibility for medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan, scheduled on or after the first day of the first quarter that begins after December 31, 2026, the state shall make such a redetermination once every 6 months for the following individuals. 1, individuals enrolled under subsection A10A18. 2, individuals described in such subsection who are the otherwise enrolled under a waiver of such plan that provides coverage that is equivalent to a minimum essential coverage as described in section 5000AF1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary in regulations to all individuals described in subsection A10A18. 2, exemption. The requirements described in section 1 shall not apply to any individual described in subsection XX9A22. 3, state defined. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. B, guidance. Not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this section, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, shall issue guidance relating to the implementation of the amendments made by this section. Section 71108, revising home equity limit for determining eligibility for long-term care services under the Medicaid program, revising home equity limit. Section 1917F1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396PF1 is amended. 1, in subparagraph B.
A, by striking A state and inserting I, A state. B, in clause I, as inserted by subparagraph A. I, by striking $500,000 and inserting the amount specified in subparagraph A, and II by inserting in the case of an individual's home that is located on a lot that is zoned for agricultural use after apply subparagraph A, and C by adding at the end the following new clause. II, a state may elect without regard to the requirements of section 1902A. 1, relating to statewideness, and section 1902A10B, relating to comparability, to apply subparagraph A in the case of an individual's home that is not described in clause I by substituting for the amount specified in such subparagraph an amount that exceeds such amount but does not exceed $1 million, and 2, in subparagraph C. A, by inserting other than the amount specified in subparagraph B, II, relating to certain non-HIFE agricultural homes after specified in this paragraph, and B, by adding at the end the following new sentence in the case that application of the preceding sentence would result in a dollar amount other than the amount specified in subparagraph BI relating to certain agricultural homes exceeding $1 million such amount shall be deemed to be equal to $1 million. B, clarification. Section 1902 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A is amended. 1, in subsection R2 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph C. This paragraph shall not be construed as permitting a state to determine the eligibility of an individual for medical assistance with respect to nursing facility services or other long-term care services without application of the limit under section 1917 F1 and 2 in subsection E14D IV A by striking subparagraphs and inserting I in general subparagraphs, and B by adding at the end the following new subclause. II, application of home equity interest limit. Section 1917F shall apply for purposes of determining the eligibility of an individual for medical assistance with respect to nursing facility services or other long-term service care. C, effective date. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply beginning on January 1, 2028. Sec 71109, alien Medicaid eligibility. A, Medicaid. Section 1903V of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396BV is amended. 1, in paragraph 1 by striking and 4 and inserting 4 and 5 and 2 by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 5, notwithstanding the preceding paragraphs of this subsection beginning on October 1, 2026, except as provided in paragraph 2 and 4, in no event shall payment be made to a state under this section for medical assistance furnished to an individual unless such individual is a resident of one of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, or a territory of the United States, and B, either I, a citizen or national of the United States, II, and the alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence as an immigrant as defined by Sections 101A 15 and 101A 20 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, excluding, among others, alien visitors, tourists, diplomats, and students who enter the United States temporarily with no intention of abandoning their residence in a foreign country. III, an alien who has been granted the status of Cuban and Haitian entrant, as defined in Section 501E of the Refugee Education Assistance Act of 1980, Public Law 96-422, or IB, an individual who lawfully resides in the United States in accordance with a compact of a free association referred to in Section 402B2G of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. B, CHIP, Section 2107E1 of the Social Security Act, as amended by Section 71103B, is further amended, 1, by redesignating subparagraphs R through V as paragraphs B through W, respectively, and 2, by inserting the paragraph Q, the following. R, Section 1903V5 relating to payments for medical assistance furnished to aliens, except in relation to payments for services provided under Section 2105A1D II, Sec. 71110. Expansion FMAP for certain states providing payments for health care furnished to certain individuals. Section 1905 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396D is amended 1 in subsection Y. A, in paragraph 1E by inserting or 4 calendar quarters beginning on or after October 1, 2027. In the case such state is a specified state with respect to such calendar quarter 80% after thereafter, and B, in paragraph 2 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, specified state. The term specified state means with respect to a quarter, a state that I, provides any form of financial assistance from a state general fund during such quarter in whole or in part, whether or not made under a state plan or a waiver of such plan, under this title or under another program established by the state to or on behalf of an alien who is not a qualified alien, is not a child or pregnant woman, who is lawfully residing in the United States and eligible for medical assistance pursuant to Section 1903V4, or for child health assistance or pregnancy-related assistance pursuant to Section 2107E1Q for the purchasing of health insurance coverage as defined in Section 2791B1 of the Public Health Service Act for an alien who is not a qualified alien and is not a child or pregnant woman, or II provides any form of comprehensive health benefits coverage except such coverage required by federal law during such quarter, whether or not under a state plan or waiver of such plan, under this title or under another program established by the state, and regardless of the source of funding for such coverage, to an alien who is not a qualified alien and is not such a child or pregnant woman. D, immigration terms. I, alien. The term alien has the meaning given such term in Section 101A of the Immigration and Nationality Act. II, qualified alien. The term qualified alien has the meaning given such term in Section 431 of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996, except that the references to, in the opinion of the agency providing such benefits in subsection C of such Section 431 shall be treated as references to, in the opinion of the state in which such comprehensive health benefits coverage or such financial assistance is provided as applicable, and to, in subsection Z2. A, in subsection A by striking for such year and inserting for such quarter, and B, in subparagraph B, I, in the matter preceding subclause I by striking for year and inserting for calendar quarter in a year, and II in subclause II by striking for the year and inserting for the quarter for the state. Sec. 71111, expansion FMAP for emergency Medicaid. Section 1905 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396D, is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. KK, FMAP for treatment of an emergency medical condition notwithstanding subsection Y and Z, beginning on October 1, 2026, the federal medical assistance percentage for payments for care and services described in paragraph 2 of subsection 1903V furnished to an alien described in paragraph 1 of such subsection shall not exceed the federal medical assistance percentage determined under subsection B for such state. Subchapter B, preventing wasteful spending. Sec. 71112, moratorium on implementation of rule relating to staffing standards for long-term care facilities under the Medicare and Medicaid programs. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall not, during the period beginning on the date of the enactment of this section and ending September 30, 2034, implement, administer, or enforce the provisions of the final rule published by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on May 10, 2024, entitled Medicare and Medicaid Programs, Minimum Staffing Standards for Long-Term Care Facilities, and Medicaid institutional programs transparency reporting. 89, Fed Reg 40876, and shall not implement, administer, or enforce the amendments made to the following sections of Part 483 of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations. 1, Section 483.5. 2, Section 483.35. Sec. 71113, reducing state Medicaid costs. A, in general, Section 1902A34 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A, A34, is amended to read as follows. 34, provide that in the case of any individual who has been determined to be eligible for medical assistance under the plan and A, is enrolled under paragraph 10AIV III, such assistance will be made available to the individual for care and services, including under the plan and furnished in or after the month, before the month in which the individual made application or application was made on the individual's behalf, in the case of a deceased individual. For such assistance, if such individual was, or upon application would have been eligible for such assistance at the time such care and services were furnished, or B, is not described in subparagraph A. Such assistance will be made available to the individual for care and services, including under the plan and furnished in or after the second month before the month in which the individual made an application or application was made on the individual's behalf in the case of a deceased individual. For such assistance, if such individual was, or upon application would have been eligible for such assistance at the time such care and services were furnished. B, definition of medical assistance, Section 1905A of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 is amended by striking in or after the third month before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance and inserting, with respect to an individual described in Section 1902A 34A, in or after the month before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance and with respect to an individual described in Section 1902A 34B, in or after the second month before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance. C, CHIP, Section 2102B1B of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1397BB, B1B, is amended, 1, in Clause IV by striking and at the end. 2, in Clause V by striking the period and inserting semicolon and. 3, by adding at the end the following new clause. VI shall, in the case that the state elects to provide child health or pregnancy-related assistance to an individual for any period prior to the month in which the individual made application for such assistance or application was made on behalf of the individual, provide that such assistance is not made available to such individual for items and services included under the state child health plan or waiver of such plan that are furnished before the second month preceding the month in which such individual made application or application was made on behalf of such individual for assistance. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to medical assistance, child health assistance, and pregnancy-related assistance with respect to individuals whose eligibility or such assistance, child health assistance, or pregnancy-related assistance is based on an application made on or after the first day of the first quarter that begins after December 31st, 2026. Sec. 71114, prohibiting federal Medicaid and CHIP funding for certain items and services. A, Medicaid, Section 1903I of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396B1, is amended, 1, in paragraph 26 by striking semi-and or and inserting a semicolon. 2, in paragraph 27 by striking the period at the end and inserting colon or. 3, by inserting paragraph 27, the following new paragraph. 28, with respect to any amount expanded for specified gender transition procedures as defined in Section 1905 LL, furnished to an individual enrolled in a state plan or waiver of such plan. And 4, in the flush left matter at the end by striking and 18 and inserting 18 and 28. B, CHIP, Section 2107E 1 of the Social Security Act, 42 US 1397 GGE10, as redesignated by Section 71103B 1A, is amended by striking and 17 and inserting 17 and 28. C, specified gender transition procedures defined. Section 1905 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396D, is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. LL, specified gender transition procedures. 1, in general, for purposes of Section 1903 I-28, except as provided in paragraph 2, the term specified gender transition procedure means, with respect to an individual, any of the following when performed for the purpose of intentionally changing the body of such individual, including by disrupting the body's development, inhibiting its natural functions, or modifying its appearance to no longer correspond to the individual's sex. A, performing any surgery including I, castration, II, sterilization, III, orchiectomy, IV, serotoplasty, V, vasectomy, VI, tubal litigation, VII, hysterectomy, V, tripi, oophorectomy, IX, ovariectomy, X, medoidoplasty, XI, clitoroplasty, XII, reconstruction of the fixed part of the urethra with or without a medoidoplasty or a phalloplasty, X tripi, penectomy, XIV, phalloplasty, XV, vaginoplasty, XVI, vaginectomy, XV, vulvoplasty, XV, tripi, reduction, thyrochondroplasty, XIX, chondrolaryngoplasty, XX, mastectomy, and XXI, any plastic, cosmetic, or aesthetic surgery that feminizes or masculinizes the facial or other body features of an individual. B, any placement of chest implants to create feminine breast or any placement of erection or testicle prosthesis. C, any placement of fat or artificial implants in the gluteal region. D, administering, prescribing, or dispensing to an individual medications including I, gonadotropin releasing hormone, GnRH, analogs, or other puberty-blocking drugs to stop or delay normal puberty, and II, testosterone, estrogen, or other androgens to an individual at doses that are supraphysiologic that would normally be produced endogenously in a healthy individual of the same age and sex. 2. Exception. Paragraph 1 shall not apply to the following when furnished to an individual by a healthcare provider if the individual is a minor with consent of such individual's parents with or legal guardian. A. Puberty suppression or blocking prescription drugs for the purpose of normalizing puberty for an individual experiencing precocious puberty. B, medically necessary procedures or treatments to correct for I, a medically verifiable disorder of sex development, including I-46XX chromosomes with viralization, II-46XY chromosomes with underviralization, and III, both ovarian and testicular tissues. II, sex chromosome structure, sex steroid hormone production of or sex hormone action if determined to be abnormal by a physician through genetic or biochemical testing. III, infection, disease, injury, or disorder caused or exacerbated by a previous procedure described in paragraph 1, or a physical disorder, physical injury, or physical illness that would, as certified by a physician, place the individual in danger of death or impairment of a major bodily function unless the procedure is performed, not including procedures performed for the alleviation of mental distress, or IV, procedures to restore or reconstruct the body of the individual in order to correspond to the individual's sex after one or more previous procedures described in paragraph 1, which may include the removal of a pseudophallus or breast augmentation. 3. Sex. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term sex means either male or female as biologically determined and defined in paragraphs 4 and 5 respectively. 4. Female. For purposes of paragraph 3, the term female means an individual who naturally has, had, will have, or would have, but for a developmental or genetic anomaly or historical accident, the reproductive system that at some point produces, transports, and utilizes eggs for fertilization. 5. Male. For purposes of paragraph 3, the term male means an individual who naturally has, had, will have, or would have, but for a developmental or genetic anomaly or historical accident, the reproductive system that at some point produces, transports, and utilizes sperm for fertilization. Sec 71115, federal payments to prohibit entities. A, in general. No federal funds that are considered direct spending and provided to carry out a state plan under Title XIX of the Social Security Act or a waiver of such a plan shall be used to make payments to a prohibited entity for items and services furnished during the 1-year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act, including any payments made directly to the prohibited entity or under a contract or other arrangement between a state and a covered organization. B, definitions in this section. 1, prohibited entity. The term prohibited entity means an entity including its affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, and clinics. A, that as of the first day of the first quarter beginning after the date of enactment of this act, I, as an organization described in section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and exempt from tax under section 501a of such code, II, as an essential community provider described in section 156.235 of Title 45 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on the date of enactment of this act, that is primarily engaged in family planning services, reproductive health, and related medical care. And III, provides for abortions other than an abortion, I, if the pregnancy is a result of an act of rape or incest, or II, in the case where a woman suffers from a physical disorder, physical injury, or physical illness, including a life-endangering physical condition caused by or arising from the pregnancy itself. That would, as certified by a physician, place the woman in danger of death unless an abortion is performed, and B, for which the total amount of federal and state expenditures under the Medicaid program under Title XIX of the Social Security Act for medical assistance furnished in fiscal year 2023, made directly or by a covered organization to the entity or to any affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, or clinics of the entity, or made to the entity or to any affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, or clinics of the entity as part of a nationwide healthcare provider network, exceeded $800,000. 2, direct spending. The term direct spending has the meaning given the term under Section 250C of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, 2 U.S.C. 900C. 3, covered organization. The term covered organization means a managed care entity as defined in Section 1932A1B of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396U to A1B, or a prepaid inpatient health plan or prepaid ambulatory health plan, as such terms are defined in Section 1903M9D of such Act 42 U.S.C. 1396 M9D. 4, state. The term state has the meaning given such term in Section 1101 of Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1301. Subchapter C, stopping abusive financing practices. Sec 71116, sunsetting increased FMAP incentive. Section 1905 II3 of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396D II3 is amended, 1, by striking which has not and inserting the following which. A has not. 2, in subparagraph A, as so inserted by striking the period at the end and inserting and. 3, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. B, begins to expend amounts for all such individuals prior to January 1, 2026. Sec 71117, provider taxes. A, changes in threshold for hold harmless provisions of broad-based health care-related taxes, Section 1903, W4 of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396B, W4 is amended 1. In subparagraph C, II by inserting and for fiscal years beginning on or after October 1, 2026, the applicable percent determined under subparagraph D shall be substituted for 6%. Each place it appears, after each place it appears, and 2, by inserting the subparagraph C, II, the following new subparagraph, DI. For purposes of subparagraph C, II, the applicable percent determined under this subparagraph is I. In the case of a non-expansive estate and a class of health care items or services described in Section 443.56A of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations as an effect on May 1, 2025. AA. If on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the non-expansive state has enacted a tax and imposes such tax on such class, and the Secretary determines that the tax is within the hold harmless health threshold as of that date, the applicable percent of net patient revenue attributable to such class has been so determined, and B, if on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the non-expansive state has not enacted or does not impose a tax with respect to such class, 0%, and II, in the case of an expansive state and a class of healthcare items or services described in Section 433.56A of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on May 1, 2025, subject to Clause IB. AA, if on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the expansion state has enacted a tax and imposes such tax on such class, and the Secretary determines that the tax is within the hold harmless threshold as of the date, the lower of AA, the applicable percent of net patient revenue attributable to such class that has been so determined, and BB, the applicable percent specified in Clause II for the fiscal year, and BB, if on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the expansion state has not enacted or does not impose a tax with respect to such class, 0%. For purposes of Clause II, AABB, the applicable percent is I for fiscal year 2028, 5.5%, II for fiscal year 2029, 5%, III for fiscal year 2030 at 4.5%, IB for fiscal year 2031, 4%, and B for fiscal year 2032 and each subsequent year, 3.5%. III for purposes of Clause I expansion estate. The term expansion state means a state that, beginning on January 1, 2014, or on any date thereafter, elects to provide medical assistance to all individuals described in Section 1902 A10 A V III under the state plan under this title or under a waiver of such plan. II, non-expansion state. The term non-expansion state means a state that is not an expansion state. IV, in the case of a tax of an expansion state in effect on the date of enactment of this clause that applies to a class of healthcare. Items or services that is described in paragraph 3 or 4 of section 433.56A of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on May 1, 2025, and for which, on such date of enactment, is within the hold harmless threshold as determined by the Secretary, the applicable percent of net patient revenue attributable to such class that has been so determined shall apply for a fiscal year instead of the applicable percent specified in Clause II for the fiscal year. B, non-application to territories. The amendments made by this section shall only apply with respect to a state that is one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. C, implementation funding. For the purpose of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, they are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, $6 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Sec. 71118, state-directed payments, A in general. Subject to subsection B, the Secretary of Health and Human Services in this section referred to as the Secretary shall revise section 438.6 C2 III of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations for a successor regulation such that with respect to a payment described in such section made for a service furnished during a rating period beginning on or after the date of the enactment of this act, the total payment rate for such service is limited to 1, in the case of a state that provides coverage to all individuals described in Section 1902 A10 A V III of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 A10 A V III, that is equivalent to minimum essential coverage as described in Section 5000A F1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, and determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary in regulations under the state plan or waiver of such plan of such state under Title XIX of such act, 100% of the specified total published Medicare payment rate, or in the absence of a specified total published Medicare payment rate, the payment rate under a Medicaid state plan or under a waiver of such plan, or 2, in the case of a state other than a state described in paragraph 1, 110% of the specified total published Medicare payment rate, or in the absence of a specified total published Medicare payment rate, the payment rate under a Medicaid state plan or under a waiver of such plan. B, grandfathering certain payments. In the case of a payment described in section 438.6 C2 III of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations or a successor regulation for which written prior approval or a good faith effort to receive such approval as determined by the Secretary was made before May 1, 2025, or a payment described in such section for a rural hospital as defined in subsection D2 for which written prior approval or a good faith effort to receive such approval as determined by the Secretary was made by the date of enactment of this act. For the rating period occurring within 180 days of the date of the enactment of this act, beginning with the rating period on or after January 1, 2028, the total amount of such payment shall be reduced by 10% points each year until the total payment rate for such service is equal to the rate for such service specified in subsection A. C, treatment of expansion states. The revisions described in subsection A shall provide that, with respect to a state that begins providing the coverage described in paragraph 1 of such subsection, on or after the date of the enactment of this act, the limitation described in such paragraph shall apply to such state with respect to a payment described in section 438.6 C2 III of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations or a successor regulation for a service furnished during a rating period beginning on or after the date of the enactment of this act. D, definitions in this section. 1, rating speed. Rating period. The term rating period has the meaning given such term in section 438.2 of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations or a successor regulation. 2, rural hospital. The term rural hospital means the following. A subsection D, hospital, as defined in paragraph 1B of section 1886D, that I is located in a rural area as defined in paragraph 2D of such section. II is treated as being located in a rural area pursuant to paragraph 8E of such section, or III is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification, originally published in the Federal Register on February 27, 1992, 57 Fed Reg 6725. B, a critical access hospital as defined in Section 1861 MM1. C, a sole community hospital as defined in Section 1886D 5D III. D, a Medicare-dependent small rural hospital as defined in Section 1886D 5G IV. E, a low-volume hospital as defined in Section 1886D 12C. F, a rural emergency hospital as defined in Section 1861 K 2. 3, state. The term state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. 4, total published Medicare payment rate. The term total published Medicare payment rate means amounts calculated as payment for specified services, including the service furnished that have been developed under Part A or Part B of the Title XVIII of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 et seq. 5, written prior approval. The term written prior approval has the meaning given such term in Section 438.6C2I of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations, or a successor regulation. E, funding. There are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $7 million for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2033 for purposes of carrying out this section to remain available until expended. Sec. 71119. Requirements regarding waiver of uniform tax requirement for Medicaid provider tax. A, in general, Section 1903W of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396W is amended. 1, in paragraph 3E, by inserting after clause II, the following new clause. III, for purposes of clause III, a tax is not considered to be generally redistributive if any of the following conditions apply. I, within a permissible class, the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group as defined in paragraph 7J, explicitly defined by its relatively lower volume or percentage of Medicaid taxable units as defined in paragraph 7H, is lower than the tax rate imposed on any other taxpayer or the tax rate group explicitly defined by its relatively higher volume or percentage of Medicaid taxable units.
2, within a permissible class, the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group as so defined based upon its Medicaid taxable units as so defined is higher than the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group based upon its non-Medicaid taxable unit as defined in paragraph 7.1. 3, the tax excludes or imposes a lower tax rate on any taxpayer or tax rate group as so defined based on or defined by any description that results in the same effect as described in subclause 1 or 2 for a taxpayer or tax rate group. Characteristics that may indicate such type of exclusion include the use of terminology to establish a tax rate group. AA, based on payments or expenditures made under the program under this title without mentioning the term Medicaid or any similar term to accomplish the same effect as described in subclause 1 or 2, or BB, that closely approximates a taxpayer or tax rate group under the program under this title to the same effect and is described in subclause 1 or 2, and 2 in paragraph 7 by adding at the end the following new subparagraphs. H, the term Medicaid taxable unit means a unit that is being taxed within a health care-related tax that is applicable to the program under this title. Such term includes a unit that is used as the basis for 1, payment under the program under this title, such as Medicaid bed days. 2, Medicaid revenue. 3, costs associated with the program under this title, such as Medicaid charges, claims, or expenditures. And 4, other units associated with the program under this title as determined by the Secretary. 1, the term non-Medicaid taxable unit means a unit that is being taxed within a health care-related tax that is not applicable to the program under this title. Such term includes a unit that is used as the basis for 1, payment by non-Medicaid payers, such as non-Medicaid bed days. 2, non-Medicaid revenue. 3, costs that are not associated with the program under this title, such as non-Medicaid charges, non-Medicaid claims, or non-Medicaid expenditures. And 4, other units not associated with the program under this title as determined by the Secretary. J, the term tax rate group means a group of entities contained within a permissible class of a health care-related tax that are taxed at the same rate. B, non-application to territories. The amendments amendments made by this section shall only apply with respect to the state that is one of 50 states or the District of Columbia. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall take effect upon the date of enactment of this act, subject to any applicable transition period determined appropriate by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, not to exceed 3 fiscal years. Section 71120, requiring budget neutrality for Medicaid demonstration projects under Section 1115. A, in general, Section 1115 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1315, is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. G, requirement of budget neutrality for Medicaid demonstration projects. 1, in general, beginning January 1st, 2027, the Secretary may not approve an application for, or renewal or amendment of, an experimental pilot or demonstration project undertaken under subsection A to promote the objectives of Title 19 in a state in this subsection referred to as Medicaid demonstration project unless the chief actuary for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services certifies that such project, based on expenditures for the state program in the preceding fiscal year, or in the case of a renewal, the duration of the preceding waiver, is not expected to result in an increase in the amount of federal expenditures compared to the amount that such expenditures would otherwise be in the absence of such project. For purposes of this subsection, expenditures for the coverage of populations and services that the state could have otherwise provided through its Medicaid state plan or other authority under Title 19, including expenditures that could be made under such authority, but for the provision of such services at a different site of service than authorized under such state plan or other authority, shall be considered expenditures in the absence of such a project. 2, treatment of savings. In the event of that expenditures with respect to a state under a Medicaid demonstration project are, during an approval period for such project, less than the amount of such expenditures that would have otherwise been made in the absence of such project, the Secretary shall specify the methodology to be used with respect to the subsequent approval period for such project for purposes of taking the difference between such expenditures into account. Implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, they are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, $5 million for each of fiscal years 2026 and 2027 to remain available until expended. Subchapter D, increasing personal accountability. Section 71121, requirement for states to establish Medicaid community engagement requirements for certain individuals. A, in general, Section 1902 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A, as amended by Section 71103 and 71104, in further amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection. 20, community engagement requirement for applicable individuals. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 11, beginning not later than the first day of the first quarter that begins after December 30th, 2026, or at the option of the state under a waiver or demonstration project under Section 1115 of the state plan, such earlier date as the state may specify, subject to the succeeding provisions of this subject, a state shall provide, as a condition of eligibility for medical assistance for an applicable individual, that such individual is required to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 2. A, in the case of an applicable individual who has filed an application for medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title for 1 or more but not more than 3, as specified by the state, consecutive months immediately preceding the months during which such individual applies for such medical assistance, and B, in the case of an applicable individual enrolled and receiving medical assistance under a state plan or under a waiver of such plan under this title for 1 or more as specified by the state months, whether or not consecutive. 1, during the period between such individual's most recent determination or redetermination as applicable of eligibility and such individual's next regularly scheduled redetermination of eligibility, as verified by the state as part of such regularly scheduled redetermination of eligibility, or 2, in the case of a state that has elected under paragraph 4 to conduct more frequent verifications of compliance with the requirement to demonstrate community engagement during this period between the most recent and next such verification with respect to such individual. 2, community engagement compliance described. Subject to paragraph 3, an applicable individual demonstrates a community engagement under this paragraph for a month if such individual meets 1 or more of the following conditions with respect to such month, as determined in accordance with criteria established by the Secretary through regulation. A, the individual works not less than 80 hours. B, the individual completes not less than 80 hours of community service. C, the individual participates in a work program for not less than 80 hours. D, the individual is enrolled in an educational program at least half-time. E, the individual engages in any combination of the activities described in subparagraphs A through D for a total of not less than 80 hours. F, the individual has a monthly income that is not less than the applicable minimum wage standard under Section 6 of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, multiplied by 80 hours. G, the individual had an average monthly income over the preceding 6 months that is not less than the applicable minimum wage requirement under Section 6 of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, multiplied by 80 hours, and is a seasonal worker, as described in Section 45RD 5B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. 3. Exceptions. A. Mandatory exception for certain individuals. The state shall deem an applicable individual to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 2 for a month and may elect to not require an individual to verify information resulting in such deeming if 1. For part of all such month, the individual 1. was a specified excluded individual as defined in paragraph 9A2, or 2. was AA under the age of 19, BB entitled to or enrolled for benefits under Part A of Title XVIII or enrolled for benefits under Part B of Title XVIII or CC described in any of subclasses 1 through 7 of subsection A10A1, or 2, at any point during the 3-month period ending on the first day of such month, the individual was an inmate of a public institution. B. Optional exception for short-term hardship events. 1. In general, the state plan or waiver of such plan may provide, in the case of an applicable individual who experiences a short-term hardship event during a month, that the state shall, under procedures established by the state in accordance with standards specified for the Secretary, in the case of a short-term hardship event described in Clause 2.2, and upon the request of such individual, a short-term hardship event described in subclause 1 or 3 of Clause 2, deem such individual to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 2 for such month. 2. Short-term hardship event defined. For purposes of this subparagraph, an applicable individual experiences a short-term hardship event during a month if, for part or all of such month, 1. Such individual receives inpatient hospital services, nursing facility services, services in an intermediate care facility for individuals with intellectual disabilities, inpatient psychiatric hospital services, or such other services of similar acuity, including outpatient care relating to other services specified in this subclause, as the Secretary determines appropriate. 2. Such individual resides in a county or equivalent unit of local government, AA, in which there exists an emergency or disaster declared by the President pursuant to the National Emergencies Act or the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, or BV, that subject to the request from the state to the Secretary, made in such form at such time and containing such information as the Secretary may require, has an employment rate that is at or above the lesser of AA 8% or BB 1.5 times the national unemployment rate, or 3. Such individual or their dependent must travel outside of their community for an extended period of time to receive medical services necessary to treat a serious or complex medical condition as described in paragraph 9A2VEE that are not available within their community of residence. 4. Option to conduct more frequent compliance verifications. With respect to an applicable individual enrolled in receiving medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title, the state shall verify, in accordance with procedures specified by the Secretary, that each such individual has met the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1 during each such individual's regularly scheduled redetermination of eligibility, except that a state may provide for such verifications more frequently. 5. Ex parte verifications. For purposes of verifying that an applicable individual has met the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1 or determining such individual to be deemed to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 3, or that an individual is a specified excluded individual under paragraph 9A2, the state shall, in accordance with standards established by the Secretary, establish processes and use reliable information available to the state, such as payroll data or payments or encounter data under this title for individuals and data on payments to such individuals for the provision of services covered under this title, without requiring, where possible, the applicable individual to submit additional information. 6. Procedure in the case of noncompliance. A. In general, if a state is unable to verify that an applicable individual has met the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1, including, if applicable, by verifying that such individual was deemed to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 3, the state shall, in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary, 1. Provide such individual with the notice of noncompliance described in subparagraph B. 2. 1. provide such individual with a period of 30 calendar days beginning on the date on which such notice of noncompliance is received by the individual. 2, AA, make a satisfactory showing to the state of compliance with such requirement, including, if applicable, by showing that such individual was or should be deemed to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 3, or BB, make a satisfactory showing to the state that such requirement does not apply to such individual on the basis that such individual does not meet the definition of applicable individual under 9A, paragraph 9A, and 2, if such individual is enrolled under the state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title, continue to provide such individual with medical assistance during such 30-day calendar period, and 3, if no such satisfactory showing is made and the individual is not a specified excluded individual described in paragraph 9A2, deny such individual's application for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, or, as applicable, disenroll such individual from the plan or waiver of such plan not later than the end of the month following the month in which such 30 calendar day period ends, provided that 1, the state first determines whether, with respect to the individual, there is any other basis for eligibility for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, or for another insurance affordability program, and 2, the individual is provided written notice and granted an opportunity for a fair hearing in accordance with subsection A3. B, notice. The notice of noncompliance provided to an applicable individual under the paragraph A1 shall include information in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary on 1, how such individual may make a satisfactory showing of compliance with such requirement as described in subparagraph A2, or make a satisfactory showing that such requirement does not apply to such individual on the basis that such individual does not meet the definition of applicable individual under paragraph 9A, and 2, how such individual may reapply for medical assistance under the state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title in the case that such individual's application is denied, or as applicable in the case of such individual is disenrolled from the plan or waiver. Treatment of noncompliant individuals in relation to certain other provisions. A, certain FMAP increases. A state shall not be treated as not providing medical assistance to all individuals described in section 1902A10A18, or as not expending amounts for all such individuals under the state plan or waiver of such plan solely because such an individual is determined ineligible for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver on the basis of failure to meet requirements to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1. B, other provisions. For purposes of section 36BC2B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, an individual shall be deemed to be eligible for minimum essential coverage described in section 5000AF1A2 of such code for a month if such individual would have been eligible for medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title, but for a failure to meet the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1. 8, outreach. A, in general, in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary beginning not later than the date that precedes December 31st, 2026, or if the state elects under paragraph 1 to specify an earlier date, such earlier date by the number of months specified by the state under paragraph 1A plus 3 months, and periodically thereafter, the state shall notify applicable individuals enrolled under a state plan or waiver that this title, the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under the subsection, such notice shall include information on 1, how to comply with such requirement, including an explanation of the exceptions to such requirement under paragraph 3, and the definition of the term applicable individual under paragraph 9A. 2, the consequences of noncompliance with such requirement, and 3, how to report to the state any change in the individual status that could result in 1, the applicability of an exception under paragraph 3, or the end of the applicability of such an exception, or 2, the individual qualifying as a specified excluded individual under paragraph 9A2. B, form of outreach notice. A notice required under subparagraph A shall be delivered, 1, by regular mail, or if elected by the individual, to an electronic format, and 2, in 1 or more additional forms, which may include telephone, text message, an internet website, other commonly available electronic means, and such other forms as the Secretary determines appropriate. 9, definitions in this subsection. A, applicable individual. In general, the term applicable individual means an individual other than a specified excluded individual as defined in Clause 2. 1, who is eligible to enroll or is enrolled under the state plan under subsection A10, A18, or 2, who AA is otherwise eligible to enroll or is enrolled under a waiver of such plan that provides coverage that is equivalent to minimum essential coverage as described in section 5000 AF1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, and as determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary and regulations. And BB has attained the age of 19 and is under 65 years of age, is not pregnant, is not entitled to or enrolled for benefits under Part A of Title 18, or enrolled for benefits under Part B of Title 18, and is not otherwise eligible to enroll under such plan. 2. Specified excluded individual. For purposes of Clause 1, the term specified excluded individual means an individual as determined by the state in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary. 1, who is described in subsection A10A19. 2, who AA is an Indian or an urban Indian, as such terms are defined in paragraphs 13 and 28 of Section 4 of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. BB is a California Indian described in sections 809A of such act, or CC, has otherwise been determined eligible as an Indian for the Indian Health Service under regulations promulgated by the Secretary. 3, who is the parent, guardian, caretaker, relative, or family caregiver as defined in Section 2 of the Raise Family Caregivers Act of a dependent child 13 years of age and under, or a disabled individual. 4, who is a veteran with a disability rated as total under Section 1155 of Title 38 United States Code. 5, who is medically frail or otherwise has special medical needs as defined by the Secretary, including an individual, AA, who is blind or disabled, as defined in Section 1614. BB, with a substance use disorder. CC, with a disabling mental disorder. DD, with a physical, intellectual, or developmental disability that significantly impairs their ability to perform one or more of the activities of daily living, or EE, with a serious or complex medical condition. 6, who AA is in compliance with any requirements imposed by the state pursuant to Section 407, or BB, is a member of a household that receives supplemental nutrition assistance program benefits under the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008 and is not exempt from a work requirement under such act. 7, who is participating in a drug addiction or alcoholic treatment or rehabilitation program as defined in Section 3H of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. 8, who is an inmate of a public institution, or 9, who is pregnant or entitled to postpartum medical assistance under paragraph 5 or 16 of subsection E. B, educational program. The term educational program includes 1, an institution of higher education as defined in Section 101 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, and 2, a program of career and technical education as defined in Section 3 of the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act of 2006. C, state. The term state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. D, work program. The term work program has the meaning given such term in Section 601 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. 10, prohibiting waiver of community engagement requirements. Notwithstanding Section 1115A, the provisions of this subsection may not be waived. 11, special implementation rule. A, in general, subject to subparagraph C. The Secretary may exempt a state from compliance with the requirements of this subsection if, 1, the state submits to the Secretary a request for such exemption made in such form and at such time as the Secretary may require, and including the information specified in subparagraph B. And 2, the Secretary determines that based on such request, the state is demonstrating a good faith effort to comply with the requirements of this subsection. B, good faith effort determination. In determining whether a state is demonstrating a good faith effort for purposes of subparagraph A2, the Secretary shall consider 1, any actions taken by the state toward compliance with the requirements of this subsection. 2, any significant barriers to or challenges in meeting such requirements, including related to funding, design, development, procurement, or installation of necessary systems or resources. 3, the state's detailed plan and timeline for achieving full compliance with such requirements, including any milestones of such plan as defined by the Secretary. And 4, any other criteria determined appropriate by the Secretary. C, duration of exemption. 1, in general, an exemption granted under subparagraph A shall expire not later than December 31st, 2028, and may not be renewed beyond such date. 2, early termination. The Secretary may terminate an exemption granted under subparagraph A prior to the expiration date of such exemption if the Secretary determined that the state has 1, failed to comply with the reporting requirements described in subparagraph D, or 2, based on the information provided pursuant to subparagraph D, failed to make continued good faith efforts toward compliance with the requirements of this subsection. D, reporting requirements. A state granted an exemption under subparagraph A shall submit to the Secretary 1, quarterly progress reports on the state's status in achieving the milestones toward full compliance described in subsection B3, and 2, information on specific risks or newly identified barriers or challenges to full compliance, including the state's plan to mitigate such risks, barriers, or challenges. B, conforming amendment, section 1902 A10A18 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 AA 10A18 is amended by striking subject to subsection K and inserting subject to subsection K and XX. C, prohibiting conflicts of interest. A state shall not use a Medicaid managed care entity or other specified entity as such terms are defined in section 1903 M9D or other contractor to determine beneficiary compliance under such section unless the contractor has no direct or indirect financial relationship with any Medicaid managed care entity or other specified entity that is responsible for providing or arranging for coverage of medical assistance for individuals enrolled with the entity pursuant to a contract with such state. D, interim final rulemaking. Not later than June 1st, 2026, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall promulgate an interim final rule for purposes of implementing the provisions of and the amendments made by this section. Any action taken to implement the provisions of and the amendments made by this section shall not be subject to the provisions of Section 553 of Title V United States Code. E, development of government efficiency grants to states. 1, in general, in order for states to establish systems necessary to carry out the provisions of and amendments made by this section or other sections of this chapter that pertain to conducting eligibility determinations or redeterminations, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall A, out of the amount appropriated under paragraph 3A, award to each state a grant equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 for such state, and B, out of amounts appropriated under paragraph 3B, distribute an equal amount among such states. 2, amounts specified. For purposes of paragraph 1A, the amount specified in this paragraph is an amount that bears the same ratio to the amount appropriated under paragraph 3A as the number of applicable individuals, as defined in section 1902 XX of the Social Security Act, as added by subsection A, residing in such states bear to the total number of such individuals residing in all states as of March 31st, 2025. Funding. There are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $100 billion for fiscal year 2026 for purposes of awarding grants under paragraph 1A to remain available until expended, and B, $100 million for fiscal year 2026 for purposes of awards grants under paragraph 1B to remain available until expended. For definition, in this subsection, the term state means one of the 50 states and the District of Columbia. F, implementation funding for the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section. They are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, $15 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Section 71122, modifying cost-sharing requirements for certain expansion individuals under the Medicaid program. A, in general, Section 1916 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396-0, is amended, 1, in subsection A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1, by inserting, other than beginning October 1st, 2028, specified individuals as defined in subsection K3. After individuals, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new subsection K, special rules for certain expansion individuals. 1, premiums. Beginning October 1st, 2028, the state plan shall provide that in the case of a specified individual as defined in paragraph 3, who is eligible under the plan, no enrollment fee, premium, or similar charge will be imposed under the plan. 2, required imposition of cost sharing. A, in general, subject to subparagraph B, the subsection J, in the case of a specified individual, the state plan shall, beginning October 1st, 2028, provide for the imposition of such deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges determined appropriate by the state, in an amount greater than $0 with respect to certain care items or services furnished to such an individual as determined by the state. B, limitations. 1, exclusion of certain services. In no case may a deduction, cost sharing, or similar charge be imposed under the state plan with respect to care items or services described in any of the subparagraphs B through J of subsection A2 or any primary care services, mental health services, substance use disorder services, or services provided by a federally qualified health center. As defined in 1905-12, certified community behavioral health clinic as defined in Section 1905JJ2, or rural health clinic as defined in 190511, furnished to a specified individual. 2. Item and service limitation. 1. In general, except as provided in subclause 2, in no case may a deduction, cost sharing, or similar charge imposed under the state plan with respect to care or an item or service furnished to a specified individual exceed $35. 2. Special rules for prescription drugs. In no case may a deduction, cost sharing, or similar charge imposed under the state plan with respect to the prescription drug furnished to a specified individual exceed the limit that would be applicable under paragraph 2A1 or 2B of section 1916AC with respect to such drug and individual if such drug so furnished were subject to cost sharing under such section. 3. Maximum limit on cost sharing. The total aggregate amount of deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges imposed under the state plan for all individuals in the family may not exceed 5% of the family income of the family involved, as applied on a quarterly or monthly basis as specified by the state. C. Cases of non-payment, notwithstanding subsection E, a state may permit a provider participating under the state plan to require as a condition for the provision of care, items, or services to a specified individual entitled to medical assistance under this title for such care, items, or services, the payment of any deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges authorized to be imposed with respect to such care, items, or services. Nothing in this subparagraph shall be construed as preventing a provider from reducing or waiving the application of such deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges on a case-by-case basis. 3. Specified individual defined. For purposes of this subsection, the term specified individual means an individual who has a family income as determined in accordance with section 1902E14 that exceeds the poverty line as defined in section 2110C5, applicable to a family of the size involved, and A, is enrolled under section 1902A10A18, or B,
B is described in such subsection and otherwise enrolled under a waiver of the state plan that provides coverage that is equivalent to minimum essential coverage as described in section 5000AF1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary and regulations to all individuals described in section 1902A10A18. 4. State defined. For purposes of the subsection, the term state defined means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. B. Conforming amendments. 1. Required applications. Section 1902A14 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A, A14, is amended by inserting and provide for imposition of such deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges for care, items, or services furnished to specific individuals as defined in paragraph 3 of section 1916K, in accordance with paragraph 2 of such section after section 1916. 2. Non-applicability of alternative cost sharing. Section 1916A(1) of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396-01A1, is amended in the second sentence by striking or J and inserting J or K. Subchapter E, expanding access to care, section 71123, making certain adjustments to coverage of home or community-based services under Medicaid. A, expanding HCBS coverage under section 1915C waivers. Section 1915C of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396NC, is amended, 1, in paragraph 3 by inserting paragraph 11 or before subsection H2, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new paragraph 11, expanding coverage for home or community-based services. A, in general, beginning July 1st, 2028, notwithstanding paragraph 1, the Secretary may approve a waiver that is a standalone from any other waiver approved under the subsection to include as medical assistance under the state plan of such state payment for part or all part of the cost of home or community-based services other than room and board, as described in paragraph 1, approved by the Secretary, which are are provided pursuant to a written plan of care to individuals described in some paragraph B3. A waiver approved under this paragraph shall be for an initial term of 3 years and, upon the request of the state, shall be extended for additional 5-year periods unless the Secretary determines that the previous waiver period, the requirements specified under this subsection, excluding those accepted under subparagraph B, have not been met. B, state requirements. In addition to the requirements specified under the subsection, except for the requirements described in some paragraphs C and D of paragraph 2, and any other requirements specified under the subsection that the Secretary determines to be inapplicable to the context of a waiver that does not require individuals to have a determination described in paragraph 1, a state shall meet the following requirements as a condition of waiver approval. 1, as the date that such request a waiver, this subsection to provide home or community-based services to individuals scheduled in Clause 3, all other waivers, if any, granted under this subsection to such state meet the requirements of this subsection. 2, the state demonstrates to the Secretary that approval of a waiver under the subsection with respect to individuals described in Clause 3 will not result in a material increase of the average amount of time that individuals with respect to whom a determination described in paragraph 1 has been made will need to wait to receive home or community-based services under any other waiver granted under this subsection as determined by the Secretary. 3, the state establishes needs-based criteria subject to the approval of the Secretary regarding who will be eligible for home or community-based services under a waiver approved by this paragraph without requiring such individual to have a determination described in paragraph 1 and specifies the home or community-based services such individuals are so eligible will receive. 4, the state establishes needs-based criteria for determining whether an individual described in Clause 3 requires a level of care provided in a hospital, nursing facility, or in an intermediate care facility for individuals with developmental disabilities under the state plan or under any waiver of such plan that are more stringent than the needs-based criteria established under Clause 3 for determining eligibility for home or community-based services. 5, the state attests that the state's average per capita expenditure for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, provided with respect to such individuals enrolled in a waiver under this paragraph, will not exceed the state's average per capita expenditure for medical assistance for individuals receiving institutional care under the state plan or waiver of such plan for the duration that the waiver under this paragraph is in effect. 6, the state provides to the Secretary data in such form and manner as the Secretary may specify regarding the number of individuals described in Clause 3 with respect to a state seeking approval of a waiver under the subsection, to whom the state will make such services available under such waiver. 7, the state agrees to provide to the Secretary, not less frequently than annually, data for purposes of paragraph 2E in such form and manner as the Secretary may specify regarding with respect to each preceding year in which a waiver under this subsection to provide home or community-based services to individuals described in Clause 3 was in effect. 1, the cost of such terms defined by the Secretary of such services furnished to individuals described in Clause 3, broken down by type of service. 2, with respect to each type of home or community-based service provided under the waiver, the length of time that such individuals have received such service. 3, a comparison between the data described in subclause 1 and any comparable data available with respect to individuals with respect to with a determination described in paragraph 1 has been made, and with respect to individuals receiving institutional care under this title. And 4, the number of individuals who have received home or community-based services under the waiver during this preceding year. C, limitation on payments. No payments made to carry out this paragraph shall be used to make payments to a third party on behalf of an individual practitioner for benefits such as health insurance, skills training, and other benefits customary for employees in the case of a class of practitioners for which the program established under this title is the primary source of revenue. B, implementation funding. 1, in general, there are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services. A, for fiscal year 2026, $50 million for purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section to remain available until expended, and B, for fiscal year 2027, 27, $100 million for purposes of making payments to states, subject to paragraph 2, to support state systems to deliver home or community-based services under Section 1915C of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 NC, as amended by the section, to remain available until expended. 2, payments based on the state HCBS eligible population. Payments to states from the amounts made available by paragraph 1B shall be made with respect to a state on the basis of the proportion of the population of the state that is eligible for home or community-based services under Section 1915C of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 NC, as amended by the section, as compared to all states. Section 71124, determination of FMAP for high poverty states. Section 1905B of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396D, is amended in the first sentence, 1, by striking and 6 and inserting 6, and 2, by inserting before the period the following, comma, and 7, only for purposes of payments for medical assistance under this title, excluding any such payments that are based on the enhanced FMAP described in Section 2105B in the case of a state for which the Secretary issues under the authority of Section 673(2) of the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1981, a separate poverty guidance for any calendar year occurring during or after the date of enactment of this clause that is higher than the poverty guideline issued by the Secretary for such calendar year that is applicable to the majority of the states. The regular federal medical assistance percentage determined for such a state under this subsection without regard to any adjustments to such percentage for the first fiscal year quarter that begins after such date of enactment, and for each fiscal year quarter beginning thereafter, shall be increased after such determination, but prior to any increase which may be applicable, and in no case to exceed 100%, by the case of the state with the highest separate poverty guideline for the calendar year. 25% of the average regular federal medical assistance percentage determined without regard to any adjustments to such percentage for the fiscal year for states which do not have a separate poverty guideline issued for them for such calendar year, and in the case of the state with the second highest separate poverty guideline for the calendar year, 15% of the average regular federal medical assistance percentage determined without regard to any adjustments to such percentage. For the fiscal year for states which do not have a separate poverty guideline issued for them for such calendar year. Chapter 2, Medicare. Subchapter A, Strengthening Eligibility Requirements. Section 71201, Limiting Medicare Coverage of Certain Individuals. Title 18 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 et sec, is amended by adding at the end of the following new section. Section 1899C, limiting Medicare coverage of certain individuals. A, in general, subject to subsection B, an individual may be entitled to or enrolled for benefits under this title only if the individual is, 1, a citizen or national of the United States, 2, an alien who is lawfully admitted for permanent residence under the Immigration and Nationality Act, 3, an alien who has been granted the status of Cuban and Haitian entrant as defined in Section 501(c)(e) of the Refugee Education Assistance Act of 1980, Public Law 96-422, or 4, an individual who lawfully resides in the United States in accordance with the Compact of Free Association referred to in Section 402(b)(2)(g) of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. B, application to individuals currently entitled to or enrolled for benefits. 1, in general, in the case of an individual who is entitled for or enrolled for benefits under this title as of the date of the enactment of this section, subsection A shall apply beginning on the date that is 18 months after such date of enactment. 2, review by Commissioner or Social Security. A, in general, not later than 1 year after the date of the enactment of this section, the Commissioner of Social Security shall complete a review of individuals entitled to or enrolled for benefits under this title of such date of enactment for purposes of identifying individuals not described in any of the paragraphs 1 through 4 of subsection A. B, notice. The Commissioner of Social Security shall notify each individual identified under the review conducted under subparagraph A that such individual's entitlement to or enrollment for benefits under this title will be terminated as of the date that is 18 months after the date of the enactment of the section. Such notification shall be made as soon as practical after such identification and in the manner designed to ensure such individual's comprehension of such notification. Subchapter B, Improving Services for Seniors, Section 71202, Temporary Payment Increase under the Medicare Physical Fee Schedule to account for exceptional circumstances. A, in general, Section 1848 T1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W4 T1 is amended. 1. In the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking and 2024 and inserting 2024 and 2026. 2, in subparagraph D by striking and at the end. 3, in subparagraph E by striking the period at the end and inserting semicolon and 4, by adding at the end of the new subparagraph F. Such services furnished on or after January 1, 2026, and before January 1, 2027 by 2.5%. B, conforming amendment. Section 1848 C2B45 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W4C2B45, is amended by striking or 2024 and inserting 2024 or 2026. Section 71203, expanding and clarifying the exclusion for orphan drugs under the Drug Price Negotiation Program. A, in general, Section 1192E of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1320 F1E is amended. 1, in paragraph 1, in the matter preceding subparagraph A, by striking and 3 and inserting through 4. 2, in paragraph 3A, by striking only one rare disease or condition and inserting one or more rare disease or conditions, and B, by striking such rare disease or condition and inserting one or more such rare diseases or conditions as such term is defined in Section 526A2 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, and 3, by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 4, treatment of former orphan drugs. In the case of a drug or biological product that, as of the date of approval or licensure of such drug or biological product, is a drug or biological product described in paragraph 3A, paragraph 1A2, or 1B2 as applicable, shall apply as if the reference to the date of such approval or the date of such licensure, respectively, were instead a reference to the first day after the date of such approval for which such drug is not a drug described in paragraph 3A, or the first day after the date of such licensure for which such biological product is not a biological product described in paragraph 3A, respectively. B, application. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply with respect to initial price applicability years as defined in section 1191B of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1320 FB, beginning on or after July 1st, 2028. Section 71204, application of cost of living adjustment to non-labor related portion for hospital outpatient department services furnished in Alaska and Hawaii. Section 1833T of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 LT, is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 23, application of cost of living adjustment to non-labor related portion for hospital outpatient department services furnished in Alaska and Hawaii. A, in general, with respect to OPD services furnished on or after January 1st, 2027, the Secretary shall provide for adjustments to the payment amounts under the subsection for such services in the same manner that is provided under Section 1886D5H with respect to the application of the cost of living adjustment to the non-labor related portion of such payment amounts to take into account the unique circumstances of hospitals located in Alaska or Hawaii. Such adjustments shall not apply to payment amounts for a separately payable drug, biological, or medical device. B, application without regard to budget neutrality. Adjustments to payment amounts made under this paragraph. 1, shall not be considered an adjustment under paragraph 2E, and 2, shall not be implemented in a budget neutral manner. Chapter 3, Health Tax. Subchapter A, Improving Eligibility Criteria. Section 71301, Permitting Premium Tax Credit only for certain individuals. A, in general, Section 36BE1 is amended by inserting or in the case of aliens who are lawfully present are not eligible aliens, after individuals who are not lawfully present. B, eligible aliens. Section 36BE2 is amended. 1, by striking for purposes of this section an individual and inserting for purposes of this section, A, in general, an individual, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph, B, eligible aliens. An individual who is an alien and lawfully present shall be treated as an eligible alien if such individual is and is reasonably expected to be for the entire period of enrollment for which the credit under this section is being claimed. 1, an alien who is lawfully admitted for permanent residence under the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1101 et sec. 2, an alien who has been granted the status of Cuban and Haitian entrant as defined in Section 501E of the Refugee Education Assistance Act of 1980, Public Law 96-422, or 3, an individual who lawfully resides in the United States in accordance with the Compact of Free Association referred to in Section 402B2G of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996, 8 U.S.C. 1612B2G. C, conforming amendments. 1, verification of information. Section 1411 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 14 U.S.C. 18081 is amended. A, in subsection A, 1, in paragraph 1, by striking and section 36BE of the Internal Revenue Code, and 2, in paragraph 2, 1, in subparagraph A, by striking and at the end, 2, in subparagraph B, by adding and at the end, and 3, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, in the case such individual is an alien lawfully present in the United States, whether such individual is an eligible alien within the meaning of Section 36BE2 of such code. B, in subsection B3, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. D, immigration status. In the case the individual's eligibility is based on an attestation of the enrollee's immigration status, an attestation that such individual is an eligible alien without the meaning of 36BE2 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, and C, in subsection C2B2, by adding at the end the following new subclause. 3, in the case of an individual described in clause 1.1 with respect to whom a premium tax credit under Section 36B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is being claimed, the attestation that the individual is an eligible alien within the meaning of Section 36BE2 of such code. 2, advanced determinations. Section 1412D of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 18082D is amended by inserting before the period at the end the following, comma, or credits under Section 36B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for aliens who are not eligible aliens within the meaning of Section 36BE2 of such code. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply with respect to plan years beginning on or after January 1, 2027. D, clerical amendments. 1, the heading for this section, 36BE, is amended by inserting and not eligible aliens after individuals not lawfully present. 2, the heading for this section, 36BE2, is amended by inserting eligible aliens after lawfully present. E, requirement to maintain minimum essential coverage. Section 5000A-D3 is amended by striking an alien lawfully present in the United States and inserting an eligible alien within the meaning of Section 36BE2. F, regulations. The Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of Health and Human Services may each prescribe such rules and other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the amendments made by this section. G, effective date. The amendments made by this section, other than the amendments made by subsection C, shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2026. Section 71302, disallowing premium tax credit during periods of Medicaid ineligibility due to alien status. A, in general, Section 36B C1 is amended by striking subparagraph B. B, regulations. The Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of Health and Human Services may each prescribe such rules and other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the amendments made by this section. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Subchapter B, preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. Section 71303, requiring verification of eligibility for premium tax credit. A, in general, Section 36B(c) is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraphs. 5, exchange enrollment verification requirement. A, in general, the term coverage month shall not include with respect to any individual covered by a qualified health plan enrolled through an exchange any month beginning before the exchange verifies using applicable enrollment information that shall be provided or verified by the applicant such individuals' eligibility, 1, to enroll in the plan through the exchange, and 2, for any advance payment under Section 1412 of the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act of the credit allowed under this section. B, applicable enrollment information. For purposes of subparagraph A, applicable enrollment information shall include affirmation of at least the following information to the extent relevant in determining eligibility described in subparagraph A. 1, household income and family size. 2, whether the individual is an eligible alien. 3, any health coverage status or eligibility for coverage. 4, place of residence. 5, such other information as may be determined by the Secretary in consultation with the Secretary of Health and Human Services as necessary to the verification prescribed under subparagraph A. C, verification of past months. In the case of a month that begins before verification prescribed by subparagraph A, such month shall be treated as a coverage month if and only if the exchange verifies for such month using applicable enrollment information that shall be provided or verified by the applicant, such individual's eligibility to have so enrolled and for such advance payment. D, exchange participation. Coordination with other procedures for determining eligibility. An individual shall not, solely by reason of failing to meet the requirements of this paragraph with respect to a month, be treated for such month as ineligible to enroll in a qualified health plan through an exchange. E, waiver for certain special enrollment periods. The Secretary may waive the application of subparagraph A in the case of an individual who enrolls in a qualified health care plan through an exchange for 1 or more months in the taxable year during a special enrollment period provided by the exchange on the basis of a change in the family size of the individual. F, information and reliance on third-party sources. An exchange shall be permitted to use any data available in the exchange and any reliable third-party sources in collecting information for verification by the applicant. 6, exchange compliance with filing requirements. The term coverage month shall not include with respect to any individual covered by a qualified health plan enrolled in through an exchange any month for which the exchange does not meet the requirements of Section 155.305F43 of Title 45 Code of Federal Regulations as published in the Federal Registrar on June 25, 2025, 90 FR 27074, applied as though it applied to all plan years after 2025 with respect to the individual. B, pre-enrollment verification, process required. Section 36B(c)(3)A is amended, 1, by striking health plan, the term, and inserting health plan 1, in general, the term, and 2, by adding at the end of the following the new clause. 2, pre-enrollment verification process required. Such term shall not include any plan enrolled in through an exchange unless such exchange provides a process for pre-enrollment verification through which any applicant may, beginning not later than August 1st, verify with the exchange the applicant's household income and eligibility for enrollment in such plan for plans years beginning in the subsequent year. C, regulations. The Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of Health and Human Services may each prescribe such rules and other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the amendments made by this section. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2027. Section 71304, disallowing premium tax credit in case of certain coverage enrolled in during special enrollment period. A, in general, Section 36B(c)(3)A, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by adding at the end the following new clause. 3, exception in case of certain special enrollment periods. Such term shall not include any plan enrolled in during a special enrollment period provided for by an exchange, 1, on the basis of the relationship of the individual's expected household income to such a percentage of the poverty line or such other amount as is prescribed by the Secretary of Human Services for purposes of such period, and 2, not in connection with the occurrence of an event or change in the circumstances specified by the Secretary of Health and Human Services for such purposes. B, regulations. The Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of Health and Human Services may each prescribe such rules and other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the amendments made by the section. C, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply with respect to the plan years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 71305, eliminating limitation on recapture of advance payment of premium tax credit. A, in general, Section 36B F2 is amended by striking subparagraph B. B, conforming amendments. 1, Section 36B F2 is amended by striking advance payments and all that follows through if the advance payments, and inserting the following: advance payments if the advance payments. 2, Section 35G 12B2 is amended by striking then Section 36B F2B shall be applied by substituting the amount determined under Clause 1 for the amount determined under Section 36B F2A, and inserting then the amount determined under Clause 1 shall be substituted for the amount determined under Section 36B F2. C, special rule for creation in certain individuals treated as applicable taxpayers. Paragraph 1 of Section 36BC is amended by adding at the end the new following subparagraph. E, special rule for certain individuals treated as applicable taxpayers. In the case of a taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2025, if an individual, 1, is determined by an exchange at the time of enrollment in a qualified health plan through such exchange to have projected annual household income for the taxable year which equals or exceeds 100% of an amount equal to the poverty line for a family of the size involved, and 2, receives an advance payment of the credit under the section for 1 or more months during such taxable year under Section 1412 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, such individual shall not fail to be treated as an applicable taxpayer for such taxable year solely because the actual household income of the individual for the taxable year is less than 100% of an amount equal to the poverty line for a family of the size involved, unless the Secretary determines that the individual provided incorrect information to the exchange with intentional or reckless disregard for the facts. D, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025.
Subchapter C, Enhancing Choice for Patients. Section 71306, Permanent Extension of Safe Harbor for Absence of Deductible for Telehealth Services. A, in general, subparagraph E of Section 223C2 is amended to read as follows. E, safe harbor for absence of deductible for telehealth. A plan shall not fail to be treated as a high deductible health plan by reason of failing to have a deductible for telehealth and other remote care services. B, certain coverage disregarded. Clause 2 of Section 223C1B is amended by striking in the case of months or plan years to which paragraph 2E applies. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to plan years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 71307, allowance of bronze and catastrophic plans in connection with health savings accounts. A, in general, Section 223C2 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph, H, bronze and catastrophic plans treated as high deductible health plans. The term high deductible health plan shall include any plan which is 1, available as individual coverage through an exchange established under Section 1311 or 1321 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, and 2, described in subsection D1A or E of Section 1302 of such act. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to months beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 71308, treatment of direct primary care service arrangements. A, in general, Section 223C1 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. E, treatment of direct primary care service arrangements. 1, in general, a direct primary care service arrangement shall not be treated as a health plan for purposes of subparagraph A2. 2, direct primary care service arrangement. For purposes of this subparagraph, 1, in general, the term direct primary care service arrangement means, with respect to any individual, an arrangement under which such individual is provided medical care, as defined in Section 213D, consisting solely of primary care services provided by primary care practitioners, as defined in Section 1833X2A of the Social Security Act, determined without regard to Clause 2 thereof, if the sole compensation for such care is a fixed periodic fee. 2, limitation. With respect to any individual for any month, such term shall not include any arrangement if the aggregate fees for all the direct primary care service arrangements determined without regard to this subclause with respect to such individual for such month exceed $150, twice such dollar amount in the case of an individual with any direct primary care service arrangement as so determined that covers more than one individual. 3, certain services specifically excluded from treatment as primary care services. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term primary care services shall not include 1, procedures that require the use of general anesthesia, 2, prescription drugs other than vaccines, and 3, laboratory services not typically administered in an ambulatory primary care setting. The Secretary, after consultation with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, shall issue regulations or other guidance regarding the application of this clause. B, direct primary care service arrangement fees treated as medical expenses. Section 223D2C is amended by striking or at the end of Clause 3, by striking the period at the end of Clause 4 and inserting or, and by adding at the end of the following new clause. 5, any direct primary care service arrangement. C, inflation adjustment. Section 223G1 is amended. 1, by striking in subsections B2 and C2A and inserting in subsections B2, C2A, and in the case of taxable years beginning after 2026, C1E22. 2, in subparagraph B, by striking Clause 2 in Clause 1 and inserting Clauses 2 and 3, by striking and at the end of Clause 1, by striking the period at the end of Clause 2 and inserting and by inserting after Clause 2 the following new clause. 3, in the case of the dollar amount in subsection C1E22, calendar year 2025, and 3, by inserting C1E22 after B2 in the last sentence. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to months beginning after December 31st, 2025. Chapter 4, Protecting Rural Hospitals and Providers. Section 71401, Rural Health Transformation Program. A, in general, Section 2105 of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1397EE is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. H, Rural Health Transformation Program. 1, appropriation. A, in general, there are appropriated out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, in this subsection referred to as the administrator, to provide allotments to states for purposes of carrying out the activities described in paragraph 6. 1, $10 billion for fiscal year 2028. 2, $10 billion for fiscal year 2029. 3, $2 billion for fiscal year 2030. 4, $2 billion for fiscal year 2031. And 5, $1 billion for fiscal year 2032. B, unexpended or unobligated funds. 1, in general, any amounts appropriated under subparagraph A that are unexpected or unobligated as of October 1st, 2034, shall be returned to the Treasury of the United States. 2, redistribution of unexpended or unobligated funds. In carrying out subparagraph A, the administrator shall, not later than March 31st, 2030, and annually thereafter through March 31st, 2034, 1, determine the amount of funds, if any, that are available under such subparagraph for a previous fiscal year are unexpended or unobligated with respect to such fiscal year and will not be available to a state in the current fiscal year pursuant to Clause 3. And 2, if the administrator determines that any such funds from a previous fiscal year remain, redistribute such funds in the current fiscal year to states that have an application approved under this subsection for such fiscal year in accordance with an allotment methodology specified by the administrator. 3, availability of funds. 1, in general, amounts allotted to a state under this subsection for a year shall be available for expenditure by the state through the end of the fiscal fiscal year following the fiscal year in which such amounts are allotted. 2, availability of amounts redistributed. Amounts redistributed to a state under Clause 2 with respect to a fiscal year shall be available for expenditure by the state through the end of the fiscal year following the fiscal year in which such amounts are redistributed, except in the case of amounts redistributed in fiscal year 2034, which shall only be available for expenditure through September 30th, 2034. 4, misuse of funds. If the administrator determines that a state is not using amounts allotted or redistributed to the state under this subsection in a manner consistent with the description provided by the state in its application approved under paragraph 2, the administrator may withhold payments to, or reduce payments to, or recover previous payments from the state under this subsection as the administrator deems appropriate, and any amounts so withheld or that remain after any such reduction or so recovered shall be returned to the Treasury of the United States. 2, application. A, in general, to be eligible for an allotment under this subsection, a state shall submit to the administrator during an application submission period to be specified by the administrator, but that ends not later than April 1st, 2027, an application in such form and manner as the administrator may specify. That includes 1, a detailed rural health transformation plan developed in consultation with the State Office of Rural Health. 1, to improve access to hospitals, other healthcare providers, and healthcare items and services furnished to rural residents of the state. 2, to improve healthcare outcomes of rural residents of the state. 3, to prioritize the use of new and emerging technologies that emphasize prevention and chronic disease management. 4, to initiate, foster, and strengthen local and regional strategic partnerships between rural hospitals and other healthcare providers in order to promote measurable quality improvement, increase financial stability, maximize economies of scale, and share best practices in care delivery. 5, to enhance economic opportunity for and the supply of healthcare clinicians through enhanced recruitment and training. 6, to prioritize data and technology-driven solutions that help rural hospitals and other rural healthcare providers furnish high-quality healthcare services as close to a patient's home as is possible. 7, that outlines strategies to manage long-term financial solvency and operating models of rural hospitals in the state. And 8, that identifies specific causes driving the accelerating rate of standalone rural hospitals becoming at risk of closure, conversion, or service reduction. 2, a certification that none of the amounts provided under this subsection shall be used by the state for an expenditure that is attributable to an intergovernmental transfer, certified public expenditure, or any other expenditure to finance the non-federal share of expenditures required under any provision of law, including under the state plan established under this title, the state plan established under Title XIX, or under a waiver of such plans, and 3, such other information as the administrator may require. B, deadline for approval. Not later than September 30th, 2027, the administrator shall approve or deny all applications submitted for an allotment under this subsection. C, one-time application. If an application of a state for an allotment under this subsection is approved by the administrator, the state shall be eligible for an allotment under this subsection for each of fiscal years 2028 through 2032, except as provided in paragraph 1B4. D, eligibility. Only the 50 states shall be eligible for an allotment under this subsection, and all references in this subsection to a state shall be treated as only referring to the 50 states. 3, allotments. A, in general, for each of the fiscal years 2028 through 2032, the administrator shall determine under subparagraph B the amount of the allotment for such fiscal year for each state with an approved application under this subsection. B, amount determined. From the amounts appropriated under paragraph 1A for each of fiscal years 2028 through 2032, the administrator shall allot 1, 50% of the amounts appropriated for each such fiscal year equally among all states with an approved application under this subsection, and 2, 50% of the amounts appropriated for each such fiscal year among all such states in an amount to be determined by the administrator in accordance with subparagraph C. C, considerations. In determining the amount to be allotted to a state under subparagraph B2 for a fiscal year, the administrator shall consider the following: the percentage of the state population that is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area, as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification, originally published in the Federal Register on February 27, 1992, 57 Federal Register 6725. 2, the proportion of rural health facilities as defined in subparagraph D in the state relative to the number of rural health facilities nationwide. 3, the situation of hospitals in the state as described in section 1902A13A4. 4, any other factors that the administrator determines appropriate. D, rural health facility defined. For the purposes of subparagraph C2, the term rural health facility means the following: 1, a subsection D hospital as defined in paragraph 1B of section 1886D that 1 is located in a rural area as defined in paragraph 2D of such section, 2 is treated as being located in a rural area pursuant to paragraph 8E of such section, or 3 is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification, originally published in the Federal Register on February 27, 1992, 57 Federal Register 6725. 2, a critical access hospital as defined in section 1861 MM1. 3, a sole community hospital as defined in section 1886 D5D3. 4, a Medicare-dependent small rural hospital as defined in section 1886 D5G4. 5, a low-volume hospital as defined in section 1886 D12C. 6, a rural emergency hospital as defined in section 1861 KKK2. 7, a rural health clinic as defined in section 1861 AA2. 8, a federally qualified health center as defined in section 1861 AA4. 9, a community mental health center as defined in section 1861 FF3B. X, a health center that is receiving a grant under section 330 of the Public Health Service Act. 11, an opioid treatment program as defined in section 1861 JJJ2 that is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification, originally published in the Federal Register on February 27, 1992. 57 Federal Register 6725. 12, a certified community behavioral health clinic as defined in section 1905 JJ2 that is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification, originally published in the Federal Register on February 27, 1992. 57 Federal Register 6725. 4, no matching payment. A state approved for an allotment under this subsection for a fiscal year shall not be required to provide any matching funds as a condition for receiving payments from the allotment. 5, terms and conditions. The administrator shall specify such terms and conditions for allotments to states provided under this subsection as the administrator deems appropriate, including the following. A, each state shall submit to the administrator at a time and in a form and manner specified by the administrator, 1, a plan for the state to use its allotment to carry out 3 or more of the activities described in paragraph 6, and 2, annual reports on the use of allotments, including such additional information as the administrator determines appropriate. B, not more than 10% of the amount allotted to a state for a fiscal year may be used by the state for the administrative expenses. C, in the event that a state uses amounts from an allotment to provide payments to healthcare providers in accordance with subparagraph B or J of paragraph 6, the state shall ensure that such amounts are not used to reimburse any expense or loss that 1, has been reimbursed from any other source, or 2, any other source is obligated to reimburse. 6, use of funds. Amounts allotted to a state under this subsection shall be used for 3 or more of the following health-related activities. A, promoting evidence-based, measurable interventions to improve prevention and chronic disease management. B, providing payments to healthcare providers as defined by the administrator for the provision of healthcare items or services as specified by the administrator. C, promoting consumer-facing, technology-driven solutions for the prevention and management of chronic diseases. D, providing training and technical assistance for the development and adoption of technology-enabled solutions that improve care delivery in rural hospitals, including remote monitoring, robotics, artificial intelligence, and other advanced technologies. E, recruiting and retaining clinical workforce talent to rural areas with commitments to serve rural communities for a minimum of 5 years. F, providing technical assistance, software, and hardware for significant information technology advances designed to improve efficiency, enhance cybersecurity capability development, and improve patient health outcomes. Assisting rural communities to right-size their healthcare delivery systems by identifying needed preventative, ambulatory, pre-hospital, emergency, acute inpatient care, outpatient care, and post-acute care service lines.
Pursuant to the order of February 29th, 1960, the hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Senate having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer by the Senate chaplain.
Let us pray. Lord of creation, you establish day and night and the orderly movements of the seasons. That same providence orders the lives of our senators, our nation, and our world. As our lawmakers seek to do what is right, give them the wisdom to discern what is best. Show them the pitfalls to avoid and the opportunities to seize. Lord, keep them from becoming weary in their pursuit of your purposes as they remember your promise to bring a bountiful harvest. May they cling to the enduring principles of your truth that will lead them to your desired destination. We pray in your wonderful name. Amen.
The clerk will continue reading.
H, supporting access to opioid use disorder treatment services as defined in Section 1861 JJJ1, other substance use disorder treatment services and mental health services. I, developing projects that support innovative models of care that include value-based care arrangements and alternative payment models as appropriate. J, additional uses designed to promote sustainable access to high-quality rural health care services as determined by the administrator. 7, exemptions. Paragraphs 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, and 12 of subsection C do not apply to payments under this subsection. 8, review. There shall be no administrative or judicial review under section 1116 or otherwise of amounts allotted or redistributed to states under this subsection, payments to states withheld or reduced under this subsection, or previous payments recovered from states under this subsection. B, conforming amendments. Title XXI of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1397AA is amended. 1, in section 2101, A, in subsection A, in the matter of preceding paragraph 1, by striking the purpose and inserting, except with respect to the Rural Health Transformation Program established in section 2105H, the purpose. And B, in subsection B, in the matter preceding paragraph 1, by inserting subsection A or G of before section 2105. 2, in section 2105C1, by striking and may not include and inserting or to carry out the Rural Health Transformation Program established in subsection H, and, except in the case of amounts made available under subsection H, may not include and. 3, in subsection 2106A1, by inserting subsection A or G of before section 2105. C, implementation. The administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services shall implement this section, including the amendments made by this section, by program instruction or other forms of program guidance. Subtitle C, increase in debt limit. Section 72001, modification of limitation on the public debt. The limitation under Section 3101B of Title 31 United States Code, as most recently increased by Section 401B of Public Law 118.5, 31 U.S.C. 3101 note, is increased by $5 trillion. Title VIII, Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, Subtitle A, Exemption of Certain Assets. Section 80001, Exemption of Certain Assets. A, Exemption of Certain Assets. Section 480F2 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087 VV F2 is amended. 1, by striking net value of the and inserting the following, net value of A, the. 2, by striking the period at the end and inserting a semicolon. And 3, by adding at the end the following. B, a family farm on which the family resides. C, a small business with not more than 100 full-time or full-time equivalent employees, or any part of such a small business that is owned and controlled by the family. Or D, a commercial fishing business and related expenses, including fishing vessels and permits owned and controlled by the family. B, effective date and application. The amendments made by subsection A shall take effect on July 1st, 2026, and shall apply with respect to award year 2026 through 2027, and each subsequent award year as determined under the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1001, Subtitle B, loan limits. Section 81001, establishment of loan limits for graduate and professional students and parent borrowers, termination of graduate and professional plus loans. Section 455A of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087EA is amended. 1, in paragraph 3A, in the paragraph heading, by inserting and federal direct plus loans after loans, by striking subparagraph A and inserting the following. A, termination of authority to make interest-subsidized loans to graduate and professional students. Subject to subparagraph B and notwithstanding any provision of this part or Part B, 1, for any period of instruction beginning on or after July 1st, 2012, a graduate or professional student shall not be eligible to receive a federal direct Stafford loan under this part. And 2, for any period of instruction beginning on July 1st, 2012 and ending on June 30th, 2026, the maximum annual amount of federal direct unsubsidized Stafford loans such a student may borrow in any academic year, as defined in Section 481A2, or its equivalent shall be the maximum annual amount for such student determined under Section 428H, plus an amount equal to the amount of federal direct Stafford loans the student would have received in the absence of this subparagraph. And C, by adding at the end the following. C, termination of authority to make federal direct plus loans to graduate and professional students. Subject to paragraph 8 and notwithstanding any provision of this part or Part B, for any period of instruction beginning on or after July 1st, 2026, a graduate or professional student shall not be eligible to receive a federal direct plus loan under this part. And 2, by adding at the end the following. 4, graduate and professional annual and aggregate limits for federal direct unsubsidized Stafford loans beginning July 1st, 2026. A, annual limits beginning July 1st, 2026. Subject to paragraphs 7A and 8, beginning on July 1st, 2026, the maximum annual amount of federal direct unsubsidized Stafford loans. 1, a graduate student who is not a professional student may borrow in any academic year or its equivalent shall be $20,500. And 2, a professional student may borrow in any academic year or its equivalent shall be $50,000. B, aggregate limits. Subject to paragraph 6, 7A, and 8, beginning on July 1st, 2026, the maximum aggregate amount of federal direct unsubsidized Stafford loans, in addition to the amount borrowed for undergraduate education that 1, is a graduate student, 1, who is not and has not been a professional student, may borrow for programs of study described in subparagraph C1, shall be $100,000, or 2, who is or has been a professional student, may borrow for programs of study described in subparagraph C1, shall be an amount equal to AA, $200,000 minus BB, the amount such student borrowed for programs of study described in subparagraph C2, and 2, a professional student, 1, who is not and has not been a graduate student, may borrow for programs of study described in subparagraph C2, shall be $200,000, or 2, who is or has been a graduate student, may borrow for programs of study described in subparagraph C2, shall be an amount equal to AA, $200,000 minus BB, the amount such student borrowed for programs of study described in subparagraph C1. C, definitions. 1, graduate student. The term graduate student means a student enrolled in a program of study that awards a graduate credential, other than a professional degree, upon completion of the program. 2, professional student. In this paragraph, the term professional student means a student enrolled in a program of study that awards a professional degree, as defined under Section 668.2 of Title 34, Code of Federal Regulations, as in effect on the date of enactment of this paragraph, upon completion of the program. 5, parent borrower annual and aggregate limits for federal direct plus loans beginning July 1st, 2026. A, annual limits, subject to paragraph 8 and notwithstanding any provision of this part or Part B, beginning on July 1st, 2026, for each dependent student, the total maximum annual amount of federal direct plus loans that may be borrowed on behalf of that dependent student by all parents of that dependent student shall be $20,000. B, aggregate limits, subject to paragraph 8 and notwithstanding any provision of this part or Part B, beginning on July 1st, 2026, for each dependent student, the total maximum aggregate amount of federal direct plus loans that may be borrowed on behalf of that dependent student by all parents of that dependent student shall be $65,000, without regard to any amounts repaid, forgiven, canceled, or otherwise discharged on any such loan. 6, lifetime maximum aggregate amount for all students. Subject to paragraph 8 and notwithstanding any provision of this part or Part B, beginning on July 1st, 2026, the maximum aggregate amount of loans made, insured, or guaranteed under this title that a student may borrow other than a federal direct plus loan or a loan under Section 428B made to the student as a parent borrower on behalf of a dependent student shall be $257,500 without regard to any amounts repaid, forgiven, canceled, or otherwise discharged on any such loan. 7, additional rules regarding annual loan limits. A, less than full-time enrollment, notwithstanding any provision of this part or Part B, in any case in which a student is enrolled in a program of study of an institution of higher education on less than a full-time basis during any academic year, the amount of a loan that student may borrow for an academic year or its equivalent shall be reduced in direct proportion to the degree to which that student is not so enrolled on a full-time basis, rounded to the nearest whole percentage point, as provided in a schedule of reductions published by the Secretary computed for purposes of this subparagraph. B, institutionally determined limits, notwithstanding the annual loan limits established under this section, and for undergraduate students under this part and Part B, beginning on July 1st, 2026, an institution of higher education, at the discretion of a financial aid administrator at the institution, may limit the total amount of loans made under this part for a program of study for an academic year that a student may borrow and that a parent may borrow on behalf of such student, as long as any such limit is applied consistently to all students enrolled in such program of study. 8, interim exception for certain students. A, application of prior limits. Paragraphs 3C, 4, 5, and 6 shall not apply, and paragraph 3A2 shall apply as such paragraph was in effect for periods of instruction ending before June 30th, 2026, during the expected time to credential described in subparagraph B, with respect to an individual who, as of June 30th, 2026, 1, is enrolled in a program of study at an institution of higher education, and 2, has received a loan, or on whose behalf a loan was made, under this part for such program of study. B, expected time to credential. For purposes of this paragraph, the expected time to credential of an individual shall be equal to the lesser of 1, 3 academic years, or 2, the period determined by calculating the difference between 1, the program length for the program of study in which the individual is enrolled, and 2, the period of such program of study that such individual has completed as of the date of the determination under this subparagraph. C, definition of program length. In this paragraph, the term program length means the minimum amount of time in weeks, months, or years that is specified in the catalog, marketing materials, or other official publications of an institution of higher education for a full-time student to complete the requirements for a specific program of study. Subtitle C, loan repayment. Section 82001, loan repayment. A, transition to income-based repayment plans. 1, selection. The Secretary of Education shall take such steps as may be necessary to ensure that before July 1st, 2028, each borrower who has one or more loans that are in a repayment status in accordance with or an administrative forbearance as associated with an income contingent repayment plan authorized under Section 455E of the Higher Education Act of 1965, referred to in this subsection as covered income contingent loans, selects one of the following income-based repayment plans that is otherwise applicable, and for which that borrower is otherwise eligible, for the repayment of the covered income contingent loans of the borrower. A, the repayment assistant plan under Section 455Q of the Higher Education Act of 1965. B, the income-based repayment plan under Section 493C of the Higher Education Act of 1965. C, any other repayment plan as authorized under Section 455D1 of the Higher Education Act of 1965. 2, commencement of new repayment plan. Beginning on July 1st, 2028, a borrower described in paragraph 1 shall begin repaying the covered income contingent loans of the borrower in accordance with the repayment plan selected under paragraph 1, unless the borrower chooses to begin repaying in accordance with the repayment plan selected under paragraph 1 before such date. 3, failure to select. In the case of a borrower described in paragraph 1 who fails to select a repayment plan in accordance with such paragraph, the Secretary of Education shall, A, enroll the covered income contingent loans of such borrower in 1, the repayment assistant plan under Section 455Q of the Higher Education Act of 1965 with respect to loans that are eligible for the repayment assistant plan under such subsection, or 2, the income-based repayment plan under Section 493C of such act with respect to loans that are not eligible for the repayment assistance plan, and B, require the borrower to begin repaying income contingent loans according to the plans under subparagraph A on July 1st, 2028. B, repayment plans. Section 455D of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087 ED is amended. 1, in paragraph 1, A, in the matter preceding subparagraph A by inserting before July 1st, 2026, who has not received a loan made under this part or on or after July 1st, 2026, after made under this part. B, in subparagraph D, 1, by inserting before June 30th, 2028, before an income contingent repayment plan, and 2, by striking and after the semicolon. C, in subparagraph E, 1, by striking that enables borrowers who have a partial financial hardship to make a lower monthly payment.
2, by striking a federal direct consolidation loan if the proceeds of such loan were used to discharge the liability on such federal direct plus loan or a loan under Section 428B made on behalf of a dependent student and inserting an accepted consolidation loan as defined in Section 493C A2 and 3, by striking the period at the end and inserting and D, by adding at the end of the following F, beginning on July 1, 2026, the income-based repayment assistance plan under subsection Q, provided that 1, such plan shall not be available for the repayment of accepted loans as defined in paragraph 7E, and 2, the borrower is required to pay each outstanding loan of the borrower made under this part under such repayment assistance plan, except that a borrower of an accepted loan, as defined in paragraph 7E, may repay the accepted loan separately from other loans under this part obtained by the borrower. 2, in paragraph 5, by amending subparagraph B to read as follows. B, repay the loan pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under subsection Q or section 493C as applicable. And 3, by adding at the end of the following 6, termination and limitation of repayment authority. A, sunset of repayment plans available before July 1, 2026. Paragraphs 1 through 4 of this subsection shall only apply to loans made under this part before July 1, 2026. B, prohibitions. The Secretary may not, for any loan made under this part on or after July 1, 2026, 1, authorize the borrower of such a loan to repay such loan pursuant to a repayment plan that is not described in paragraph 7A, or 2, carry out or modify a repayment plan that is not described in such paragraph. 7, repayment plans for loans made on or after July 1, 2026. A, design and selection. Beginning on July 1st, 2026, the Secretary shall offer a borrower of a loan made under this part on or after such date, including such a borrower who also has a loan made under this part before such date, 2 plans for repayment of the borrower's loans. Under this part, including principal and interest on such loans. The borrower shall be entitled to accelerate without penalty repayment on such loans. The borrower may choose 1, a standard repayment plan, 1, with a fixed monthly repayment amount paid over a fixed period of time equal to the applicable period determined under subclause 2, and 2, with the applicable period of time for repayment determined based on the total outstanding principal of all loans of the borrower made under this part before, on or after July 1, 2026, at the time the borrower is entering repayment under such plan as follows. AA, for a borrower with total outstanding principal of less than $25,000, a period of 10 years. BB, for a borrower with total outstanding principal of not less than $25,000 and less than $50,000, a period of 15 years. CC, for a borrower with total outstanding principal of not less than $50,000 and less than $100,000, a period of 20 years. And DD, for a borrower with total outstanding principal of $100,000 or more, a period of 25 years, or 2, the income-based repayment assistance plan under subsection Q. B, selection by Secretary. If a borrower of a loan made under this part on or after July 1, 2026 does not select a repayment plan described in subparagraph A, the Secretary shall provide the borrower with the standard repayment plan described in subparagraph A1. C, selection applies to all outstanding loans. A borrower is required to pay each outstanding loan of the borrower made under this part under the same selected repayment plan, except that a borrower who selects the repayment assistance plan and also has an accepted loan that is not eligible for repayment under such repayment assistance plan shall repay the accepted loan separately from other loans under this part obtained by the borrower. D, changes of repayment plan. A borrower may change the borrower's selection of 1, the standard repayment plan under subparagraph 4.1 or the Secretary's selection of such plan for the borrower under subparagraph B, as the case may be, to the repayment assistance plan under subparagraph A2 at any time. 2, the repayment assistance plan under subparagraph A2 to the standard repayment plan under subparagraph A1 at any time. Repayment for repayment for borrowers with accepted loans made on or after July 1, 2026. 1, standard repayment plan required, notwithstanding paragraphs A through D, beginning on July 1, 2026, the Secretary shall require a borrower who has received an accepted loan made on or after such date, including such a borrower who also has an accepted loan made before such date, to repay each accepted loan, including principal and interest, on those accepted loans under the standard repayment plan under subparagraph A1. The borrower shall be entitled to accelerate without penalty repayment on such loans. 2, accepted loan defined. For the purposes of this paragraph, the term accepted loan means a loan with an outstanding balance that is 1, a federal direct plus loan that is made on behalf of a dependent student, or 2, a federal direct consolidation loan if the proceeds of such loan were used to discharge the liability on AA. An accepted plus loan as defined in section 493CA1, or BB, an accepted consolidation loan as such term is defined in section 493CA2A, notwithstanding subparagraph B of each section. C, elimination of authority to provide income contingent repayment plans. 1, repeal section E of section 455 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087 EE is repealed. 2, further amendments to eliminate income contingent repayment. A, section 428 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1078 is amended. 1, in subsection B, 1D, by striking B subject to income contingent repayment in accordance with subsection M, and inserting B subject to income-based repayment in accordance with subsection M, and 2, in subsection M. 1, in the subsection heading by striking income contingent, and 2, by amending paragraph 1 to read as follows. 1, authority of Secretary to require the Secretary may require borrowers who have defaulted on loans made under this part that are assigned to the Secretary under subsection C8 to repay those loans pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under section 493C, and 3, in the heading of paragraph 2, by striking income contingent, or B, section 28C of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1078-3 is amended. 1, in subsection A3B1 5AA, by striking for the purposes of obtaining income contingent repayment or income-based repayment, and inserting for the purposes of qualifying for an income-based repayment plan under section 455Q or section 493C as applicable. 2, in subsection B5, by striking be repaid either pursuant to income contingent repayment under Part D of this title, pursuant to income-based repayment under Section 493C, or pursuant to any other repayment provision under this section, and inserting be repaid pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under Section 493C or any other repayment provision under this section. And 3, in subsection C, 1, in paragraph 2A, by striking or by the terms of repayment pursuant to income contingent repayment offered by the Secretary under subsection B5, and inserting or by the terms of repayment pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under section 493C. And 2, in paragraph 3B, by striking except as required by the terms of repayment pursuant to income contingent repayment offered by the Secretary under subsection B5, and inserting except as required by the terms of repayment pursuant to an income-based repayment plan under section 493C. C, section 485D1 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1092D1 is amended by striking income contingent, and D, section 494A2 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1098HA2 is amended. 1, in the paragraph heading by striking income contingent and income-based and inserting income-based, and 2, in subparagraph A, 1, in the matter preceding clause, 1, by striking income contingent or, and 2, in clause 2.1 by striking section 455E8 or the equivalent for the procedures established under section 493C 2B as applicable, and inserting section 493C2. 3, effective date. The amendments may be made by this section shall take effect on July 1, 2028. D, repayment assistance plan, section 455 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087E is amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection Q, repayment assistance plan. 1, in general, notwithstanding any other provision of this act beginning on July 1, 2026, the Secretary shall carry out an income-based repayment plan to be known as the repayment assistance plan that shall have the following terms and conditions. A, the total monthly repayment plan amount owed by a borrower for all of the loans of the borrower that are repaid pursuant to the repayment assistance plan shall be equal to the applicable monthly payment of a borrower calculated under paragraph 4B, except that the borrower may not be precluded from repaying an amount that exceeds such amount for any month. B, the Secretary shall apply the borrower's applicable monthly payment under this paragraph first toward interest due on each such loan, next toward any fees due on each loan, and then toward the principal of each loan. C, any principal due and not paid under subparagraph B or paragraph 2B shall be deferred. D, a borrower who is not in a period of deferment or forbearance shall make an applicable monthly payment for each month until the earlier of 1, the date on which the outstanding balance of principal and interest due on all of the loans of the borrower that are repaid pursuant to the repayment assistance plan is $0, or 2, the date on which the borrower has made 360 qualifying monthly payments. E, the Secretary shall cancel any outstanding balance of principal and interest due on a loan made under this part to a borrower. 1, who for any period of time participated in the repayment assistance plan under this subsection. 2, whose most recent payment for such loan prior to the loan cancellation under this subparagraph was made under such repayment assistance plan, and 3, who has made 360 qualifying monthly payments on such loan. F, for the purposes of this subsection, the term qualifying monthly payment means any of the following. 1, an on-time applicable monthly payment under this subsection. 2, an on-time monthly payment under the standard repayment plan under subsection D7A1 of not less than the monthly payment required under such plan. 3, a monthly payment under any repayment plan, excluding the repayment assistance plan under the subsection of not less than the monthly payment that would be required under a standard repayment plan under section 455D1A with a repayment period of 10 years. 4, a monthly payment under section 493C of not less than the monthly payment required under such section, including a monthly payment equal to the minimum payment amount permitted under such section. 5, a monthly payment made before July 1, 2028 under an income contingent repayment plan carried out under section 455D1D or under an alternative repayment plan in lieu of repayment under such an income contingent repayment plan, if placed in such an alternative repayment plan by the Secretary, of not less than the monthly payment required under such a plan, including a monthly payment equal to the minimum payment amount permitted under such a plan. 6, a month when the borrower did not make a payment because the borrower was in deferment under subsection F2B or due to an economic hardship described in subsection F2D. 7, a month that ended before the date of enactment of the subsection when the borrower did not make a payment because the borrower was in a period of deferment or forbearance described in section 685-209K44 of Title 34 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on the date of enactment of this subsection. G, The procedures established by the Secretary under Section 493CC shall apply for annually determining the borrower's eligibility for the repayment assistance plan, including verification of a borrower's annual income and the annual amount due on the total amount of loans eligible to be repaid under this subsection, and such other procedures as are necessary to effectively implement income-based repayment under this subsection. With respect to carrying out Section 494A2 for the repayment assistance plan, an individual may elect to opt out of the disclosures required under Section 491A2A2 in accordance with the procedures established under Section 493C2. 2, balance assistance for distressed borrowers. A, interest subsidy with respect to a borrower of a loan made under this part for each month for which such a borrower makes an on-time applicable monthly payment required under paragraph 1A, and such monthly payment is insufficient to pay the total amount of interest that accrues for the month on all loans of the borrower repaid pursuant to the repayment assistance plan. Under this subsection, the amount of interest accrued and not paid for the month shall not be charged to the borrower. B, matching principal payment. With respect to a borrower of a loan made under this part and not in a period of deferment or forbearance, for each month for which a borrower makes an on-time applicable monthly payment required under paragraph 1A, and such monthly payment reduces the total outstanding principal balance of all loans of the borrower repaid pursuant to the repayment assistance plan under this subsection by less than $50, the Secretary shall reduce such outstanding principal balance of the borrower by an amount that is equal to one, the amount that is the lesser of one, $50, or two, the total amount paid by the borrower for such month pursuant to paragraph 1A, minus two, the total amount paid by the borrower for such month pursuant to paragraph 1A that is applied to such total outstanding principal balance. 3, additional documents. A borrower who chooses or is required to repay a loan under the subsection and for whom adjusted gross income is unavailable or does not reasonably reflect the borrower's current income shall provide to the Secretary other documentation of income satisfactory to the Secretary, which documentation the Secretary may use to determine repayment under this subsection. 4, definitions. In this subsection, A, adjusted gross income. The term adjusted gross income, when used with respect to a borrower, means the adjusted gross income as such term is defined in Section 62 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 of the borrower and the borrower's spouse as applicable for the most recent taxable year, except that in the case of a married borrower who files a separate federal income tax return, the term does not include the adjusted gross income of the borrower's spouse. B, applicable monthly payment. 1, in general, except as provided in Clause 2, 3, or 6, the term applicable monthly payment means, when used with respect to a borrower, the amount equal to 1, the applicable base payment of the borrower divided by 12 minus 2, $50 for each dependent of the borrower, which in the case of a married borrower filing a separate federal income tax return shall include only each dependent that the borrower claims on that return. 2, minimum amount. In the case of a borrower with an applicable monthly payment amount calculated under Clause 1 that is less than $10, the applicable monthly payment of the borrower shall be $10. 3, final payment. In the case of a borrower whose total outstanding balance of principal and interest on all of the loans of the borrower that are repaid pursuant to the repayment assistance plan is less than the applicable monthly payment calculated pursuant to Clause 1 or 2 as applicable, then the applicable monthly payment of the borrower shall be the total outstanding balance of principal and interest on all such loans. 4, base payment. The amount of the applicable base payment for a borrower with an adjusted gross income of 1, not more than $10,000, is $120. 2, more than $10,000 and not more than $20,000 is 1% of such adjusted gross income. 3, more than $20,000 and not more than $30,000 is 2% of such adjusted gross income. 4, more than $30,000 and not more than $40,000 is 3% of such adjusted gross income. 5, more than $40,000 and not more than $50,000 is 4% of such adjusted gross income. 6, more than the $50,000 and not more than $60,000 is 5% of such adjusted gross income. 7, more than $60 and not more than $70 is 6% of such adjusted gross income. 8, more than $70,000 and not more than $80,000 is 7% of such a gross adjusted income. 9, more than $80,000 and not more than $90,000 is 8% of such adjusted gross income. 10, more than $90,000 and not more than $100,000 is 9% of such adjusted gross income. And 11, more than $100,000 is